denied the chance to study yet unwilling to simply return home. The frustration was almost unbearable. Even before Xiong Kewu arrived in Japan, an incident had already erupted in which self-funded students surrounded and stormed the Chinese legation in Japan. Xiong Kewu's luck was not entirely ill-fated. By the time he reached Japan, a new path had opened before him. He could enroll in the private military academy Tobengakudo. Yet among the Chinese students in Japan, especially the self-funded ones, a quiet storm of anger and disappointment had begun to brew. The spearhead of their resentment pointed squarely at those high officials with long queue braids who had first sent them abroad. Events soon proved that the Qing government's choice of Japan as the destination for overseas study had been a grave miscalculation, for another group had also fixed their gaze on these students, revolutionary activists who as yet had no foothold within China. Revolutionary thought quickly spread among the Chinese students in Japan, and none of them remained docile for long. One day Xiong Kewu heard a piece of news that thrilled him beyond measure. The revolutionary leader Sun Zhongshan had arrived in Tokyo. Overjoyed, Xiong Kewu asked everywhere until he finally discovered Sun Zhongshan's temporary residence. July 25, 1905. This was a day Xiong Kewu would never ever forget. On that day, he met the man he idolized. As soon as they greeted each other, Sun Zhongshan asked Xiongjuan, "What are you studying here?" Learning that Xiong Kewu was studying military science, Sun Zhongshan continued, "Why do you choose to study the military? What use do you believe it has?" Xiong's answer almost burst forth without thought. "Naturally, it is to enrich the nation and strengthen its armies." It was the textbook response. Many Chinese students in Japan, though subconsciously they had long since strayed from orthodox doctrines, still reached for the answers they had memorized before leaving home whenever they were called upon to reply. But the script had to be rewritten, otherwise what purpose would the revolutionaries' journey to Tokyo serve? Sun Zhongshan declared firmly, "Xiongjuan, you are mistaken. The future father of the nation spoke with measured eloquence. The present weakness of our country does not stem merely from the army's inferiority to the great powers. Its deficiencies are countless. At root, where does the problem lie? It lies in the corruption of the Qing court. Just imagine, with such an incompetent government in place, would it ever truly employ you? Even if by some chance it did, it would already be too late. By the time you struggled to complete your studies and return, the nation might well have already perished." For Xiong Kewu, these were not hollow abstractions, but brutal realities within arm's reach. Judging from the government's earlier treatment of the self-funded students, the likely reward for his burning patriotism was no more than a closed gate to serving his country. The soaring ambition of the past had dissolved into a haze of uncertainty. Where truly did their future lie? Sun Zhongshan shared with him his own answer, which was in fact the basic program of the Revolutionary Party: expel the Tartar invaders, restore Zhonghua, establish a republic, and equalize land rights. There is a singular kind of experience known as a thunderbolt of enlightenment. In that instant, it belonged to Xiong Kewu. Everything that followed unfolded as a matter of course. On August 19, 1905, Xiong Kewu joined the Tongminghui. After he completed the oath ceremony, Sun Zhongshan led him into the next room. "Congratulations. From this day onward, you are no longer a subject of the Qing." Dozens of Sichuanese students in Japan joined the Tongminghui. Among them, Xiong Kewu also took part in confidential work at its headquarters. The coded signals he had to master bore a clear imprint of national revolution. Question: Where are you from? Answer: I am Han. Question: What do you carry? Answer: Chinese goods. Question: What do you do? Answer: Affairs of a under heaven. Just as this flame had been kindled, a basin of cold water came splashing down. The corrupt Qing court, so harshly condemned by the revolutionaries, was no mere block of wood. The turbulent scenes in Tokyo filled it with terror and outrage. "We are meant to be training heirs, not gravediggers." They swiftly played the diplomatic card, urging the Japanese hosts to impose tight control. At that moment, the Russo-Japanese War had just ended. As Japan sought to expand its influence in the three northeastern provinces, it could hardly disregard China's demands. In November 1905, Japan's Ministry of Education promulgated new regulations. One clause stipulated that whether one entered public or private schools, admission now required a guarantee issued by the Chinese minister in Japan. The last remaining path for self-funded students to study military science was thus sealed off. Predictably, the new rules triggered fierce resistance. Under the leadership of the Tongminghui, Chinese students in Tokyo launched a class strike in protest. Some chose to abandon their studies entirely and return home. The most renowned among them was the heroine of Jianhu Qiujin, and Xiong Kewu was also among those who left. Most of these returning students were self-funded. The reason is plain: government-funded students had official backing and promising careers. Those who ate King Zhou's grain, yet denounced King Zhou's misrule, certainly existed, but they were far fewer than the self-funded group. Xiong Kewu and his companions did not return merely to sit idle at home. Some, like Qiujin, intended to establish schools. Others, like Xiong Kewu, planned to develop armed forces. Their ultimate goal was the same: to ignite uprisings. The government was about to pay dearly for its string of miscalculations. The Tongminghui headquarters judged that the Yangtze River basin was a strategic prize of paramount importance. Sichuan, seated at the river's upper reaches, must be taken first. Thus, the task of launching an uprising in Sichuan fell upon Xiong Kewu and his fellow Sichuanese. The revolutionaries had all evolved from pale-faced scholars who once sat quietly in classrooms. To mount an uprising, their first thought was to seek allies. Men who feared neither heaven nor earth, who were willing and able to rebel. By fortune, the Bashu basin lacked no such stalwarts. They were members of the Golao Hui, locally called Peoj. The early underworld did not merely strive for full bellies, it also pursued political ideals, and Peoj exemplified this. This secret society had been founded in the late Ming and early Qing with the avowed purpose of opposing the Qing and restoring the Ming. Over more than 2 centuries they themselves had grown accustomed even to queue braids, yet they had never abandoned their original oath. The revolutionaries sought to expel the Tartar invaders the Peoge to oppose the Qing and restore the Ming. In this, they became comrades in arms. Before Xiong Kewu returned, a Peoge helmholder named Xiang had already drawn special attention from the revolutionaries. A helmholder was akin to a big boss in the underworld. Xiang was tall, burly, and chivalrous to the core, wielding immense influence among the Peoge Brotherhood. Even rarer, he cared deeply for the nation and the people. Upon reading the banned tracts Revolutionary Army and Alarm Bell, he fell in love with them at once, and went on to preach their ideas widely among the masses. It was said that when he spoke in the marketplace, listeners formed a solid wall, and none failed to be moved. A native of Luzhou, Xiang devised a plan. Luzhou had a dragon boat racing custom during the Duanwu festival. On that day, the whole city teemed with people. Countless visitors from outside flocked in to watch the spectacle, and adding a few thousand more would scarcely be noticed. It was an excellent idea, but its flaw lay in timing. The festival was fast approaching, while weapons and manpower were not yet ready. Leafing further through the calendar, they fixed their gaze upon a new date, November 14th, 1907, the 9th day of the 10th lunar month. That day was the birthday of Empress Dowager Cixi. As elsewhere, the authorities in Luzhou naturally had to curry favor, bustling about to paper over reality and feign tranquility. If they rose in revolt on that day, they would surely catch the authorities utterly unprepared. The date was set. The plan was sound, but reality shifted faster than they could adapt, and the first problems arose in the preparation of weapons. Handcrafting bombs is no ordinary piece of do-it-yourself work. The process is exceedingly dangerous. While Xiong Kewu and others were testing the bombs, an explosion erupted midway, injuring their own men and alarming the authorities. The highest military and civil official in Luzhou was the prefect Yang Xiaolong. Though the bombing did not occur within his own jurisdiction, it sounded a loud alarm for him. What happened next made him feel even more besieged. Suddenly, many strangers appeared within and around Luzhou city, filling inns and lodging houses to overflowing. These men were of course out-of-town Peoge members arriving to join the uprising, all disguised as merchants. Yet the dragon boat races were long over, and there was no major market or festival in sight. Such abnormality could hardly fail to arouse suspicion. On another front, the Peoge Brotherhood was not after all a pure revolutionary party. Many believed revolution to be as Lu Sun described in the true story of Ah Q, men in white helmets and white armor clad in the mourning robes of Emperor Chongzhen. Some even boasted in public, "Brother, Xi's star has arisen, he will soon be emperor, and then our days will be good." Rumors in the streets multiplied. To Yang Xiaolong, they were harbingers of the storm about to break, leaving him on pins, and after much brooding, Prefect Yang sent an invitation to Xiang asking him to come to the Yamen for consultation. Ever since he had transitioned from underworld boss to revolutionary, Xiang had already set life and death aside, and so he came without much hesitation. Awaiting him was a trap. Yang Xiaolong's classic "please the gentleman" into the jar stratagem. Murderous intent already filled the government hall. Armed retainers lay in ambush behind the account's desk, ready to seize the king before capturing the thieves. Had Xiang arrived flanked by followers, or entered the hall peering nervously about, Yang Xiaolong would have ordered his immediate arrest. Unfortunately for him, his clever scheme failed to bear fruit. Xiang came alone, calm and unruffled, utterly unlike the official's prior imaginings. After a few polite exchanges, Yang Xiaolong found an excuse to slip into the inner chamber. He needed to hear his advisors' opinions. The advisors debated heatedly. Some argued that one who has done no wrong need fear no specters pounding at the door. If Xiang dared come single-handed and remain so composed, it showed his conscience was clear, and the rumors might well be false. Others, however, spoke with lingering dread. Xiang was the leading grandmaster among the Peoge, powerful beyond measure, and many of the Yamen runners and hall braves were his disciples. If the rumors proved false, and they rashly detained him, causing turmoil, how would they explain themselves to their superiors? Hearing such arguments, Yang Xiaolong wavered, and in that moment of hesitation, he unwittingly granted Xiang a chance to slip free. The advisors had judged well. Many hall braves were themselves Peoge members. Seeing that the prefect did not reappear, one of them leaned close to Xiang's ear and whispered in code, "Grand Master, the water has risen." The water has risen meant their plot had been exposed. By the time Yang Xiaolong finally made up his mind to detain Xiang, the latter had long since slipped away. On one hand, they had startled the snake, who on the other, they were unwilling to abandon their plan entirely. Xiong Kewu therefore made a last-minute adjustment, moving the uprising date forward. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiaolong moved even faster. He declared martial law throughout the city, closed the gates, and launched sweeping searches of inns and lodgings. Cut off from one another between city and countryside, the insurgent forces could no longer coordinate, and the chances of a successful rising in Luzhou evaporated at once. The first shot had misfired, yet Xiong Kewu did not give up. He activated the backup plan, organizing revolutionaries to divide into detachments and rush toward Chengdu. As the provincial capital of Sichuan, Chengdu was even more crucial than Luzhou's success. There would carry far greater impact. According to intelligence, on the night of November 14th, the Sichuan governor and civil and military officials of all ranks were to assemble at the meeting palace. The meeting palace, also known as Wanshou, housed a tablet bearing the emperor's 9 dragons 10,000 years inscription, yet the officials were not going there this time to flatter the emperor, but to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. There could be no better moment to capture them all in one sweep. While the planned uprising in Luzhou relied chiefly on Peoge forces, the planned uprising in Chengdu would depend primarily on the new army. From the defeat in the Sino-Japanese War to the signing of the Boxer Protocol, the impotence of China's traditional land forces had become common knowledge. In response, Western-style land forces, known as the New Army, had arisen to practice foreign guns and learn Western methods. Each province received quotas for organizing the new army. As a large province, Sichuan was assigned 3 zhan, units equivalent to divisions. At that time, the 17th zhan had already been formed. The government's original intent in building the new army was no different from its purpose in sending students to Japan. But to the revolutionaries, this westernized force was far easier to infiltrate than the old green standard and banner troops. In the end, a large portion of these soldiers would turn their guns around and become the sharp spears wielded by the revolutionaries in armed uprisings. Within Chengdu's military circles, revolutionaries had developed a network of inside contacts from the Bianmu training squads, reservists for the new army, up to the regular new army units themselves. In addition, large numbers of Peoge reinforcements arrived to lend their aid. 3,000 men were mobilized from Luzhou, while the gathered Peoge and other supporters in Chengdu numbered 5,000 to 6,000. Xiong Kewu was brimming with confidence. What he did not foresee was that the Luzhou debacle would repeat itself in Chengdu. The authorities changed the location of the birthday celebrations, then imposed martial law, severed transport links, and hunted down revolutionaries. Driving a single spade into the ground and hoping at once to strike a well was of course overly impatient. Yet when 3 spades had already bitten deep without revealing even a hint of a spring, the disappointment was enough to crush the spirit. In the days that followed, Xiong Kewu and his comrades were like fishermen who had gone too long without a catch, forced to haul out their nets section by section to inspect them, searching painstakingly for the holes through which their prey had slipped. Judging from the planning of the 3 uprisings, whether the abandoned Duanwu festival scheme or the later attempt on Cixi's birthday, their choice of timing had been excellent, and the Revolutionary Party had led the strategy with no obvious flaws. Yet a closer look revealed a different story. Careful scrutiny showed that the problem lay in the execution stage. It was precisely at that stage that the revolutionaries stepped back into the shadows, while the Peoge Brotherhood stepped into the spotlight. The Brotherhood served as an underground contact within the new army. Xiong Kewu slammed his palm down in realization. The crux of the problem had finally been uncovered. Within the new army, only a small number of junior and mid-level officers and soldiers had been recruited. In the vast barracks they were but a drop in the ocean, their influence negligible. The Peoge Brotherhood, on the other hand, had numbers on their side, yet its members were a motley crowd. Many could not rid themselves of old underworld habits, and in the end they could accomplish little while causing much harm. By now the basic outline of why the uprising had failed could be sketched clearly. First, command of the new army remained firmly in the hands of the local authorities. Once the Brotherhood leaked the plans, the officials could mobilize the new army in advance to carry out suppression. Second, as a modern force, the new army was equipped with German Mauser rifles, while the Brotherhood fought with broadswords and long spears. It was like trying to wrap a man in a coffin made of paper. There was simply no way they could win. Only by peeling the scab completely open can the pus and blood be drained clean. With the analysis laid bare to this point, everyone suddenly saw things with clarity. It seemed they could not rely on heaven, earth, or others. In the end, they had to rely on themselves. Yet before anything else, they would have to step into the training field and temper their bodies, building solid muscle. Weapons were crucial. In essence, they needed rifles in their hands, not merely blades, if they were to truly forge a comrade's army. In February 1908, Xiong Kewu secretly slipped back into Tokyo. Through the headquarters of the Tongmenghui, he purchased firearms and ammunition from Japanese civilians. When he escorted the weapons and ammunition back to China in secrecy, he suddenly noticed that the red buttons on most people's melonskin hats had been removed. Those that remained had been dyed into other colors. In an Eastern land that prized ritual above all, this was a most unusual signal. Upon inquiring, he learned it was linked to the Empress Dowager Cixi birthday celebrations had failed to prolong her life. The venomous old woman and Emperor Guangxu had both died. The nation was holding a state funeral. During this period, the color red, symbolizing celebration, had become taboo. Not only were the red buttons on hats forbidden, even red carrots could not be sold in the marketplace. Another rare and precious opportunity for uprising had appeared. Xiong Kewu was overjoyed and immediately began. Previously, his uprisings had centered on southwestern Sichuan, including the provincial capital Chengdu. The authorities there were already on high alert, making further infiltration exceedingly difficult. Xiong Kewu shifted his gaze to the opposite corner of the province, northeastern Sichuan. There lay a place called Guang'an, where defenses were comparatively lax, with only a single security battalion stationed beside the prefectural yamen. On March 1, 1909, Xiong Kewu waited in Guang'an for the moment to strike. Unlike any previous attempt, this time the main force would be the comrades' army, formed directly by the revolutionaries themselves, personally commanded by him, and tasked with assaulting the Guang'an prefectural yamen. The problem was that the comrades' army was short in numbers. Due to the difficulty of transport and storage, most of the weapons shipped from Japan were bullets, with very few rifles and pistols. As a result, they could not do without supporting roles. Xiong Kewu's plan was to divide his forces in two. Besides the comrades' army, Xiang would rally the Brotherhood to seize firearms from the security camp. Later events would prove that all the unforeseen troubles arose from that very branch. On the appointed day, Xiong Kewu sent men to contact Xiang, but the message they brought back left him stunned. Xiang had been surrounded by Brotherhood members in a tea house outside the city. In Sichuan, each peoge group had its own sphere of influence. The local Guangan gangs were not originally under Shi Ying's command. They had joined the uprising in expectation of payment, yet on the very day of action, they still had not seen a single coin. The crowd refused to move. This was no ordinary job. They were staking their lives to strike at the emperor himself. Brothers were earning blood money if he delayed their pay. What game was he playing? Such was the level of awareness within the gangs. There was nothing to be done. At that time, Xiong Kewu bore a dual identity. On one hand, he was one of the leaders of the Sichuan revolutionary movement. On the other, for practical purposes, Shi Ying had already introduced him into the peoge where he had become a helm holder. Upon learning of Shi Ying's predicament, he rushed out of the city and tried to calm the agitated crowd. You will be paid, and the deed will be done. Once the funds arrive, not a single coin will be withheld from any of you, he promised. Just as he managed to disperse the mob around Shi Ying, the sky was already darkening. The time for the uprising had come. By then, most of the officials and guards at the yamen and security camp had already gone home. The soldiers, unwilling to stay in boredom, had wandered off to tea houses and wine shops. If they were to strike, this was the perfect fleeting moment. With the arrow already knocked, it could not be left unfired. Xiong Kewu raced back into the city. By now, Xiong Kewu had long since completed his field training from military school. He had transformed from a sheltered student of Western learning into a commander with genuine combat experience. The small assault unit under his command was disguised as policemen escorting prisoners. In this guise, they slipped straight into the yamen. Once inside, they drew their pistols and fired in unison, felling the gate guards on the spot. There had been few duty bravos that night to begin with. Faced with such a scene, they were all struck dumb with terror. Some hid, some fled. Misery and panic were everywhere. Xiong Kewu swiftly took control of the outer compound of the prefectural yamen. The remaining task was to press deeper into the inner compound, searching and attacking until the prefect himself was captured alive. Yet an odd feeling suddenly washed over him. According to the plan, Shi Ying's Brotherhood forces were to strike the security camp at the same time. The camp lay right next to the yamen, which meant gunfire should already be echoing from that direction. Yet that side was deathly silent to a terrifying degree. Xiong Kewu sensed at once that something had gone wrong with the Brotherhood's column. If this were indeed the case, the security camp would not leave the yamen unattended. It would undoubtedly move to encircle them, joining the bravos still in the inner compound to create a pincer attack from inside and out. The danger would be grave. Xiong Kewu quickly blocked the key routes from the security camp and sent men to contact Xiang, urging the Brotherhood to hurry over and seize the firearms. His decisive handling once again turned the tide in his favor. Yet in the faulty chain, errors continued to compound. They waited and waited, but Xiang never appeared. Instead, drums boomed from within the yamen, the signal that the authorities were summoning reinforcements. Only later did they learn that the commotion in the tea house had alarmed the police, making it impossible for Xiang to enter the city and robbing them of their chance at victory. Troops from inside and outside the city were steadily arriving. If they continued to wait, there would be only one outcome: total ruin. Xiong Kewu had no choice but to order a retreat. The main force moved ahead while he and two others stayed behind to cover them. Just as they ran out through the gate of the security camp, a group of bravos charged after them from the direction of the yamen, brandishing blades and halberds and shouting loudly. Afraid that gunfire would betray their position, Xiong Kewu holstered his pistol, drew his cavalry saber, and launched himself into a wild slashing charge. Revolutionaries like Xiong Kewu treated beheading as lightly as a hat blown off in the wind. The bravos were entirely different. They worked merely to feed their families and hoped others would step forward to face the blades and die in their stead. In a household, who is born to stand before the stove? If you will not exert yourself, and I refuse to exert myself, then all will shrink back in fear. The rumbling crowd was actually chopped into disarray by Xiong Kewu and his two companions. Because it was dark, it was impossible to maintain contact amid the melee. When Xiong finally broke through the encirclement, he realized he was alone. The main force had already rushed out of the city. He hurried on. When he reached the city gate, two soldiers were just about to close it. Now you cannot blame me, he thought. With a single stroke, he cut down one of the soldiers. Before the other could react, Xiong Kewu had already vanished into the night. Although the Guangan uprising failed, it marked the first face-to-face confrontation between the revolutionaries and the government's troops. Xiong Kewu's performance in this battle was outstanding. Like a mad warrior, he fought his way out of the city, then rode alone for more than 20 li. For Xiong Kewu, 20-odd li were but a trifling matter. It was said he could walk 200 or 300 li in a single day without resting, drinking, or eating. People therefore called him Iron Feet. With 4 uprisings in Sichuan tied to his name, it was hard for Xiong Kewu not to become famous. Though he usually traveled in disguise, changing his appearance, he was still frequently trailed by pursuers. Fortunately, each time he managed to shake off all the tails successfully. The policemen and secret agents assigned to track him found it baffling. How did they keep losing him again and again? Had this revolutionary suspect somehow flown into the sky? In truth, Xiong Kewu relied on his iron feet. If a pursuer bent down to catch his breath, take a sip of water, or grab a bite, the moment he looked up, the man he chased had disappeared without a trace. Such skill was not born solely of natural talent. It also stemmed from will and perseverance. Over more than 2 years, this young man had repeatedly tasted failure, yet he never gave up, continuing to prepare for future uprisings. He still had to search for the enemy's weak points. A few months later, Xiong Kewu found a new target: Jiaoding Prefecture, today's Lesan lay in southwestern Sichuan alongside Chengdu, Luzhou, and Yibin. At first glance, it seemed an unlikely site for another uprising. Yet that was only its static face. There was also a dynamic side. Leshan's government troops were under orders to suppress armed forces in the Liangshan region, leaving their rear lines vulnerable. He intended to strike precisely at that emptiness. However the blow landed, it had to make some noise. In Guang'an, their disadvantage had lain in the shortage of guns purchased from Japan. Without enough firearms, the comrades' army could not expand in scale, and they had been forced to rely on the unreliable Peoge Brotherhood. To find weapons, Xiong Kewu racked his brains. According to intelligence, the governor's office in Chengdu was sending a large shipment of rifles and ammunition to the Liangshan front. There were 1,000 rifles alone. Exactly the treasure the revolutionaries most desperately needed. Upon hearing this, Xiong prepared an ambush along the route, hoping to catch this great fish. Yet despite all his careful preparations, the escorting troops never appeared. He waited once, twice, and still they did not come. Where else were their guns? New intelligence showed that after Leshan's government troops were largely deployed, local self-defense militias were needed to maintain order, and the governor's office had issued rifles to the Militia Training Bureau. The revolutionaries had an inside man at the Militia Training Bureau, and the gun convoy was on its way. In the Guang'an uprising, Xiong Kewu had pursued a two-pronged approach, one force to seize guns, another to assault the city. That uprising had failed because they did not manage to capture the rifles, causing all subsequent gains to evaporate. This time he resolved to change tactics, first seize the guns, then attack the city. On January 22, 1910, the Leshan uprising began. Early that morning, their first move was a surprise attack on the Militia Training Bureau. The drill instructor at the bureau was himself a member of the Tongminghui. At his instruction, the militiamen stacked their rifles by the training field and went into the classroom for lessons. The revolutionaries lay in ambush beyond the edge of the field. They needed do nothing else, just stoop down and pick up the melons lying on the ground. With that single harvest, they collected more than 100 rifles. Together with their existing weapons, they were able to arm several hundred comrades who then rendezvoused at Xianchang, a town barely 10 li from Leshan. Every uprising had begun with some mishap, but this time everything went unusually smoothly, and Xiong Kewu was deeply moved. According to plan, he set his iron feet to work again, hastening to nearby Luzhou to organize additional reinforcements. Unexpectedly, the mishap did not occur at the beginning, but in the middle. Had the comrades' army immediately taken boats downstream to Leshan, they would surely have caught the government troops completely off guard. Yet the men were overly excited and lacked experience. They spent more than an entire hour simply eating at Xianchang. During that time, the prefect of Leshan had already been informed and made his preparations. By the time the comrades' army set out for Leshan, they discovered not only guns and cannons bristling along the city walls, but checkpoints strewn throughout the outskirts as well. Faced with sudden complications and change, everyone panicked, unsure what course to take. With Xiong Kewu absent, Xiang assumed overall command and led the troops in retreat. It was already too late. The next day, Leshan's government forces caught up, and Xiang stood his ground, meeting them heated. Unlike the Guang'an uprising this time, both sides fielded substantial numbers and serious weaponry, with neither willing to yield. The battle was ferocious in the extreme. Against a single Leshan force, the comrades' army could still cope, but another government unit attacked from the rear, placing them in a dire situation, sandwiched front and back. Xiang had no choice but to fight while retreating. Unexpectedly, yet another government unit appeared midway. Three forces surged upon them at once, and the whole field was suddenly filled with enemies, as though they blotted out the sky. Xiang had practiced martial arts since childhood, and had once passed the martial licentiate examinations. His fist, staff, and footwork were formidable. Though he was suffering from malaria at the time, he relied on his hard-trained skills to carve out a bloody path alone, running in one breath all the way to Dosha Pass on the border between Sichuan and Yunnan. Dosha Pass was the first perilous gate on the ancient road from Shu into Yunnan. One step beyond it led into Yunnan itself. Yet in a tea house within the town, Xiang's whereabouts were discovered by secret agents. He was soon surrounded and could no longer break free. The area around the tea house bore another name, Duansha Slope, Broken Snake Slope. The word snake shared its sound with Shi in his name. Broken Snake thus meant broken Shi. Thinking on this, even a hero who straddled both the revolutionary movement and the Brotherhood felt a fated helplessness and sorrow. He had once released his ideals so stubbornly, like a kite sent soaring into the heavens. Now the kite still floated above, but the string in his hand had snapped. Xiang was escorted back to Yibin together with another captured revolutionary. During the interrogation, Xiang intentionally pointed at him and said, "This person is merely a hired worker for my family's water pipe. What use is it to arrest him?" Xiang wanted to save his comrade, but the revolutionary argued loudly, "Master Xi, I am fighting alongside you in the revolution. How can you say I am just a water pipe worker? I want to live with you, and if I die, I want to die with you." The officials in charge of the interrogation exchanged glances, struggling to understand who these people really were. Before his execution, Xiang penned a final poem. "The peony blooms, but soon withers my heart, unyielding before the yellow dragon." Among all the uprisings in Sichuan, the Battle of Leshan was the most brutal and heroic, with over 200 casualties, including Xiang, resulting in significant losses for the Sichuan revolutionaries. With the failure of the Leshan uprising, the reinforcements organized by Xiong Kewu in Luzhou were of no use. All he could do was risk visiting the prison and comforting the bereaved families. To continue organizing uprisings in Sichuan was simply impossible in the short term. Xiong Kewu proposed to the headquarters of the Tongminghui to select another strategic location to concentrate all revolutionary forces nationwide for a large-scale armed uprising to achieve a decisive victory. In fact, the headquarters of the Tongminghui was also considering this issue. Since the establishment of the Tongmenghui, there had been numerous small to medium-sized uprisings organized with Sun Yat-sen personally leading 9 of them, and many more initiated by various provinces such as Sichuan, yet none succeeded, resulting in heavy losses and significant depletion of morale. It is through the experiences of blood and tears that one gains the understanding of blood and tears. Everyone had lost patience with such piecemeal efforts. Xiong Kewu's suggestion resonated with the Tongmenghui. Rather than engaging in numerous small skirmishes, it was better to stake everything on one major attempt. In the autumn of 1910, representatives from various regions gathered in Penang, Malaysia to confirm the launch of the Guangzhou uprising, with another prominent leader from the Tongmenghui, Huang Xing, in charge of the operation. They subsequently held a selection of vanguards both domestically and internationally to choose the core members for the uprising, aiming to gather the elites of revolutionary forces from all provinces to fight against the enemy in a final struggle. These were truly the elite among elites. Besides Xiong Kewu, another notable figure in the vanguard from Sichuan was the bomb expert Yupeluan. Firearms had to be purchased at high prices from abroad, and their transportation and storage were extremely difficult. In contrast, bombs had clear advantages, which is why the Tongmenghui had valued this weapon since its inception. While in Tokyo, Xiong Kewu was sent by headquarters to learn bomb making. However, at that time the method employed was the silver method, which involved melting silver coins with corrosive liquids to create bombs. Using silver coins to make bombs incurred substantial costs, and was exceptionally dangerous. Yupeluan, after research, attempted to replace the silver method with his unique U method, ultimately inventing a safe bomb that met their needs. During his time in Guangzhou with Xiong Kewu's assistance, Yupeluan managed to produce over 300 bombs of varying weights in just half a month. Meanwhile, they also closely observed the defensive arrangements of the Guangzhou government forces, identifying their weakest point, the naval artillery positions. Xiong Kewu had previously climbed the naval artillery position under the pretense of sightseeing, discovering that the station soldiers were neglecting their duties, even selling tea to tourists, and engaging in gambling. Having considerable experience in organizing uprisings, Xiong Kewu found the situation striking as such weak defenses could almost be described as vulnerable to a single blow. If they could first seize the artillery positions and turn their own weapons against them, it would surely yield significant results. However, progress was not as smooth as imagined. On April 8, 1911, Huang Xing convened a meeting in Hong Kong to determine the date of the uprising, but on that very day, General Fu Qi of Guangzhou was assassinated, disrupting all planned steps. The principle of capturing the leader before the followers was in play. During the preparation phase of the uprising, the Tongmenghui had planned to assassinate key officials in Guangzhou, but Fu Qi was not the intended target. If one were to kill, it should be the capable ones. Among the 3 provincial officials in Guangzhou, Fu Qi was the least competent. The Tongmenghui had their sights set on the naval commander Li Zhuan, who was indeed a significant threat to the revolutionaries. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, the assassin originally sent was hesitant and delayed in taking action. After a change of personnel, the assassination was successfully executed, but only the incompetent official was eliminated. The true target escaped, but the alarm had been raised, and the Guangzhou government significantly heightened security. The uprising, originally planned for April 13, had to be postponed until April 26. On April 23, 1911, Huang Xing secretly entered Guangzhou from Hong Kong and established a command post near the Guangdong governor's office. 3 days remained, and the countdown to the uprising had begun. The revolutionaries were eager to act, while the government had also caught wind of the situation. Governor Zhang Mingqi of Guangdong transferred a patrol battalion to the outskirts of the city for rapid response, while naval commander Li Zhuan urgently recalled his naval forces back to the city. On the other hand, the firearms transported from Japan and Vietnam had not yet arrived, leading some leaders to advocate for further postponement. After much consideration, Huang Xing agreed to postpone the uprising, allowing only the core personnel to remain, while recalling over 300 vanguard members back to Hong Kong. The early revolutionaries were like the heroic figures in Water Margin, filled with passionate zeal and a willingness to face death. Upon hearing that the uprising was being delayed and realizing it was in danger of being aborted, Yupeluan immediately sought out Huang Xing, saying, "It cannot be postponed." Yupeluan believed that the Guangzhou uprising involved significant expenditure and was entirely funded by overseas Chinese. If the uprising truly failed, it would not only render their efforts in vain, but also betray the trust of the overseas Chinese. How could they face them afterward? People donated so much money. Even if it was just a matter of losing a brick or tile, they deserved an explanation. Huang Xing was still hesitant, and Yupeluan raised a sharper practical question. "I heard that the Guangzhou government will soon conduct strict household registration checks. The bombs we painstakingly made and the other weapons smuggled into the city might be discovered. Would we then just surrender? Revolution always involves risks, especially when there is hope for success. Even if we fail, we can use our sacrifice for publicity, which would still serve to inspire the people." Finally, Yupeluan declared that even if no one else joined him, he would still charge into the governor's office to confront Zhang Mingqi in a fight to the finish. The shortcomings of the Tongmenghui's loose organization were laid bare at that moment. Huang Xing requested personnel from the uprising headquarters in Hong Kong, but they wished to delay for another day, so not a single person was dispatched. Even worse, some individuals who were originally in Guangzhou left for Hong Kong, without so much as a word. Huang Xing gathered a death squad of only 120 members. Actions, such as attacking the naval artillery positions in multiple routes, were now impossible. They could only focus their efforts on the governor's office. Everyone who knew Yupeluan opposed his participation in the uprising. You are a bomb expert. You are more useful staying behind rather than taking risks. Yu Peiluan shook his head repeatedly. Let others sacrifice, but where is my integrity? Besides, I developed bombs for the revolution. Now that I have made them, how can I not join the others in the fight? Some advised him, saying you won't be missed. Yu Peiluan replied with indignation, don't underestimate me, I am stronger. At 5 p.m. on April 27, 1911, a sedan chair carried by 4 people arrived in front of the Guangdong governor's office. They presented a business card claiming to be the French consul stationed in Guangzhou. The guard saw nothing unusual and allowed them to pass. What they did not expect was that from consul to the 4 bearers, all were revolutionaries, with Xiong Kewu leading the way. With the consul visiting, Zhang Mingqi would undoubtedly come out to greet him, and at that moment Xiong Kewu would throw a bomb and execute. Huang Xing had divided the uprising forces into 2 groups, with him leading one group of death squad members at the front entrance of the governor's office, while Yu Peiluan led another group ambushed at the back entrance. As per their prior agreement, upon hearing the sound of Xiong Kewu's bomb, the 2 groups would charge in one after the other. The bomb exploded, and the front entrance death squad led by Huang Xing charged in, with a pistol in one hand, a saber in the other, and their pockets filled with bombs, sounding the horn as they rushed inside. Yu Peiluan at the back door also sprang into action. He claimed that he could match several others, and he was not exaggerating. His bomb-throwing skills were unmatched. With just 2 bombs, he created an opening in the courtyard wall, through which the crowd surged in. However, in reality, Xiong Kewu failed to hit Zhang Mingqi. Instead, he hit the encircling guards. Zhang Mingqi was not only the governor of Guangdong, but also acted as the general of Guangzhou. Typically, the position of Guangzhou general was held by Manchus, and it was unprecedented for a Han to occupy this role. However, Zhang Mingqi was not pleased. Instead, he was anxious and constantly worried about following Fu Qi's fate. Because of his constant anxiety, Governor Zhang had become extremely cautious in security matters. Although Xiong Kewu and the others managed to get past the guards, they were still spotted by the sentinels when they tried to enter the second hall. Inside the governor's office, chaos ensued as Xiong Kewu rushed into the third hall searching for Zhang Mingqi, but found no one. The man had already fled, leaving in such a hurry that he did not even have time to take his family with him. Unable to capture Zhang Mingqi, the uprising forces had to retreat. At that moment, Li Zhuan led the naval forces in a counterattack. Yu Peiluan displayed remarkable bravery. On the rooftops of Guangzhou, there were accessible walkways. He moved swiftly across them, tossing bombs at the government forces that charged and preventing them from approaching easily. Stalemated until midnight, the uprising forces decided to disperse and retreat. It was from this moment that Xiong Kewu could no longer see Yu Peiluan. As the number of people dwindled, only his last comrade, a fellow Sichuanese and classmate from Dongbin Academy, Dan Maoxin, remained by Xiong Kewu's side. They had to exit the city, but the gates were already closed. The only way was to climb over the city walls. Xiong Kewu felt along the foot of the wall, but there were sentinels stationed everywhere on the wall, making it impossible to ascend. After much difficulty, they finally found a gentle slope covered in weeds. Xiong Kewu climbed up first, only to find 2 sentinels on top. Had he not slid down quickly, he would have almost been stabbed with a bayonet. The sentinels on the city wall did not dare to come down to search. They merely kept firing their guns. Fortunately, they were hiding in a dead angle, so the bullets did not reach them. At this time, light rain began to fall from the sky, and both Xiong Kewu and Dan Maoxin were acutely aware that as dawn approached, their chances of escaping from Guangzhou were nearly zero. Not far away was a pond, but Dan Maoxin said, forget it, why don't we just drown ourselves? Let's end it all. Like Xiang at the snake-cutting slope, Xiong Kewu thought there was no other way to survive, so he decided to jump. Upon jumping down, the water only reached his ankles. It seemed even dying proved difficult. Due to Dan Maoxin's injury, when dawn approached, Xiong Kewu took the responsibility of going out to seek a way, and the 2 became separated again. After being separated, Xiong Kewu found himself in a perilous situation. He was not a local, and could not even speak Cantonese, and he risked arrest at any moment. One could say it was not the darkest of eras. At that time, the common people still held the tradition of being simple and kind-hearted. Although most people, like the characters in Lu Xun's medicine, lacked understanding of the revolution, no one would stoop to inform the authorities. On the contrary, many extended a helping hand. At that time, rumors circulated among the people that the revolutionaries were a strange group. They were originally educated individuals with families who risked the danger of punishing the 9 families to rebel. What was even more astonishing was that throughout history, rebels sought to become emperors or to pursue wealth and power, yet they were not driven by such motives. From their simple philosophy of life, the common people concluded that these individuals must be doing good deeds and were not, including Huang Xing. Most of the revolutionaries who escaped Guangzhou found refuge and protection from the residents there. Xiong Kewu was no different. Later, with the help of underground party members, he was transferred to Hong Kong, thus turning danger into safety. Others were not so fortunate. Among the Sichuan revolutionaries, Yu Peiluan and Dan Maoxin were captured one after the other. Except for Dan Maoxin, who escaped, Yu Peiluan and others were executed and later collectively buried at Huanghuaging outside Guangzhou, known as the 72 Martyrs of Huanghuaging. As various countries were unaware of the ins and outs of the Guangzhou uprising, Governor Zhang Mingqi specifically compiled a booklet of the rebel bandits' experiences and photographs to distribute to the consulates of various countries in Guangzhou. The consuls from various nations were indifferent at first, but upon reviewing the backgrounds, they found that figures like Yu Peiluan were either wealthy scions or students who had studied in Japan, thus confirming the rumors that revolution is occurring in China. None of the young lives lost were bandits. They were all outstanding individuals and passionate youths who held ideals of saving their country and its people. With their departure, the ancient empire's wind chimes shook ceaselessly, conveying an irresistible sorrow to the people. The Guangzhou uprising failed again, but this was the final failure. Within 6 months, the Wuchang uprising would declare success. Li Yuanhong, a Beiyang army officer who served as the governor of Hubei during the Wuchang uprising and later became the vice president of the Beiyang government after the Xinhai Revolution, holding a high position, but possessing no real power, politically leaning towards the Southern Party. Wang Ziqian, a member of the Tongminghui advisor and representative of Xiong Kewu. Zhao Erfeng, governor of Sichuan, who once quelled the Tibetan rebellion and implemented the land reform, but became a target due to his suppression of the railway protection movement. Hu Jianjuan, a prominent gentry from Sichuan and a leader of the railway protection movement. Yin Changheng, courtesy, named Shuachuan, born in Shangping Town, Pengzhou City, Sichuan Province. He initially studied at the Sichuan Military Academy and later graduated from the 6th class of the Chinese section of the Imperial Japanese Army Academy. Yin Changheng was known for his bold character and exceptional courage, earning high esteem among Sichuanese officers. He initially studied at the Sichuan Military Academy and later graduated from the 6th class of the Chinese section of the Imperial Japanese Army Academy. Yin Changheng was known for his bold character and exceptional courage, earning high esteem among Sichuanese. Zhao Erfeng was the founder of the 17th Brigade's new army, who single-handedly promoted Yin Changheng. Cai E, courtesy, named Songpa, originally from Hunan. Cai E was a renowned military figure during the Republic of China era, recognized as one of the 3 heroes of Chinese officers, making significant contributions in both military theory and practice. During his tenure as governor of Yunnan, the Yunnan army intimidated the southwest, repeatedly entering Sichuan under the pretext of aiding it, paving the way for the Yunnan army's invasion of Sichuan. Hu Jingyi, courtesy, named Wenlan, born in Banan District, Chongqing. Graduated from the 3rd class of the Chinese section of the Imperial Japanese Army Academy, he was one of the first students of the Sichuan studying abroad officer school and a classmate of Cai E. After returning to China, he taught at the Sichuan Military Academy, having a teacher-student relationship with Yin Changheng. Hu Jingyi was a cunning character, viewing Xiong Kewu and revolutionary figures as enemies, which eventually led to the conflict between the old and new Sichuan armies. Yuan Shikai, founder of the Beiyang New Army and leader of the various factions within Beiyang, he served as the provisional president after the Xinhai Revolution and was later officially elected as the first president of the Republic of China. In October 1911, with the success of the Wuchang uprising, the revolutionaries managed to control the 3 towns of Wuhan. This was merely the first domino to fall. Following this, 14 provinces among the 18 in the interior responded in succession, most of which established civil armies and named them after their respective provinces, such as the Hubei Civil Army being called the E Army. The E Army, the Su Army, the Zhe Army, and so forth formed a long list, yet there was no sign of Sichuan. It was indeed an early start, but a late arrival. However, there was still time. First, we must locate Xiong Kewu. This gentleman was busy everywhere. Before the Wuchang uprising, he was in Shaanxi preparing to incite a local military uprising, and after the Wuchang uprising, he hurried to Wuchang to discuss battle strategies with Huang Xing. When Wuchang was in distress, he rushed to Shanghai to urge the Jiangsu-Zhejiang allied forces to attack Nanjing, indirectly aiding Wuchang. At that time, Sichuanese revolutionaries had gathered in Shanghai, surrounding Xiong Kewu. We have no idea when we can attack Nanjing. Even if we succeed, we are still far from Beiping. So what should we do? Why don't we Sichuanese roll up our sleeves and organize an army to launch a northern expedition? This army was called the Shu Army. It did not represent the entirety of the Sichuan army, but it was the first army within the Sichuan forces to be named after the province. Under the urging of the crowd, Xiong Kewu took the lead in organizing the Shu Army. The most troublesome aspect of forming an army is not the personnel, but the funding. The Tongminghui headquarters provided 100,000 yuan, but it was far from enough. Someone suggested borrowing money from the Sichuan Railway Company. The latter was a major player in the Sichuan railway protection movement, and it was precisely because the government attempted to nationalize it that it directly triggered and accelerated the Wuchang uprising. After the Wuchang uprising, the Sichuan Railway Company became a supporting character, and no one cared or paid attention to its existence anymore. In fact, this private company could hardly operate even without nationalization, as it was in a state of utter chaos. Having reached such a state, it was hardly the government's fault. It was due to shareholders misappropriating funds for stock trading. These shareholders originally wanted to make a killing during the stock market boom, but unexpectedly the market suddenly turned against them, resulting in losses they could hardly bear. Among all the stocks, only a type of British-issued Langetzi stock remained somewhat valuable, which could be used as collateral. Langetzi stocks were held by 2 Sichuanese merchants who were currently in Shanghai. However, getting them to lend the stocks was not an easy task. Xiong Kewu mobilized in various ways trying to persuade them, but the 2 remained adamant. The reason, of course, was fear that once lent out, they might never return. Conducting affairs bluntly is like stuffing a dumpling full of meat. It is too greasy, making it difficult to fit into someone's mouth. However, if some green onions were added, it would be different. Not long after the green onions arrived uninvited, Li Yuanhong was appointed by the revolutionaries as the governor of Hubei during the Wuchang uprising, and his squad leader was named Huang, who after the Xian and reform naturally became a revolutionary comrade. During the Wuchang conflict, Comrade Huang was injured and sent to Shanghai for treatment. This made him even more significant, as he was now a veteran revolutionary. The new problem for the veteran revolutionary was the need for firearms, as they say, to build a temple and raise a flagpole, becoming the mountain deity themselves. Comrade Huang, being from Sichuan, was also aware of the benefits of Langetzi stocks. Once he recovered, he went to find the two merchants to borrow the stocks. Of course he was met with a series of excuses. Comrade Huang blinked, but did not press further. Instead, he drew a handgun. I suppose you still don't know who I am, do you? Look at my surname. That's right, I am the brother of Marshal Huang Xing. Do you dare to oppose me with your 7 heads and 8 gold? After the Wuchang uprising, Huang Xing was nominated as vice-marshal by the southern provinces, exercising the powers of the marshal known to all, yet to claim brotherhood merely based on the same surname was quite a stretch. However, this method of combining deception with intimidation proved highly effective. Under the dark muzzle of the gun, the poor merchants turned pale with fright and had no choice but to take a step back and agree to hold a vote. Voting took time. On the day of the meeting, Comrade Huang brought a group of soldiers to the venue. Seeing that the voting results were delayed, he unceremoniously locked the merchant presiding over the meeting in a black room and then strode away. The remaining people, sensing the danger, went to report to the Shanghai military governor. The Shanghai military governor accepted their complaint and casually handed them a row of new recruits. The one reporting was a scholar who had no idea how to lead the soldiers, not even knowing how to shout the command to march in step. So he sought out Xiong Kewu, asking him to help, as they were both from Sichuan. Xiong Kewu had no troops, but he had a capable man named Wang Ziqian by his side. Wang Ziqian was also a veteran Sichuan revolutionary who had experience fighting alongside the Shanghai Army after the Wuchang uprising, serving as a first-class staff officer in the Shanghai Army's vanguard headquarters, and had no issues leading troops. When Wang Ziqian arrived on site, the group, left by Comrade Huang, was sitting around in 2s and 3s chatting. Wang Ziqian stepped forward and announced loudly, by order of the governor's office, I am taking so-and-so with me. You all return to your camps. This group was stunned by Wang Ziqian's imposing manner, and upon seeing that the opposing side had more people, they didn't even check the order and handed over the detained merchant. After several roller coaster-like twists and turns, the frugal merchants began to awaken. This was a chaotic time. No matter how careful you were, the soldiers could easily scare you, imprison you, or even kill you. The stocks were certainly lost. Compared to the overbearing Comrade Huang, Comrade Xiong's attitude was already like a spring breeze, and with the added favor of rescue, who else would they give it to? Xiong Kewu successfully obtained the stocks. Although Captain Huang looked on with envy, he was not truly Huang Xing's brother. Even if he acted as an intermediary once, he could only accept his misfortune. The money was mainly used to purchase weapons. Shanghai had plenty of foreign arms dealers, but after comparison, it was decided to buy from Japanese merchants. This was mainly due to Japan's proximity, making transportation convenient, and once the contract was settled, the goods could be obtained immediately. Xiong Kewu sent Wang Ziqian as a representative to negotiate the contract. Wang Ziqian had escorted arms to Hong Kong during the Guangzhou uprising and was not inexperienced regarding weapon types and quality. Moreover, his Japanese was very fluent, allowing him to communicate directly with Japanese merchants, thus bypassing middlemen and saving some costs. Indeed, the negotiations went well. Using stocks as collateral, they would be paid back in cash after a year without needing to pay interest. Huang Xing had also ordered arms from this Japanese merchant before, but this deal was even more favorable. Just as everything was about to be settled and signatures were about to be signed, the Japanese merchant suddenly changed his mind. Since this Shu army was supposedly going for a northern expedition, they were certainly unsettled. What would happen if they couldn't be found a year later? It must be known that borrowing money is easy, but collecting debts is not. This is called borrowing rice to cook, but unable to collect rice afterwards. The Japanese merchant proposed that simply having stocks was insufficient. They needed a local governor as a double guarantee. Xiong Kewu felt the Japanese's extra demands were excessive, but since he needed help, he could not afford to be too choosy. Among the Jiangsu officials, the Jiangsu governor was from Sichuan, making him the most suitable candidate to act as guarantor. However, this governor, like Li Yuanhong, was also a comrade who had transitioned from his previous role, and revolutionaries like Xiong Kewu and Wang Ziqian were generally not familiar with him. In Chinese society, at the end of the day, traditional kinship and personal relationships are most effective. Wang Ziqian made another effort, navigating many twists and turns, and finally managed to establish a connection with the Jiangsu governor, resolving this issue. Once the contract was signed, the Japanese merchant quickly shipped the arms to Nanjing by boat, thus making the formation of the Shu army a natural process. In January 1912, the Nanjing Provisional Government was established, and Xiong Kewu was appointed as the commander of the Shu army with the rank of Left General, equivalent to a Major General. All levels of officers in the Shu army were students from military schools in Sichuan, and the recruited soldiers were all from Sichuan, as well, many of whom were unemployed workers from the original Sichuan Hankow Railway. The main force of the northern expedition would undoubtedly be the civil armies from various provinces. In terms of numbers, their combined strength was considerable, but Xiong Kewu was not optimistic about it. These civil armies mainly come from the uprising forces, and most of the officers have just transitioned into their roles, making their positions unstable and their attitudes quite evident. They constantly think about straddling the fence. If they win, that's fine, but if the situation goes awry, no one can guarantee them. Xiong Kewu's plan was to march the newly formed Shu army into Sichuan, establishing it as a strategic base, so that in case the situation turned unfavorable, the revolutionaries would have a place to advance or retreat. At this point, Sichuan had already declared independence, but within the province there existed two governments. One was the Great Han Sichuan military government in Chengdu, and the other the Shu military government in Chongqing. The two governments were positioned east and west, with the 17th Brigade's new army and other forces each having their own allegiance based on their station locations. This was also a significant reason why the Sichuan army could never unify. The Qing government was filled with constitutionalists and new army officers, while the Chongqing government was composed of Tongminghui members, and the two governments harbored mutual hostility. However, in terms of military strength, Chongqing was far inferior to Qing. The Shu army's entry into Sichuan aimed to root itself in Chongqing and support the revolutionaries. Huang Xing expressed agreement with Xiong Kewu's opinion. Along with Xiong Kewu back to Sichuan was also a battalion of the Shu army that had been stationed in Nanjing earlier. Xiong Kewu sent Wang Ziqian to charter a passenger ship, this time from a Japanese shipping company. They negotiated a freight of 10,000 yuan, paying half up front, and when signing the contract, the Japanese merchant mysteriously told Wang Ziqian 10,000 is the actual price. As the intermediary, you can add any amount for commission and write it in the contract. In the end, he added, your countrymen have always done this, it has become a convention. With freight and commission, the Japanese merchant didn't need to mention it. Wang Ziqian wouldn't have known. He seriously told the merchant, these are all corrupt practices within the Qing court. To view us revolutionaries in the same light is a grave underestimation of the integrity of Chinese revolutionaries. To me, it is utterly unreasonable. The Japanese merchant was taken aback for a moment, quickly apologized with a smile, stood up, and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle. The little Japanese smiled on the outside, but was actually laughing inside, thinking about how to save on the commission, and who wouldn't be happy about that. Once all the details were settled, and they were about to sign, Wang Ziqian suddenly said to the Japanese merchant, all right, you can now bring out the commission. The delighted Japanese was like being thrown into a cold water basin. Didn't I just ask you? You said you didn't want a commission, oh, why are you asking for it now? Wang Ziqian replied, cleverly, what you mentioned earlier was a corrupt practice, so I didn't want it. What I want is a discount in business. Since you reserved a commission for the intermediary, there should naturally be room for negotiation. This money must be given to me. Faced with such a shrewd Chinese youth, the Japanese merchant could only remain speechless and reluctantly took out 500. Wang Ziqian did not pocket the 500 yuan for personal use. Instead, he registered it upon return and returned the receipt to the Japanese merchant. Because of this incident, Wang Ziqian was jokingly referred to as the 500 yuan shareholder in the Shu army. Revolutionaries like Wang Ziqian had originally set their sights on overthrowing the corrupt Qing court, which fueled their deep-seated hatred for the entrenched corrupt practices. Yet the dilemmas of real life were often far more complex than a mere 500 yuan. On February 23, 1912, Xiong Kewu led the Shu army back to Sichuan by boat. Upon arriving at Yichang, they had to switch to a local passenger steamer from Sichuan. However, because the river waters had not yet risen, the steamer could not proceed eastward, forcing everyone to wait idly in Yichang. With nothing to do except daily drills, a battalion commander nicknamed Mao Nyo grew restless and approached Xiong Kewu, proposing to audit the accounts of the Sichuan Hankow Railway Company's Yichang office. Without the Sichuan Hankow Railway Company, there would have been no railway protection movement in Sichuan, nor would the Wuchang uprising in Hubei have succeeded. To put it bluntly, without the company's valuable stocks, even the Shu army could not have been established. But auditing its accounts was no simple task. It was a tangled mess, and not just any mess. Even a team of accounting experts laboring for years might not be able to sort it out. Shang Xuanhui, the former Minister of Posts and Communications who triggered the railway protection movement, was a godfather-like figure in the late Qing economic sphere. Even he was tripped up by the Sichuan Hankow Railway Company, which shows just how deep the waters were. Battalion Commander Mao Nyo graduated from the Baoding Military Academy and was undoubtedly knowledgeable in military affairs, but he was a complete novice in economics. Not only did he lack the accounting and statistical knowledge necessary for auditing, but he couldn't even operate an abacus. Yet Xiong Kewu couldn't refuse, for the commander spoke with impassioned fervor. Our return to Sichuan carries the responsibility of investigating corruption. The internal corruption and chaos within the Sichuan Hankow Railway Company are well known. If we do not investigate and make the results public, it will be difficult to justify ourselves to the people of Sichuan and the martyrs of the railway protection movement. Xiong Kewu nodded. Then go ahead and investigate. Battalion Commander Mao Nyo leaped up in excitement and immediately contacted the office director Li in the name of the Shu Army headquarters. On the day of the audit, he strode confidently into the office alone. To his surprise, Li, who came out to greet him personally, showed no sign of panic, behaving with utmost courtesy and composure. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li led the battalion commander into a large room. It was fine until he entered, but once inside, he was taken aback, and all his earlier rosy notions vanished into thin air. The room was piled high with case files and account books, making it look busier than a scrapyard. In the center of the room stood a large table covered with a white cloth, surrounded by numerous seats. At each seat, everything from abacuses to brushes, pencils, and fountain pens was laid out in abundance. Clearly they had been prepared, and not for just one person, but for many. Li remained as polite as ever, offering cigarettes and tea while presenting the account books. All the accounts are here, feel free to check them. If you have any questions, just ask, and I can answer them immediately. The battalion commander's head suddenly felt twice its usual size, but since he had come, he had to make a pretense of examining something. A graduate of the Baoding Military Academy was still a cultured officer. He couldn't be stymied by such a small matter. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he randomly pulled out 2 ledgers and flipped through them, only to break into a sweat. Forget about verifying the numbers. Many of the terms and jargon within were things he had never seen in his life. Truly, every trade has its own mysteries. He couldn't even pose a single question to save face, let alone conduct an audit. If he kept flipping through, he might never escape this spider's den. Thinking on his feet, Battalion Commander Mao Nyo said to Li, Today is not an official audit, it's just a preliminary meeting and introduction. I have other matters to attend to. They'll come another day. With that he quickly made a hasty retreat, slipping away. The railway protection movement led to the downfall of former Sichuan governor Zhao Erfeng, who was forced to hand over power to the constitutionalists. Pu Jianjuan, a leader of the railway protection movement, became the military governor of Chengdu. In terms of political experience, the scholar-politician, Pu Jianjuan, was far inferior to the ousted, old bureaucrat. He was like that naive battalion commander Mao Niu who could talk big outside the accounting office, but was utterly bewildered once to say nothing of other issues, he couldn't even manage the troops massed in Chengdu. From the Railway Protection Comrades Army and the New Army, to the patrol troops reorganized from the Green Standard Army, everyone now claimed to be white-armored, white-helmeted revolutionaries, armed with broadswords, steel whips, bombs, foreign cannons, three-pronged spears, and hook scythes. Naturally, no one would submit to anyone else. Pu Jianjuan felt this situation was untenable, so he decided to gather the troops for a roll call and pay distribution to stabilize morale. Someone advised him that at such a time, even isolating the troops from each other was a risk. Gathering them together could lead to disaster if a single soldier incited a mutiny, and the consequences would be uncontrollable. Pu Jianjuan dismissed the concern. In this world, everything has its categories and emotions are no exception. If I pay the troops and treat them well, would they really repay kindness with enmity? That day, Pu Jianjuan announced that each soldier would receive 3 months bonus pay, and the crowd below erupted in cheers. But the cheers were quickly followed by a torrent of curses because the deputy governor added a frank statement. Due to financial constraints, this bonus pay will be issued at a later date. Damn it, they were just fooling us. Someone shouted Dechifa. Dechifa meant mutiny. That shout was all it took. Oh, everyone came to their senses. Why wait for bonus pay when they could just go out and loot for themselves? Faster and more satisfying. The bookish governor Pu didn't realize that in this world emotions also have categories, and emotions tied tightly to money and interest are themselves worthless. Pu Jianjuan immediately changed his clothes and fled. At most he had served as governor for only 12 days, earning him the nickname Tendui Governor from the people of Sichuan. In truth, whether he stayed or left made no difference to the situation. The various troops surged through the streets like locusts, breaking into every door and looting everyone they encountered. In their plundering, they showed a tacit understanding. When encountering troops from a different faction, they would greet each other with Bu Zhao Biu Zhao. This meant each group should mind its own business and not interfere with the others. Chengdu was in complete chaos. Fires raged for 3 days without being extinguished. The provincial treasury, salt depot, and banks were all ransacked, chests of silver were carted away, and civilian property losses were incalculable. This event became known as the Chengdu Mutiny. Many mutineers made a fortune, and quite a few took wives whom the locals called mutiny wives. A new folk song soon emerged. Bu Zhao Biu Zhao 2 no cars next year will bear a big baby. When desire loses its reins, it brings only chaos and disaster. Fortunately, a hero emerged at that moment. His name was Yin Changheng, and because of his height, he was called Yin the Tall. Yin Changheng's intelligence matched his stature. As a child, he was hailed as a prodigy with a silver tongue. It was said that when his father was once arrested by a bailiff, he went alone to the yamen to plead his case. The magistrate, faced with this boy's arguments, was rendered speechless and had no choice but to release his father. He was only 11 years old then. With such brilliance, his studies naturally posed no problem. At 17, Yin Changheng entered the Sichuan Military Preparatory Academy in Chengdu, the first military school established in the province. The school adopted the system of the Japanese Imperial Army Academy, abbreviated as Rikushi, and employed Japanese instructors. At the preparatory academy, Yin Changheng was an absolute top student. He went to study in Japan the same year as Xiong Kewu, but while Xiong was a self-funded student, Yin was a government-sponsored scholar, and he was among the first batch of sponsored students from the preparatory academy. After 2 years at the Jinwu School in Japan, Yin advanced to the 6th Infantry class of the Imperial Army Academy. Upon graduation and return to China, he was assigned to Guangxi. At the time, with the abolition of the imperial examination system, foreign scholars and foreign degree holders, like him, were dazzling and in high demand. Wherever they went, they were pampered and cherished, regarded as favored sons of heaven. In Guangxi, Yin Changheng served as the head of the compilation section of the training office, also known as the training department, which was an institution for training the new army. The position came with excellent benefits. Moreover, local dignitaries vied to befriend him, either taking him as a student or seeking marriage alliances. The Republican-era female writer Zhang Ailing once said that fame should come early, or else the joy won't be as sweet. This saying perfectly applied to Yin the Tall. For a time, he simply didn't know how to contain himself. One day, dead drunk, Yin Changheng rode his horse straight into the governor's yamen. When the guards tried to stop him, he even the Guangxi governor at the time was Zhang Mingqi. When he came out, he naturally had to reprimand Yin Changheng, but the latter showed no respect even for the governor, instead hurling insults. Although Zhang Mingqi had a poor reputation for suppressing the Guangzhou uprising, he was actually an accomplished official, especially during his tenure in Guangxi, where he achieved much and was highly regarded by the famed late Qing official Sun Shanxian. Seeing a mere upstart behave so arrogantly and rudely, Zhang Mingqi was furious. Had it not been for the intercession and persuasion of others, he would have immediately punished Yin for insulting a high official. Zhang Mingqi had originally thought highly of Yin Changheng, but Yin's behavior forced him to adopt a cold attitude. Perhaps Zhang's intentions were good, hoping to temper the young man into maturity. But the overseas high achiever couldn't stand it, and Yin soon submitted his resignation. Before his departure, Zhang Mingqi hosted a farewell banquet for Yin Changheng, during which he solemnly advised, "Without arrogance, without madness, without excessive drinking, these will be your fortress." His words still carried earnest expectations. "And what do you think?" Xiao Yin replied. "With both civil and martial virtues, with benevolence and wisdom, one will surely be put to great use." Through connections, Yin Changheng managed to secure a position as the head of the compilation section of the Sichuan Training Office, identical to his post in Guangxi. The Sichuan new army was trained by Governor Zhao Erxin. Zhao Erxin was not a native of Sichuan, and the officers he brought were mostly from other provinces. As a result, the senior officers of this army, from the commander division general to the brigade commander brigadier general, all spoke with non-Sichuan accents, breeding discontent among the Sichuanese soldiers. Others kept their dissatisfaction to themselves, but Yin Changheng had to voice his. When the 17th Division of the new army was fully formed, Zhao Erxin raised a toast at the celebration ceremony, saying, "With the establishment of the new army, we should celebrate for the people of Sichuan and congratulate them." The officers rose and raised their glasses in response, but Yin Changheng remained motionless. Zhao Erxin, puzzled, asked why he hadn't raised his glass. Yin Changheng replied, "Your Excellency, there are two phrases in what you just said that I don't understand, and I've been pondering them, so I forgot to raise my glass." With Yin's remark, Zhao Erxin had no way to back down, and had to ask which two phrases he didn't understand. Yin Changheng immediately answered in a loud voice, "Your Excellency said we should celebrate for the people of Sichuan and congratulate them. I believe we should mourn for the people of Sichuan and lament for them." Under the gaze of all present, Zhao Erxin was displeased, but restrained himself, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Yin Changheng showed no fear. "The weapons and artillery of the 17th Division are all discarded junk from the Japanese, and those who command the troops lack true talent and learning. Truly, the equipment is unusable, and the generals are ignorant of their soldiers. Soldiers are like fire. If not trained properly, they will inevitably burn their handlers. From this perspective, the army Your Excellency has trained is only good for self-immolation. What is there to celebrate? So I say we should mourn for the people of Sichuan and lament for them." These words were like a checkmate, forcing Zhao Erxin to ask, "Then what do you propose for training the army?" The answer was to select the right generals. He then asked, "Who is a suitable general?" Yin Changheng first mentioned a senior Sichuanese officer, then puffed out his chest, "And I myself." Knowing the man was a modest, Zhao Erxin hadn't expected such blatant arrogance. Upon inquiry, he learned Yin was a graduate of the Imperial Army Academy. Zhao Erxin pointed to the officers from other provinces. "Aren't they all graduates of the Imperial Army Academy? They studied the exact same curriculum. In what way are they inferior to you?" Having stuck his neck out, Yin couldn't easily retreat. He deployed his debating skills. "Your Excellency judges people this way, but I believe it is utterly mistaken. In the Song Dynasty, Li Gang served as a grand counselor with a scholar's degree, and so did Qin Hui. Yet one was loyal, and the other treacherous. How do you explain that?" Zhao Erxin was caught off guard, and couldn't find a suitable response, leaving him momentarily stumped. Seeing the governor at a loss, those nearby quickly interjected with jokes, claiming Yin Changheng had had too much to drink. The celebration ended on a sour note, but Yin Changheng became an instant sensation. His boldness and daring to speak earned him respect among Sichuanese officers, and even Zhao Erxin had to view him differently. After this uproar, Zhao Erxin concluded that although Yin Changheng was arrogant and reckless, he was not without talent. To balance the provincial affiliations among officers, he was worth promoting and employing. That autumn, the Sichuan new army was divided into northern and southern forces for maneuvers. Lian, Zhao Erxin specifically appointed Yin Changheng as the central referee, intending to assess his military talents, while simultaneously elevating his status within the military. Both commanders of the southern and northern armies were from other provinces, yet during that exercise both performed poorly. During the summary of the exercise, Yin Changheng unabashedly berated the two provincial commanders, asserting that they were utterly incompetent. Their command was chaotic, lacking any tactical knowledge. At that moment, Yin Changheng was merely a small section chief, yet the two commanders could not refute him. The surrounding officers from Sichuan who were unable to rise in rank felt vindicated and gave Yin Changheng a thumbs up. Yin Changheng became the opinion leader among the Sichuan officers, and he began to establish a reputation in the new army as someone who was bold and outspoken, neither flattering his superiors nor fawning over his subordinates. After Zhao Erxin left, the Sichuan governor was succeeded by his brother Zhao Erfeng. Zhao Erfeng did not hold the position for long before being replaced by Pu Dianjuan, while the military power of the new army remained in the hands of the provincial officers. After several protests by the Sichuan officers, Yin Changheng was finally promoted to Minister of Military and Political Affairs, but others still had no hope of promotion, and thus the conflict between the two sides grew immensely. In reality, part of the Chengdu mutiny was instigated by the Sichuan officers. It was said that before the mutiny they had sent instructions to the guards stationed at the provincial treasury. If anything unusual happens in the streets, immediately break into the treasury and seize the silver. The mutiny spread like wildfire. Once ignited, it was uncontrollable. Pu Dianjuan fled, the provincial officers scrambled to escape, and the Sichuan officers were all pale with fear, terrified of being implicated. In the blink of an eye, Yin Changheng was left alone on the entire podium. The stable hand wanted to pull him away, but after just a few steps he was struck down by a stray bullet, unable to help but shout at him, "Minister, Yin, quickly get down, it's dangerous." Yin Changheng was suddenly enraged and roared, "What does a man fear in death?" In that critical moment, Yin Changheng's horse, startled, broke free from its reins and charged into the inspection area. Yin Changheng leaped onto the horse, calling in the new army from outside the city, swiftly quelling the mutiny and becoming the greatest hero in saving the situation. Afterward, during discussions about the new governor's candidate, someone said, "A mere commoner can become an emperor. How can Yin Changheng not be a governor?" Upon hearing this, all the officers present unanimously agreed, and Yin Changheng was appointed as governor, taking control of the military and political power of the Qing government. At just 27 years old, Yin Changheng, with his literary, martial, and benevolent nature and relentless attitude, swiftly gained significant influence in the shortest time. The conversation between Yin Changheng and Zhang Mingqi, representing their respective ages, actually reflected two different perspectives. Zhang Mingqi spoke of governance, while Yin Changheng spoke of chaos. In chaotic times, there is no need for walls. What is needed are bricks. The bricks soar through the air, bringing with them excitement and coronation. Yin Changheng could deceive gods and frighten ghosts with his words, but once he sat in the governor's office, he realized that being a governor was not an easy task. After the mutiny, the provincial treasury, salt stores, and banks in Chengdu were already empty, and the industry and commerce were severely depleted. There was originally a shop selling second-hand clothes run by dozens of merchants from Shaanxi. The shopkeeper was so frightened that he fled back to his hometown in Shaanxi, leaving only 1 or 2 apprentices to watch over the shop, which gradually resumed business a year later. If even such a shop that could only engage in poverty-stricken business was in such a state, one can only imagine the condition of others. The Qing government could not collect any taxes, effectively becoming a truly impoverished government. Yin Changheng had no choice but to rely on the large issuance of military notes to survive. The government was poor, yet there was no shortage of people coming to beg for food. After the mutiny, the comrades from nearby counties gathered in Chengdu under the pretext of stabilizing order, and once they arrived, they did not leave, sleeping through the day and night, and piled on all sorts of demands besides food and lodging. In the midst of chaos, Yin Changheng, the impoverished governor, was driven nearly to despair. After all, he was a prodigy since childhood. After much thought, he managed to come up with an idea. Among the comrades from the Road Protection Army, the majority were from the Brotherhood, and most of their leaders were also bosses from the Yin Changheng decided to follow suit, establishing his own Brotherhood organization called Dahangong, which he boldly hung at the entrance of the governor's office, claiming himself as the boss of Dahangong. From then on, Yin Changheng stopped attending classes and spent his days visiting various peers, calling the leaders of the comrades his brothers, and sharing drinks. This not only saved on hospitality fees, but also brought them closer together. Seeing the governor being so people-friendly, the Brotherhood members naturally couldn't contain their joy. Whenever they met, they no longer called him Governor Yin, but directly referred to him as Brother Yin, showing their absolute support. Everywhere he went, the Brotherhood would drape red cloth over Yin Changheng, causing him to wear red every day. Upon returning home, he would toss the red silk onto the bed and excitedly go back out to visit. In other words, this governor spent his days doing nothing but visiting relatives, while he had no time to deal with the official matters of the governor's office. The officials in Chengdu followed his example and also hung signs establishing their own halls in their respective departments. Yin Changheng was Dahangong, and his Ministry of Military and Political Affairs was called Dalagong. Some even suggested that the Chief of Staff also hang a sign saying Dazhangong. Members of the Brotherhood flocked to Chengdu, scattering throughout the city in no time, and all the citizens, for self-preservation, took pride in joining the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood advocated for a return to ancient traditions, specifically the restoration of Han Dynasty clothing, but due to the long passage of time, no one knew what constituted standard Han Dynasty attire, resorting instead to copying from operas. In an instant, the city was filled with bizarre clothing, some with heroic buns on their heads, some with swords at their waists, some wearing flower boots, while others simply donned theatrical costumes to parade around. Yin Changheng's whimsical actions not only left people dumbfounded, but also provided others with a handle to criticize him. Cai E, the governor of Yunnan, sent him a telegram bluntly stating that his so-called Dahan Sichuan military government was nothing more than a Brotherhood government. With a push and a pull, Cai E, while belittling the Chengdu government, acknowledged the Chongqing government and expressed willingness to send troops from Yunnan to punish Chengdu. Cai E's words sounded pleasant, but whether regarding the Chengdu government or the Chongqing government, both had come to fear them like tigers. Previously, the armies from Yunnan and Guizhou had already sent troops into the Sichuan territory under the pretext of aiding Sichuan. The Guizhou troops were relatively better off, as Guizhou itself was experiencing turmoil and had already retreated midway. The most difficult to deal with were the Yunnan troops. After learning of the Yunnan troops entering the territory, the Chongqing government specifically sent someone to negotiate a contract with them, promising to pay for their military expenses, but requesting that they not act independently or interfere with local governance. However, the Yunnan troops completely disregarded the contract. At this point, humility wouldn't help them progress and arrogance wouldn't make them fall behind. They would do as they pleased. Yin Changheng's Chengdu government was already impoverished, and now with the loss of the salt tax, it was akin to taking half his life. Unable to bear it any longer, Yin Changheng moved the army. After all that talk, it was merely a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. The Yunnan troops' aid to Sichuan was essentially an invasion of Sichuan. What was most intolerable was that the Yunnan troops also occupied the salt fields in southern Sichuan, and all the salt tax revenue was intercepted by the people of Yunnan. Yin Changheng's Chengdu government was already impoverished, and now with the loss of the salt tax, it was akin to taking half his life. Unable to bear it any longer, Yin Changheng moved the army to Zhigung, unhesitatingly engaging in a skirmish with the Yunnan troops. Cai E's push and pull were precisely set against this backdrop. However, the Chongqing government, mainly composed of party members, was not as oblivious as outsiders imagined. At the very least, they understood the principle of, if the lips are gone the teeth are cold, and thus hastily declined the goodwill from Yunnan. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. After the establishment of the Chengdu government, Yin Changheng had considered sending troops to Chongqing for military unification, while the Chongqing side also harbored thoughts of inviting the Yunnan troops into Sichuan to assist in unification. The appearance of the Yunnan troops made both governments realize that they were not really tigers, but merely two small fish with uncertain fates. In economics, there is a well-known term called the catfish effect, which states that when fierce catfish enter, they can stimulate the survival abilities of small fish in adversity. If matched 1-to-1, the Yunnan troops were undoubtedly the fierce catfish. Now it was not about fighting each other, but about mutually supporting one another, otherwise they would all end up being swallowed by the catfish. During Cai E's administration in Yunnan, it was nearly the peak period of the Yunnan troops' military presence, and if the Sichuan army tried to confront them head-on, they would only be utterly defeated. Unless one could find a way to send this deity away safely. However, the common people find it difficult to help others. The Yunnan troops were thriving on salt taxes, and surely had no reason to leave easily. Just then rumors spread that the Beiyang army was going to invade Tongguan, which was an even greater catfish for Yunnan Goasia. The Chongqing government then persuaded the Yunnan troops to join the northern expedition, and it was prearranged that the expenses for the Yunnan troops' northern expedition would be fully covered by Sichuan, with an initial agreement to provide 300,000 yuan. The people of Sichuan aimed to achieve two goals with one arrow, driving the Yunnan people out of their territory. However, just a few days later, Huang Xing sent a telegram from Nanjing. The Qing emperor abdicated, and there was no longer a need for a northern expedition. With the northern expedition halted, logically there was no need to pay, but the Yunnan troops refused to relent. They pitched their camp in Chongqing and insisted that they would not leave without the money, demanding exactly 300,000 yuan. Yin Changheng was extremely enraged and also sent troops to Chongqing to force the Yunnan troops to leave. The two sides almost clashed again. Regardless of the outcome, it would always be Chongqing that suffered. In dire straits, the Chongqing government had no choice but to accept its misfortune, gathering 300,000 yuan to give to the Yunnan troops, along with a litany of flattering words. Only then did the Yunnan troops withdraw. After enduring so much hardship, both Chengdu and Chongqing felt the necessity of merging, otherwise they would continue to suffer bullying from the external provinces. According to the agreement between both parties, the merged military government would be established in Chengdu, with Yin Changheng serving as governor, thus achieving the unification of Sichuan. United in heart, their strength would be as strong as steel, and a unified Sichuan would not be so easily bullied. Once the agreement was announced, the Yunnan troops no longer acted as arrogantly as before, and soon obediently withdrew. In light of the previous Brotherhood government having provided others with a handle to criticize, Yin Changheng hurriedly made adjustments and ordered the dismantling of the Brotherhood, confiscating all 200+ Brotherhood signs in Chengdu and turning them into firewood. Of course, this was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, the Brotherhood still operated as usual. Although the legs could not be as hard as the thigh, Chongqing was indeed incorporated by Chengdu, yet it continued to maintain its significant status. Yin Changheng specifically established a pacification office in Chongqing and appointed a veteran figure as the head of the pacification office. This person was Hu Jingyi. Hu Jingyi was considered a veteran because his experience in the military was so extensive that it could not be surpassed. Hu Jingyi was also a government-sponsored student who studied abroad in Japan, but that was before the establishment of the military preparatory school. He graduated in the third cohort of the Lushi, being among the first batch of students from Sichuan to study in Lushi. When he graduated and returned to the country, the military preparatory school had just been established, and he was immediately assigned as a teacher there. At that time, Yin Changheng had already been sent abroad, so he had never attended a single class taught by him. But according to traditional customs, they still held the title of teacher and student. In addition to this, Hu Jingyi was also considered Yin Changheng's teacher in interpersonal relations. He was exactly the kind of person Zhang Mingqi praised for being, not arrogant, not wild, and not fond of drinking, very astute, contrasting sharply with Yin Changheng's unrestrained nature. Before society fell into great chaos, a person like Hu Jingyi would not fail to attract the favor of his superiors, so he was able to align early with the Great Wall. When Yin Changheng vented his frustrations and complained profusely due to his lack of success, he had already been reassigned as a provincial commander in the new army. While in Tokyo, Hu Jingyi had joined the precursor of the Tongmenghui, the Xingzonghui. However, when revolutionary parties sought him out in Guangxi to establish an underground base, he suddenly changed his demeanor and retorted, "You all better get lost quickly, if you don't I'll turn you in." When saying this, Hu Jingyi was partly afraid of attracting trouble, and partly it was purely due to his disdain for the poor and love for the rich. He did not believe that these precarious rebels would have any future. Yet merely a few years later, the domestic situation underwent a shocking transformation and chaos began. In the current situation, even the seasoned officials like Zhang Mingqi and Zhao Erxin were at a loss, unsure of what to do, let alone Hu Jingyi. After the Wuchang uprising broke out, the new army in Guangxi conspired to respond, and someone nominated Hu Jingyi as governor, just as the Hubei new army supported Li Yuanhong. If such an opportunity had fallen to Yin Changheng, he would have dashed out immediately. Hu Jingyi, however, was the cautious, Great Wall, not a reckless brick, and he needed to observe the wind direction before acting. Yet opportunities do not wait for anyone. A hesitating like this allowed others to become governors who then sought to act against him, forcing him to flee to Shanghai in haste. Sometimes life is just a step away. Otherwise Hu Jingyi could have been the Li Yuanhong of Guangxi. Regretting too late, Hu Jingyi constantly blamed himself for being too timid. Does living 100 years mean one cannot eat meat? Take action. Little did he expect that the rebellious faction he once looked down upon would become so valuable. Truly a case of being blind, he must act quickly to remedy the situation. Shanghai is a free port and a gathering place for revolutionaries. Hu Jingyi's brother has already joined the Tongminghui, and through his introduction, Hu Jingyi met Xiong Kewu. With a military officer's education and experience as a consortium officer, Hu Jingyi naturally possessed a deep understanding of military affairs. Therefore Xiong Kewu initially held him in high esteem, frequently consulting him during the formation of the Shu army, and the two developed a close friendship. Hu Jingyi originally intended to leverage this to infiltrate the leadership of the Shu army, but his prior experiences in Guangxi led most revolutionaries to see through his character. It is said that whenever Sun Yat-sen mentioned Hu Jingyi's name, he would grit his teeth in hatred, and the Shanghai revolutionaries also held him in great disdain. No matter how good their personal relationship, public integrity must prevail. From then on, Xiong Kewu intentionally distanced himself from Hu Jingyi, offering vague responses when discussing the Shu army. Realizing that the revolutionaries were incompatible with him, Hu Jingyi left Shanghai in disgrace and went to Sichuan. As luck would have it, the Chongqing government was at a loss on how to deal with the Yunnan army, and Hu Jingyi, having past connections with its leaders, sought to hire him as an advisor to facilitate negotiations. Hu Jingyi was someone who sought wealth and status and was unwilling to remain obscure. Thus, even the smallest official title was tempting, and he immediately accepted the offer. After the negotiations concluded, and he was about to return to Chongqing to report, he received an urgent summons from Yin Changheng. At that time Yin Changheng was in dire straits, desperately looking for a Zhuge strategist to assist him. Hu Jingyi was not only his teacher, but had also been his superior in Guangxi, possessing superior knowledge and extensive experience, making him fully qualified in every respect. Learning of such a promising opportunity waiting for him, Hu Jingyi didn't even bother to inform the Chongqing side, and went straight. After Sichuan was unified, though Chongqing was incorporated into Chengdu, Yin Changheng was still wary of Chongqing as revolutionaries were concentrated there. Even as a local entity, they could still pose a threat. He appointed Hu Jingyi as the head of the Chongqing Pacification Office, intending to use this old fox to pacify the local revolutionaries. When Hu Jingyi first arrived in Shanghai, he aimed to establish connections with revolutionaries, but was met with a united front against him. It was akin to AQ wanting to lead a revolution, while the foreign gentleman forbade him from doing so, nearly erasing all his ambitions, aspirations, hopes, and future, leading to a hatred born from love, deeply resenting the revolutionaries. Hu Jingyi hurried to Chongqing accompanied by a machine gun battalion. Although there were many revolutionaries in Chongqing, they were unarmed and had to obey, which made Hu Jingyi feel proud and invincible. Someone told him that a certain revolutionary was a rare talent worthy of great use, to which he snorted disdainfully, "What rare talent? They can just throw a few bombs." What Hu Jingyi hated most were Xiong Kewu and the Shu army, with a particular grudge against Xiong Kewu for the humiliation. He heard that the Shu army was about to head to Chongqing, which posed a significant threat to him. Hu Jingyi needed to find a gunman to deal with the Shu army and prevent their entry into Sichuan. The gunman he found was known as Lu Luhan, who was the captain of the patrol army stationed in Wanzhou, now Wanzhou district of Chongqing, commanding over 1,000 troops. He later declared neutrality after some persuasion. Lu Luhan was the typical opportunist that Xiong Kewu referred to. In name, he was a comrade of the revolutionaries, but in essence he remained an enemy. In Wanzhou, he was not only corrupt and lawless, but also ruthlessly killed revolutionaries, making him a true comrade with Hu Jingyi. Hu Jingyi sent a secret letter to Lu Luhan, urging him to launch a surprise attack against the Shu army. However, walls have ears, and Chongqing was a revolutionary stronghold. Intelligence had long been relayed to Xiong Kewu. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them. But if they offend me, I will retaliate fiercely. On the dawn of April 10, 1912, Xiong Kewu took the initiative, and under his command the Shu army launched an attack on the patrol army in Wanzhou. In terms of both personnel and weapon quality, the Shu army was not comparable to the patrol army. Especially in modern warfare, the deterrent power of artillery is paramount, while the patrol army's artillery was still outdated mountain cannons, which were considered obsolete even during the Xiong army era half a century ago. They were no match for modern mountain artillery. In less than half a day's time, the patrol army was utterly defeated, and Lu Luoan himself was executed. The Shu army's opening performance greatly shocked Hu Jingyi, who thereafter regarded the Shu army as a thorn in his side, determined to eliminate them swiftly. At the end of March 1912, Xiong Kewu arrived in Chongqing by boat from Wanzhou. Upon reaching the city, he received intelligence from revolutionaries indicating that Hu Jingyi had placed artillery on the city walls aimed directly at the Shu army. Not long after, Hu Jingyi indeed dispatched an envoy to board the ship, demanding that the Shu army not enter the city, but instead station themselves in Jiangbei County. Such harsh treatment was clearly a provocation. Xiong Kewu understood very well that Yin Changheng held Hu Jingyi in such high regard that once hostilities began, it would not merely be a conflict between Hu and Xiong, but would escalate into a war between the Shu army and other Sichuan troops. That old fox is quite cunning, but I will not fall for your tricks. Xiong Kewu immediately ordered the troops to enter Jiangbei, while prohibiting ordinary soldiers from entering Chengdu. Officers wishing to visit friends and relatives were to change into civilian clothes to avoid unnecessary conflicts. The Shu army not only had well-equipped firearms, but its ranks were filled with young officers who had just graduated from military academies lacking cliques, and without anyone boasting old qualifications. Typically, they conducted business at a round-table format, treating each other like brothers. Although arguments did arise occasionally, once resolved, no one would harbor grudges. With the Shu army's internal and external cohesion, Hu Jingyi found no loopholes to exploit. They could only confront each other until Hu Jingyi returned to Qingdu. Yin Changheng did not treat Hu Jingyi poorly as the old Zhuge. At that time, military reform was underway nationwide, and Yin Changheng also unified and reorganized the Sichuan Army, creating 5 divisions with Hu Jingyi appointed as the corps commander, nominally supervising all Sichuan troops. During the reorganization ceremony, Yin Changheng specifically announced to all officers, Mr. Who is our leading figure in Sichuan's military circle? All of you present, which one of you has not been educated by Mr. Who? Therefore, from now on, everyone must act according to the orders of the corps commander. Yin Changheng's words were not with. Aside from Xiong Kewu, the other 4 division commanders were all students of military academies, and even more brigade and regiment commanders came from military schools. In other words, military academy graduates almost controlled the leadership at all levels of the Sichuan army, forming the first faction within the army, the military academy faction. Once Hu Jingyi became corps commander, he no longer wished to remain in Chongqing, wasting time with Xiong Kewu. No matter how Yin Changheng elevated his authority, being a corps commander was ultimately an empty title, and he could not command the 5th division formed from the restructured Shu army. On June 10, 1912, at Hu Jingyi's suggestion, the Chongqing Pacification Office was officially dissolved. After Hu Jingyi's departure, the Shu army was finally able to station in Chongqing, preserving this stronghold of the revolutionaries. Hu Jingyi returned to Qingdu partly because he could no longer stay in Chongqing, and partly due to Yin Changheng's summons, which was meant to discuss a major matter. Since modern times, Britain has repeatedly sent troops to invade Tibet. The Dalai Lama initially chose to go to the capital, hoping to leverage the central government to resist the British forces, but during his return from India to Tibet, he was co-opted by the British side and shifted his stance to pro-British. Under the influence of the Dalai Lama, the local chieftains in Badong and Litong on the Sichuan border initiated revolts, killing the officials sent by the Beiping government to assist in Tibet. At the end of the Qing Dynasty, Zhao Erfeng was dispatched to suppress the revolts. He not only quelled the uprisings, but also successfully implemented the land reform policy, abolishing the chieftain system and re-establishing administrative institutions. Zhao Erfeng's ability to become a provincial governor stemmed from his significant achievements in the Western expedition. After taking over his brother's position as the governor of Sichuan, he remained busy along the Sichuan border until the railway protection movement erupted, leading to his ousting in Qingdu. Even after being stripped of his position, Zhao Erfeng could not preserve his life. Following the Qingdu military coup, the provincial capital suffered extremely heavy losses, and the newly appointed governor Yin Changheng had to provide an explanation to various parties. However, punishing the chaotic troops was not an option, otherwise who would support him? The only choice left was to strike hard at those who had fallen, using this opportunity to establish authority. Yin Changheng ultimately arrested the already ousted Zhao Erfeng, accusing him of being the mastermind behind the military coup, and executed him as a public example. During the military actions at the Sichuan border, Zhao Erfeng commanded with the confidence of a civilian, renowned for his combat skills to the extent that Tibetan people feared him. However, as the tide of the times surged, he could only face catastrophic misfortune, suffering even more than ordinary people. When Yin Changheng executed him, it was almost indistinguishable from killing a pig. Yet the position he once held determined that whoever succeeded him would face the same fate. Now Yin Changheng's situation was even more severe. In June 1912, the Dalai Lama, originally fleeing to India to escape the war, returned to Lhasa under the escort of British troops, reviving his pro-British and anti-Han stance, which intensified. Before and after Zhao Erfeng's execution, not only did the land reform initiative abort midway, but the stationed troops had also largely been reassigned, leaving them extremely vulnerable in defense. As a result of the uprising, the Tibetan army advanced eastward, surrounding and dividing the Sichuan troops stationed in Tibet, and the situation along the Sichuan border became precarious. Yin Changheng was determined to lead a large army across the pass to launch a western expedition. He summoned Hu Jingyi to Qingdu to hear the old Zhuge's opinion. Yin Changheng first mentioned Zhao Erfeng. This man spent 6 years managing the Sichuan border, using up so much manpower, resources, and finances to achieve so little. If I were to go, the results would surely be far greater. Still exhibiting that Yin style, looking down on all, disdainful of everything, yet facing a great enemy, he displayed a certain heroic spirit. Hu Jingyi expressed strong agreement with this. Zhao Erfeng, known for his ruthless methods, was referred to by the Sichuan people as Zhao the Butcher. Hu Jingyi said to Yin Changheng, with your reputation for executing Zhao the Butcher, the rebellious Tibetan troops will surely be terrified and flee. Pacifying them will be no problem. Yin Changheng was very pleased to hear this, and promptly requested the Beiping government for approval of the Western expedition. On June 14, 1912, the Beiping government replied, agreeing and appointing Yin Changheng as the commander of the Western Expeditionary Force. Normally, the responsibility of guarding the territory should fall to the vice-governor, but Yin Changheng was uneasy about this deputy, fearing he might seize power. After much deliberation, he felt that the old Zhuge was more reliable, so before departing, he appointed Hu Jingyi as the caretaker governor, i.e., acting governor. As Yin Changheng's troops set out, the rebel army received news. As Hu Jingyi had said, the Tibetan soldiers had always feared Zhao Erfeng, and this Yin's son could execute Zhao the Butcher in Chengdu, making him far more terrifying than Zhao Erfeng psychologically, causing them to shrink back even before the battle. When Yin Changheng embarked on his western expedition, he brought 8 regiments of Sichuan troops totaling about 10,000 men and launched a multi-pronged attack, but the rebel army spread rumors that he commanded over 100,000 troops, causing them to fear him like a tiger and scaring themselves into a frenzy. The Sichuan army advanced over 100 miles a day, sweeping through like autumn winds, scattering fallen leaves. In less than 3 months, they recaptured Badong and Litong, rescuing the Sichuan troops stationed in Tibet one by one. After Yin Changheng secured the Sichuan border, he originally intended to press on and lead his army directly to Lhasa to completely drive out British influence. However, at that moment, the Beiping government sent a telegram ordering him to halt the advance. The Western Expeditionary Force's rapid and fierce offensive greatly exceeded the Dalai Lama's expectations and also alarmed the British, who had long coveted Tibet. Britain lodged a severe protest with temporary President Yuan Shikai claiming that if the Western Expeditionary Force continued to advance, they would refuse to recognize the legality of the Beiping government and would even support Tibetan independence. Yuan Shikai was well aware of Yin Changheng's personality and sent multiple telegrams demanding that he absolutely must not cross the border by even a step. Yin Changheng set out with a sense of heroism. He once stated that if he were born in the Han Dynasty, he would not dare to let Guan Yu and Zhang Fei down. If he were born in the Song Dynasty, he would not dare to let Yu Fei down, and he was absolutely willing to compete with fierce heroes like Guan Yu and Yu Fei. However, the predicaments faced by Guan Yu and Yu Fei also befell Yin Changheng. Ultimately, he was now a general of the Republic, no longer the fearless young man of the late Qing Dynasty who could rebel at will. These telegrams were like 12 gold medals binding his hands and feet. On the other hand, an army's expedition cannot be sustained without ample supplies. When Zhao Erfeng fought in the front lines, the court appointed Zhao Erxin as the governor of Sichuan precisely to provide strong support from the rear. Yuan Shikai not only issued gold medals, but also cut off rations. The Western Expeditionary Force could only fall into a predicament of being deprived of both provisions and weapons. Yin Changheng had no choice but to halt his expedition and focus on managing the Sichuan border. Building upon Zhao Erfeng's land reform, he took further steps, dedicating 2 full years to establish a special zone encompassing 32 counties along the Sichuan border, laying the foundation for the later establishment of Xikang Province Cai E, the border region of Sichuan and Yunnan. Chen courtesy name Yangheng hails from Hubei and is known for his adeptness in political maneuvering. He initially served as an aide to Li Yuanhong and later allied with Yuan Shikai, becoming a staunch supporter of Yuan's restoration of the monarchy. Yuan Shikai appointed him to replace Hu Jingyi, using reducing feudal lords to control Sichuan. Liang Qichao, a representative of the reformist and constitutionalist factions, was a teacher to Cai E and a founder of the Progressive Party. Tang Jiao, courtesy name Xinging, is from Yunnan and a member of the Tongminghui. He succeeded Cai E as the governor of Yunnan and jointly initiated the National Protection War. He lacked the political insight and strategy of Cai E. During his tenure as governor of Yunnan, he neglected domestic affairs, was prone to militarism, and fervently promoted Big Yunnanism, aiming to bring Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou under his control to become the western overlord of the 3 provinces. Liu Yiqing alongside Deng Hanxiang served as an aide to Chun Huan and belonged to the anti-monarchist faction. Zhou Jun, courtesy name Jishan, is from Jintong, Chengdu, Sichuan province. He entered the Sichuan Military Academy and later graduated from the 6th term of the Chinese team at the Japanese Army Officer School. He once made an exception to admit Yang's son during an exam in a rapid training school. During the National Protection War, he served as the commander of the 15th Division of the Sichuan Army. Feng Yuxiang, courtesy name Huanzhang, is from Anhui. Feng Yuxiang was a former subordinate of Chun Huan who had shown him kindness. He was among the main bodyguards accompanying Chun Huan into Sichuan, one of the 3 Beiyang division commanders. Meanwhile, Yin Changheng was busy, but he unexpectedly learned that changes had already occurred back in his hometown of Chengdu, where someone had usurped his position. Surprisingly, this detestable usurper was not the deputy governor he had guarded against, but rather Hu Jingyi, whom he had once placed great trust in. It was proven that Hu Jingyi's depth of cunning far exceeded what the rough and straightforward Yin Changheng could comprehend. He often flattered Yin Changheng, presenting himself as a competent and reliable old loyal minister, but inwardly he never ceased to harbor thoughts of replacing him. Upon learning that Yin Changheng intended to personally lead an expedition to the west, Hu Jingyi immediately arranged secret meetings with reporters from various newspapers, urging them to advocate for the expedition through public opinion, thus placing Yin Changheng on a path from which he could not retreat. Once the monk leaves the temple, he loses his spiritual power. This is called luring the tiger away from the mountain. As he sent Yin Changheng off to war, Hu Jingyi acted entirely like Kongming entrusted with the White Emperor's city. He solemnly assured Yin Changheng, "You need only focus on fighting. I will handle matters at home, so you can rest easy. When you return victorious, the governorship will still be yours." Yet while he spoke those words, he was already undermining his master. Yin Changheng had courage, prestige, and capability akin to Liu Bei rather than Liu Bai Sun Edo. To undermine him, one needed a strong backing. This backing was Yuan Shikai and Beiping. Hu Jingyi had no prior connections with Yuan Shikai, who to forge a relationship he had to advance at full speed. To that end, he stationed a representative in the capital with monthly expenses exceeding 10,000 yuan, finally establishing a connection with Chuan, a confidant of Yuan Shikai, through which he successfully immersed himself in Yuan's circle. As a junior, one must understand the elder brother's preferences. With informants in Beiping, Hu Jingyi quickly grasped Yuan Shikai's likes and dislikes. At that time, the Tongmenghui had merged with several smaller parties to form the Nationalist Party, intending to realize their political ideals through parliamentary means, which Yuan Shikai detested the most. Regarding the former revolutionaries, Yuan Shikai merely looked down upon them, viewing them as nothing more than a group of bandits dressed in modern attire. When the Nationalist Party was established, disdain quickly turned into aversion, as it was evident that the Nationalist Party posed a threat to his throne. Upon learning this secret, Hu Jingyi felt a sudden clarity. After Yin Changheng's departure, Chengdu implemented a separation of military and civilian governance, with Hu Jingyi acting as the military authority while the former deputy governor controlled civil affairs. Hu Jingyi wanted to seize civil authority for himself, and his weapon to oust the other was to inform Yuan Shikai that the deputy governor was a member of the Nationalist Party. Yuan Shikai promptly sent a telegram to transfer the deputy governor to Beiping, and Hu Jingyi personally assumed the position of Minister of Civil Affairs. After consolidating his military and political power in Sichuan, Hu Jingyi intensified his efforts to win over division commanders to isolate Yin Changheng. Yin Changheng was neither deaf nor blind. Although he was at the Sichuan border, he still received reports on the situation in Chengdu, which made him anxious. Believing Hu Jingyi to be old Zhuge, he did not realize that the other party was Sima E. The result of the guardianship was that even the child would be taken away by this old rascal. Yin Changheng hurried back to Chengdu from the border to demand the governor's seal from Hu Jingyi. Upon hearing that Yin Changheng had returned, Hu Jingyi initially hid in a temple outside the city, refusing to show himself. Under public pressure, unable to hide any longer, he reluctantly came out to discuss matters with Yin Changheng, expressing his willingness to return civil governance, but he claimed that he needed to send a telegram to Yuan Shikai for approval. Hu Jingyi did not go back on his word, sending telegrams to Beiping 3 times requesting that Yin Changheng be reinstated as governor. Yin Changheng thought that he could finally regain his original position, as approval was merely a formality. To his surprise, the development of events exceeded his expectations. Yuan Shikai's reply was not an approval, but a reprimand directed at Yin Changheng, asking why he was not staying at the border and had come to Chengdu. The dog that usually bites does not show its teeth. When it comes to playing underhanded, Yin Changheng was no match for Hu Jingyi. At the same time that Hu Jingyi promised to return civil governance, he sent a secret telegram to his representative in the capital, falsely claiming that Yin Changheng was a member of the Nationalist Party and that if reinstated, it would be detrimental to the president. The representative in the capital used connections to deliver this secret telegram to Chuan Huan, who then presented it to Yuan Shikai. Upon hearing that Yin Changheng was actually a member of the Nationalist Party, Yuan Shikai immediately decided to abandon Yin and protect Hu. Once Yuan Shikai's orders arrived, the attitude of the Beiping government became clear, and everyone was immediately faced with the question of how to position themselves. Apart from a portion of Nationalist Party members who still insisted on supporting Yin and opposing Hu, most others rallied behind Hu Jingyi, including several division commanders who had initially supported Yin Changheng, who shifted to Hu Jingyi's camp. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Yin Changheng had no choice but to return to the Sichuan border. Yuan Shikai subsequently officially appointed Hu Jingyi as the governor of Sichuan, while Yin Changheng became the commissioner of the Sichuan border. This appointment, equivalent to a demotion, dealt a significant blow to Yin Changheng. He had shown a reckless side, even before achieving success, often stating wine does not impair conduct and lust does not harm virtue. In a mix of sorrow and anger, he began to indulge in wine and revelry to cope. Small newspapers in the Republic of China did not let any gossip go to waste. Thus, various major newspapers published sensational news about Yin Changheng's trip to Tibet, stating that the charming women of the barbarians in Tibet have filled the lower ranks. Some bored literati exaggerated the situation, endlessly speculating that the barbarian women of Tibet had long been renowned for their beauty, and that the term little barbarian originated from this, explaining why Governor Yin would be so enamored as to forget his homeland, treating the thorny den by the riverbank as a gentle paradise. Others pretended to be moralistic, criticizing Yin Changheng for listening only to the laughter of newcomers while ignoring the cries of the old, even neglecting his own wife and children. "Are you still human?" they questioned. Others pretended to be moralistic, criticizing Yin Changheng for listening only to the laughter of newcomers while ignoring the cries of the old, even neglecting his own wife. If Yin Changheng truly indulged in wine and pleasure, it would be one thing, but it was clear that this was not the case. Yuan Shikai himself was a strong man, and he understood how difficult it was to manage strong men. If Yin Changheng was so capable, any turn against him would be problematic. Yuan Shikai's secret thoughts were even perceived by the press. A Sichuan newspaper reported, whenever President Yuan mentions Yin Changheng, he appears tense. When he speaks of Hu Jingyi, he relaxes. In order to relieve the tension for both himself and Hu Jingyi, Yuan Shikai deceived Yin Changheng to Beiping. Not long after, he was arrested and imprisoned, initially facing the death penalty. Fortunately, Yin Changheng had already attained the rank of general, and according to regulations, trials for generals had to be conducted by a military court comprised of generals. These generals did not blindly follow Yuan Shikai's orders, resulting in differing opinions, and it took over half a year before they adjudicated some charges against Yin Changheng, including the killing of Zhao Erfeng. Yin Changheng was sentenced to 9 years in prison, and this young man, who had once contributed to the state, lost his freedom. Years later, Yuan Shikai died, and Yin Changheng was pardoned and released early from prison. At that time, he was only slightly over 30 years old, yet he chose to retreat into a life of leisure. Yin Changheng's first half of life was filled with tumult, while the latter half was marked by poetry and prose. In these poems and essays, there was no longer a trace of arrogance, but rather laments reminiscent of the turmoil of war. Only one piece related to military affairs titled A Brief Account of the Western Expedition. Throughout his life, the Western expedition to the Sichuan border remained the part he took the most pride in. After Hu Jingyi assumed power, he certainly would not treat the Nationalist Party, which had opposed him, kindly. Upon Yin Changheng's return to the Sichuan border, the Chengdu Nationalist Party office was immediately shut down, and nationalist provincial legislators fled to Chongqing for refuge under the protection of the Sichuan Army. For the Sichuan Nationalist Party, the Sichuan Army was their only shield. Conversely, Hu Jingyi viewed them as a hidden danger, and wanting to stay close to Yuan Shikai, his best choice was to exclude and suppress the Sichuan Army. Officially, Hu Jingyi became the governor of Sichuan, while Xiong Kewu remained a division commander under him, giving Hu Jingyi ample opportunity to trouble Xiong Kewu. Among the 5 divisions, documents from other divisions could be ignored, but the reports from the Sichuan Army had to be reviewed, and he had to personally go over them. Those who did not know might think Hu Jingyi particularly valued or cared for the Sichuan Army, but in reality, he sought to find faults. Regardless of whether the Sichuan Army's reports were right or wrong, he would critique them with rebuttals. Hu Jingyi's special treatment was even unbearable for the Secretary of the Governor's office, who privately remarked that among the 5 divisions of the Sichuan Army, the 5th Division Sichuan Army was the most disciplined and strictly adhered to the governor's orders, and he genuinely did not understand why the governor treated them this way. Xiong Kewu was well aware of Hu Jingyi's ulterior motives. He knew that Hu was not genuinely interested, but rather intended to provoke the Sichuan Army, just as he had in Chongqing. If provoked, that would be a trap, and he would fall for it. Thus, Xiong Kewu maintained an outwardly obedient attitude to handle the situation calmly, trying to avoid direct conflict with Hu Jingyi, but as events unfolded, it became increasingly impossible to keep the peace. On March 20, 1913, Song Jiaran, the acting chairman of the Nationalist Party, was assassinated in Shanghai, marking the transition from covert struggles to overt conflicts between the Beiping government and the Nationalist Party. Months later, the Nationalist Party abandoned political solutions and began organizing campaigns against Yuan's army, initiating the Second Revolution. Compared to other southern provinces where the Nationalist Party held complete power, Xiong Kewu occupied only a small corner of Chongqing and had no guarantees of victory, which led to his indecision. The battlefield situation quickly turned unfavorable for the Nationalist Party. In less than a month, the anti-Yuan armies in several southeastern provinces suffered consecutive defeats, the longest lasting 27 days and the shortest merely 14. This meant that once the Sichuan army rose up, they would have to fight independently, facing 4 opponents in Sichuan alone. Assessing the situation, Xiong Kewu could not afford to act rashly. However, some urged him to act. Hu Jingyi continuously leaked rumors claiming he would reorganize or split the Sichuan army. In reality, it was no easy task for Hu Jingyi to reorganize the Sichuan army. In other words, if it were easy, he would have done it long ago. No matter how one argues at this moment, the old fox was merely trying to implement his luring the snake out of its whole strategy. Even if Xiong Kewu could remain calm, his subordinates could not. The Sichuan army's officers below the division commander were all members of the party, most of whom were graduates of the Baoding Military Academy, full of youthful vigor. They held secret meetings advocating for armed resistance, with some radicals suggesting that if Xiong Kewu disagreed, they would confine him while still using his banner for rallying. When there was no turning back, Xiong Kewu said to the crowd, "I have remained patient and inactive to preserve the power of the Sichuan army for the right moment to rise. Now that everyone is willing to fight to the death, I am determined to join the fray." On August 4, 1913, Xiong Kewu issued a proclamation in Chongqing to organize the anti-Yuan army centered around the Sichuan army, mixing it into 4 brigades of 9,000 men known as the Guizhou Anti-Yuan. The anti-Yuan campaign was both the banner and the primary objective, with the immediate enemy being Hu Jingyi, specifically targeting Hu. Hu Jingyi's stronghold was in Chengdu, and to attack Chengdu they needed to capture Luzhou to ensure no worries behind. Xiong Kewu's 9,000 troops were not many, as he was effectively fighting against 6 provincial armies alone. The Sichuan army that Hu Jingyi could mobilize surpassed the anti-Yuan army by more than double. The key was the application of these 4 brigades. Someone advised Xiong Kewu that troops should unite rather than disperse, suggesting a breakthrough attack strategy, disregarding outer provinces and concentrating all efforts on the middle route to simultaneously restrain Luzhou and sneakily assault Chengdu. The advisor was Dan Maoxin, a classmate from the Dongbin Military Academy, who had participated in the Guangzhou uprising with Xiong Kewu and was then serving as the deputy chief of staff of the anti-Yuan army. Although Dan Maoxin's name was fortunately not included in the Huang gang list, he had also experienced life-threatening situations. The brilliance of his strategy lay in its potential to catch the enemy off guard, akin to the attack on the Guangdong provincial government during the Guangzhou uprising. Had they succeeded in capturing Zhangmingxi, at that time the outcome might have been vastly different. However, the anti-Yuan army adopted a democratic consensus approach, meaning that any strategy would be discussed openly. After much deliberation, everyone still felt that Dan Maoxin's plan was too risky. In terms of safety, unity was certainly less risky than division. Ultimately, the tactic Xiong Kewu adopted was to use 3 brigades to defend against the external provincial troops coming from the north and south, while the remaining 1st Brigade launched an attack on Luzhou. Safety, however, is relative. As the battle commenced, the northern front faced immediate pressure. Xiong Kewu first sent Wang Ziqian to command on-site, then personally supervised the troops, preventing the northern front from collapsing. Everyone was relieved to have chosen division, for otherwise they would have been chased and beaten. Yet all eyes were on the central route, where success or failure would be determined. Upon learning that the snake had left its hole, Hu Jingyi reacted, preemptively deploying the 1st Division, Zhou Jun's division, to Luzhou. Among the Sichuan Army, including Zhou Jun's division, the 4 divisions were primarily formed from the old army of the late Qing Dynasty, hence referred to as the Old Sichuan Army, while the Sichuan Army was termed the New Sichuan Army. Among them, Zhou Jun's division was the strongest, grounded in the 17th Brigade, while the 1st Brigade sent into battle at Luzhou was the elite of the New Sichuan Army. The clash of these two strong forces resulted in a particularly fierce battle in the central region. Some officers had their right hands pierced by bullets, dropping their pistols to the ground, yet continued to pick up their guns with their left hands, shouting for advancement. The list of casualties already included several commanders. On the battlefield, if one speaks of fighting desperately, everyone was doing so. The key factor remained the superiority of weapons. The arms purchased by Xiong Kewu from the Japanese included Russian rifles, which were somewhat outdated, while the machine guns and mountain artillery were the latest Japanese products. To be fair, the old Chuan Army's weapons were all uniformly Japanese-made. Yin Changheng remarked that the new army's equipment was unusable, stating that the guns and cannons of the 17 towns were merely waste rejected by the Japanese, which was certainly an exaggeration. However, years later, when compared to the latest Japanese manufacturing, these old-style Japanese products indeed appeared quite under the assault of latest-style firepower. The casualties among the officers of the Zhou Jun division were more than double that of the 1st Division. After suffering defeat in the field, they found themselves surrounded on all sides within Luzhou city. The battle in the central route progressed exceptionally smoothly, and capturing Luzhou seemed imminent. However, at this crucial moment, Yuan Shikai began to exert his strength. The Yunnan Guizhou army advanced from the south, the Shangshigansu army from the north, and the Hubei army from the east, as troops from 5 provinces descended upon the Chongqing camp, like a looming storm, directly threatening the rear of the forces opposing Yuan. Xiong Kewu was taken aback and urgently summoned the central route troops to return for aid, but it was too late. Before the 1st Division could return, Chongqing had already fallen. At this point, Xiong Kewu's military plans were completely disrupted. Surrounded by Yuan's forces, the various divisions found themselves unable to advance or retreat, with division turning into being divided and annihilated by the enemy. The Shu army suffered near total annihilation, and this lone armed force of the Kuomintang in Sichuan tragically exited the stage of history. Since the Xinhai Revolution, Xiong Kewu and others were once again forced to flee. However, the value of Mao Zedong's plan was ultimately proven, albeit through failure, demonstrating the greatest difference between military campaigns and governance lies in the former, not requiring excessive democracy and caution. Sometimes the path to victory is hidden in stubbornness and risk. Yuan Shikai and Hu Jingyi, riding the wave of victory, conducted widespread reprisals. Besides listing Xiong Kewu and others as archrebels, Yuan Shikai uniquely issued a national wanted list, which included 108 individuals from Sichuan, symbolizing the 108 heroes of Liangshan. Hu Jingyi continued to expand the list of persecutors, with as many as 18 families being confiscated in Chongqing alone, and the number of party members killed was countless. Some wealthy individuals in Sichuan were even falsely accused of being party members simply for failing to actively currying favor with Hu Jingyi, resulting in tragic fates. An old party member who started as a minor was introduced to the Tongminghui directly by Xiang and had initiated several uprisings against the Qing Dynasty. Due to his considerable local reputation, the Qing government, in a bid to show leniency, gave him a reprieve. Yet this brave man was executed by Hu Jingyi under the label of bandit. It is said that before his execution, this old party member laughed skyward, saying, "I do not die at the hands of the Manchu slaves, but after the completion of the Xinhai Revolution." Oh, what kind of revolution is this? The so-called victory of the Xinhai Revolution became an illusion, a dream. In the end, they realized that they had never truly won. It was merely a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. On the same stage, if Yin Changheng is the hero, Xiong Kewu is the hero, then Hu Jingyi is the villain. Now the hero is captured, the hero is driven away, and on the stage, only I can thrive. It is difficult for Hu Jingyi to find satisfaction. To the old fox, it seemed that all the people in the world were under his calculations, but he was mistaken. All along there was someone who was even better at scheming than he. That person was Yuan Shikai. After the Xinhai Revolution, although Yuan Shikai became the temporary president, his power was limited to a few provinces in the north, while the majority of provinces, especially most of the southern provinces, remained under local governors' control. The second revolution came at the right time. With a single sweep, Yuan Shikai not only wiped out the armed forces of the Kuomintang, but also intimidated those obedient or disobedient governors, successfully establishing his authority. On June 30, 1914, Yuan Shikai, who had officially become president, ordered the dismissal of provincial governors, thus taking the first step toward the storm of reducing fiefs. Having spent many years in the political arena, Hu Jingyi naturally sensed trouble approaching and began to feel anxious, but Yuan Shikai quickly reassured him. In July 1914, Hu Jingyi was appointed as the general of Chungwu to oversee military affairs in Sichuan. Hu Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Whether as a general or a governor, it mattered little. What was most important was the title of overseeing military affairs in Sichuan, which meant he remained the local emperor of Sichuan. Aligning oneself must be done early, and well, it seems that President Yuan considers me completely one of his own. In politics, one must be astute. Hu Jingyi felt quite pleased, but he could not anticipate the impending storm. In February 1915, he received news from the Beijing representative office that Yuan Shikai would send Deputy Chief of Staff Chun Huan to Sichuan ostensibly to manage military affairs in Sichuan. What shocked Hu Jingyi even more was that Chun Huan did not come alone to manage, but brought along 3 brigades from the Beiyang army. What management? They were clearly coming to target him. In a word, it was still about reducing fiefs. Prior to this, Hu Jingyi had been establishing relations with Yuan Shikai through Chun Huan, and thus Chun Huan was already well aware of Hu Jingyi's situation. Although not from Sichuan, Chun Huan had served as a supervisor at the Sichuan Military Academy equivalent to vice principal, and in terms of influence within the military system, he was certainly not inferior to Hu Jingyi. Only then did Hu Jingyi become anxious. He instructed the Beijing representative to gift Chun Huan a large sum of 70,000 yuan, hoping to persuade him not to come to Sichuan. He was confused, but the Beijing representative was not. Yuan Shikai and Chun Huan were intent on Sichuan. Even 70 million yuan would not suffice. In the realm of interests, everyone is a reliable drinking buddy, and Hu Jingyi's limited skill set could hardly produce any fresh tricks. Hence the Beijing representative quietly took the large sum and disappeared. After Chun Huan arrived in Chengdu upon having a face-to-face discussion, Hu Jingyi realized he had been outmaneuvered, but he could only resign himself to misfortune. On June 22, 1915, Chun Huan indeed succeeded Hu Jingyi as general of Chengwu, while Yuan Shikai appointed Hu Jingyi as general of Yiwu and summoned him to Beijing for an audience. Although both held the title of general, the distinction was vast. Hu Jingyi's new title was essentially a meaningless position, effectively a dismissal. Even villains observe ranks. Yuan Shikai's cunning far surpassed that of Hu Jingyi, and after a series of deceptive maneuvers, he completed his grand plan for Sichuan. Yuan Shikai sent Chun Huan to oversee Sichuan with the ultimate goal of paving the way for his restoration of the empire. However, while these two were busy with their schemes, an invisible current was quietly surging. On December 25, 1915, Cai E rose in Kunming, denouncing the traitor of the Republic Yuan Shikai, thus unveiling the curtain on the national protection movement. Cai E was a student of Liang Qichao and shared similar political views with his teacher as a constitutionalist. Prior to the national protection movement, if one disregarded this element, his image in the southwest was merely an enhanced version of Yin Changheng. While Yin Changheng could only stir up trouble in Sichuan, Cai E reigned over the entire southwest and engaged in extensive cross-regional annexations with justifiable reasons that would make the unfortunate victims feel as if they had swallowed a fly. The Yunnan army's invasion of Guizhou was labeled as aid, while the invasion of Sichuan was called support. The people of Sichuan and Guizhou referred to the Yunnan army as Yunnan bandits, mere unreasonable thieves truly causing harm, yet still wanting to oversee the funerals. Using the exorbitant sums collected from Sichuan and Guizhou akin to protection fees or ransom fees, Cai E continuously expanded the military, causing the Yunnan army's numbers to swell, making it the leading force among the armies of the southwest. Through Cai E's maneuvering, Yunnan, which had originally occupied a remote, impoverished corner, gained military strength to dominate the southwest, leaving the surrounding provinces in fear. However, as the saying goes, there are always stronger characters. No matter how mighty one is in the local scene, there remains a more formidable Yuan Shikai above. Cai E could not escape the storm of reducing fiefs, as Yuan Shikai summoned him to Beiping and stripped away his power. Similarly, in adversity, Yin Changheng's arrogance led him to suffer greatly. Cai E was far more astute. After entering Beijing, he softened his stance where needed, fully participating in Yuan Shikai's restoration activities and gradually alleviating Yuan's wariness, allowing him to successfully return to Yunnan. Cai E's ability to initiate the national protection movement stemmed from his grasp of Yuan Shikai's weakness. In China, one can pretend to be a virtuous person and expand the powers of the president to exceed even that of the emperor, but to truly ascend to the throne under the public's gaze carries dire consequences. Yuan Shikai's becoming emperor was not necessarily more comfortable than being president. He knew his presidency was lifelong, and even if he stepped down, he could designate his son as his successor. Moreover, this emperor was not the same as that emperor prior to his ascension. Even the palace maids and eunuchs, and even the act of kneeling in reverence, had all been abolished by Yuan Shikai. The reckless result only made him a target of criticism. It is truly puzzling what this old man was scheming. Yuan Shikai once compared himself to Cao Cao, and one could say the first half was quite accurate, but by the latter half, he was only fit to hold someone else's shoes. Despite this, at the beginning of the national protection movement, Yuan Shikai did not truly regard Cai E as a threat. The reasoning was simple. Previously, when the Kuomintang organized the Second Revolution, they could still rally the local militias from several southern provinces. In terms of overall strength, it far surpassed the Yunnan army, yet they were still swiftly defeated by the Beiyang army, weren't they? The Yunnan army was not a significant concern. The lad named Cai would inevitably show himself, so let him show himself. In reality, the difficulties Cai E faced were even worse than Yuan Shikai had anticipated. He was no longer the legitimate governor of Yunnan. That position had been taken by Tang Jiao. Tang the governor had once been a captain regimental leader under Cai. Intimidated by Cai E's reputation, he could not help but join the anti-Yuan ranks, yet he remained wary of Cai E, fearing that the latter might seize full military power and usurp his position. The Yunnan army had over 20,000 men, but the number Tang Jiao was willing to hand over to Cai E was barely over 2,000, and all of them were subpar troops and inferior weapons. As for Yuan Shikai's side, regardless of the impending Beiyang army, even Chunhuan's troops were of a scale incomparable. To put it bluntly, Cai E's current situation was even worse than that of Xiong Kewu during the Guizhou campaign against Yuan. No wonder old Yuan despised him. However, this time Cai E transcended the role of a villain. He was to become a hero. The tasks a hero must undertake are far beyond what an ordinary person can achieve and what a cunning figure like Yuan Shikai could anticipate. Yuan Shikai had made many wise moves, one of which was to discreetly replace commanders, appointing Chun Huan to oversee Sichuan. Yuan had many confidants, especially when he became a popular figure. His doors were always open. But if asked to choose the most trustworthy one, without a doubt, it was Chun Huan. Cai E had also been valued by Yuan Shikai, but old Yuan remarked that although Cai E was good, he was not as good as Chun Huan. It was not that Chun Huan was superior to Cai E in military and political acumen. Rather, his true strength lay in flattery and adaptability, making him akin to a minor Yuan Shikai. Many well-intentioned people liked to compare Chun Huan and Cai E, with some even speculating that Cai E organized the army for national salvation to prove to Yuan Shikai who was the true sage between him and Chun Huan. Cai E was not like Yin Changheng. He would never act impulsively, but reality placed them both in the same cage. Chun Huan and Sichuan effectively controlled the entire southwest. He was a major obstacle that Cai E could not circumvent after initiating his uprising. As long as Chun Huan was present, the Yunnan army might not even be able to move from the southwest. After Chun Huan arrived in Sichuan, he implemented significant reductions in the Sichuan army's size. Yet the Sichuan army still possessed 2 divisions and 2 brigades, supplemented by 3 brigades of the Beiyang army, significantly outnumbering the Yunnan army. If both sides were to engage in a direct confrontation, the disparity in strength was evident. However, if the battleground were to be shifted, the situation would be entirely different. This battleground could not be found in reality. It existed within the hearts of all. For Chun Huan, seeking profit and avoiding harm was a fundamental life principle, which meant he calculated every step, assessing whether he could gain or benefit from this matter. Such individuals rarely take risks. Their psyche is not as robust as it appears. Cai E pinpointed Chun Huan's vulnerabilities. The war he intended to wage was a psychological one. On his first day in Yunnan, Cai E sent Chun Huan a secret telegram asserting that Yuan Shikai would surely fail and urging him to join the anti-Yuan camp. Upon receiving the telegram, Chun Huan laughed. "Buddy, just keep blowing your horn. The Beiyang army is formidable, and your Yunnan army is weak. It's simply wishful thinking, like trying to strike a stone with an egg." Chun Huan replied to Cai E with righteous indignation, severely reprimanding him, posing as a loyal minister to Yuan Shikai. He then mobilized troops, dispatching Lu Cunhis' Sichuan army stationed in Luzhou to the front lines to intercept the Yunnan army. At that moment, Chun Huan noticed something was amiss, and no matter how much he urged, Lu Tsunho remained immobile. Cai E's psychological warfare was not just directed at Chun Huan. Every Sichuan army leader was named, and Lu Tsunho was certainly among them. Chun Huan, overseeing Sichuan, relied on the backing of 3 brigades from the Beiyang army to implement significant cuts to the Sichuan army, reducing 4 divisions by nearly 1/3. As for the remaining 2 divisions and 2 brigades, he showed no mercy, placing his confidence as commanders. Lu Cunhis' brigade commander was a Beiyang officer brought by Chun Huan. Chun Huan also organized clearing operations in Sichuan, where the Sichuan army fought bravely, using Sichuan soldiers to kill Sichuan people, while the Beiyang army lazily supervised from behind. Though the Sichuan army suffered losses, they were not replenished, and all remaining weapons were confiscated. Meanwhile, even if the Beiyang army sustained minor injuries, they were treated as if they were grievous wounds. Before the clearing operations had concluded, one of Lu Cunhis' divisions was split in half, constantly facing the threat of infiltration from Chun Huan's agents. Lu Tsunho felt both hatred and fear. Every day he dreamed of being schemed against by Chun Huan. Upon receiving Cai E's secret telegram, he began to ponder remaining in Luzhou and refusing to depart. As a master of intrigue, Chun Huan was always gauging others' thoughts, and he had already discerned Lu Cunhis' intentions. After driving Lu Tsunho out of his den, Chun Huan went to the telegraph office again to urge them, while also sending Zhou Jun to Luzhou to change the guards. Seeing that he could no longer delay, Lu Tsunho reluctantly headed to the front line, but as soon as he arrived, he joined the anti. While the officers secretly took oaths at the front, some were afraid that Chun Huan would harm their families still in Chengdu, and someone nearby comforted them, saying, "Don't be afraid, Chun Huan is a cunning person and won't act recklessly." Everyone could see through Chun Huan. Although he shouted slogans in support of the imperial regime louder than anyone else, he had always been prepared to play both sides. His advisors were divided into 2 factions, one supporting the imperial regime and the other opposing it. Chun Huan was like a puppeteer, manipulating both sides, aligning himself with whichever faction seemed more advantageous. When the first secret telegram from Cai E arrived, Chun Huan only showed it to the pro-imperial faction, and the reply he drafted used the agreed-upon tone from both sides. At this point, Chun Huan abandoned the pro-imperial faction again, clutching the telegrams exchanged with Cai E, and hurried to find the opposition faction. The opposition advocated joining forces with Cai E and preventing the Beiyang army, sent by Yuan Shikai, from entering Sichuan. Logically, since Chun Huan was a loyal minister to old Yuan, he should have glared and rejected the opposition's proposal, but he did not do so. Instead, he repeatedly stated that it was impossible to bring the 3 Beiyang brigades to oppose Yuan. As a minor Yuan, his level of suspicion was almost on par with old Yuan's. He would get anxious if any of his bargaining chips because of Lu Tsuanho Chun Huan cast the same doubts on all the other Sichuan troops. The Sichuan troops were certainly untrustworthy, and Chun Huan's unwillingness to reveal his cards was due to the 3 Beiyang brigades he mentioned. The 3 brigades arrived one after another to meet Chun Huan. The first brigade commander to arrive was from Yunnan, and he complained to Chun Huan saying that his ancestors' graves were all in Yunnan, and that he really did not want to fight against the Yunnan army. The speaker was casual, perhaps just afraid of being sent to the front line, but the listener was intentional. This made Chun Huan uneasy about the Beiyang brigades. Clutching the secret telegram, Chun Huan moved a step closer to Cai E. According to Yuan Shikai's deployment, the Beiyang brigades were to concentrate in Yibin to fight against the Yunnan army. However, during the battle, chaos reigned, and the artillery in the rear bombarded their own troops at the front, leading to a final retreat without a fight. When Chun Huan received news of the defeat, he immediately judged it to be a problem with battlefield command, and Lu Yiqing, who served as the overall commander at the Yibin front line, was indeed a key member of the anti-imperial faction. For Chun Huan, this meant that the entire command structure was unreliable. By the time he received the telegram from the front, it was already 4 a.m. Chun Huan could not sleep and called for Deng Hanxiang to see him. Deng Hanxiang was also part of the anti-imperial faction and was aligned with Lu Yiqing. Before Lu Yiqing went to the front line, he had secretly told him that he had his own methods once he arrived at the front, and that Chun Huan would never harm the two of them regardless of the situation. Despite this, upon learning that Chun Huan was summoning him at this time, Deng Hanxiang was still somewhat nervous, but had no choice but to force himself to go for the meeting. Chun Huan was pacing around the room, and upon seeing Deng Hanxiang felt as if he had found a savior. The Yibin front has suffered defeat, and I suspect that Commander Lu has a scheme. We must resolve to act, otherwise it will be too late. Deng Hanxiang certainly understood what Chun Huan meant by act, which was to ally with Cai to oppose Yuan. But what kind of person was Chun Huan? He was like a living Yuan Shikai, often tossing out sweet promises from above while setting traps below. Dealing with him required an abundance of caution. Could it be that he was deliberately trying to bait me into revealing Lu Yiqing and then capture both of us? Thinking of this, Deng Hanxiang quickly protested, no, we cannot do that. The more Chun Huan insisted on acting, the more Deng Hanxiang opposed it. Back and forth, this made Chun Huan anxious, realizing that Deng Hanxiang did not trust him. He then picked up his pen and hurriedly wrote a telegram draft. This was a telegram draft addressed to Lu Tsuanho regarding Yibin. Lu Yiqing has made arrangements. Please contact Cai E urgently so that we can jointly plan for the future. The signature at the end was Deng Hanxiang's. This time it was Deng Hanxiang who became anxious, repeatedly saying that it was unacceptable. Chun Huan swore, with our relationship, are you still not at ease? Deng Hanxiang was not at all at ease. He knew that you wanted to betray Yuan, but what did it mean to put my name on it? If something went wrong, wouldn't I be doomed? As smart people, they had to communicate using clever methods. Chun Huan said this telegram draft was personally drafted by me, all in my handwriting. After you send the telegram, you can keep the original. After hearing Chun Huan's declaration, the stone in Deng Hanxiang's heart finally fell, and he believed that Chun Huan was not deliberately trying to set a trap for him. The psychological warfare began to bear fruit. In order to protect himself, Chun Huan started to secretly communicate with Cai. After mutual agreement, the Yibin front openly staged a fake battle. Both sides' troops charged as if they were fighting, with shouts echoing loudly, but they did not actually advance. Cai E originally intended to fight on 2 fronts in the Sichuan battlefield, but his forces were stretched thin and simple. With the Yibin side relaxing, Cai E was able to withdraw the main force of the Yunnan army and concentrated in Luzhou, where he truly faced a formidable enemy. In Luzhou, 3 divisions of the Beiyang army, sent by Yuan Shikai from the north, had gathered, led by Cao Kuan. At this time, Guizhou had declared independence, and the Qian army joined the ranks of the National Protection Army after Lu Cunha's Sichuan army, but during the cleansing period, Chun Huan had divided Lu Cunha's forces, leaving only 1 brigade able to participate in the uprising. Moreover, the Qian army was also small in strength. With all combined, the National Protection Army had only about 5,000 to 6,000 men, merely a fraction of the Beiyang army's numbers. Of course, what worried Cai E the most was not the lack of manpower, but the lack of support. When the Yunnan army set out from Yunnan, they had only received military pay for a little over 2 months, and it was actually the chief of staff of Cai E who had put up his ancestral property as collateral to borrow money from the bank. Knowing that the military pay was insufficient, Cai E put on a long face and begged the local gentry and merchants in Yunnan and Qian to raise 17,000 yuan, but this amount was merely a drop in the bucket for the vast consumption of the battlefield and would quickly run out. After a year of fierce fighting in Sichuan, Cai E could only distribute food allowances to the officers and soldiers, and he did not dare to mention any rewards for military achievements. It should be noted that Yunnan was originally a backward and barren province with annual revenues of only 2 to 3 million yuan, and before the Xinhai Revolution, its economy relied on support from Sichuan. However, since Yunnan's independence, the amount of tax revenue withheld from the central government was not a small figure, and together with other fundraising efforts, it was sufficient to meet the military pay needs at the front. But all of it was seized by Tang Jiao, who was stationed in Yunnan for the purpose of expanding his own power, and he was unwilling to spare even a single cent. Tang Jiao refused to give money, promising verbally, but not delivering in practice. Cai E had to find a way on his own. However, he was never fond of wealth, and although he had commanded troops for many years, he had no savings, making it impossible for him to destroy his family to alleviate the difficulties. In desperation, he could only borrow money in his own name from local gentry and merchants in Sichuan to continue maintaining the army's expenses, and by the end of the national protection movement, he had already accumulated debts of 2 million yuan. More deadly than the shortage of military pay was the scarcity of ammunition. The bullets from Yunnan could not be transported, and without bullets firearms were merely useless sticks. To that end, the National Protection Army even had to put firecrackers into iron barrels to set off, pretending they were gunfire to confuse the Beiyang army. Due to the constraints imposed by Tang Jiao, the frontline troops quickly fell into extreme hardship, leading to panic throughout the army, which dealt a significant blow to morale. Cai E performed excellently in commanding the battle in Luzhou, often defeating stronger opponents, but no matter how skilled a woman is, she cannot cook a good porridge without rice. It was time to adjust strategies and tactics. On March 7, 1916, Cai E issued an order to retreat, changing the National Protection Army's offensive into a defensive stance and shortening the battle line. This was a very distressing time for Cai E. After the army retreated, he appeared thin and haggard as times were difficult. However, the National Protection War would ultimately become the pinnacle of Cai E's career as he displayed his intelligence and courage to the fullest in a war that seemed nearly impossible to win. Facing difficulties in military pay, he contacted Chen Huan through Lu Xunho, requesting Chen Huan to provide secret assistance. Although Chen Huan had been secretly communicating with Cai E, he was still sitting on the fence watching the changes on the battlefield at every moment to decide which side to bet on next. Although the National Protection Army had temporarily retreated, they had actually held an advantage before the retreat. The Beiyang army's casualties were far greater, and even 2 days after the National Protection Army retreated, Chaoquan did not dare to launch a pursuit. In other words, Cai E's retreat was merely a strategic maneuver, not a defeat in the conventional sense, and they could launch a new offensive at any time. Chen Huan was a seasoned expert and certainly saw this, so he not only couldn't offend Cai E, but also had to appease him. Otherwise, if Cai E truly became the winner, why would he treat Chen Huan well? How to appease him? If Cai E were to demand that Chen Huan announce independence at this moment, the risk would be too great. Given Chen Huan's character, he would never agree to such a thing. Cai E was well aware of this point, so he only wanted money. For Chen Huan, providing money in a discreet manner was the safest way to appease him with no reason to refuse. After obtaining military pay from Chen Huan, bullets were also delivered, but they were still merely a drop in the bucket and would run out in the blink of an eye. However, Cai E only needed to use them once more. He had his reasons for doing this. On March 15, 1916, Guangxi declared independence. Guangxi's independence was certainly related to the stalemate on the Sichuan battlefield, from which Cai E saw hope and insight for victory. In the end, war is fundamentally about money and resources. Relying on such terrible logistics, even if the National Protection Army could defeat Chaoquan, they would be unable to sweep through China and strike at Beiping. Cai E's only chance was to continue to strive for a stalemate with the Beiyang army, just like during the Wuchang uprising. In doing so, those hesitant provinces would be forced to make a choice and join the anti-Yuan National Protection faction. In light of this, he aimed to use this newly acquired resource to launch one final general offensive, not to completely defeat the enemy, but merely to undermine their confidence. Before launching the general offensive, Cai E declared those who can fight will be rewarded, those who fear battle will be punished, and he executed 2 negligent officers on the spot, shocking the entire army. On March 17, 1916, Cai E ordered a counteroffensive across the board. This general offensive was much grander in momentum than in actual results, ultimately failing to severely damage the Beiyang army or enter Luzhou city, but Cai E achieved his objective. The next day, on March 18, 1916, the 5 governors of the Yangtze River, the 5 Beiyang governors in the Yangtze River region, led by General Feng Weizhang from Jiangsu, jointly sent a secret telegram to Yuan Shikai demanding the cancellation of the imperial regime. The 5 governors of the Yangtze River had over 100,000 troops, nearly half of the Beiyang army's strength was here. Their change in attitude completely disrupted Yuan Shikai's plans. In fact, these internal contradictions within the Beiyang army had been buried since Yuan Shikai launched the decapitation storm, but their eventual explosion can be attributed to the remarkable performance of the National Protection Army on the Sichuan battlefield. The current situation was almost a replica of the Wuchang uprising. Just as Yuan Shikai had once held the Qing court hostage, now his subordinates were doing the same to him. On March 22, 1916, Yuan Shikai ordered the abolition of the imperial regime and sought to negotiate a ceasefire with the National Protection Army. Old Yuan was not an ordinary strongman. He would never easily yield. His ability to yield indicated that the internal and external pressures he faced had far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. In fact, even if Yuan Shikai did not take the initiative to negotiate a ceasefire, Cai E's general offensive would still have to end, as he had only limited resources. Yuan Shikai's call for a halt made him the loser. Conversely, if Cai E had called for a halt, he would have been the loser. Old Yuan was shrewd throughout his life, but he lost precisely because of his excessive cunning. He knew that Chen Huan was not as devoted as before, but he did not know that this loyal minister had already formed an alliance with Cai E. Now during negotiations, he still appointed Chen Huan as his representative. Once the ceasefire negotiations began, Cai E remained unyielding. On one hand, he continued to demand that Yuan Shikai not only rescind the imperial decree, but also step down from the presidency, while on the other, he pressured Chen Huan to announce Sichuan's independence as soon as possible. Chen Huan was still hesitating, but this hesitation was no longer about not knowing where to place his bets, but rather about he feared that once he publicly betrayed Yuan Shikai would take revenge on him. During such a dangerous period, without a capable troop for protection, one's head could fall at any moment. The troops that once fell under Chun Huan's command had some defected to Cai E. Those who had not, if Chun Huan announced independence, would surely turn against him. Only the 3 Beiyang brigades he brought could be relied upon. Of these 3 brigades, one was far away in eastern Sichuan, and the remaining 2 were now under the command of a single brigade commander. Chun Huan was undecided, watching the attitude of this brigade commander, who was Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang was an old subordinate of Chun Huan who had shown him great favor, and this favor was not insignificant. One could say that Feng Yuxiang had advanced all the way thanks to Chun Huan's promotion. Back when Chun Huan served as the commander, division leader Feng Yuxiang was just an officer company commander in his army. Before Chun Huan entered Sichuan, he found out that Feng Yuxiang had been promoted to regiment commander in the Shaanxi army, so he specifically recommended him to Yuan Shikai as a brigade commander and brought him to Sichuan. After arriving in Sichuan, Chun Huan regarded Feng Yuxiang as his absolute ally among all the troops. He prioritized supplementing Feng Yuxiang's weapons and expanded Feng Yuxiang's brigade into a composite brigade. Both Chun Huan and Yuan Shikai were suspicious by nature, but it did not mean they trusted no one. They simply trusted very few people. At the very least, Chun Huan trusted Feng Yuxiang. Now Feng Yuxiang was almost like a guiding light for Chun Huan in the sea of suffering. Whether to announce independence depended on him. If he said yes, then yes. If he said no, then no. At the military meeting, Feng Yuxiang was the most resolute in advocating independence. This made Chun Huan feel relieved, believing that after he announced independence, even if Yuan Shikai sought revenge, as long as Feng Yuxiang was by his side for protection, there was nothing to fear. On May 22, 1916, Chun Huan announced Sichuan's independence in Chengdu. This news was like a heavy bomb that directly breached Yuan Shikai's already fragile psychological defense. Yuan Shikai, filled with worry and anger, immediately issued orders to remove Chun Huan from his position and investigate him, with his position taken over by the Sichuan military leader Zhou Jun. Although he was already at the end of his rope, old Yuan's actions remained as ruthless as ever. He did not deploy Cao Kun's Beiyang army, because he knew that with just the Sichuan general as a pawn, he could drive Zhou Jun to fight. He was ordered to fight and seize power. No hesitation, no urging required. Upon receiving his appointment, Zhou Jun leapt up instantly. En route, he had already composed his rallying cry, Sichuan for the Sichuanese. As a native of Sichuan, he claimed far greater legitimacy to govern the province than Chun Huan, a man from elsewhere. When Xiong Kewu's Shu army stood supreme, it reigned as the elite force among Sichuan's troops. Once it was destroyed, Zhou Jun's division became the strongest in Sichuan, outmatching even Lu Tsunho's division in strength. Advancing westward from the east toward Chengdu, Zhou Jun's forces stretched endlessly like a colossal serpent, choking the main road entirely. Behind him rolled an unbroken stream of military supply vehicles dispatched by Cao Kun at Yuan Shikai's explicit command. Though indifferent to confronting Cai E, Zhou Jun burned with fierce resolve to capture Chengdu. The spectacle terrified Chun Huan, who hastily ordered Feng Yuxiang to organize defenses, only to receive this chilling reply: "I am leaving." At this critical juncture, Feng Yuxiang prepared to march his troops back to Shaanxi, utterly indifferent to whether his former commander would survive the coming catastrophe. Chun Huan had been caught completely unprepared. If Feng withdrew, only a single guard regiment would remain to defend Chengdu, utterly incapable of halting Zhou Jun's advance. Chun Huan bitterly regretted his miscalculation. Lu Yiqing and Deng Hanxiang, both staunch opponents of monarchy, had championed the alliance with Cai E. Opposition to Yuan Shikai policy. Now witnessing the unfolding disaster, they too felt profound shame. After deliberation, Lu and Deng jointly approached Feng Yuxiang on Chun Huan's behalf, imploring him to reconsider. Yet no matter how tearfully they pleaded, Feng remained unmoved, insisting, "Only the people of Sichuan are fiercely xenophobic and formidable. Should I engage Zhou Jun, enemies would be everywhere and defense would prove impossible." Hearing this, Lu and Deng hastened to reassure him opposition to Yuan Shikai is unanimous across Sichuan. Zhou Jun invades Chengdu under Yuan's orders. He is the common enemy of all Sichuanese, and no local will aid him. Feng Yuxiang softened his tone. "What evidence do you have for this claim?" A breakthrough. To bolster Feng's confidence, Lu and Deng proposed convening an expanded assembly immediately, so that Feng could hear the people's voice firsthand. Feng agreed. Upon returning, Lu and Deng summoned 300 representatives from Chengdu's civic sectors, assembling them at the imperial city, the former Qing-era examination compound now serving as the military government's headquarters. During the meeting, every delegate declared Zhou Jun's invasion, carried out at Yuan Shikai's behest, an unspeakable disgrace to Sichuan, and urgently implored Colonel Feng to mount vigorous defenses, annihilate them before breakfast. Feng Yuxiang was visibly moved. His voice hardened. "I initially misunderstood your stance, hence my decision. Now that I grasp your true intent, I, Feng Yuxiang, though rough-hewn in moral principle, fully comprehend a soldier's duty to protect his land, even if it demands my blood and bones." As cheers rose, Feng added with deliberate pause, "However, our soldiers' understanding is limited. How best to inspire them? I humbly seek your wise counsel." Reading between the lines, the delegates instantly grasped his meaning. He demanded funds and supplies. Someone asked plainly, "Colonel Feng, what sum do you require?" Feng chuckled softly, "Gentlemen, you are all astute. Surely no need for me to state a figure. As Han Xin commanded troops, the more the better. I dare not specify numbers." His appetite proved immense, perhaps beyond even Chun Huan's capacity to meet. Silence fell over the hall. Then a voice rang out boldly, "So long as Colonel Feng fights, Zhou Jun, we Sichuanese shall shoulder your provisions. Even if General Chen cannot bear the cost. We will mobilize contributions immediately." Feng Yuxiang's expression surged with fervor. "Should Zhou Jun break through, let him cut off my nose." Thunderous applause erupted, spontaneous, exultant. That very night Qingdu's populace delivered pigs, cattle, sheep, flour, rice, and over 200,000 silver dollars to Feng's troops. Shen Huan believed matters were now secure, only to discover that having secured funds and supplies, Feng issued orders for his troops to march toward the city gates, preparing to depart Qingdu. Thus was the extortion executed. Shen Huan himself, deeply duplicitous, had underestimated the depths of another's hypocrisy. His own shamelessness paled beside Feng's. Most astonishing was Feng's utter lack of remorse, as if such conduct were perfectly natural and justified. Under the tutelage of the wily Yuan Shikai, the Beiyang system cultivated schemers of extraordinary talent, indeed surpassing their master in guile. Shen Huan successfully deceived Yuan Shikai, but Feng Yuxiang surpassed even him, manipulating Chen so thoroughly he might well count money for his own betrayer before being sold. Even the most cunning strategist, when reduced to such abject helplessness, feels emotions no different from any ordinary man. Enraged, Shen Huan resolved to confront Feng Yuxiang one final time. Feng arrived, not alone but escorted by a full battalion of guards and dozens of pistol-armed officers. Lu and Deng accompanied him to Shen Huan's private chamber, where the armed entourage of course could not follow. As Feng entered, Chen slammed the table. "Feng Yuxiang, from the Qing Dynasty to today, I have always supported you. You advocated independence at the military council, yet now you seek to withdraw your troops. What is your true intention?" Bitter regret choked his voice. "Let me tell you, my 74-year-old mother resides within the imperial city. My family chooses to die here. We will not flee." Before he could finish, Feng suddenly collapsed to the floor and wept uncontrollably. "I harbor no ill intent, only fear of defeat by Zhou Jun. Please, General Chen, do not misunderstand me." Lu and Deng, charged with liaison, felt even deeper fury than Shen Huan at Feng's betrayal, seizing wealth then fleeing without honor. Especially Lu Yiqing, who had secretly stationed ambush troops around Shen Huan's chamber, planning to assassinate Feng at the doorway and install Chen as commander of the Beiyang Brigade. They lured Chen out to reveal the plot, only for him to erupt in rage. Such tactics will drive the Beiyang Brigade to... Chen's objections stemmed partly from prudence, and partly from Feng's theatrical lamentations, which had deeply unsettled him. Men rarely shed tears lightly. Yet here was a commander of thousands prostrated like a child, sobbing uncontrollably, a display suggesting unbearable sorrow and injustice known only to him. Where sorrow exists, comfort may follow. Where grievance festers, resolution is possible. Chen believed that given time, why then resort to such extremity? He did not know that Feng's performance would become a legendary precedent within his entire command, so commonplace as to evoke no surprise. Ultimately, in the realm of artifice, Shen Huan was still far from a master. His talents lay merely in flattering superiors, or speaking only what they wished to hear. What defines a true master? One whose deception would leave even an Oscar-winning actor awestruck. Shen Huan, still raw, still green. When his aides insisted on dispatching assassins, Shen Huan refused outright. "If you kill Feng Yuxiang, I shall kill you both." Stunned into silence, Lu and Deng relented. Through flawless acting, Feng Yuxiang narrowly escaped death. Though no blades gleamed nor candles flickered in Shen Huan's chamber, Feng had read the tense, furtive glances of the three men shuttling in and out, intuiting nearly all. Upon returning, he issued Shen Huan an ultimatum: depart Qingdu within 24 hours, or face artillery bombardment of the imperial city. Only then did Chen realize he had made another fatal blunder. The feast at Hongmen rendered Xiang Yu the archetypal fool, unworthy of counsel. Yet how many across history have truly surpassed his wisdom? On June 25, 1916, Shen Huan fled Qingdu via Mianyang and Chongqing to Hankou, vanishing forever from the center of political power. Feng Yuxiang soon followed, departing with a final act of plunder, emptying Qingdu's arsenal. Per his orders, his troops discarded most baggage, each carrying at least 500 rifle rounds or 2 artillery shells. Feng himself bore 2 shells, until their weight became unbearable, prompting him to enlist local bandits from the Sichuan-Gansu border to smuggle the munitions to Hanzhong. This man fought no battles, yet reaped immense rewards, the ultimate victor among victors. Neither hero nor villain, neither noble lord nor treacherous rogue, Feng defied simple categorization. Perhaps in turbulent times, survival itself demands its own subtle arts, a philosophy forged in chaos. On June 27, 1916, Zhou Jun entered Qingdu and immediately proclaimed himself Sichuan military governor, an empty triumph. 20 days earlier, Yuan Shikai had died. His death nullified all appointments. Worse still, rivals watched hungrily from the shadows. Before declaring Sichuan's independence, Shen Huan had pursued 2 strategies: reliance on Feng Yuxiang and an appeal for aid from Cai E. Though Cai E consented, Yunnan troops never reached Qingdu before Chen's departure. The Yunnan army had its own agenda. In secret telegrams to his commanders, Tang Jiao stated bluntly, after victory in the National Protection War, Yunnan forces must remain in Sichuan, regardless of who controlled its military or civil authority. One reason was financial. Tang refused to reduce troop strength, choosing instead to live off Sichuan's resources, to feed his Yunnan army with Sichuan's wealth. Even during ceasefire negotiations, Tang impatiently planned to march on Qingdu, only halting due to Cai E's. Tang Jiao possessed narrow vision and petty ambition. hesitating when decisive action was needed, yet rashly acting when restraint was vital, heedless of legitimacy or political consequence. Cai E differed fundamentally. He prioritized the broader picture, mastering timing and restraint. In common parlance, he understood politics, finding impeccable justification even for past incursions into Yunnan. Refusing Chen Huan's plea would have undermined his resolve to declare independence, so Cai E could not refuse. Yet his agreement proved hollow, much noise, little action. His chief of staff spoke candidly, is it not better to play the fisherman? If Cai E expelled Zhou Jun, Chen Huan would consolidate power. What tangible gain would Yunnan reap? The territory would remain his if at best they might extract modest consolation funds, as during their first incursion into Sichuan, before returning whence they came. Like the fishermen profiting from clashing clam and herring, Yunnan's strategy was clear: use Zhou Jun to expel Chen Huan, then defeat Zhou themselves, claiming the Sichuan governorship. Yunnan troops stood ready, not for Chen Huan's sake. The moment Zhou Jun entered Chengdu, they advanced swiftly. With Yuan Shirkai's fall, Zhou Jun's title of Sichuan military governor lost all legitimacy, and he stood no chance against Cai E. His forces crumbled rapidly. Recognizing imminent collapse, Zhou Jun telegraphed Cai E, groveling, I obeyed Yuan Shirkai's unlawful command. I yield the post immediately. Retreating from Chengdu, Zhou Jun commanded only a few thousand shattered troops, his flight too desperate for mere words like hasty to describe it. Worse still, local populations treated him like a plague-ridden rat. Though not openly hunted, none dared shelter him, fearing retaliation. Would Cai E's National Protection Army not ravage the region in pursuit? Zhou Jun's fate resembled gambling. He won a mountain of chips, yet before savoring victory, lost everything. Later someone asked him, with these few thousand broken troops, where can you go? Which province will accept you? Shall these Sichuanese sons starve alongside you? Better surrender your troops and journey alone to Beijing to seek fortune. Zhou Jun saw wisdom in this, and handed his remnants to local authorities, departing Sichuan for Beijing under escort of 100 pistol-armed guards. In Beijing he secured a ceremonial post akin to Hu Jingyi's, a retired general, a meager livelihood yet preferable to perishing ignobly in civil war. On July 29, 1916, Cai E entered Chengdu, now formally appointed by the new Beijing government, as Sichuan military governor and provincial governor, marking the definitive conclusion of the national protection movement. For Sichuanese, having Hunan-born Cai E as their leader proved auspicious. As the saying goes, sing the mountain's song upon ascending its peak. Having governed Yunnan, Cai E upheld Yunnan's interests. Now governing Sichuan, he served Sichuan alone. With Cai E's stature as hero of national protection and his unmatched military political acumen, who dared provoke? His post-war plan centered squarely on Sichuan, coordinating closely with Yunnan and Guizhou to forge tri-provincial cooperation across southwest China. Had this vision materialized, the land of abundance, since the 1911 revolution, would have enjoyed prolonged stability and peace. But heaven denied humanity's wish. Exhaustion aggravated Cai E's chronic throat ailment, his condition worsening steadily. On August 8, 1916, he requested medical leave from Beijing and sailed eastward to Japan for treatment. Before departure, Sichuan's military and civilians bade him tearful farewells. Moved deeply, Cai E reflected, I reviewed Sichuan's archives. Annual revenues exceed tens of millions. I never knew Sichuan was so prosperous. Truly it is the heartland of southwest China. Immense potential lies here. He added, I once aspired to serve in the central government, but now I no longer wish to go. Though I have labored tirelessly for years achieving little, I believe had I come to Sichuan earlier, I could have accomplished far more. Alas, illness binds me, and I must depart. Cai E pledged to Sichuan's elders upon recovery, he would return promptly to govern. Yet just 3 months later he succumbed to his illness in Japan. Without a hero capable of stabilizing the realm, Bashu's land was doomed to cycle endlessly through chaos, forged anew in blood and fire. Luo Peijin, style name Rongshuan, native of Yunnan province, member of the Tongminghui. Luo Peijin once served as chief of staff to Cai E and was hailed within the Yunnan army as its strategic mastermind. Yet he lacked the innate capacity for independent command. After assuming the post of Sichuan military governor, he remained firmly aligned with Yunnan's interests, representing the Yunnan army's agenda while relentlessly suppressing the Sichuan army. Lu Tsunho, style, named Jiji, born in Jianyang City, Sichuan province. He first enrolled at the Sichuan Military Academy and later graduated from the 6th class of the Chinese division at the Imperial Japanese Army Academy. Lu Tsunho placed exceptional emphasis on cultivating broad networks, a trait that distinguished him among Sichuan army generals, making him the central figure of the Wu-Bei faction in its later phase. Wu Lianju, Lu Tsunho's chief strategist, and his representative in Beijing, renowned for foresight and diplomatic acumen. Zhang Lan, a leading figure in the railway protection movement, once arrested by Zhao Erfeng. A Progressive Party member, he commanded considerable prestige in Sichuan. Zhang Tadeo, born in Mianzhu City, commander of the 3rd Sichuan Army Division, he was Lu Tsunho's most dependable and capable ally within the Sichuan Army. Duan Shirui, premier of the Beiyang government, known for his unyielding temperament and unwavering advocacy of military unification of China. A formidable realist wielding absolute authority. Jin Yunpeng, one of Duan Shirui's 4 great guardians, who had long recognized Lu Tsunho's talent and served as his principal patron within the Beiyang government. Chun Zep Yi, former chief of staff to Luo Peijin, later appointed commander of the 4th Sichuan Army Division, he ultimately aligned himself with Lu Tsunho and other Sichuan divisional commanders, effectively abandoning Luo Peijin. Daikan style named Xuanrua, native of Guizhou province. Appointed Sichuan provincial governor, he represented the Guizhou army's interests in Sichuan, forming a tripartite balance of power in Chengdu alongside Luo Peijin and Lu Cunho, dubbed One State, Three Dukes. Of the three factions, his forces were weakest, politically anchored in the Progressive Party. Before departing for overseas medical treatment, Cai E recommended two successors to assume joint control of Sichuan's military and civil administration, one being his chief of staff Luo Peijin. Luo Peijin graduated from the 6th class of the Imperial Japanese Army Academy. A man of extraordinary vision, he discerned Cai E's genius when the latter languished without recognition in Guangxi, and through ingenious maneuvering secured Cai E's transfer to Yunnan, willingly serving beneath him, thereby enabling a pillar of the nation to rise. Among those whom Luo Peijin identified and promoted stood even the then young Zhu De. Beyond his keen judgment, Luo Peijin possessed profound strategic insight. Within the Yunnan army, he was widely revered as its strategic mastermind. During the Yunnan uprising, it was not Cai E, but Luo Peijin, who truly commanded and directed the Yunnan forces. Prior to launching the National Protection Movement, Cai E entrusted this chief of staff with drafting the campaign plan. Luo Peijin's proposal followed the principle of substance. Before appearance, the National Protection Army would advance into Sichuan under the pretext of bandit suppression. Only after seizing key cities would Yunnan declare independence. Cai E, weighing multiple considerations, revised the plan to appearance before substance. Both approaches held distinct advantages and drawbacks. Cai E prioritized political legitimacy, a Luo Peijin focused on military efficacy, whose strategy viewed purely through a tactical lens possessed the potency of a surprise assault. When the Yunnan army prepared to march beyond its borders, it found itself financially paralyzed, until Luo Peijin resolutely pledged his family's ancestral wealth accumulated over generations to secure the necessary war funds. After the National Protection Movement concluded, merit was assessed. Cai E ranked first, a Luo Peijin second, earning him the title pillar of the national protection cause. Yet life seldom adheres to logic. It resembles Tetris, a single misstep places pieces askew. Luo Peijin was born to be a strategist, a sage waving his feather fan, not a supreme commander. When such a man is misplaced, tragedy looms ever closer. As Sichuan military governor, his loyalties remained fixed upon Yunnan, not only mirroring Tang Jiao's mindset, but functioning as Tang's de facto chief of staff, executing orders without question. What Tang Jiao demanded of Luo Peijin was simple: extract resources from Sichuan to sustain Yunnan's armies. Initially reluctant to commit substantial troops, he later, during formal ceasefire negotiations, massively reinforced his forces, resulting in 12 Yunnan battalions entering Sichuan. After 2 battalions were lost, 10 remained. With hostilities ended, the Yunnan troops should have withdrawn en masse to Yunnan, yet not a single unit departed. Luo Peijin then recruited thousands more soldiers from Yunnan, combining them with the 10 existing battalions to form 2 full divisions stationed permanently in Sichuan. These newly conscripted Yunnan recruits arrived unarmed, empty-handed. At Luo Peijin's command, every rifle produced over 6 months by the Sichuan arsenal was seized to equip them. The Sichuan arsenal, the sole arms factory in southwest China, was reputedly second only to the Hanyang arsenal in scale. Its imported machinery enabled replication of German-style rifles with a daily output capacity of 50 rifles. Under Luo Peijin's governorship, the arsenal became the Yunnan Army's designated armory. The Yunnan Army's equipment had long been substandard. Its arsenal comprised an eclectic mix of firearms. The few serviceable weapons were obsolete foreign-made Yangtai muskets purchased during the late Qing Dynasty. Luo Peijin thus replaced all 10 battalions' weaponry with standardized Sichuan-made rifles, an act of pragmatism. Luo Peijin never regarded himself as Sichuan's steward. He saw himself perpetually as an outsider. Under his influence, Yunnan officers and soldiers grew increasingly arrogant and domineering, casting themselves as conquerors and Sichuanese as subjugated subjects. In Chengdu, Luo Peijin established a garrison command headquarters and dispatched Yunnan patrols daily across the city's thoroughfares. The patrol's bearing was ostentatious and profoundly intimidating. A single soldier led the formation, holding aloft a lacquered command arrow over a foot long, its tip wrapped in oilcloth inscribed with the crimson character order. Behind him marched 2 soldiers brandishing short military batons. Following them came a double-rank formation of fully armed battle-ready troops radiating palpable menace. Those aware knew it was merely a street patrol. The uninformed might mistake it for a late Qing official's ceremonial procession, though in truth these patrols were far more fearsome than any imperial magistrate. From Sichuan police officers to Sichuan army personnel, all were required to render the highest military salute upon sighting the command arrow. Saluting alone sufficed. Yet if patrol members deemed a sentry's salute insufficiently precise, they would drag him down and strike him with batons, sometimes beating him mercilessly. Patrols so terrorized duty officers that many dared not patrol streets at all, fleeing at a distance upon spotting the patrols. Soldiers likewise avoided confrontation when off-duty Sichuan troops wore civilian clothes. When in uniform, they scrupulously avoided areas controlled by Yunnan forces, seeking mutual non-interference. If both police and soldiers lived thus, the plight of Sichuan civilians was unimaginable. As patrols strutted arrogantly down avenues, merchants and pedestrians scattered in panic. Those slow to yield or tardy in stepping aside endured brutal beatings and verbal abuse. Gradually, the occupying forces transformed into unchecked overlords. No authority in the city could rein them in. Even ordinary Yunnan soldiers bullied civilians on the streets, refusing to pay for meals or goods was commonplace. When police intervened, they too were viciously assaulted. Yunnan and Guizhou troops wore distinctive uniforms. Their caps bore red bands, whereas Sichuan troops wore gray, leading locals to dub the former red-edged and the latter gray-edged. When Cai E first led the Yunnan army into Chengdu, the city emptied as crowds, elders and children alike, flocked to catch sight of their heroes. Then, buoyed by their triumph in the national protection movement, the Yunnan army shed its former reputation as Yunnan bandits, emerging instead as a heroic force revered and gratefully honored by the people of Sichuan. Yet time proved fleeting. Soon their true nature emerged. The red-edged were no longer welcome. Luo Peijin seemed utterly oblivious to the gathering storm. Even as the luster of his title pillar of the national protection cause dimmed, he still imagined himself wielding absolute life-and-death authority over all forces. In March 1917, Luo Peijin convened a conference in Chengdu with commanders of all stationed armies, centering on implementing the Beiping government's troop reduction decree, mandating downsizing of all forces in Sichuan. At that time, 5 Sichuan divisions and 2 Yunnan divisions were garrisoned in Sichuan. Per the Beiping government's directive, Sichuan forces were to be reduced to 3 divisions plus 1 brigade, Yunnan forces to 1 division plus 1 brigade. Though both sides faced reductions, the Yunnan army, including attached specialist units, retained the strength of 2 full divisions, suffering negligible loss, whereas the Sichuan army bore the full brunt of cuts. Moreover, stark disparities existed in status. The Yunnan army was classified as national army, entitled to central government support, while the Sichuan army was relegated to provincial militia status. Military pay alone was 1/3 lower for Sichuan troops. Their designation as provisional further implied precarious legitimacy, subject to abolition at any moment. This arrangement was patently unjust to the Sichuan army. After all, they were the indigenous force, while the Yunnan army remained an external presence. Yet Luo Peijin harbored private ambitions to strengthen Yunnan, weaken Sichuan, and thus welcomed this policy wholeheartedly. Previously, Luo Peijin had submitted only token listings of the 5 Sichuan divisions, prompting outright rejection from the Beiping government. Very well, he declared, the decision rests above, not with me. Thus I convened this demobilization conference to formally implement the Beiping government's plan. Predictably, Sichuan divisional commanders voiced vehement protest. Luo Peijin's expression hardened. He cut them off. In sum, the total strength of the Sichuan army must not exceed 3 divisions and 1 brigade. If absolutely necessary, eliminate all specialist units. Retain only pure infantry. As Luo Peijin uttered these words, he failed to notice a man smirking coldly from the corner of the room. The most disillusioned and incensed figure following the conclusion of the National Protection War was Luo Peijin's fellow Imperial Japanese Army Academy classmate Lu Tsunho. Lu Tsunho had initiated the first battlefield uprising, coordinated communications with Chun Huan, and engaged Chao Kun directly in combat. Later, when Zhou Jun fled Chengdu, Lu Tsunho entered the city first at the head of his troops. Prior to Cai E's arrival, he administered military and civil affairs, maintaining local order. Ancient historiography declares, "He who first enters Guanzhong shall reign." Lu Tsunho quietly nurtured similar aspirations. He believed himself unquestionably fit to rule. Naturally, had Cai E assumed the throne, Lu Tsunho would have yielded gracefully. Upon Cai E's arrival in Chengdu, Lu Tsunho led dignitaries to greet him at the city gate, harboring little resentment at the time. But Cai E's chronic illness soon compelled him to seek medical treatment in Japan. Before departing, he nominated Luo Peijin as Sichuan military governor and recommended a Guizhou officer as Sichuan provincial governor, leaving Lu Tsunho entirely unmentioned. Lu Tsunho received only the hollow title of commander of the 1st Sichuan Army, commanding in reality just as was he merely a laboring ant toiling tirelessly, only to enrich outsiders. Lu Tsunho had earlier served as a battalion commander in the Yunnan New Army under Cai E and Luo Peijin, participating in the Yunnan uprising. Yet neither Cai nor Luo valued him highly, then leaving him marginalized and dissatisfied, prompting his swift return. During the National Protection War, though Lu Tsunho fought vigorously, Cai E's attitude toward him remained unchanged, once even threatening to disband his unit for alleged battlefield incompetence. Though the order was never executed, Lu Tsunho discovered the plot, thereafter deliberately distancing himself from the Yunnan. Now left with nothing, Lu Tsunho concluded definitively that this outcome stemmed from Cai E and Luo Peijin's enduring disdain and neglect, regarding them henceforth as obstacles blocking his ascent. While Cai E remained alive, contesting him was futile, but against Luo Peijin did he truly lack the means, or the chance, to prevail? Perceiving Lu Tsunho's inner turmoil, a subordinate seized the moment. "Commander, do you truly believe this stalemate in Sichuan cannot be broken?" "I sense your words hold deeper meaning," Lu Tsunho pressed urgently. "Pray tell, what path breaks this deadlock?" "In my estimation," the subordinate replied, "your military competence is unquestioned. What you lack is a brilliant, politically adept strategist, hence your consistent disadvantage in political affairs. Should such a sage join you, how could great undertakings possibly fail?" Lu Tsunho slapped his thigh. "Your reasoning is sound, but where precisely shall I find such a paragon? They say the treasure lies far yet near. I have just such a person to recommend." The subordinate proposed Wu Lianju, then serving in Guizhou, a man Lu Tsunho had met once before. Overjoyed, Lu Tsunho immediately instructed his subordinate to arrange contact and present travel expenses, urging Wu Lianju to enter Sichuan without delay. Wu Lianzhu arrived secretly in Chengdu and conferred with Lu Tsuanho for 3 consecutive days. When Lu Tsuanho asked Wu Lianzhu how to counter Luo Peijin, Wu chuckled, Luo Peijin already stands upon treacherous ground, yet remains blissfully unaware. Wu Lianzhu's words struck deep, but Lu Tsuanho sought more than pleasantries. Beyond what he craved, why? Poor governance of Sichuan eroding popular support. Such factors constitute Luo Peijin's peril. Yet frankly, in reality, these are mere ancillary conditions, ornamental justifications appended posthumously to condemn the fallen. Lu Tsuanho desired none of this. Wu Lianzhu was no armchair theorist. His counsel would address substance, beginning with Beijing's political undercurrents. After Yuan Shikai's death, the Beiping government fell under dual leadership, Premier Duan Shirui and President Li Yuan. Duan Shirui, inflexible by nature, steadfastly advocated military subjugation of the southern provinces. Li Yuanhong, famed for his role in the Wuchang uprising, consistently shielded southern revolutionaries. Though nominally partners, they were in truth rivals. Duan Shirui, Duan of Hefei, a Beiyang elder statesman wielding genuine power. Li Yuanhong, Li the Bodhisattva, lacked substantive authority, a mere clay idol. Wu Lianzhu advised Lu Tsuanho, this is the tide of destiny. You must align yourself with Duan Shirui, cultivate ties with Beiyang officers, and victory will be assured. Having outlined the broader landscape, Wu turned to a historical precedent, Yin Changheng. Yin Changheng pacified Tibetan rebels and administered the Sichuan frontier, yet why was he later betrayed? And nothing more than this: amassing troops invites suspicion. By expanding the Yunnan garrison in Sichuan to 2 full divisions, Luo Peijin repeats Yin Changheng's fatal error. At this, Lu Tsuanho felt sudden clarity, as if a veil had lifted. A true sage. How penetrating your insight into worldly affairs. Wu Lianzhu continued. Luo Peijin is a Kuomintang member, ideologically aligned with southern revolutionaries. While Li Yuanhong may favor him, Duan Shirui certainly does not. You must guide strategy with political acumen, thus, and seize opportunity. Your future prospects. Wu Lianzhu's thus encompass strategies of outward allegiance to the central government and inward consolidation of power, akin to Zhuge Liang's Longzhong plan for Liu Bei. Lu Tsuanho was no Liu Bei, but he too harbored ambitions to dominate Bashu. Enthralled, he gripped Wu Lianzhu's shoulders and exclaimed, "Brother, your wisdom resonates deeply within me." Whether in legend or history, Liu Bei was consummately calculating, and Lu Tsuanho bore striking resemblance in this. A phrase he often repeated: one dragon gate cannot feed one beggar. In Sichuan dialect, beggar, the meaning even a beggar must not rely on a single wealthy household, but must visit 1,000 doors and dine at a. Correspondingly, he coined another aphorism: in chess make many idle moves, meaning one must cultivate extensive. Within Lu Tsuanho's network, all his classmates from the 6th class of the Imperial Japanese Army Academy were included. Figures of renown such as Tang Jiao, Li Liejuan, and Yin Shishan. Additionally, his circle embraced numerous other influential figures across military and political spheres. Despite not being in Sichuan, Lu Tsuanho maintained communication with his former superior, Hu Jingyi. This reflects Lu Kun's philosophy of life, or what one might call multifaceted diplomacy. Hu Jingyi, still holding a nominal position, was willing to support Lu Tsuanho, but unfortunately his influence was limited and did not yield significant results. However, Lu Tsuanho still had powerful pieces yet to be played. He planned to send someone to Beiping under the guise of a representative, using this piece to operate and fulfill the most crucial point of the Longzhong plan: support from the center. Since he was dealing with someone like Kongming, Lu Tsuanho arranged for Wu Lianzhu to serve as a senior advisor in the military, providing a monthly stipend of 1,000 yuan for travel expenses and allocating 20,000 yuan for operational costs. Wu Lianzhu stayed in Chengdu for 5 days before heading north. Lu Tsuanho treated Wu Lianzhu with the same respect he showed Zhuge Liang personally, sending him off to the outskirts before bidding farewell with a handshake. If there were any distinctions between ancient and modern times, it might only be that bows have been replaced by handshakes. After Wu Lianzhu's departure, Lu Tsuanho began to implement the strategies outlined in the Longzhong plan. Wu Lianzhu suggested extensive promotion, leading Lu Tsuanho to establish a newspaper named Sichuan News to serve as his mouthpiece. Additionally, he allocated funds to provide monthly allowances to major newspapers in Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, and Chongqing. These funds were not given without expectation. If others could benefit, could local warlords do so freely? Would they dare to speak ill of him again in the future? How to solidify internal strength. Promotion was crucial, and attracting talented individuals was indispensable. Lu Tsuanho followed the plan to recruit a large number of people from Sichuan's political landscape, hiring them as advisors or consultants with high monthly salaries. These individuals either provided Lu Tsuanho with strategic advice or helped him rally support in the Sichuan assembly. At that time, the political factions in Sichuan included not only the Kuomintang, but also the Republican Party and the Progressive Party. Lu Tsuanho himself belonged to the Republican Party, and the politicians he recruited were mainly from this circle, although he did not reject the inclusion of the Progressive Party. Among the members of the Progressive Party in Sichuan, Zhang Lan was particularly prominent. Due to rumors of a rift between Luo Peijin and Lu Tsuanho, Zhang Lan traveled from northern Sichuan to Chengdu ostensibly to mediate the conflict, but in reality to gauge the situation and assess Luo Peijin's attitude toward him. Everyone reads ancient texts where strategists observe the words and actions of their so-called enlightened rulers, is it not? Zhang Lan was an important figure in Sichuan, yet he was severely overlooked by Luo Peijin. Luo Peijian's demeanor was arrogant and dismissive, considering Zhang Lan merely an ordinary politician, showing no respect or humility. Having faced rejection from Luo Peijin, Zhang Lan turned to Lu Tsunho, who treated him as an esteemed guest just as he had with Wu Lianjiu. Zhang Lan was different from Wu Lianjiu. While Wu Lianjiu relied solely on his words and intellect, Zhang Lan was in a unique situation that set him apart from ordinary advisors. In front of Zhang Lan, Lu Tsunho promised that after driving out the Yunnan and Guizhou troops, in addition to overseeing military affairs himself, he would definitely appoint Zhang Lan to the civil service. Under these circumstances, Zhang Lan decided to choose his master and assist Lu Tsunho in defeating Luo Peijin. If you are familiar with the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you can find similar scenarios. Zhang Song originally intended to offer western Sichuan to Cao Cao, but Mengde ignored him. Liu Bei, however, treated Zhang Song as a significant figure. Thus, Zhang Song presented the map of western Shu to Liu Bei. Zhang Lan's submitted map was sufficiently valuable. His significant influence within the Progressive Party allowed for a coalition with the Republican Party, while Zhang Lan shared a close relationship with the commander of the 3rd Division, Zhong Tadeo, who was the armed force that the Progressive Party relied on, thereby enhancing Lu Cunha's status and appeal within the Sichuan military. Moreover, Zhang Lan informed Lu Tsunho that he would send telegrams to other Progressive Party members like Liang Qichao and Pu Dianjuan to seek their support for Lu Tsunho. Liang Qichao was a frail intellectual without any real power, while Pu Dianjuan was a powerless politician, yet who would dare underestimate their influence? Yuan Shikai disregarded Liang Qichao, and the result was a disastrous failure during the national protection movement. The power of the pen and the tongue can sometimes be just as formidable as that of the gun. Lu Tsunho was well aware of this, so he quickly informed Wu Lianjiu of this situation via telegram. Telegrams are useful, but can also be prone to leaks. Lu Tsunho used a coded telegram format, providing monthly allowances to the Mianyang Telegraph Office and assigning trusted aides to stay at the office for easier communication with Wu Lianjiu. Upon arriving in the capital, Wu Lianjiu's first action was to visit the heavyweight piece Lu Tsunho referred to, namely Jin Yunpeng, one of Duan Qirhui's 4 great generals. The connection between Lu Tsunho and Jin Yunpeng is a long story. During the late Qing Dynasty, Jin Yunpeng served as the military chief of staff in Yunnan. When Cai E and Luo Peijin planned the uprising, they sent the thin Stillmaner Lu Tsunho to infiltrate Jin's residence for intelligence gathering. Lu Tsunho initially went with a mission like an underground party member, but over time Jin Yunpeng's persuasion swayed him. Jin Yunpeng did not disdain Lu Cunha's lowly status. Instead, he often initiated discussions about the situation and expressed surprising views. The current Beiping court, referring to the Qing government, relies heavily on royal relatives who are ignorant and incompetent. It seems they will inevitably lose their power. I do not oppose revolution, but shouting revolutionary slogans like Sun Yat-sen is merely empty rhetoric. In the future, regardless of whether the regime is monarchical or democratic, it is the one who controls the military who will hold the power. Lu Tsunho was not a revolutionary like Xiong Kewu. Participating in the uprising was merely a way to escape obscurity and make a name for himself. Jin Yunpeng saw through the young man's intentions and said to him, "You are a pure military man. Listen to me, seize control of the army, and one day you will have your moment to shine." At that time, Jin Yunpeng's status was so high that even the governor of Yunnan and Guizhou had to show deference to him. His sincere appreciation and recognition nearly brought Lu Tsunho to tears. He had found his mentor. Lu Tsunho had always believed that Cai E and Luo Peijin looked down on him, but now he felt that Jin Yunpeng's discerning eye for talent surpassed even that of Cai E, making him hopeful for a bright future. However, before Jin Yunpeng could finish speaking, he himself was overthrown by the gun barrel theory. Cai and Luo initiated the Yunnan uprising and occupied the governor's office, forcing Jin Yunpeng to disguise himself and flee north, while Lu Cunha's aspirations for development in Yunnan also evaporated. Afterwards, despite being far apart, Lu Tsunho adhered to his life's philosophy of multifaceted diplomacy and maintained contact with Jin Yunpeng, which would soon prove beneficial. From Jin Yunpeng to Duan Qirhui, both held a deep-seated disdain for Cai E and Luo Peijin, viewing them similarly to Yuan Shikai's perspective on revolutionaries, believing that such individuals who rose through rebellion were akin to bandits from Liangshan and not worthy of respect. Jin Yunpeng had been driven out of Yunnan by Cai and Luo, which left a lasting impression on him. After reading Lu Cunha's letter, he immediately decided to lend a hand. With Jin Yunpeng's introduction, Wu Lianjiu paid a visit to Duan Qirhui. Upon learning of Wu Lianjiu's intentions, Duan Qirhui straightforwardly told him, "Iching Jin Yunpeng's courtesy name is responsible for Southwest affairs, and is also your General Liu's former superior. You can exchange opinions at any time and directly approach me when necessary." Beyond establishing connections with the most substantial old tree Duan Qirhui, Wu Lianjiu tirelessly engaged with various individuals in the capital, from the 4 great generals of the Duan faction to Hu Jingyi and other Sichuan people down to ordinary Republican Party members. Upon receiving Lu Cunha's coded telegram, Wu Lianjiu also visited Liang Qichao, Pu Dianjuan, and others, nearly securing all potential connections in the capital. Luo Peijin remained largely unaware of Lu Cunha's clandestine activities. He only knew one thing: Duan Qirhui was becoming increasingly critical of him, and the requests for reports he sent were either met with cold indifference or outright rebuke. For instance, when Luo Peijin attempted to promote a group of Yunnan military leaders under the pretext of their contributions to the national protection cause, Duan Qirhui ignored him. In his situation, he felt much like Hu Jingyi did with Xiong Kewu. One thing Luo Peijin was clear about was that Lu Suanho did not respect him. Thus he began writing to Beiping early on requesting that this troublesome figure be transferred to the capital to be replaced by a Yunnan military leader. According to past practices, if a military governor wanted to dismiss an officer, there was usually a hidden reason, and the central government would generally approve such requests to consolidate local power. Luo Peijin submitted multiple reports, but Duan Shui not only refused to support him, but also remarked in the telegram, the personnel you wish to be transferred is not limited to Lu Suanho. The key is how to be a good leader rather than simply swapping subordinates when things are not going smoothly. If Lu Suanho is replaced, will you be a better military governor? Fortunately, there was still Li Yuanhong in the court, who always had a favorable view of military governors from the southern factions, like Luo Peijin. However, as Wu Lianzhu said in the Longzhong plan, Li had ultimately never been a match for Duan Shui, and in terms of external support, Luo Peijin remained at a disadvantage. Of course, all of this was behind the scenes. In public, Luo Peijin still held a high position, and no one dared to provoke him. At the initial military reduction meeting, he appeared quite imposing. If Luo Peijin had known the details of Wu Lianzhu's activities in the capital, he might have felt a chill. Duan Shui, fully aware of Lu Cunha's intentions to replace Luo, still proposed a highly biased military reduction plan, undoubtedly indicating a desire to roast Luo Peijin over an open flame. To meet the Beiping government's demand to reduce the Sichuan Army to 3 divisions and 1 brigade, Luo Peijin insisted on eliminating the special forces of the Sichuan Army, and among the 5 divisions, only Lu Cunha's division was equipped with special forces, making it almost a direct attack on him. Lu Suanho was waiting for an opportunity to overthrow Luo Peijin, and now that Luo Peijin had presented him with a reason, if he did not take action now, when would he? In his Longzhong strategy, Wu Lianzhu had informed Lu Suanho that uniting the Sichuan Army was essential. Previously, Lu Suanho had established a brotherly bond with Zhong Tadeo of the 3rd Division through Zhonglan, and it was now time to see the attitudes of the other 3 divisions. Among the 3 divisions, Lu Suanho felt least certain about the 4th Division. This was because the commander of the 4th Division, Qin Zipai, had previously served as Luo Peijin's chief of staff, and Luo Peijin's appointment of him was undoubtedly a means of infiltrating the Sichuan Army with Yunnan personnel for remote control. On the night following the military reduction meeting, Lu Suanho held a banquet at his residence, inviting the division commanders or representatives of the Sichuan Army to attend. Lu Suanho stated Governor Luo Peijin has made such unfair adjustments to the army. Yunnan and Guizhou troops can be integrated into the national army, yet the Sichuan Army is entirely reduced to local forces. What is the reasoning behind this? I urge everyone to send a joint telegram to the central government to oppose this. At this point, Lu Suanho had effectively become the central figure of the later military faction and held significant weight among the Sichuan military leaders. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone expressed their agreement. What surprised everyone was that Qin Zipai from Yunnan responded the most enthusiastically. As the saying goes, a change in the mountain leads to a change in the song. Qin's self-positioning was far more accurate than Luo Peijin's. Luo Peijin intended to use him to control the Sichuan Army, but Qin Zipai, regardless of the Sichuan or Yunnan troops, declared, I am not your chief of staff anymore. This 4th division is mine. Why should it only be considered a local army or temporary organization? Lu Suanho merely spoke out, but Qin Zipai had already grabbed a pen and paper, drafted the telegram, and requested the signatures of all the division commanders. Among the 5 divisions, only 1 division refused to sign, which was the 5th Division stationed in Chongqing, the new 5th Division Xiong Kewu's troops. When Cai E raised the National Protection Banner and sent troops into Sichuan from Yunnan, Xiong Kewu and Dan Maoxin, as representatives of the Kuomintang, served as military advisors, but at that time they could only engage in publicity and liaison work. It was not until the National Protection Army retreated from the battlefield in Luzhou, resulting in a stalemate, that Xiong Kewu seized the opportunity to propose to Cai E, ultimately leading to the establishment of the new 5th Division based on the remnants of the Sichuan Army that had fallen into civilian hands. Xiong Kewu did not personally attend the troop reduction meeting or the banquet. He sent Dan Maoxin as his representative. Dan Maoxin stated, I am here as a representative sent by General Xiong to attend the meeting. As for matters outside the meeting, I have no authority to inquire, so I cannot sign the telegram. Though Dan Maoxin spoke firmly, Lu Suanho was well aware of the situation. As a representative, he may not have the authority to decide directly, but he could still seek instructions. After all, it was merely a matter of sending a telegram. The refusal was not due to a lack of willingness, but rather a refusal to cooperate. The next day, Lu Suanho invited Dan Maoxin for a private discussion. This time, Dan Maoxin no longer hesitated, but directly declined. The 5th Division, like the former Sichuan Army, the old 5th Division, was a purely party-affiliated armed group, and they had little connection with the Beiyang faction, showing no concern about whether they were national troops. This division was nominally a division, but actually comprised only 1 brigade, thus they could not be reduced, and without the support of Cai E and Luo Peijin, how could the 5th Division be established? Moreover, Luo Peijin was also a party member. How could party members make things difficult for each other by following Lu Suanho and these old Sichuan troops? Seeing that it was difficult to persuade him, Lu Suanho directly told Dan Maoxin, hey, race the deal, please inform General Xiong that should any conflict arise in the future, he only needs to remain neutral and not join forces with the Yunnan and Guizhou troops against me. Xiong Kewu was unwilling to turn against Luo Peijin and lacked the power to offend Lu Suanho. For him, the proposal of neutrality was acceptable, as he was far away in Chongqing and could simply turn a blind eye to their conflicts. Afterwards, to bolster his position, Lu Xunho included Xiong Kewu's name in the telegram, sending it to Beiping. This joint telegram from the 5 division commanders immediately placed Luo Peijin in an extremely passive and awkward position, unable to save face. While the Sichuan commanders were one thing, the Yunnan-born Qin Zipai, whom many believed to be Luo Peijin's biggest ally, unexpectedly turned out to be his greatest enemy, taking the opportunity to betray his master for personal gain. What added to his discomfort was the Beiping government's response. News arrived that Duan Shure believed Luo Peijin was ineffective in overseeing Sichuan and threatened to replace him with someone else to govern Sichuan. The reason the 5 division commanders issued a joint telegram stemmed from the need to execute his troop reduction orders, yet now all responsibility and blame were being shifted onto Luo Peijin, who felt indignant. At this time, the governor of Guangdong happened to request leave to come to the capital, and Luo Peijin also submitted a leave request. His leave was indeed for official business, but Luo Peijin had no real business. He merely wanted to throw a tantrum and assert his status. Previously, Luo Peijin's telegrams sent to the Beiping government received either no replies or delayed responses, but this time, it was unexpectedly clear and swift. Duan Shirue replied the same day, leave granted. Asking for leave without official business was simply another way of resigning. From the provincial governors of Sichuan to those of neighboring provinces, everyone was kept in the dark, believing that Luo Peijin was throwing a fit and wanted to leave, and out of courtesy they rushed to dissuade him. Tang Jiao, equally unaware of the situation, sent a telegram to Luo Peijin chastising him for not being able to simply walk away. If you leave, what will happen to the Yunnan troops left in Sichuan? Won't they be without provisions? Luo Peijin had no words to express his difficulties, so he had to explain the truth. Only then did Tang Jiao understand that it was not Luo Peijin's own wish to leave, but rather the Beiping government wanting him gone. Thus he hurriedly sought to remedy the situation, personally telegraphing Beiping to emphasize that the troop reduction in Sichuan had just begun to show some progress, and that Luo Peijin should not be allowed to request leave at this time. Given Tang Jiao's influence in the southwest coupled with Li Yuanhong's support for Luo Peijin, Duan Shure eventually rescinded his order. Luo Peijin broke out in a cold sweat, as if he had been pulled back from the edge of a cliff. If he could not curry favor upwards, then he would have to exert force downwards. Luo Peijin recognized that the 2 individuals intent on causing him trouble were none other than the traitor Qin Zipai and Lu Xunho. As the think tank of the Yunnan army, Luo Peijin, although Jin lacked profound strategies, he was not devoid of excellent tactical ideas. He planned to launch a surprise attack, catching his nearby opponents off guard, just as he had done when devising the plan to enter Sichuan. On April 13, 1917, Luo Peijin suddenly summoned Qin Zipai. Qin Zipai, bewildered, went to the meeting only to find himself taken captive by Luo Peijin. His first punch was quite impressive, but the second one missed. Luo Peijin had tried to meet Lu Xunho several times, but Lu Xunho always made excuses not to come. In fact, since he issued the telegram as the commander of the 5th Division, Lu Xunho had been very cautious. His level of vigilance was akin to Liu Bei guarding against Cao Cao. Each time Luo Peijin convened a meeting of commanders at the government office, Lu Xunho only sent representatives to attend, fearing a plot against him. Casting a wide net, even catching one fish would be a good outcome. On the night of April 14, 1917, Luo Peijin officially issued an order to remove Qin Zipai from his position as commander. Qin Zipai, caught like a turtle in a jar, made Lu Xunho feel a sense of sorrow for the dead rabbit and the sad fox. He had initially intended to use the joint telegram from the 5th Division commanders to intimidate Luo Peijin and force him to retreat. Once Luo Peijin left with his established position among the Sichuan Army, the governorship of Sichuan would naturally fall to him. Lu Xunho did not anticipate that Luo Peijin's counterattack would be so sharp. From then on, he was restless, not even daring to stay at home. He took a blanket to the command headquarters, and even while sleeping at night, he had to change rooms several times. At this moment, a secret telegram that Jin Yunpeng had Wu Lianzhu send him shocked him even more. It turned out that Luo Peijin was planning to completely disband the 4th Division as a demonstration to intimidate the other Sichuan army. He also planned to apply the same approach used against Chun to Lu Xunho, starting by replacing Lu Xunho with a general. This latter idea had been reported to Beiping by Luo Peijin multiple times, but none had been approved. This time he hinted that Lu Xunho was timid and weak, not unable to be forced, but truly unwilling, meaning that if the Beiping government remained unmoved, he would take matters into his own hands. Duan Shure seemed to be intimidated by Luo Peijin's pressure and unprecedentedly agreed to everything. Luo Peijin was obviously greatly encouraged and began to prepare for the disbandment. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Shure had left a hidden message. Although Lu Xunho was removed from his position, the appointment of a new commander was held up. In the secret telegram sent from Jin Yunpeng to Lu Xunho, it was made very clear the removal of your position was not the true intention of Duan Shure. You must take care. Lu Xunho received a clear message. Duan Shure was actually on his side, but if he hesitated and allowed Luo Peijin to take the initiative, Beiping would find it hard to manage. Taking the initiative leads to victory, waiting leads to destruction. It was time to rise up. On April 15, 1917, the 4th Division of the Sichuan Army stationed in the city was summoned to gather in the government square, supposedly to listen to the governor's speech. When the officials and soldiers arrived, the soldiers shouldered their rifles while the officers rested in the barracks. Luo Peijin did not give a speech, but merely nodded meaningfully. Just as words were spoken, the Yunnan army, which had long been lying in ambush, rushed out, confiscating all the firearms and ammunition of the 4th Division, while the officers were detained and the soldiers expelled. The Sichuan soldiers not only lost their firearms, but were also stripped of their uniforms. At this time the temperature was still quite low, and these men were bare-chested with only a pair of underpants left, shivering from the cold. Since it was a forced disbandment, there would naturally be no niceties, but the specific methods were rather despicable. Lu Xunho had been observing the situation, and upon seeing the 4th Division disbanded, immediately sent someone to the streets to take these starving and freezing soldiers for a meal. The streets fell silent, and Luo Peijin paid no attention, perhaps thinking that he had saved on fabric and food costs. However, that afternoon the bare-chested soldiers reappeared. Once again the soldier vagrants truly realized they had nothing. In the morning they had been wearing a pair of shorts, but now they were complete. However, they had added something. Each person was adorned with yellow and white paper money on their heads and bodies. This is a folk cut. When the common people have grievances they want to report to the authorities, but are not heard, they carry paper money to find the bodhisattva and voice their grievances. If the bodhisattva also accepts bribes, then they offer the paper money as a tribute. Evidently Lu Kunhis' meal not only filled everyone's stomach, but also bolstered their courage. The soldiers, holding short knives or empty-handed, either borrowed butcher knives from the local butchers or asked residents for kitchen knives. They were not going to the temple to worship the bodhisattva, but rather to settle accounts with the Yunnan army. Caught off guard, the Yunnan army was stormed by the marching soldiers. Realizing the danger, the Yunnan army quickly opened fire. Although the bare-chested soldiers only had knives, the Sichuan army, providing cover, had rifles and immediately retaliated, leading to a fierce exchange of fire. Both Luo Peijin and Lu Xunho dispatched large numbers of guards to their respective defensive areas, cutting off traffic and constructing fortifications, with war on the verge of breaking out. Due to the Yunnan army's habitual arrogance, the people of Chengdu held a very poor impression of this foreign army. Therefore, when conflict erupted, the nearby residents sided with the Sichuan army, clamoring to fight against the Red Border Army. The Yunnan army attacked was both shocked and furious. Upon seeing the Sichuan people supporting the Sichuan army, they became even more enraged, and thus began to retaliate against innocent civilians. The citizens still wandering the streets were regarded as suspicious elements or spies of the Sichuan army, and were captured and thrown over the city walls, each one speared like fish. The Sichuan police were also implicated, and the Yunnan army killed anyone they encountered. One officer patrolling outside the city was called over by the Yunnan army, and despite explaining, "I am a police officer," the Yunnan soldiers replied, "I recognize you as a police officer." Without further ado, he was dragged into the city and stabbed to death. Afterwards, the Red Cross confirmed that over 1,000 Sichuan civilians had been killed in the Yunnan army's territory. Luo Peijin was certainly responsible for these situations. At that moment, he did not seem like a veteran member of the alliance dedicated to saving the nation and its people, but rather like a feudal warlord willing to take lives for power and profit. At this moment, we all seem to have reason to doubt the original intentions behind their uprising in Yunnan and the national protection movement. Can the rebels be more righteous than those they are rebelling against, more pure than those who have fallen from power? No matter how beautiful the slogans may be, they ultimately remain mere slogans. There is no need for the passage of time or for the sea to dry up and the stones to wither. Those previously sworn promises are now left unfulfilled. This is a curse about evil. As time goes on, it will also be fulfilled upon more people. The tyranny of the Yunnan army has provoked a backlash from the populace. Various representatives from Chengdu formed a petition group to appeal to Lu Xunho, asking him to take action against the Yunnan army to save the Sichuan people. In any situation, the powerless common people are always both pitiful and tragic. They did not know that Lu Xunho was waiting for this opportunity. He had a justifiable reason, termed hanging the people to punish. The disbanded troops of the 4th Division of the Sichuan Army still had remnants in places like Mianyang, and the Yunnan Army had also confiscated their firearms and ammunition, taking them back to the provincial capital. Lu Xunho launched a surprise attack and reclaimed all the firearms and ammunition. This provocative action further angered Luo Peijin. On the night of April 18, 1917, gunfire erupted along the Sichuan-Yunnan front, marking the beginning of the first street battle in Chengdu after the Xinhai Revolution, known as the Battle of Lu in Luo. No one can be considered a good person, yet everyone wishes to be a good person, while others are the bad ones. At the onset of war, Luo Peijin sent a telegram to the Beiping government reporting Lu Kunhis' rebellion to justify his punishment against Lu Xunho. However, Lu Xunho was not that easy to punish. The Sichuan army officers and soldiers had long suffered discrimination and oppression from the Yunnan army. Everyone hated Luo Peijin and had long wished to confront the Yunnan army. Coupled with the later recruited bare-chested soldiers, they fought with a disregard for their lives. The Yunnan army originally intended to press on and capture Lu Kunhis' headquarters, but unexpectedly found themselves retreating step by step, forced to defend the imperial city. By the second night of the street battle, the Yunnan army drenched the civilian houses and shops around the imperial city with gasoline and set them ablaze, claiming it was to clear the line of sight and prevent the Sichuan army from using the buildings for ambushes, a tactic known as lighting the city. Luo Peijin was indeed a think tank on the battlefield, but a political fool. This lighting the city tactic only deepened the resentment of Chengdu's citizens towards him. In terms of winning the hearts of the people, Lu Xunho truly showed potential as a modern-day Liu Bei. Even with the situation as it was, he feared that Luo Peijin and the Yunnan army's image was not fierce enough, specifically making hundreds of Sichuan soldiers wear red-bordered hats to impersonate the Yunnan army and assist in arson. Many shops in Chengdu were opened by merchants from Shaanxi. After the Chengdu mutiny during Yin Changheng's time, the Shaanxi people fled back to their hometowns in fear and did not return to Chengdu until a year later. However, the peaceful days did not last long before trouble struck again. A pawnshop located within the Sichuan Army's territory saw several Sichuan soldiers breaking in amidst the chaos, demanding to pawn their rifles for 10 yuan each. This was no pawn, it was outright extortion. The Shaanxi shopkeeper was quite bold and politely declined, saying weapons are contraband or were afraid of breaking the law and cannot accept them. After failing to extort, the soldiers were embarrassed and angry, but being in Sichuan Army uniforms, they did not dare to act recklessly. Before leaving, they threw down a harsh remark: "You don't know your place. One day you'll recognize who I am." Lu Kunhi's actions to frame others only played into the hands of the unruly soldiers. The next day, those Sichuan soldiers donned red borders, carrying oil barrels and rags, stormed into the pawnshop, set it on fire, and the losses skyrocketed from dozens to hundreds of thousands. After only 2 days of fighting, they had to retreat to the imperial city and even had to light the city. Luo Peijin had completely failed to foresee this, including that Dai Qin would remain indifferent. Dai Qin, a native of Guizhou, had extensive connections with Liang Qichao, Cai E, and others during his studies in Japan. After the national protection movement began, Guizhou declared independence and sent Dai Qin to lead the Qian army into Sichuan to assist in battle. Like Tang Jiao, the governor of Guizhou was reluctant to dispatch the main force and only allocated Dai Qin a mixed brigade. The Yunnan army's weapons were inadequate, and the Qian army was even worse than the Yunnan army. When they first entered Sichuan, some soldiers wielded knives and spears, but once they arrived in Chengdu, they all switched to Sichuan-made weapons. Such a force was almost merely there to play a supporting role, and when encountering well-equipped Beiyang troops, they were utterly helpless. After several months of fighting, not only were there no advancements, but they also nearly lost their defensive positions. After the National Protection War ended, the Qian army shamelessly had no excuse. Since everyone had participated in the war, there were no merits, but also hardships. Food, drink, and military supplies could all be covered by the Sichuan people. Before going abroad, Cai E divided the military and political power in Sichuan into two, appointing Dai Qin as the governor of Sichuan and concurrently in charge of military affairs, equivalent to deputy governor. In terms of contributions to national protection, Lu Tsunho and others were undoubtedly above Dai Qin. The fact that Dai Qin could take such a heavy responsibility largely relied on his connections and friendships. Liang Qichao and Cai E were not as selfless as they claimed, while many hidden dangers in our country precisely stemmed from this selfishness. Not only Lu Tsunho was dissatisfied, but even Luo Peijin viewed this connected person as someone undeserving of his position and felt that he had lost half of his power in Sichuan, thus looking down on Dai Qin. The two highest leaders of the two Sichuan provinces were clearly at odds from the very beginning, each harboring their own ambitions. At that time in Chengdu, there were three major figures: Luo Peijin, Dai Qin, and Lu Tsunho. Luo Peijin belonged to the Nationalist Party, Dai Qin to the Progressive Party, and Lu Tsunho to the Republican Party. Their subordinates correspondingly joined their respective parties, and with the Yunnan, Qian, and Sichuan armies each having their own territories, they formed a triangular stalemate, which the Sichuan people vividly referred to as one country, three officials. Dai Qin did not have Luo Peijin's courage on his way to taking office. He did not dare to meet officials, and also lacked Lu Kunhi's diplomatic skills and cunning. Before arriving in the provincial capital, he sent representatives to visit Lu Tsunho daily, and the two sides had already become familiar. However, once he officially took office, feeling like Lu Kunhi's superior, he no longer took Lu Tsunho seriously, and his representatives no longer set foot in Lu Kunhi's headquarters. What can this be called? This is called being short-sighted. Lu Tsunho, feeling neglected, would not take the initiative to cooperate. Meanwhile, Luo Peijin largely ignored him, which made it difficult for Dai Qin to cope in this environment of one country, three officials, making it even harder to achieve his ambitions. Gradually, Dai Qin began to show signs of discouragement, often feeling sentimental when discussing anecdotes about Cai E. He was not truly a strong figure. He could only survive under the wings of stronger men. Without Cai E, Dai Qin would find it incredibly difficult to establish himself in Chengdu and nearly considered resigning. However, the intensification of the conflict between Lu and Luo unexpectedly gave him the chance to change his fate. As Lu and Luo fell out, Dai Qin's stance as a third party became particularly important. He could mediate and had the capability to do so as long as he maintained a neutral stance. In that case, war would at least not break out in the short term. Initially, Dai Qin did indeed intend to do so, but one of his subordinates said, "Why should we interfere? That would be too foolish." According to this subordinate's analysis, the strengths of the Sichuan and Yunnan armies were evenly matched. Once Lu and Luo began to fight, it would only evolve into a situation where both sides would suffer, with neither able to gain an advantage. Let them fight. The best would be to have them both bleed and suffer. We just need to sit back and watch, and then we can reap the benefits. Dai Qin thought this made sense, so he not only ceased to dissuade them, but secretly fanned the flames, inciting both sides. Before the street battle began, both Lu and Luo thought Dai Qin was on their side. Particularly Luo Peijin believed that since the Yunnan and Qian armies were both foreign troops, the outsiders would naturally help each other. Moreover, without him as the commander giving the order, how could the Qian army possibly abandon their knives and spears and switch to new equipment? Even as a form of gratitude, the Qian army would not turn their arms against their own. The Yunnan army stationed in Chengdu was not numerous, and Luo Peijin dared to take action against the Sichuan army because he was very confident about the alliance between the Yunnan and Qian armies. As the battle commenced, Dai Qin indeed did not turn his arms against anyone, but declared his neutrality, sitting on a small stool to watch the conflict unfold. After just 2 days of observation, the opportunist reaped the rewards. Initially, Duan Shirui in Beiping was indeed leaning towards Lu Tsunho, but with so many civilian casualties occurring so quickly, the situation had escalated too much, making it more difficult to support Lu and topple Luo. The best course of action would be to punish both sides, equally ensuring that neither was made the prince. On April 20, 1917, the Beiping government transmitted an order granting both Luo Peijin and Lu Tsunho the title of idle general, demanding that both cease hostilities and report to Beiping immediately. With both Luo and Lu out of the picture, the governorship was now vacant, and Duan Shirui had to consider new candidates. At this time, Liang Qichao and other Progressive Party members in Beijing began to lobby, recommending Dai Qin as their candidate. Although Lu Tsunho had met Liang Qichao through Zhang Lan's introduction, acquaintance is not the same as friendship. Moreover, Liang Qichao's strong support for Dai Qin also had another political motive to ensure Sichuan would become a base for the Progressive Party. The unexpected opportunity had fallen into Dai Qin's lap, making him overjoyed. As the opportunist benefited, he could silence the squabbling pair. On April 21, 1917, Dai Qin informed both sides of the Beiping orders, yet neither was willing to initiate a ceasefire. Naturally, Luo Peijin was unwilling to let things go. As a provincial commander equivalent to a high-ranking official, to be reduced to an idle general was clearly a demotion, while Lu Tsunho being promoted from division commander to general was an elevation. Why should this be so? Lu Tsunho already knew that there was no hope of competing for the governorship, but since both men had lost resources, he was determined not to allow the Yunnan army to retreat from Chengdu, and would never back down. Ultimately, war would resolve the war. Lu Tsunho dispatched 3 cannons to bombard the imperial city. Luo Peijin's lighting the city not only lost the hearts of the people, but militarily did not yield many advantages either, as the so-called clearing the line of sight seemed specifically prepared for the Sichuan army's artillery. Peijin and his chief of staff were discussing strategies within the imperial city when the first shell struck the conference room, shattering 3 columns. Luo Peijin hurried to another meeting room, only to find that the shell seemed to have a mind of its own, chasing after him. At that time, the artillery, both in terms of performance and the skills of the gunners, could not achieve such precision. The reason it hit its mark was simply that these 2 conference rooms were taller than ordinary buildings, making them more conspicuous. In other words, it was somewhat akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. But even so, it couldn't be this coincidental. Luo Peijin's face paled. At this moment, he could only hope for reinforcements from the other Dian army to simultaneously break the siege of the imperial city and launch an internal and external attack against the Chuan army. Lu Tsunho had long anticipated this move. While engaged in urban warfare in Chengdu, Zhang Tidao had split his forces into 2, marching day and night to ambush the northern advancing Dian army. In the end, no soldiers from the peripheral Dian army managed to enter Chengdu. Luo Peijin was isolated and helpless, and his confidence in battle collapsed. On April 24, 1917, Luo Peijin tearfully delivered the military seal to the provincial governor's office, then led the Dian army out of Chengdu, with the Chuan army not pursuing. This 7-day street battle finally came to an end. Dai Qin held 3 seals at once, embodying the roles of military governor, provincial governor, and advisor, achieving it all. Such an easily attained success often leads to inexplicable illusions, as the once listless provincial governor found himself in high spirits. He ordered all the Qian troops into the city, taking over the original defensive positions of the Dian army, exuding an air of wanting to take control. However, many discerning individuals, including the Progressive Party in Chuan, were worried about this. In fact, neither Luo Peijin nor Lu Tsunho was truly willing to accept the telegraph order from the Beiping government. Neither wanted to go to Beiping and idle away their time. Luo Peijin's Dian army remained in Sichuan Station just outside Chengdu, while Lu Tsunho's Chuan army also refused to withdraw from Chengdu, stubbornly holding their old defensive positions. Zhang Lan assisted Lu Tsunho, yet he was ultimately a member of the Progressive Party. Thinking of Dai Qin, he personally came to Chengdu to persuade Dai Qin to relinquish one of the advisor titles to Lu Tsunho, saying, "You have 3 seals. With the military and political power of Sichuan in your hands, why be so stingy?" After a round of martial theatrics, Lu Tsunho was exhausted and covered in sweat, yet all the good fortune seemed to go to others, reminiscent of the national protection, or truly an extreme stroke of bad luck. At this moment, if he were given an advisor's hat, it would somewhat serve to comfort his psyche. However, Dai Qin disagreed. He was reluctant. In the end, it came down to a scholar dabbling in politics too superficial. Frustrated, Lu Tsunho had to seek a new path. Duan Qirhui's abandonment of Lu in favor of Dai was largely a matter of necessity, a stopgap measure. He conveyed through Wu Lianzhu to Lu Tsunho, "The affairs of Chuan are not yet settled. Do not retreat. The central government will handle it in the end." Before Duan Shirui could make another decision, the political situation in Beiping underwent another tumultuous change. Duan Shirui and Li Yuanhong's power struggle escalated to a boiling point, and in a fit of anger, Duan Shirui fled to Tianjin. Immediately after, Wenhui Governor Zhang Sun entered the capital under the pretense of mediation, but upon entering, he forced Li Yuanhong to dissolve the National Assembly. The series of changes in the political landscape was enough to bewilder people, even making strategists like Wu Lianzhu unsure of which side to stand on. However, one thing was clear: regardless of where Duan Shui found himself, he remained a formidable figure whose words carried weight. His stance was crucial. Wu Lianzhu rushed to Tianjin to pay his respects and seek counsel from Duan Shui. Duan Shui himself had been driven away by Li Yuanhong and the National Assembly, and Zhang Sun's dissolution of the assembly was akin to a stab in the back to his political rivals, naturally making Duan Shui quite pleased. He told Wu Lianzhu, "What are you afraid of? Hurry to Beiping and find Zhang Sun, and also convey my regards." Wu Lianzhu grasped the situation and upon returning to the capital sought out Zhang Sun to express Lu Siyuan house loyalty. However, loyalty cannot be forced, it must be recognized by the other party. Zhang Sun bluntly asked Wu Lianzhu how much strength Lu Siyuan had. Wu Lianzhu responded swiftly, "Liu's faction has 2 divisions and 1 brigade forming the backbone of the Sichuan Army. They are quite formidable, no doubt about it." On July 1st, 1917, Zhang Sun instigated a restoration in Beiping while simultaneously announcing Lu Siyuan house appointment as the governor of Sichuan. Previously, despite risking life and limb, Lu Siyuan could not secure even a minor official position. Now, with a single telegraph, his dreams came true, making him so joyful that he nearly shouted to share the news with the world. However, a subsequent secret telegram left him speechless. The telegram from Wu Lianzhu specifically instructed Lu Siyuan not to express any stance for the time being, as the situation was still fluid and the direction unclear. It was still too early for celebration. Lu Siyuan had to remain patient and silent. Daikin was genuinely taken aback upon hearing this news. Because after Zhang Sun's restoration, governors were appointed across the provinces, but in other provinces the governors were military commanders. With the governor already appointed and the military commander not removed, it meant 2 individuals sharing the same title within a single province. The previously contentious Sichuan and Qian armies began to mobilize, each guarding their territories with sentinels, creating a particularly tense atmosphere. Whether to support the restoration or advocate for the republic, whether to be a military commander or a governor, Lu Siyuan was indifferent, and Daikin was actually indifferent too. It resembled the previous national protection movement, with the key still being who would ultimately emerge victorious. According to the principle of winner takes all, it does not depend on whether restoration or the republic is better, it only depends on the opinions of the victor. Before the answer was revealed, or the winner revealed themselves, everyone was left guessing, including Daikin, who was unsure of how to express his position. Still, they had to listen to the developments from Beiping. On July 2, 1917, Liang Qichao sent an urgent telegram from Tianjin informing that Duan Shui had arrived at Makhang to rally the Beiyang troops to attack Zhang Sun and protect the republic, declaring Zhang Sun a traitor. Daikin let out a long sigh of relief. There was nothing more to say. Duan Shui would undoubtedly be the victor, and Zhang Sun would surely be the loser. It was time to declare martial law and issue a proclamation against the traitors. At the same time, he called Lu Siyuan. "I have decided to move into the imperial city tomorrow. The old governor's office is now vacated for you. Please hurry over to take up the governorship. Mr. Lu also received Wu Lianzhu's secret telegram at this time, knowing that his governorship would once again evaporate. Considering the bizarre political situation, it was truly confusing for an ordinary person. Upon receiving Daikin's call, he quickly replied, "I must decline the governorship. I absolutely cannot take it." "Please do." Daikin persisted. "You take your governorship, and I will continue as military governor." "Why decline?" Only then did Lu Siyuan realize that Daikin was merely mocking him, causing him to clench his fists in anger. The Battle of Lu and Dai had already left both the Sichuan and Jian armies battered and bruised. Lu Siyuan did not wish to engage in further conflict with the Qian army in the short term, so he swallowed his pride and planned to accept his misfortune. On the contrary, Daikin would not let up, holding on to the accusation of Lu Siyuan being rebellious, believing that a justified cause could allow him to deal with Lu Siyuan once and for all. Lu Siyuan commanded 1 division and 1 brigade totaling 130 troops, including special forces, with a complete range of 5 military branches: infantry, cavalry, artillery, engineering, and logistics. Daikin only brought a mixed brigade of around 6,000 to 7,000 Qian troops to Chengdu. In terms of numbers, the Sichuan army was double that of the Qian army. Daikin was still capable of calculating the odds. At this moment, Daikin thought of a joint effort with the Jian army. He sent someone to contact Luo Peijin, agreeing that once the Sichuan and Qian forces opened fire, the Jian army would rush to their aid at night. With this assurance, Daikin began to feel invincible and emboldened. On July 4, 1917, he convened a military meeting at the military headquarters, ordering Lu Siyuan to attend. Of course, Lu Siyuan still dared not come. He only sent a representative due to illness. Daikin slammed the table and questioned the representative why Lu Siyuan had not yet cancelled his false position. The representative quickly defended, saying that Lu Siyuan had not accepted Zhang Sun's declaration of governor, so how could he talk about cancellation? Daikin was intent on picking a fight that day and was unwilling to let it go easily. He insisted that Lu Siyuan's stance was unclear and could not be trusted. The representative immediately stated that they would issue a proclamation against the traitors upon returning. On July 5, 1917, Lu Siyuan prepared a telegram denouncing Zhang Sun and opposing the rest. This telegram was certainly not meant for his own eyes but for others, but unexpectedly Daikin had already blocked the telegraph office, and the telegram could not be sent. Just when Lu Siyuan was in a fit of rage, Daikin called again, questioning why he had not yet sent the telegram to express his stance. Lu Siyuan retorted, "If you want me to express a stance, you should first remove your people from the telegraph office." Dai Can hung up the phone and ordered an offensive to begin. That afternoon, the Qian army attacked the Chuan army's defenses, marking the outbreak of the Battle of Lu and Dai, the Second Street Battle of Chengdu. Although the Chuan army had a large total force, only 2 battalions were stationed in Chengdu, which was fewer than the Qian army. Therefore, at the outset, the Qian army advanced aggressively, as if they were about to swallow their opponents whole. By July 6, 1917, the Chuan army was showing signs of exhaustion, while the Qian army pillaged and burned along the way, filled with delight. This strategy was a foolish maneuver that could rival that of the Dian army. The rampant plundering incited great resentment among the residents of Chengdu, who believed the Qian army was worse than the Dian army, leading them to automatically side with the Chuan army. In street battles, familiarity with the streets is crucial. Residents often shouted directions for the Chuan army, allowing them to navigate freely through the ruins of burned buildings. In contrast, the Qian army only knew to guard the street corners. When they turned around, they found that the Chuan army had already overwhelmed. The Qian army retreated to the old imperial city of Chengdu. Lu Xiyuanhou realized that Dai Can's strategy of defending the imperial city was premeditated. It was clear that he was waiting for the Dian army to come to his aid. Once the Dian army arrived with internal and external forces combined, the Chuan army would be in peril. Thus, he had to eliminate the Qian army within the imperial city before the Dian army arrived. The artillery was what frightened Luo Peijin away from the imperial city. Lu Xiyuanhou placed the artillery positions atop the city walls and began bombarding the imperial city. Dozens of shells fell into the imperial city, yet none landed on the Qian army's positions. The area of the imperial city was vast, and the Qian army sustained no injuries. Thus, they did not take the Chuan army's artillery seriously. Lu Xiyuanhou found this infuriating. The distance from the city walls to the imperial city was too far, so he decided to move the artillery down to the foot of the imperial city and fire at the city gates, believing he could easily break through. As he fired, the shells missed the city gates entirely, instead arcing gracefully into the interior of the imperial city. He then aimed at the city walls, but the results were the same. The Chuan army's artillery was a type of howitzer, not a direct fire cannon. These men treated the artillery as if it were a gun, believing that aiming at something would ensure a hit, unaware that their earlier accuracy was merely a stroke of luck. With the artillery proving ineffective, Lu Xiyuanhou organized a suicide squad to storm the city, offering a reward of $50 for anyone who could breach the imperial city. With the bounty in place, many eager individuals joined the suicide squad, who used long ladders to scale the walls, followed by a large contingent of infantry. The Qian army was not afraid of artillery or men. As the suicide squad members climbed the ladders, they remained silent, allowing them to ascend without interference until the squad members exposed their heads at the gap in the wall, when a flurry of darts would come flying and sending the attackers tumbling off the walls. With half of the suicide squad lying dead beneath the imperial city, Lu Xiyuanhou had no choice but to surround the city and fortify the walls. Lu Xiyuanhou's greatest concern was the arrival of the Dian army, so he had already allocated some troops to guard against reinforcements. Dai Can was also eagerly anticipating Luo Peijin's rescue. However, several days passed without a sign of the Dian army. Luo Peijin was not unwilling to provide assistance. He simply did not wish to come to the rescue too early. If we were to trace the origins of the earliest fishing prophet scenario, it would be Luo Peijin. Yet he did not expect Dai Can to rise to the occasion, delivering a significant blow to him during the Battle of Lu and Dai. With the Dian army not arriving, the Qian army could not sustain a siege for a year and a half. If the Dian army did not come, food would become a problem. Dai Can was also indecisive, constantly wavering between holding firm and breaking out, causing the morale of his troops to Dai Can agreed with Luo Peijin that the Qian army could hold out for no more than 5 days. As 5 days passed with no news, he could no longer contain himself and made the decision to break out forcibly. But it was too late. The Chuan army had already mobilized outside the city, and Lu Xiyuanhou had sealed the imperial city tightly, making it impossible for the Qian army to break out. The age-old methods for breaching a city were few. After artillery and suicide squads, Lu Xiyuanhou thought of using explosives. This was actually a tactic invented by the Taiping army, and as long as the recipe was followed, it would work. The Chuan army requisitioned a coffin made of cypress wood from the locals, placed gunpowder inside, reinforced it with iron bands, and then dug a tunnel directly to the base of the imperial city walls, intending to place the explosive coffin inside. When the explosives detonated, the sound was earth-shattering, blowing a breach over 10 meters long in the imperial city walls. Once the explosion subsided, the Chuan army's suicide squad rushed through the breach. Unexpectedly, the Qian army was quite alert. They had already discovered the explosives and had set up ambushes around the area. The leading members of the suicide squad were immediately stabbed down as they charged in, and the breach was quickly blocked again. Although the explosive assault on the city failed, the shockwave and noise created by the explosion left the Qian soldiers stunned. The next day, the Qian army raised a white flag atop the imperial city and lowered 2 envoys with ropes requesting permission from the Chuan army to withdraw from Chengdu. Lu Xiyuanhou believed that Dai Can had indeed reached a dead end, so he expressed his agreement. However, he did not anticipate that this was a ruse from the Qian army. The vanguard of the Qian army reached the city gates, but did not exit. Instead, they charged up the walls, seeking to control the high ground. The high ground was crucial in warfare, and the Chuan army naturally fought to the death. In the close-quarter combat, both sides had no time to shoot, having to engage with spears and bayonets. After so many days of siege, the Qian army was both hungry and fatigued. This type of hand-to-hand combat was physically demanding, and they gradually could not hold on, compounded by the increasing numbers of Sichuan army reinforcements, ultimately forcing them back to the imperial city. 12 days had passed, and the Dian army still had not shown up. Dai can finally completely abandon hope for reinforcements. He used local prominent figures as guarantors to hand over the 3 seals to Lu Siyuan Ho, and once again requested withdrawal from Chengdu. Lu Siyuan House agreement was merely a ruse. The Chuan army ambushed the retreating Qian army, resulting in total annihilation, and Dai Can, in a desperate situation, shot himself. Just like strategies and political maneuvers, if not moderated, they resemble Pandora's box. Once opened, they cannot be contained, for if you can use deceit, others can too. Everyone can resort to trickery, and in the end it will only harm oneself. The Sichuan people who love to engage in idle chatter sent Dai Can the outsider a couplet. The first line read, "A life spent weeping in the Qing court." In the second line, "Only after death does one know the difficulty of the Shu road." Both lines of the couplet were related to the Dian army. The Dian army's invasion of Qian was indeed initiated by Dai Can. It was the result of his lamenting the Qing court in Yunnan. One could say that without the support of the Dian army, Dai Can could not have risen to power, yet he met his demise on the Shu road, falling victim to the Dian army. Truly, it was a case of success and failure being one and the same. The Battle of Lu and Dai concluded, and the situation in Beiping was already settled. Duan Shirui expelled Zhang Sun and re-entered the political arena as a hero of reconstructing the republic, his glory rivaling that of Cai E in the past. With the backing of powerful allies, everything fell into place. Half a month later, Lu Siyuan House Army headquarters finally hung the plaque of Sichuan military governor's office. Lu Luo and Dai remained with only Luo Peijin left. He had intended to choose the best moment to strike, similar to how he dealt with Chun Huan during the National Protection War. Unfortunately, the fishermen had not yet profited. The conflict between the clam and the snipe had yielded results, and a fine pot of stew had been burnt. Luo Peijin could not secure the position of governor in Sichuan. He was merely an ordinary subordinate of Tang Jiao, who was extremely dissatisfied with him, and simply recalled him to Yunnan. In the great battle of the 3 factions, those who won and lost, those who laughed and cried, all had their roles to play. Yang Shuk, in courtesy named Songbai, was born in Mudong Town, Banan District, Chongqing, and was a member of the alliance. He was the head of the Chongqing branch of the alliance, and participated in organizing the Chongqing Shu army government. When Xiong Kewu served as the governor of Sichuan, he was appointed as the governor of Sichuan province by Sun Yat-sen, but due to being embroiled in the conflict between Xiong Kewu and Sun Yat-sen, he faced resistance and opposition from Xiong Kewu. Gu Pingjin, courtesy named Xiaozhai, was from Yunnan. Known as a wise general, he planned a surprise attack on Chongqing during the 3 Kingdoms War in the Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou regions, driving away Lu Tsunho. Zhao Yoxing, courtesy named Fungjia, was also from Yunnan. He was the foremost general of Cai E, launching a great counteroffensive during the National Protection War, decisively securing victory. Zhu De, courtesy named Yujia, was born in Yilong County, Nanchung City, Sichuan Province. He graduated from the Yunnan Military Academy, was recognized by Luo Peijin, and joined the alliance in the same year. During the Sichuan Civil War, he served as a brigade commander of the Yunnan Army, and was subordinate to Zhao Yoxin, stationed in Sichuan. Wu Peifu, courtesy named Ziyu, was from Shandong, and came from a scholarly background. He was the leader of the Beiyang government, maintaining integrity, and particularly excelling in military talent, once regarded as the strongest in China, and the most likely Beiyang military leader to unify China. In the urban warfare in Chengdu, both the Yunnan and Guizhou forces suffered losses. After suffering losses, Tang Jiao increased the deployment of Yunnan troops into Sichuan, while the governor of Guizhou also dispatched the main force of the Guizhou army into Sichuan for revenge against Dai Can, totaling more than 40,000 troops from both Yunnan and Guizhou. Meanwhile, the Sichuan army participating in the battle rose from 2 divisions to 3 divisions. The protagonists of grievances and enmities have transformed from 3 men into 3 groups of men, indicating that the killing game of the 3 Kingdoms War has entered an upgraded phase. The Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou forces fought in succession, the war extending from Chengdu to the entire Sichuan region, escalating in scale, troop numbers, duration, and brutality. Seeing that the Great Fire was nearly uncontrollable, the Beiping government hurriedly dispatched officials to lead the Beiyang army to investigate and mediate. However, faced with the chaotic battlefield, even central officials were powerless, merely watching as both sides continued to clash. Initially, the Sichuan army had the upper hand, but after the Yunnan army's surprise attack on Chongqing, the situation turned more favorable for the Yunnan and Guizhou forces. The Yunnan and Guizhou armies knew that Duan Shirui was on Lu Kunhe's side, so they fought the Beiyang army and the Sichuan army together. Tang Jiao even fabricated a lie claiming that Duan Shirui intended to disband all stationed Yunnan troops in Sichuan and escort them to Siberia for hard labor. With such a distraction, the Yunnan army attacked the Beiyang army even more fiercely than the Sichuan army. The Beiyang army, with just 2 battalions, was unable to withstand the assault and had to retreat from Sichuan in disarray, claiming to be conducting investigations only to end up being handled by others. At the outbreak of the war among the Sichuan army, apart from the already disbanded 4th Division, there was one division that remained aloof, which was Xiong Kewu's 5th Division. It seems incomprehensible for a Sichuan person to remain indifferent when fighting against Yunnan and Guizhou people, but Xiong Kewu had his own logic. In summary, although Xiong Kewu was a Sichuan person, he was also a member of the Nationalist Party, prioritizing party interests over regional affiliations. From Xiong Kewu's perspective, such reasoning is not unreasonable. The Beiping government led by Duan Shirai has always been in opposition to the Nationalist Party in the south. The old Sichuan Army relying on Duan Shirai is an enemy of the Nationalist Party. Thus, according to the principle that an enemy's enemy is a friend, the old Sichuan Army is the enemy, while the Yunnan and Guizhou forces are the friends. Some hoped that the 5th Division would join the Sichuan Army in battle, but Xiong Kewu bluntly refused. The 5th Division still wears the National Protection Army's cap. Just like the Yunnan and Guizhou forces with their red edges, the National Protection Army cannot fight against the National Protection Army, and those with red edges cannot fight against each other. Xiong Kewu not only observed the situation most of the time, but also allocated some forces to assist the Yunnan and Guizhou armies. When the Beiyang army retreated from Sichuan, he launched attacks along the way, truly living up to the title of red edges within the Sichuan army. This is certainly a form of opportunistic observation, and the benefits gained are considerable as well. At the end of the Three Kingdoms War, Sichuan once again became a dual-headed government, one in Chengdu and the other in Chongqing. Chengdu was controlled by the new governor Lu Tsunho, while Chongqing was the stronghold of Xiong Kewu and the Yunnan and Guizhou forces. Imagine if Xiong Kewu did not ally with the Yunnan and Guizhou forces, relying solely on the 5th Division. How could he contend with Lu Tsunho? One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Xiong Kewu and Lu Tsunho will eventually have to clash again, but according to the rules before the clash, they must find a hat to wear. This hat is called the National Protection Movement. The slogan of the National Protection Movement was to uphold the Nanjing Constitution and the National Assembly, claiming to oppose Zhang Sun's restoration. However, the issue was that Zhang Sun was truly disappointing and was kicked off the stage by Duan Shirai before he could even gain traction. Thus, opposing Zhang Sun transformed into opposing Duan Shirai, while the banner of national protection remained unchanged. As for whether it was reasonable or outdated, no one cared anymore. Under the banner of the National Protection Movement, the Yunnan and Guizhou armies and the Chongqing Sichuan Army formed the Jingwa Allied Forces, with Xiong Kewu serving as the supreme commander of the Sichuan Jingwa forces. He aimed to initiate the Jingwa campaign, leading the three armies to punish Lu Tsunho. The reasons for the punishment were readily available. To oppose Zhang Sun, Lu Tsunho was the Sichuan governor appointed by Zhang. To oppose Duan Shirai, Lu Kun's position as the Sichuan governor was conferred by Duan. Whichever reason, a whip can always strike your backbone. After the Jingwa army was deployed, just over a month later they approached Chengdu. Lu Tsunho, sensing the situation was dire, hurriedly issued a declaration to unite with the southwestern provinces to protect the law, but Xiong Kewu and the Yunnan and Guizhou allied forces had no intention of accepting him as a comrade. Protecting the law is akin to revolution. To revolutionize, a Q must still obtain permission from foreign gentlemen. Lu Tsunho did not understand one thing. They were attacking him for resisting the law, and did not indicate that changing his stance to protect the law would spare him from being attacked. In short, the target is you. It was already said before, it's merely a hat. Governor Lu is too naive. In June 1918, Xiong Kewu expelled Lu Tsunho from Sichuan, marking the first time since the Xinhai Revolution that the Nationalist Party completely controlled the military and political power in the province. This opportunity for Xiong Kewu could be said to have been granted by Tang Jiao, whose position as supreme commander of Sichuan was bestowed by Tang. Tang Jiao himself was the supreme commander of the Allied forces, and the Sichuan commander had to obey the Allied forces commander. In other words, Tang now viewed himself as Xiong's boss, the one who helped him mount the war horse. Many times slogans are like beautiful sugar wrappers, concealing within them human ambitions and desires. For instance, Tang, from the Xinhai Revolution to the National Protection Movement, could be said to have participated in every military endeavor, reaping the benefits. However, in the end, despite all the revolutions and justice, he still aimed to place the rich territory of Sichuan on his. This is called Great Yunnanism, which aims to place Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou under Tang Jiao's rule, thereby becoming the Western overlord dominating the three provinces. Luo Peijin was expelled from Chengdu by Lu Tsunho, indicating that the plan of using Yunnan people to control Sichuan people had failed, prompting Tang Jiao to consider using Sichuan people to control Sichuan people, with Xiong Kewu being his ideal candidate in the entire plan. Tang Jiao appointed Xiong Kewu as supreme commander of Sichuan, which should have been recommended to the military government led by Sun Yat-sen for their appointment. However, he bypassed them, intending to let Xiong Kewu know, "You are my man from now on." According to this definition, Xiong Kewu's success is naturally Tang Jiao's success. Tang Jiao believed that Sichuan was already within easy reach. On September 16, 1918, when Tang Jiao arrived in Chongqing to chair the Allied forces meeting, the grandeur of the ceremony was akin to that of a Western overlord with cavalry leading the way. The horses ridden by the cavalry were carefully selected with pairs of different colors, such as blue, chestnut, yellow, and white, perfectly matched. The soldiers carried spears on their backs, wore sabers at their waists, donned leather boots and helmets, looking exceedingly impressive. Following them was Tang Jiao's imperial guard, known as the Qifei Army, named after an ancient warrior called Qifei. The Qifei Army's attire was neither entirely traditional nor completely Western. They wore helmets and carried square halberds like Lu Bu. Next came the flag bearer, holding a large apricot yellow flag with a large Tang character embroidered on it, resembling the descriptions often found in storytelling. Following the large Tang flag was a palanquin carried by 8 men. However, Tang Jiao was not inside the palanquin. He rode behind it on a yellow horse adorned with various medals, which showcased his imposing presence. The Sichuan civil and military officials responsible for welcoming him were all astonished, believing that ancient kings and nobles were no different from this. Entering the palace, the officials felt as if they were Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, their eyes widening in amazement at the luxury and extravagance, which was truly indescribable. The spectacle of the Western overlord shook the entire mountain city, with Chongqing newspapers reporting every 5 steps a guard, every 10 steps a sentry, moving in and out resembling an imperial presence. Tang Jiao was an old member of the alliance and a revolutionary, but what does that matter? Perhaps Tang Jiao did not initially think this way. He may have been very sincere when he repeated the phrase "expel the Tartars and restore China," but after expelling the Tartars, his actions were indeed all centered around money and women. Similarly, Cai E, who had once invaded Sichuan, sought fame. Tang Jiao, besides seeking fame, valued even more the greater spectacle and more of money and women. When he stepped into Chongqing, he was just a step away from these ambitions. Tang Jiao prepared a plan for this meeting, named the Alliance Plan for the 3 provinces of Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou. The core of the alliance plan, which was also the most critical for Xiong Kewu, was the ownership of the Sichuan arsenal and tax revenues, which Tang Jiao intended to allocate to the Allied forces headquarters. Tang Jiao thought that Xiong Kewu's position was granted by him, that whatever he said was law, but unexpectedly Xiong Kewu refused to sign. Xiong Kewu was a strong man, not a puppet. Who is in charge of the Allied forces headquarters is still Tang Jiao. This allocation would mean that all the guns and money in Sichuan would flow into Tang Jiao's pockets. Tang Jiao was using Xiong Kewu, while Xiong Kewu was also using Tang Jiao, specifically utilizing Tang Jiao's Yunnan army to drive Lu Tsuanho away. Now that Lu Tsuanho has been ousted with Sichuan firmly in hand, why should he still listen to your arrangements and sign such an unequal treaty? The meeting lasted a week with no results, leaving Tang Jiao greatly disappointed. Upon returning to Yunnan, he began transitioning from supporting Xiong to overthrowing Xiong. Since you are unwilling to be my slide to Sichuan and instead want to be a stumbling block, I must eliminate you. Previously, it was using Sichuan people to control Sichuan people. Now, with the Nationalist Party controlling Sichuan, Tang Jiao adopted a method of using party members to control party members. The first party member that Tang Jiao targeted was none other than the renowned Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen and Xiong Kewu had long been at odds, and their conflict actually stemmed from the discord between Sun Yat-sen and Huang Xing. The rift between Sun and Huang occurred after the Second Revolution. After the failure of the Second Revolution, Sun Yat-sen attributed the reasons for failure to everyone not listening to him, and thus organized the Chinese Revolutionary Party in Tokyo, requiring party members to use their fingerprints on their application forms to show loyalty. However, this move was rejected by Huang Xing and other veteran party members. With matters reaching this point, coming together again was no longer pleasant. Huang Xing and others left Tokyo for Nanyang, later referred to as the Nanyang faction, while the party members who remained in Tokyo were called the Tokyo faction. Xiong Kewu was originally part of the Tokyo faction and had also used his fingerprint on the application form, but later, due to economic disputes with Sichuan party members, he angrily left Tokyo to join Huang Xing, thus becoming part of the Nanyang faction. The estrangement began at this point. In Xiong Kewu's memory, he could no longer find that feeling of idol worship when he saw Sun Yat-sen in Tokyo. Upon returning to Sichuan, the two rarely corresponded, and Xiong Kewu hardly reported the situation in Sichuan to Sun Yat-sen, making all judgments and decisions on his own. Sun Yat-sen was not a saint either. When he initially appointed the Sichuan governor, he did not nominate Xiong Kewu. The nominee felt that he was too inexperienced and voluntarily withdrew. Even though they superficially told beautiful lies, Xiong Kewu knew the true nature of his relationship with Sun Yat-sen. Since Huang Xing's death, the Nanyang faction had evidently fallen out of favor within the Nationalist Party, with the majority in power and trusted by Sun Yat-sen being from the Tokyo faction. It is unexpected that after years of revolution, in the end one alignment could negate everything. Can this thing be trusted? Who knows? Upon learning of Sun Yat-sen's initial nominee, Xiong Kewu was so furious that he refused to take up the position of military governor and continued as the commander of Sichuan. If Xiong Kewu had failed in war, it would have been another story, but he won. The winner-takes-all rule applies at any time and any. Sun Yat-sen did not place his bets on Xiong Kewu beforehand, and afterward tasted the bitter fruits when he appointed Yang Shukan as the governor of Sichuan. However, Xiong Kewu issued a proclamation on his own, declaring himself in charge of both civil and military affairs, while appointing Dan Maoxin as acting governor. Yang Shukan held Sun Yat-sen's appointment letter, yet it was already too late, causing him to be stuck in Shanghai for nearly half a year before he could take up his position in Chengdu. In his early years, Yang Shukan taught at the Sichuan Higher Normal School. A rare scholar among revolutionaries, he was well-versed in both Chinese and Western knowledge and had always been highly valued by Sun Yat-sen. Having Yang Shukan in charge of Sichuan civil affairs was undoubtedly an excellent choice, and he himself was eager to assist Xiong Kewu in achieving great things in Sichuan. However, feelings of goodwill were not mutual. Xiong Kewu no longer regarded Yang Shukan as a friend or comrade, but rather as Sun Yat-sen's proxy in Sichuan, or unpleasantly, put as a nail driven by Sun Yat-sen. With a nail in place, it must be pulled out. Henceforth, Xiong Kewu sought to undermine Yang Shukan at every turn. To manage civil affairs, one inevitably needs money. Coincidentally, Xiong Kewu tightened his grip on the finances, leading to the absurd situation of Xiong and Yang fighting over funds, almost as if waging war. In dire straits, Yang Shukan, following Sun Yat-sen's instructions, recommended Liao Zhongkai, as the head of the Sichuan finance department, and Zhang Jieshi as the chief of police, hoping to have these two as his reliable aides. Xiong Kewu showed no mercy and utilized the Sichuan Provincial Assembly to oppose them. Both Liao and Zhang were smart men. Upon hearing the news midway, they realized they were not welcomed and promptly returned to Guangdong. We are all comrades, yet sometimes the hatred between comrades surpasses that of enemies. Xiong Kewu's actions not only dealt a heavy blow to Yang Shukan, but also left Sun Yat-sen in a very awkward position. In desperation, Yang Shukan had no choice but to take leave under the pretense of his father's illness, hoping to ease the tensions between them. Little did he know the softer he was, the harsher Xiong Kewu would become. Xiong Kewu showed no intention of relenting. After Yang Shukan's leave was over and he returned to his post, Xiong Kewu brazenly took control of the entire Sichuan garrison, which should have been commanded by the governor in the name of the military governor. Next, Xiong Kewu committed another outrageous act. In February 1920, he proclaimed himself the military governor of Sichuan, nearly a year after Sun Yat-sen's appointment. In this proclamation, Xiong Kewu even referred to the leaders of the Beiping government as president and premier. At that time, the South and North were completely opposed. It was not the Beiping president or premier who appointed Xiong Kewu, but rather Sun Yat-sen. Upon receiving the proclamation, the Beiping government naturally mocked the southern factions to the fullest extent. Tang Jiao's second card was the industrial group. The Sichuan Kuomintang had two major factions, or rather two camps. One faction was called the Nine-Men Group, led by Xiong Kewu, which included Dan Maoxin and others, all of whom were graduates of Japanese military academies, totaling 9 in number. The other faction was called the Industrial Group, composed of teachers and students from Sichuan academia. After the Xinhai Revolution, some entered politics, while others took up arms, becoming Longyan soldiers. In simple terms, the Nine-Men Group focused on military matters, while the Industrial Group paid attention to civil governance. The name Industrial Group originated from their belief that after the victory of the Xinhai Revolution, revolutionary activities should shift towards economic activities. Thus, the Industrial Group was not as aggressive as the Nine-Men Group and had many divergent views. Xiong Kewu and his Nine-Men Group had never gotten along with the Industrial Group. When reorganizing the troops, Xiong Kewu held a discriminatory attitude towards the civil militia led by the Longyan soldiers, refusing to replenish the ammunition lost during the Protective War, which widened the gap between the Industrial Group and Xiong Kewu until they complied with Sun Yat-sen's instructions to support Yang and oppose Xiong, support Yang Shukan and oppose Xiong Kewu. In March 1920, Sun Yat-sen unreservedly laid out his abandoned Xiong plan in a telegram to Tang Jiao, and the counterattack by the Industrial Group was a crucial part of this plan. The Industrial Group wanted to support Yang and oppose Xiong, but lacked sufficient strength. Coincidentally, Tang Jiao needed to leverage the Sichuan Army's power, leading to the formation of the anti-Xiong alliance. With the means and strength to topple Xiong Kewu in hand, Tang Jiao began to press Xiong Kewu step by step. Tang Jiao's representative met with Xiong Kewu in Chengdu and openly declared at the welcome meeting that Yunnan people consider patriotism mere empty talk. Among the Yunnan military leaders there were differing opinions, but when it came to battle there was no disagreement at all. These words were clearly meant for Xiong Kewu. The Qing army would join in if there were benefits, and naturally, they could not be absent from the anti-Xiong alliance. Their posturing seemed to surpass even the Yunnan army in momentum, as their representative directly shouted to the Sichuan people, Sichuan matters must be resolved by Sichuan troops. Yunnan and Qian have no intention to intervene. But if the Sichuan army could not resolve the issue, Yunnan and Qian would certainly not stand idly by. The storm was brewing, and Xiong Kewu sensed the threat. He urgently expanded his army while trying to win over the Sichuan army, which was not part of his direct command. Previously, Xiong Kewu had watched the Yunnan and Qian armies clash with the Sichuan army, but this was a different time. His call to the Sichuan army could not be from a partisan perspective, but rather from a Sichuan perspective. Sichuan people do not fight against Sichuan people. Aside from that, offering titles and promises was essential, even more effective than other means. At the same time, Xiong Kewu mobilized public opinion, using local newspapers in Sichuan to denounce Tang Jiao for invading Sichuan with Japanese-style ambitions. At that time, the September 18th incident had not yet occurred, but Japan's ambitions to invade China had already begun to emerge through the 21 demands, causing the Chinese people to feel deep shame and likening Tang Jiao to the Japanese of the Southwest, naturally aiming to incite a sense of common enemy among the people of Sichuan. After all this effort, Xiong Kewu gained some benefits. A portion of the old Sichuan army joined his ranks. However, compared to the anti-Xiong army, he was still vastly inferior in strength, and even public opinion and popular sentiment could not offset this gap. In May 1920, Tang Jiao commanded the various anti-Xiong alliance troops to launch an offensive against Xiong Kewu. Xiong Kewu found himself outnumbered and was forced to retreat from Chengdu. Anti-Xiong alliance troops relentlessly pursued him, and only due to the extreme heat, which caused many soldiers to fall ill, did they cease their chase, allowing Xiong Kewu a chance to escape. Xiong Kewu walked the path taken by the man 2 years ago. The man he had once hunted down was now hunting him. Their experiences were similar, their outcomes alike, and even their escape routes were similar. That man was Lu Tsuanho. After being driven out of Sichuan by Xiong Kewu, Lu Tsuanho fled to southern Shaanxi. This unfortunate soul, despite years of hard study, still achieved nothing. It was at this moment that his true nature began to show. In battles like Lu Luo and Lu Dai, Zhong Tadeo had always been Lu Cunhis' most reliable and capable ally. When Xiong Kewu entered Chengdu, Zhong Tadeo had advised him to surrender, but was met with refusal. This person would rather follow Lu Tsuanho on his flight to southern Shaanxi, sharing hardships and meals. Such a friend, is he trustworthy or not? He was indeed trustworthy, but the problem was that he was no longer needed and both were teachers posing a threat to one another. Lu Cunha's heart harbored no kindness. He first embezzled military pay, then dug under the table, and later even resorted to a banquet of deceit, threatening and coercing until he drove his opponents away. By this point, southern Shaanxi was left with only Lu Tsuanho, who became the king of Han. But the king of Han was not the king of Sichuan. This place was too poor with no benefits to reap. Lu Cunha's two divisions were recognized by the Beiping government as the national army with funds and weapons allocated by Beiping. They barely managed to cover the regular expenses of the army. However, Lu Tsuanho hoped to rise again one day, so he only paid 70% of the soldiers' salaries, pocketing the remaining 30% as expenses. With soldiers not receiving their full pay, they sought alternative means, some opening opium dens and others setting up gambling houses. Lu Tsuanho himself rolled up his sleeves, forcing locals to plant opium for taxation, leading to a toxic environment and widespread public discontent. The military governor of Shaanxi issued an eviction order against Lu Tsuanho and sent 7 telegrams to the Beiping government demanding Lu Cunha's immediate removal, and stated that if Beiping could not come up with a solution, the Shaanxi army would resolve it themselves. The Shaanxi people even made a couplet for him: "The sooner you leave, the more eyes you'll have. If you return, the ground here will have no." As the Shaanxi army advanced and the locals cursed him, Lu Tsuanho had long since lost the desire to stay in southern Shaanxi. However, the problem was that no one in the Beiping government was willing to take him in. Sichuan naturally closed its doors to him. When asked about Gansu, the people there nearly jumped in panic, fearing that Beiping would forcefully send this disaster over. When negotiating with Hubei, the heads there shook like a rattle drum. "Anything is fine, but please do not send this fellow over." Lu Tsuanho was no longer the admired royal uncle. He was even worse off than those weaving straw sandals. He had become an untouchable plague. Life truly felt hopeless. Just when Lu Tsuanho was contemplating suicide to repay society, he saw Xiong Kewu. Xiong Kewu was in Longzhong, located at the Sichuan-Shaanxi border, very close to where Lu Tsuanho was in southern Shaanxi. Southern Shaanxi was poor enough, but Longzhong was even poorer, forcing Xiong Kewu to stretch out his hand to Lu Tsuanho. Facing Xiong Kewu's downfall, Lu Tsuanho felt no sense of crying a nose full of tears for someone far away, only to have a bad feeling about it. He seemed to see himself in a mirror. 2 years ago, they had been deadly enemies. 2 years later, they were both down and out, similarly miserable and at a dead end. Who is it exactly that has made us less than human, almost ghostly? Of course, it is the relentless Yunnan and Qian armies. Finding a common enemy, Xiong and Lu decided to join forces to launch a counterattack and expel the Yunnan and Qian armies from Sichuan. In August 1920, Lu Tsuanho advanced towards Chengdu from the west, while Xiong Kewu approached Chongqing from the east, each leading their troops into Sichuan. At this time, the Yunnan army stationed in Sichuan was at the peak of its strength. Since Cai E took command of Yunnan, many famous generals emerged from the Yunnan army. Luo Peijin had become outdated, while Gu Pingjin and Zhao Yoxin were the standout figures. Gu Pingjin was known for his intelligence. During the Three Kingdoms War that erupted after the street battles in Chengdu, the Yunnan army initially found itself at a disadvantage. It was his planning of a surprise attack on Chongqing that ultimately turned the tide and drove Lu Tsuanho away. Zhao Yoxin was the first fierce general under Cai E. The success of the protective war was largely due to the grand counterattack in which Zhao Yoxin's forces played a major role. Gu Pingjin had his own opinions and did not simply follow Tang Jiao. In contrast, Zhao Yoxin was quite loyal to Tang Jiao, obediently following orders, but both shared a common characteristic: they both wished to stay in Sichuan. There was no way around it. The land of abundance was simply too rich, and lying in this gentle land, no one wished to return home. Gu and Zhao collectively built ancestral halls in Sichuan, fully considering themselves to be locals. Gu Pingjin's ancestral hall was called Gugong Hall. On the day it was completed, he eagerly placed his official position plot. Xiong and Liu's goal was to drive the Yunnan and Qian armies out of Sichuan. Even if Tang Jiao did not issue orders, Gu and Zhao would still resolutely take decisive actions. In addition to having renowned generals leading them, the morale of the Yunnan army was also exceptionally high. Among the southwestern armies, the Yunnan army fought the most fiercely. On one hand, like their commander, they regarded Sichuan as a paradise. On the other hand, they had been undefeated since entering Sichuan, which had gradually instilled a sense of arrogance. The Yunnan army, believing themselves invincible, and the Qian army, emboldened by their presence, saw Lu Tsuanho and Xiong Kewu's successive retreats, making the Yunnan and Qian armies even more arrogant. Under their control, the people of Sichuan were almost treated as inferiors. A Sichuan journalist sadly wrote that in the past, when talking about the southwest, it was always Sichuan Yunnan and Qian. Later it became Yunnan Sichuan and Qian. Now it should be called Yunnan and Qian with Sichuan at the end. However, this very situation led to the first change in Sichuan's political landscape. The initial intention of the industrial group to invite wolves into their house was similar to Xiong Kewu's earlier efforts to use the Yunnan and Qian armies to drive Lu Tsuanho away, both done out of necessity to achieve their goals. Once Xiong Kewu was defeated, they had to stand up to advocate for Sichuan's interests, but how could Tang Jiao heed their concerns? Thus they naturally became disheartened. The industrial group's shift in stance represented the interests of the upper middle class in Sichuan. The direction of public opinion. A general from the Sichuan Army who had participated in the drive against the bears hosted a tea party inviting local gentry, where a representative stated, "We hope that all armies can reclaim our land in Sichuan or even lead troops directly to Kunming and Guiyang, demanding back our silver." Upon hearing this, the gentry erupted in applause. At that moment, the Sichuan Army harbored the intention of driving out the Yunnan troops, while the Yunnan and Guizhou troops looked down on the Sichuan Army, almost treating them as pseudo-armies. As a result, the Sichuan soldiers were unwilling to wear the red-trimmed hats required by the Allied headquarters, and they harbored intense hatred towards the red trims. The soldiers suffered misfortunes, and the officers faced neglect as well. All Sichuan Army units that had participated in the Lu Luo Lu Dai and Three Kingdoms War were viewed with disdain by the Allied headquarters, leading to the inability of divisions to rise to brigades and brigades to divisions. If a brigade commander could not be promoted to a division commander, the regiment commander under him would naturally not be able to rise to brigade commander. When the brigade commander returned to work as a regiment commander, the latter became furious upon hearing the brigade commander is humble and detached, which is good, but you cannot expect us subordinates to all have such a mindset. Brothers risk their lives for what? Is it not for promotion? From officers to soldiers, everyone began to harbor rebellious thoughts. When the banner of the Yunnan Extermination Alliance was raised, it naturally drew people's hearts, leading many original Sichuan soldiers to join. This was a very loose alliance, with some units having two designations, one given by Lu Tsunho and another by Xiong Kewu. Of course, they did not follow Lu Cunha's command, nor were they dispatched by Xiong Kewu, each fighting their own battles. Such an allied army evidently had military disadvantages, as they would fight independently during battles, leading to disjointed movements and an inability to form a unified force. This side was not a flaw, but an advantage. Motivated by the slogan "Fight for our homeland," the various Sichuan Army units surged forward, and the snowball of the Yunnan Extermination Alliance grew larger. This side was not a flaw, but an advantage. Motivated by the slogan "Fight for our homeland," the various Sichuan Army units surged forward, and the snowball of the Yunnan Extermination Alliance grew larger. In October 1920, the various Sichuan armies gathered in Chengdu, with over 53 battalions concentrated, their equivalent to about 13 brigades. Gu and Zhao became anxious, feeling as if they were watching the tide at Qiantang. As seasoned generals accustomed to fierce battles, they quickly concentrated the main force of the Yunnan Army near Longquan Mountain in Chengdu. This area had a natural stronghold known as Zhang Fei Camp, where it is said that when Liu Bei was stationed in Chengdu, Zhang Fei garrisoned there. Zhang Fei Camp was surrounded by cliffs, with only a small path leading up the mountain. The summit was flat, suitable for establishing a defensive position, making it exceedingly easy to defend, but hard to attack. Gu and Zhao planned to resolve matters with the Sichuan Army in a decisive battle at Zhang Fei Camp. They had uncovered the second fatal weakness of the Yunnan Extermination Alliance. In victory, they would scramble for military achievements. However, once faced with defeat, they would similarly scramble to retreat, with no one helping each other. The Sichuan Army appeared vigorous, but that was before they faced hardships. Given the peril of Zhang Fei Camp, if they could break a portion of the Sichuan Army, the remaining units would collapse in an instant. Like a balloon, no matter how inflated, a single needle could solve all problems. The Battle of Longquan Mountain was viewed as a pivotal engagement by the Yunnan Army, and they naturally put forth their utmost effort. After 9 days and nights of bloody combat, the Yunnan Army suffered heavy casualties, losing most junior officers and many mid-level officers, but they held on until the last 5 minutes. After 9 days and nights, the Sichuan Army's fiercest attacking units were successively defeated, and within the last 5 minutes they indeed began to retreat, and were once again forced back by the Yunnan Army to Chengdu. After retreating into the city, the various units were utterly disheartened, completely engulfed in chaos, and even Lu Xiang, who served as the frontline commander, sighed, deeply unable to come up with any solutions. Relying on the strategies of their generals, the Yunnan Army finally turned the tide, and Gu and Zhao believed that capturing Chengdu was just around the corner. If not for Chengdu, it was easy to imagine that the morale of the Sichuan Army would have already collapsed, with some wanting to flee in fear of battle, while others sought to conserve their strength. However, precisely because this city existed, their local sentiment suddenly reignited the fighting spirit of the Sichuan Army. Xiong Kewu and Lu Tsunho claimed in the Yunnan Extermination Declaration that this military action was purely for justice, not for profit, but from themselves down to the soldiers, they all clearly understood that it was not so noble. While there was indeed a sense of justice in defending their homeland, it mainly echoed what the Sichuan regiment commander had said: it is called a just cause, but in reality, it is for profit. To put it bluntly, soldiers need to survive and commanders need promotions, who otherwise why risk life and death, whose life is not valuable. When facing dire straits, Chengdu sheltered the local troops at their most critical moment. Backed by sturdy city walls, they truly felt the power that could unite them. The local gentry of Chengdu stood on the side of the Sichuan Army, not only mobilizing local militias to assist the regular army in defending the city, but also separately boosting the morale of various Sichuan Army units. One gentry member spoke of the pain of losing Sichuan if the Sichuan Army could not hold Chengdu, and then raised his arm high, declaring, "We the people of Chengdu vow to never coexist with the Yunnan Army." After he finished speaking, the commanding officer wept bitterly. The survival of Sichuan relies on this one battle. I, the commander, pledge my final resolve: unless we are all dead and out of ammunition, we will never abandon Chengdu. The officers and soldiers below were deeply inspired, all shouting in unison, "We will protect Sichuan with our lives." In that moment, their emotions were truly intertwined. Emotions ignited passion, and the Sichuan army gathered their courage, resolutely engaging the Yunnan army in close combat to fiercely defend Chengdu. The continued rainfall in Chengdu caught Gu and Zhao completely off guard, placing them in an awkward situation. On one hand, the siege might extend for a long time, and it was uncertain when they would capture Chengdu. On the other hand, the Sichuan troops outside the city had begun to attack from the flanks, while the Yunnan army had drawn their main force to the Longquan mountain front, leaving their rear extremely vulnerable, which posed an obvious threat. Zhao and Gu decided to change their battle plan, retreating from Longquan mountain and Zhongfei camp to consolidate their lines and regroup their forces for another fight. Retreating was for the sake of better advancement, but the problem was that when a person's vitality is severely depleted, one must not easily speak of retreat, because once one retreats it might be impossible to stop. One side was defending the mountain, and the other was attacking the city. Both were grueling battles. The Yunnan army endured this for half a month without a moment's proper rest, and they were already utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the Sichuan army, resting and waiting for the enemy, had eaten well and regained their spirit, thus gaining a significant advantage in this race. The Sichuan army pressed hard in pursuit, encountering fallen Yunnan troops along the way who were simply too weary and exhausted, collapsing on the ground to sleep. The Sichuan army captured numerous Yunnan soldiers without a fight. With both hands cutting through the path of life and death, what remained for the Sichuan army was life, and for the Yunnan army death. Gu and Zhao's decision to regroup became their greatest blunder. When the Sichuan army reached Luzhou, the Yunnan army was already strewn with corpses, some even with both men and horses dead. The scene was terribly tragic. Zhao Yoxin was shot dead during the breakout, and when his body was brought back to the military headquarters, a pair of red lanterns at the door were still lit. The Sichuan army's recapture of Luzhou marked the conclusion of the Western Front, with a victory for Sichuan and defeat for Yunnan. Next, the Sichuan army continued to split up in pursuit, entering the eastern battlefield centered around Chongqing. The two future marshals of the Republic were both serving different lords at that time. Lu Boqing was the Sichuan army commander serving under Xiong Kewu. Duda was the Yunnan army brigade commander serving under Zhao Yoxin. It was widely rumored that the two marshals faced off in the eastern battlefield, with Lu defeating Zhu, forcing Zhu to flee back to Yunnan. In reality, since the Yunnan army lost Luzhou, they had lost the capability and will to fight again. Gu Pingjin, upon retreating from Longquan mountain, was advised by his subordinates, stating that they were engaged in an unjust war with no clear end in sight. It would be better to return home, shut the doors, and govern Yunnan while living a steady life. Gu Pingjin smiled in silence upon hearing this, as he still believed he held the winning hand and never imagined it would collapse so completely. Although Gu Pingjin did not die in battle like Zhao Yoxin, he fell gravely ill and became bedridden. Gu Pingjin looked haggard, haunted by the specters of Yunnan soldiers who perished in the wilderness. These Yunnan soldiers, who once followed Cai E to participate in the Yunnan uprising and the war to protect the nation, saw their blood-earned honors and precious lives swept away by the selfish interests of a few at the top. We are indeed engaged in an unjust war. We want to go home. The only force capable of continuing to contest with the Sichuan army on the eastern battlefield is the Qian army. The Qian army had always followed the Yunnan army, and when the Yunnan army retreated, the Qian army could not match up on Yunnan. Soon the remnants of the Yunnan and Qian armies retreated to Guizhou, never again able to enter Sichuan. With the historical invasion of Sichuan by the Yunnan and Qian armies coming to an end, Sichuan fully reclaimed the salt revenue from Ziliujing that had previously been occupied by the Yunnan army. Sichuan had once been a large cake that everyone could eat. Besides the Yunnan and Qian armies, the Hunan and Hubei armies also occupied territory in Sichuan. This time the Sichuan army drove them all out of the province. The guests left, but the problem was that there was more than one host in the hall, at least two. Lu Tsunho and Xiong Kewu were both superintendents, distinguished only by one being appointed by the northern government and the other by the southern government. When they first initiated the Yunnan extermination, they had agreed not to use the title of superintendent before the outcome was decided. However, as victory began to emerge, both started to vie for titles and honors, each striving to portray themselves as the legitimate superintendent. According to their pre-discussed plans for entry, Lu Tsunho stationed in Chengdu and Xiong Kewu in Chongqing, each displaying their own banners. Lu Kun's office was called Sichuan Superintendent's Office, while Xiong Kewu's office retained the exact same name, making it inevitable that the two legitimate superintendents would clash. In this clash, Xiong Kewu was clearly at a disadvantage. Although the northern government also faced internal strife, it was somewhat more stable than the southern government. In contrast, the south was more chaotic. The original Guangzhou military government did not last long before being overthrown by the Guangdong army supporting Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen was about to take office, but it was uncertain when the next military government would be formed. Xiong Kewu felt extremely lost. In fact, after bidding farewell to the driven Manchus era, many revolutionaries like Xiong Kewu found themselves at a loss, unsure of whom to follow. When Xiong Kewu was first appointed as the Sichuan superintendent, he referred to the head of the Beiping government as the president and the premier in his inaugural telegraph, which was not unintentional, but rather a hint and a probe. Unfortunately, Duan Shirue did not appreciate this. He recognized Lu Tsunho, but not Xiong Kewu. Thereafter, Xiong Kewu quietly sent representatives to Beiping to seek the president Su Shichang, who was willing to accept him. Unfortunately, President Zu's situation in the Beiping government was not much better than that of his predecessors. They all had to bow to Duan Shirue and were completely unable to act independently. Xiong Kewu's hopes of returning to favor were dashed. The fall of the southern military government dealt a double blow to Xiong Kewu. putting him in a situation where he had no place to land. During that period, the most disastrous events happened one after another around Xiong Kewu. He no longer believed in the arrival of good fortune or that he could attach himself to a wealthy patron. The idea of Sichuan autonomy emerged at this time. On both sides of the north and south, I no longer rely on anyone. Whether you acknowledge me or not is irrelevant. After all, I do not depend on you to live. This was certainly a sense of helplessness. In Liu Kunhe's eyes, Xiong Kewu had become a forsaken child, but he concealed his thoughts to avoid letting Xiong Kewu see it. Autonomy. The village chief could also crown himself as king. This is truly absurd. Lu Tsunho was as pleased as a monkey jumping around. If one were to speak of support, mine is certainly more solid. However, despite his delight, Lu Tsunho still had to feign a look of a starving man before others. Alas, I, the authentic superintendent, have too many affairs, and am quite busy. Should I invite the governor of Sichuan's border guard to lend a hand? The governor of Sichuan's border guard referred to Xiong Kewu, a title previously granted to him by the Beiping government, but Xiong Kewu found it too minor and had never accepted it. Lu Tsunho regarded himself as the authentic one and never referred to Xiong Kewu as the superintendent, only calling him. Unbeknownst to Xiong Kewu, Lu Tsunho sent a confidential telegram to the Beiping government proposing to promote Xiong Kewu to provincial governor, believing that this would be a gesture of reconciliation. You are down and out, but I still lend you a hand. What kind of courage, what kind of sentiment is this? At that time, the prime minister of the Beiping government was Jin Yunpeng, but the real power still lay with the grand prime minister Duan Shirue. Jin Yunpeng was meticulous and knew that Xiong Kewu had a high opinion of himself, fearing that this might anger Xiong Kewu, so he hesitated to make a decision. Lu Tsunho was quite attentive, even having Wu Lianzhu tell a lie in front of Jin Yunpeng, claiming that this matter had been consented to by Xiong Kewu's subordinates, and Xiong Kewu himself would be more than willing given his dire circumstances. Occasionally a smile from him would bring great joy, let alone being promoted to provincial governor. Jin Yunpeng took it seriously and sent an order to Sichuan appointing Xiong Kewu as the governor of Sichuan province. Lu Tsunho thought he had Xiong Kewu hooked, but unexpectedly upon receiving the telegram, Xiong Kewu's face turned crimson, flushed with a mix of shame and anger. It was a blow to his self-esteem. What a ridiculous title of governor. This was an insult to my dignity. Xiong Kewu referred to the blind North Beijing government as an illegal government, and the order of appointment was excessively ridiculous, simply laughable. Why didn't you take a good look at who Xiong really is before issuing such an order? Xiong Kewu referred to the blind North Beijing government as an illegal government, and the order of appointment was excessively This man Xiong is utterly devoid of romantic notions. What could be a lifelong opportunity for others is likely just a fleeting moment for you. My recommendation for you to be governor is a promotion while others are eager for the position. I wouldn't let you have it. This statement holds truth. Initially, whether it was Luo Peijin or Dai Can, if one had offered Lu Tsunho such attention, they would not have ended up in a situation where they had to tear their faces and engage in a fight. However, the price of such things changes daily. Today is entirely different from tomorrow. If Lu Tsunho were to consider it, would he be willing to be a governor or handle something again now? The same reasoning applies to Xiong Kewu. Besides Xiong, others were also dissatisfied. Following closely behind Xiong Kewu was Lu Xiang, whom Lu Tsunho promoted to Chongqing protector. Lu Xiang believed that given his military achievements in the Drive Yunnan campaign, he was completely qualified to be a governor, yet in the end he remained just a protector. What's the point? Not to mention those who were not promoted at all. Lu Tsunho, in high spirits, bestowed titles, thinking he was planting beautiful flowers, not realizing he had ignited a growing flame. Xiong Kewu had to take the lead in issuing a joint protest. Following him, Lu Xiang spearheaded a coalition of Sichuan military leaders to publicly oppose Lu Tsunho. In this protest, members of the Xiong clan like Mao Xian were all included, which particularly surprised Lu Tsunho, as even his own subordinates were involved, equivalent to staging a rebellion within his own ranks. In the protest, Xiong Kewu once again brought out his Sichuan provincial autonomy treasure. To take the lead in practice and to demonstrate his lack of desire for official titles, he simply removed the governor of Sichuan hat from his head, resigning of course by his own decision, as the Guangzhou military government no longer existed. Sichuan military leaders rallied in response, all clamoring for Sichuan provincial autonomy, demanding Lu Tsunho to respond within 5 days. Poor Lu Tsunho had no authority as a governor among these generals. They all scoffed at him, being a minor official, yet acting like Sun Wukong. You are merely a stable keeper. Lu Tsunho felt defeated as the earlier sense of well-being vanished. Sichuan provincial autonomy felt like the Vajra pestle of the Supreme Elder, leaving Lu Tsunho dizzy and unable to form a coherent picture in his mind, just fragments of thoughts. However, one thing he was clear about was that his backing was the northern government. Only by relying on the northern government could he wield authority over the lords and control all of Sichuan. If he were to separate from the north in such a weak position, he would inevitably fall into isolation and could even be exterminated at any moment. Thinking of this made him break into a cold sweat. These Sichuan military leaders neither saw him as Sun Wukong nor as a stable keeper, but regarded him as a mouse waiting for him to step into the trap. Could he step in? Of course not, but if he didn't, they wouldn't hesitate to attack him. In a desperate situation, Lu Tsunho had no choice but to resort to delaying tactics, stating that Sichuan provincial autonomy was not wrong, yet claiming that Sichuan had just driven Yunnan and had a mountain of aftermath to handle, needing to wait until that was settled before implementation. Xiong Kewu, nominally stepping back, was actually the mastermind behind the scenes, continuously holding the big stick over them. Dream on. Xiong Kewu straightforwardly sent a telegram to Lu Tsunho: the safety of Sichuan is decided by my word. Why all the hesitations? This was the final ultimatum. Lu Tsunho panicked, disregarding the feelings of the northern government. He hastily established the Sichuan Provincial Autonomy Preparatory Office, inviting prominent figures to take office, declaring that autonomy had begun. Whether you start or not, just like during the protection period, Xiong Kewu's big stick was destined to come down, which had nothing to do with whether Lu Tsunho was willing to enter the trap. On February 18, 1921, the retired Xiong Kewu, along with Dan Maoxin and Lu Xiang, jointly issued a protest listing 10 charges against Lu Tsunho, one of which was obstructing Sichuan provincial autonomy, completely disregarding that autonomy had already commenced. At this time, the Sichuan army was divided into 3 main factions, but these 3 factions could not stand as equals. The first army was led by Dan Maoxin, actually controlled remotely by Xiong Kewu, while the second army was Lu Xiang's, both possessing considerable strength. The third army originally belonged to Lu Tsunho, but he unwittingly lost control as the third army temporarily deflected. Xiong Kewu and Lu Xiang were good at recruiting, and Lu Tsunho was too. Naturally, everyone was using the same old trick of bestowing titles and making promises. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiang, sharp-eyed and keen-eared, managed to preemptively uncover the scheme and swiftly detain those who had been secretly bribed by Lu Tsunho. Before the battle truly began, the outcome had already begun to take shape. 3 armies attacking one Lu Tsunho. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not cope. In reality, he was still a disabled person after returning to Sichuan. Although he recruited a batch of men, they were mostly ragtag and armed with homemade Mauser rifles, making them incapable of tough battles. After the third army turned against him, he basically had no capacity for counterattack. On March 22, 1921, Lu Tsunho voluntarily stepped down and left Chengdu. He had to take the lead. Once he took the lead, everything else followed. Xiong Kewu was strong and his retirement was merely a pretense. Lu Tsunho was weak and his retirement was genuine. The destination remained in southern Shaanxi. Just as he left 6 months ago, he returned 6 months later. Lu had long since become adept at this path of escape. Upon returning, the people of Shaanxi would still scold and spit at him, but they would endure it with thick skin, for they had nowhere else to go. Thus the Sichuan people gave Lu Tsunho a nickname, Lu Thick Face. With Lu Tsunho gone, Xiong Kewu breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was his turn to take the stage. After discarding the cap granted by the northern government and driving Lu away, the relationship with the northern government was thoroughly severed, and with the new southern government yet to be established, it was still essential to carry out the Sichuan provincial autonomy to the end. A province's autonomy is too lonely and easily becomes a target. If he could find a neighboring province to collaborate with, it would at least provide some courage. This is called interprovincial autonomy. Among neighboring provinces, Yunnan and Guizhou were sworn enemies and could not be considered for now. The governor of Hubei, Wang Zhanyuan, hailed from the Beiyang faction and naturally wouldn't break away from the northern government. After much persuasion, Xiong Kewu shifted his focus to Zhao Hongtong, the governor of Hunan. Zhao Hongtong was an old member of the Tongminghui, having participated in the Xinhai Revolution and the Second Revolution, and he was a comrade of Xiong Kewu within the party with thoughts of autonomy as well. The two were like a match made in heaven. Sichuan and Hunan aimed for interprovincial autonomy, with only Hubei unwilling, prompting Xiong and Zhao to express their dissatisfaction with Governor Wang Zhanyuan. Coincidentally, the people of Hubei also disliked this Wang governor, so they formed an autonomous army and sent representatives to Hunan seeking assistance, planning to drive Wang Zhanyuan out with a combined force from the neighboring province. As a Sichuan native, Xiong Kewu wanted to resist the invasion of Yunnan and Guizhou, but as a restless warrior, he also harbored thoughts of expanding the Sichuan army. This was a great opportunity. Having long found the Wang family displeasing, and now someone came to seek their aid, he had no intention of being polite. Let's join forces to take him down. In August 1921, Xiong and Zhao finalized their plans, and the Sichuan-Hunan coalition launched the Aid-Hubei War. According to plan, both sides would send 5 mixed brigades, but due to the rising waters of the Yangtze River affecting transportation and communication, Xiong Kewu's secret telegram from Hunan was delayed by 5 or 6 days before reaching Chongqing, compounded by other unforeseen factors, resulting in the Sichuan army deploying later than the Hunan army, creating opportunities for the northern warlord. This warlord was Wu Peifu, who was effectively in charge of the northern government. Before Wu Peifu could act, the Hunan army had already taken action, with its vanguard merely 100 miles from Wuchang. In a panic, Wang Zhanyuan hurriedly imitated Lu Tsunho, issuing a telegram claiming to comply with the trend of autonomy before fleeing. As soon as Wang Zhanyuan fled, Wu Peifu immediately appointed a new governor and personally rushed to Wuhan to launch a counterattack against the Hunan army. Wu Peifu was a skilled strategist. Zhao Hongtong was no match for him and was soon forced back to Changsha. Victory was within reach for Wu Peifu, yet at this moment, he chose to negotiate with Zhao Hongtong through British Zhao Hongtong feared that the Beiyang army would pursue relentlessly, fearing he wouldn't even be able to stay in Changsha, and he never expected the opponent would extend an olive branch. What was there to wait for? He quickly signed the agreement. Wu Peifu's willingness to give the Hunan army a break was not out of kindness, but to turn his attention back to deal with the Sichuan army. The Sichuan army was already a step behind it. By the time they mobilized to charge into Yichang, they were interfered with by another force, preventing them from joining forces with the Hunan army to encircle Wu Peifu. This force came from the foreign military ships on the Yangtze River. As the war erupted, these countries, in order to monitor the battlefield and protect the coastal ports available for their use, pointed the searchlights from their warships at the land at night and fired flares over the battlefield. Sichuan soldiers excelled at sneaking attacks, yet with the foreigners shining lights on them, everything became a blur, making any stealth attacks impossible. Moreover, the Sichuan soldiers had never seen such foreign devices as searchlights and flares, mistaking them for advanced weapons, causing widespread panic and chaos, turning into a major joke in the Aid-Hubei War. When Chinese faced Chinese, none feared the other, but without exception, all feared the foreigners. Seeing the Sichuan and Hubei armies in a stalemate, consuls from countries like Japan, England, and America intervened, requesting a temporary ceasefire to negotiate a peaceful resolution. The Sichuan army obediently halted until Wu Peifu's Beiyang army suddenly appeared. Another fierce battle. The Sichuan army aimed to breach the gate of Yichang, while the Beiyang army intended to hold this gate, with neither side willing to yield. The Sichuan army made several attempts to enter Yichang, and within 10 days the intensity of the battle reached its peak in the Aid-Hubei War. In a critical moment, Wu Peifu dispatched his guard troops to fight, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen guards and heavy casualties among the regular troops, but they finally repelled the Sichuan army. Neither the Hunan nor the Sichuan armies proved to be opponents of Wu Peifu, who was not in his prime. Wu Peifu could have pursued relentlessly, but chose to withdraw, just like he did with the Hunan army. What defines a remarkable person is not merely winning an unknown fight. A remarkable person can take on a whole group. Wu Peifu was also facing challenges from Zhang Zuolin in the north. As he engaged the Sichuan army, Zhang Zuolin's Fengtian army had already concentrated around Jinzhou, preparing to enter the pass in great numbers. Therefore, after defeating the Sichuan army, Wu Peifu quickly suggested, "Come, let's shake hands and negotiate a peace." Wu Peifu was a magnanimous person. With a flourish on the agreement, he permitted the transportation of Sichuan salt to Hubei, with the salt tax shared equally between the two provinces. The commander of the Aid-Hubei War was Lu Xiang. For him, such a result was utterly unexpected. Even if you gave him 100 reasons, he would not oppose Wu Peifu. After securing the consent of Xiong Kewu, Dan Maoxin, and others, Lu Xiang immediately signed the agreement. Prior to this, the Hubei Autonomous Army had been building connections with Sichuan military leaders through their ties with Baoding students. Little did they know that the Sichuan army would abruptly retreat without a word, leading to considerable grievances. What classmates, what Aid-Hubei? Oh, everything is unreliable, better rely on ourselves. Now the Sichuan army truly had no time to consider Aid-Hubei. They were about to close their doors, and through a contest of strength decide who the legendary king of Bashu truly was. Leading this explosive drama were two main characters. One was Xiong Kewu, and the other was Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang, courtesy name Fuqing, was born in Dai County, Chengdu, Sichuan Province. Graduating from the Sichuan Army Accelerated Training School, Lu Xiang possessed a calm and reserved personality, living a simple life without indulging in vice, gambling, or opium. He initially distinguished himself in the Sichuan Army due to his bravery and combat skills, later becoming the leader of the Accelerated Training faction. Idolizing Liu Bei, he valued long-term goals over immediate gains, indifferent to local losses or victories, advocating that heroes coexist and the virtuous shall reign, ultimately achieving the unification of Sichuan. Yang's son, courtesy name Zihui, was born in Longtai Town, Guang'an City, Sichuan Province. He practiced martial arts from a young age and later enrolled in the Accelerated Training School. Yang's son revered the spirit of martial valor, representing a typical brave warrior. He exuded an aura of confidence on the battlefield, leading to numerous victories and earning the moniker the Lu Bu of Sichuan. His status and influence within the Accelerated Training faction were second only to Lu Xiang. Lu Buoqing, originally named Lu Mingzhao, courtesy name Buoqing, was born in Kaixin, Chongqing. After graduating from the accelerated class of the Chongqing Army Officers School, he served under Xiong Kewu during the Sichuan Civil War, becoming a renowned general of the Shu Army and holding the position of regiment commander in the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Mixed Army. Let us begin by discussing Lu Xiang in detail. If we were to classify the Lu family, they would be considered landlords, as his father was a grain trader and they owned rice fields. However, even small landlords had their struggles. Economically, they could only afford Lu Xiang's education, and at night they were reluctant to let him light an oil lamp to read. Yet Lu Xiang was diligent and often rose from bed to secretly light a lamp and study while his parents slept. When Liu's father discovered this, he was furious. "Your father works tirelessly during the day to earn money, and you burn it all at night." He then took away the oil lamp and said, "Let's see what you do now." Without a lamp, Lu Xiang sneaked out to read under the moonlight. This worried his mother, who then locked the door at night. Lu Xiang was at a loss, but lying in bed, he couldn't sleep and continued to memorize the books he had read during the day. Sometimes when he was particularly excited, he would even mutter a few lines aloud. Such a hardworking and passionate child, who wouldn't like him? Yet Liu's parents did not. It wasn't because Lu Xiang was an illegitimate child, or rather they felt his studies were ineffective. Although his grades were not poor, they were certainly not outstanding. After much contemplation, Liu's mother sought the advice of a fortune teller. This fortune teller, relying on his craft for a living, spun various tales claiming that Lu Xiang was afflicted by the night horse star, a taboo for children, while also suggesting that Confucius was displeased, implying that the sage might intentionally be toying with Lu. The solution was to draw a talisman and have Lu Xiang wear it wrapped in cloth around his chest. Liu's mother followed this advice, and indeed Lu Xiang became more subdued at night, although his grades remained unchanged. Yet the Lu family believed the fortune teller's predictions were miraculous. Years later, Xiang confessed to his mother that he had known about the fortune-telling all along, but had deliberately refrained from voicing his studies. Whenever they discussed this, mother and son would share hearty laughter. Xiang was not foolish, on the contrary, he was quite The so-called studying by lamplight, reading under the moonlight, and memorizing in dreams were likely just tales to deceive, and the books he read were unlikely to be serious literature, but rather thrilling reads like Romance of the Three Kingdoms or Water Margin. Considering Xiang's own experiences, it is indeed hard to associate him with the archetype of a studious scholar who hangs himself or pierces his thigh with a needle. As time passed, even the most reckless youthful tales became mere anecdotes at the dinner table. Even Xiang himself was unaware that the secret to his future success lay hidden in these seemingly trivial details. By the time Xiang was studying, the imperial examination had transformed into formal schooling. However, apart from international students, most instructors still adhered to the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, while the mid-course abolition of the examination led to a muddled understanding of Confucian thought, resulting in numerous humorous incidents. One day, the district superintendent came to inspect the elementary school Xiang attended. During his inspection, he made a speech arguing that Confucius was a generation older than the emperors of the Zhou dynasty, arriving at a conclusion that left everyone baffled. The absurdity of his reasoning was even more comical. The Zhou emperor referred to himself as the son of heaven, while Confucius was called Confuzi, and since Fu is a head taller than Tian, Confucius must be older than the Zhou emperor. Even the elementary students in attendance couldn't help but find this uneducated bureaucrat amusing. A few students couldn't contain their laughter. While the students found it amusing, the official did not. The superintendent became furious and ordered the school to punish those students who caused trouble by laughing by making them kneel on the podium. With their knees bent, that was not the worst part. Each child had to balance a stool on their head. The weight of the stool was one thing, but it was filled to the brim with water. If anyone spilled even a little, they would receive a bamboo board meal as punishment. None wished to be hit with the bamboo board, so it depended on their skill to keep the balance. This was no longer studying, it was akin to a performance by a theater troupe. Xiang was unfortunately one of them. After receiving the punishment, everyone was indignant and conspired to retaliate. Coincidentally, a theater troupe arrived in the county, and they discovered that the superintendent went to watch the performances every night intoxicated. They decided to seize the opportunity then. Due to Xiang's height and bravery, he was unanimously elected as the main orchestrator of this prank. That evening, the superintendent indeed went to watch the show. After the performance, he swayed as he hummed a tune while riding home. At a corner of an alley, he frequented a shadow flitted by, and a bucket of good stuff was splashed onto the superintendent. Startled, the superintendent was hit with a foul smell. What turned out the good stuff was manure. Atui. The superintendent was both embarrassed and furious, and when he looked up, several children were hurriedly running towards the school. Who would have such a grudge against him? Naturally, it was those few kids who had knelt on the podium a couple of days ago. You can run, but you can only escape so far. This remark was heard by the pranksters, clearly revealing that the plan had been compromised. What to do? Xiang, being the mastermind, declared confidently, "Don't worry, he'll take the blame if it comes down to it, even if it means going to jail." Such loyalty. But while he wasn't afraid of jail, others were. Eventually, someone suggested that Xiang should enroll in the Wenhui Academy, so the superintendent wouldn't be able to touch him. It was like those scenes often seen in Hong Kong gangster films. Xiang had caused trouble and could only run away, but this trouble was for everyone, so the group pooled their resources to help him with the fare. When the superintendent returned home to rest for 2 days and came to school looking for trouble, both the school and the students shifted all the blame onto Xiang. As for Xiang, he had already been admitted to the Wenhui Academy, and no matter how furious the superintendent was, he dared not confront a soldier, thus accepting his misfortune. Everyone must have thought that Xiang's admission to school was easy. Indeed, the Wenhui Academy was not difficult to enter, as its official name was the Sichuan Army Accelerated Training School. The educational methods at the Accelerated Training School were similar to those at the Military Preparatory School, with most instructors being Japanese. However, unlike the Military Preparatory School, it trained junior officers for the new army, essentially a short-term training program with relatively low admission standards. During his time in military school, Xiang showed no signs of future prosperity. His personality was reserved, deep, yet unassuming, and his academic performance was merely average. He rarely participated in activities, preferring to stay at home, making it difficult to draw attention. Xiang's only pleasure seemed to be sleeping, and when he appeared, he looked like this, with 2 streams of clear snot running down, squinting with sleepy eyes, as if he would fall into a deep slumber at any moment. His classmates jokingly referred to him as Lu the Blind. No one respected Lu the Blind, and he hardly had friends. After graduation, Xiang was assigned to Zhou Jun's troops. Zhou Jun's 1st Division was the backbone of the 17th Town's new army, belonging to the authentic old Sichuan Army, and thus the officers had high expectations. Xiang was looked down upon in military school, and the same continued in the army, but one person took a special interest in him. This person was not a soldier, but could predict the futures of soldiers. He was not a fortune teller, but was said to be even more accurate than one. He was a craftsman who wove wicker baskets named Wang, and was illiterate, unable to recognize a single word. His pastime was fortune-telling, which he did not charge for, and besides that, regardless of the season, he would spend a few nights each month observing celestial phenomena to predict major events in the world. Upon seeing Xiang, an overlooked young officer at the time, Wang the wicker craftsman brightened up and exclaimed that Xiang had a bright future and should not be treated lightly. Work hard, and there will come a day when you will soar to great heights. Whether Wang the Wicker Craftsman was just rambling only he knew, but his prediction indeed came true. Lu Xiang began as a platoon leader and progressed to company commander, then to battalion commander. If the earlier stages could be described as steady progress from battalion commander onward, it became somewhat dazzling. With each battle fought, his rank would rise, and he would move up to the division commander level. Even Zhou Jun, his former superior, eventually fell, yet this did not hinder Lu Xiang's meteoric rise. One must admit that a soldier who cannot fight is unlikely to be promoted, and Lu Xiang met the standard of being able to fight. At that time, being able to fight did not primarily mean possessing exceptional tactics, but rather having the guts to charge forward with eyes closed. People from Sichuan referred to Lu Xiang as Lu Mangzi. Mangzi in Sichuan dialect means reckless. Despite appearing honest and understated, he was the one bold enough to splash manure at people in that secluded corner. In fact, there were many instances when Lu Xiang's unit found itself in dire straits, yet it was Lu Xiang's tenacity that it is said that when he was a brigade commander, he was once tasked with attacking a certain position, but had to retreat to the command post. Just as his superior was in a rage, the aide-de-camp reported that Brigade Commander Lu had arrived, and the superior bellowed, "Can't we take down Brigade Commander Lu?" Hearing this, Lu Xiang turned and ran, not away but towards the front line, to personally supervise the counterattack, resulting in a decisive victory. Within the army there were many fierce warriors, but Lu Xiang's advantage lay in his ability to think. For instance, in those extremely challenging assaults, if you lacked a solid strategy and only relied on flesh and blood to fend off bullets, many reckless soldiers would end up perishing. At that time, self-loading pistols were gradually becoming popular in the country. You might not know what a self-loading pistol is, but if I dubbed it a Mauser box cannon 20-shot slow-fast machine or big belly box, you would surely feel as though you were meeting an old friend. For Chinese people, anyone who has watched the Plains Guerrillas or Railroad Guerrillas would have a certain familiarity with a Mauser pistol. This type of pistol could fire continuously, and its firepower could rival that of a light machine gun, making it incredibly powerful in close combat. Lu Xiang thus developed a signature tactic. He meticulously trained a pistol squad which he deployed during emergencies, often achieving remarkable results. Having read many tales by lamplight or moonlight in his youth, Lu Xiang likened his pistol squad to Yu Fei's hooked spear, relying on the hooked spear to counter the enemy's curved horses. Each of Lu Xiang's promotions was not merely due to luck, but a gradual accumulation of military achievements. His military accolades were numerous, and what was rare was that he remained magnanimous. When he was still a regiment commander, he could have been promoted to brigade commander ahead of schedule, but he opted to allow someone else to take the position. According to his military accomplishments, Lu Xiang undoubtedly ranked above that individual, leading to dissatisfaction among his subordinates. Having studied ancient texts and knowing some historical anecdotes, Lu Xiang told those around him there was a famous general named Yang Yuchen during the late Qing Dynasty who had significant contributions. He refrained from competing with his peers for credit, thus avoiding disaster. I, Lu Xiang, cannot compare to the sages of old, but I can emulate them. With his persuasion, his subordinates felt reassured, and the matter was finally settled. Among military officers, they could shout slogans more beautifully than anyone else, yet when it came to promotions and rank, none were without envy. Lu Xiang's actions were indeed rare. Being so magnanimous towards rivals, one can imagine his attitude towards his subordinates. Thus, Lu Xiang enjoyed excellent relationships with both superiors and subordinates. Even his previously dull demeanor in military school became a significant reason for his rise. In those days, the new army, including the accelerated training school, could not escape the shadow of revolutionaries like Xiong Kewu. Lu Xiang's classmates were restless, some even mingling with revolutionaries, but Lu Xiang had never shown interest in such matters. Aside from attending classes and training, his only hobby was singing military songs. After every dinner during class games, Lu Xiang was always elected as the lead singer. Until the Sichuan Railway Protection movement broke out, when the Railway Protection Army clashed with the new army, Lu Xiang, who had already enlisted, was ordered to participate. After returning, he cluelessly asked others, "Do you know why we are fighting?" Lu Xiang's usual impression was that of a professional soldier oblivious to outside affairs, neither siding with the South-Southern revolutionaries nor the North-Northern government. At first, everyone thought Lu Xiang was foolish, but they later realized he was the smartest. Those with clear political inclinations among his classmates might be useful for a time, but they would soon be cast aside, as the political landscape shifted too rapidly for one to react. One moment revolutionaries were rallying, and the next the Beiyang government took power. It was a case of changing banners atop the city wall, and ordinary people could hardly comprehend it. During the Guizhou campaign against Yuan, Qing Yi mobilized Zhou Jun's 1st Division to fight Xiong Kewu, and 2 battalion commanders defected to the Shu Army. Upon investigation, Qing Yi found that both battalion commanders were from the accelerated training school. This raised doubts about all those from the accelerated training school, resulting in the exclusion of many. When it was Lu Xiang's turn, Qing Yi opened his file. Lu Xiang, accelerated training student, had shown no signs of revolutionary inclination since military school, led a simple life, refrained from vice, and fought bravely, repeatedly achieving military merits. He was practically a spotless white swan. Oh, where could one find such a person? Thus, Lu Xiang became the unique lucky one among the accelerated training students, gaining the trust and favor of superiors. Regardless of how the political landscape changed, there was always a need for soldiers who could fight, especially those who appeared foolish. Lu Xiang, a truly capable professional soldier, can go wherever you send him. It's hard for him not to be in demand. Before his rise, Lu Xiang was somewhat akin to Liu Bei when he was weaving straw sandals. To say Liu Bei knew back then that he would one day have a part in ruling the world is somewhat far-fetched. When the fortune teller Wang Mijian, who read the skies for free, predicted Liu Xiang's future success, Liu Xiang imagined that success and great achievements would merely mean becoming a general. He held the rank of a major general, which is essentially a general having achieved the highest goal in life. What more could he desire? For a long time Liu Xiang was indeed a very down-to-earth person without grand ambitions. He only knew to obey absolutely and treat those beneath him with kindness, maintaining a neutral political stance while giving his all on the battlefield. His transformation began when he became a superior officer. Becoming a superior officer meant Liu Xiang had reached a status akin to Zhou Jun, becoming the legitimate heir to the essence of the old Sichuan Army. Liu Xiang lived simply and modestly. Unlike many warlords who took multiple wives, he was content with one lifelong partner. At this stage he had no further aspirations or goals. What more could he want? Later on Liu Xiang asked a wise man, is it because the southern soldiers are inferior to the northern soldiers that the situation in Sichuan and the south never really develops or produces a government like the Beiyang government? This wise man had traveled to Beiping and discussed similar topics with Zhang Baitao, the principal of Baoding Military Academy and a military theorist. Zhang Baitao replied that most southern soldiers came from regular military academies and were superior in quality and potential to the rough soldiers from the north. The reason they seemed inferior was due to a lack of unity among these military academy graduates. If they could unite and become skilled at making friends, they would surely surpass the northern soldiers in the future. It is said that Liu Xiang was inspired by this, but in reality he had already been astutely building friendships primarily with his classmates from the accelerated training school. These classmates gradually gathered around Liu Xiang, all hoping to rise through his connections, forming the largest military faction in Sichuan after the martial preparation faction, known as the accelerated faction. Unlike the relatively loose connections of the martial preparation faction, the ties in the accelerated faction were much tighter, with everyone looking to Liu Xiang for leadership. The feeling of being the leader can only be described in 3 words: utterly exhilarating. Just think about it. How many people are serving you, flattering you, and looking forward to your success, all of which surely motivates you? The ghost of the imperial uncle determined to conquer the world finally reappeared. Liu Tsunho wanted to emulate Liu Bei, but unfortunately despite his name, he lacked true integrity. For instance, he treated those who relied on him as brothers when it was convenient, but when it was not he regarded them as mere straw sandals easily discarded. After making Zhou Tida leave during his downfall in southern Shaanxi, who would dare to follow such a leader again? No wonder he bounced around, while ultimately only returning with a bad reputation as Liu the Thick-Faced. You can't even complain about going back to the place he most despised. At least having somewhere to go is better than nothing. Do you know how the true Liu Xuande viewed brotherhood? A wife is like clothing, brothers are like limbs. If clothing is torn, it can be sewn. If a limb is severed, how can it be replaced? No matter how hypocritical this may sound, at least he valued brotherhood. Otherwise, how would someone like Guan Iri Zhang Ida, who looked down on everything, be willing to follow him wholeheartedly? Liu Xiang was far smarter than the seemingly shrewd Liu Tsunho. To put it bluntly, Liu Xiang possessed the battle prowess of Yin Changheng, the cunning of Hu Jingyi, the frugality of Xiong Kewu, and the strength of Liu Tsunho at the height of his fame, but uniquely lacked their flaws. If he does not rise, who else will? Everyone must not underestimate the discerning eyes of the masses. As for fortune-telling, its authenticity lies within your own speculation. Liu Xiang seemed to have gained profound clarity from Wang Mijian's prediction. If there were a mountain peak before him, its altitude was continually rising. After becoming a superior officer, he would become a military commander, then a commander-in-chief, unify Sichuan, and after that reach for the Central Plains. This was precisely the path Liu Bei traveled over 1,000 years ago, and now Liu Xiang was set to walk it again. As for whether he would succeed, how could one know without having walked it themselves? On one hand, Liu Xiang relied on the accelerated faction, and on the other, he created new forces to seize the world, establishing various institutions, such as officer education groups, officer research classes, instructional divisions, and student teams. To Liu Xiang, the accelerated faction members were like brothers, while the officers emerging from these institutions held a master-student relationship with him, completely subordinate. With brothers to the left, subordinates to the right, and the elite of the old Sichuan army behind him, Liu Xiang's prestige and power rose day by day. Before Xiong Kewu and Liu Tsunho joined forces to drive out Yunnan, he had already developed into the largest power in Sichuan aside from the Yunnan and Guizhou armies, with a momentum of, if the Chu rise, so shall Chu; if the Han rise, so shall Han. In other words, all factions, whether Xiong Lu or the anti-Xiong alliance, did not dare to underestimate Liu Xiang and were eager to win him over. After assessing the various factions, Liu Xiang decided on the strategy of supporting Xiong and sending guests away, which meant backing Xiong Kewu and driving away the Yunnan and Guizhou armies. At this time, the anti-Xiong alliance also sent envoys. Liu Xiang's subordinates and advisors discussed that since they had decided to support Xiong, they would naturally be at odds with the anti-Xiong faction. It would be better to detain the envoy and clarify their stance with the anti-Xiong alliance. With the resolution made, they all went to seek Liu Xiang's opinion. Among the great figures in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei would likely rank last in terms of family capital. Compared to Cao Cao and Sun Quan, who had large families backing them, he was almost empty-handed. So what could he rely on to win 1/3 of the world? It wasn't his imperial uncle identity, which was often used to intimidate others who could tell if it was real, nor was it his skill in weaving straw sandals. It was the character thick that Liu Tsunho had abandoned. Throughout his striving career, Liu Bei never forgot the deadly weapon thick, and neither did Liu Xiang. After the listeners finished speaking, Liu Xiang shook his head and said, No, how can we engage in conspiracy and trickery? We must treat others with kindness. Liu Xiang was very courteous to the envoy and even discussed strategies for attacking Xiong Kewu with them. However, this was all before he had successfully made contact with Xiong Kewu. Afterward, things proceeded as they should, and Liu Xiang transformed into the main force behind driving out Yunnan, primarily engaging in battles against the Yunnan and Guizhou armies with his troops, while he served as the frontline commander in that campaign. Driving out Yunnan was extremely crucial for Liu Xiang. It was the first major gamble of his life. If he won this bet, he would naturally soar to great heights, but if he lost, he would be left with nothing, unable to stay in Sichuan, forced to flee to the corners like Xiong Kewu and Lu Tsuanho. When setbacks arose in battle, particularly during the Great Defeat at Longquan Mountain, Liu Xiang became a weeping envoy, even expressing a desire to leave the troops and flee Sichuan. Upon hearing how the Lord was in such distress, his subordinates and advisors felt it was their incompetence causing this situation. Thus, they earnestly pleaded with Liu Xiang not to leave, saying, Although we've suffered a temporary setback, do not lose heart. Everything is within our control. We still have our army. With a little more effort, there is still much we can achieve. Liu Xiang was anxious and restless, not only because they were truly in a perilous situation, but also largely to see if those brothers and subordinates were still willing to work hard alongside him. Otherwise, he could just run away at the first chance. Why bother with all this fuss? The tears of Xuando weren't shed in vain. Liu Xiang used retreat as a strategy to reorganize the Sichuan army within Qingdu, regaining their courage to fight the Yunnan army. After wiping away his tears, Liu Xiang immediately revealed his true nature as a battlefield hero. When the Yunnan army retreated and organized defenses, he personally went to the front lines to command, ordering all mountain artillery to concentrate and launch a fierce bombardment. A fatal gap was opened in the Yunnan army's defenses, allowing the Sichuan army to swarm in and causing the Yunnan army to collapse in a rout. In the drive-out Yunnan battle, Liu Xiang was the primary contributor, while Xiong Kewu and Lu Tsuanho had to take a back seat. While Lu Tsuanho was still feeling good about himself, oblivious to the situation, Xiong Kewu had already gauged Liu Xiang's weight. Even while the war was still ongoing, he had conveyed to Liu Xiang through Dan Maoxin that he wanted to give way to him. Liu Xiang replied, Let's talk about it after the battle is over. Xiong Kewu's offer to yield to Liu Xiang was merely a tactic to strengthen his own leverage against Lu Tsuanho, a statement he didn't even believe himself. After the drive-out Yunnan battle concluded, there was still Lu Tsuanho standing between Xiong Kewu and Liu Xiang. Once the two joined forces to push Lu Tsuanho aside, the contradiction of two tigers cannot coexist began to sharpen. Xiong Kewu's First Army was developed from the former Shu Army and the new and old 5th Division, with officers centered around the 9-man group, many of whom were members of the Alliance and National Party, referred to as the First Army system by outsiders. The First Army system and the Accelerated faction were like two major gangs in the martial world, while the new Sichuan Army, represented by the First Army, and the old Sichuan Army, represented by the Second Army, were constantly suspicious of each other, engaging in overt and covert battles. According to the rules of the martial world, until the very last moment, no one would go so far as to draw swords and fight. They would only bargain according to their respective stakes. Seeing that the First Army was poised to overpower the Second Army, Xiong Kewu instructed the various armies to publicly nominate Liu Xiang as the total commander of Sichuan and governor. This strategy is politically known as retreating to advance. Nominally, Xiong Kewu had already resigned as the commander, but in actuality, he was still pulling the strings behind the scenes of the new Sichuan army. Now, with everyone having switched places, the new Sichuan army moved to Qingdu, while Chongqing became the base for the old Sichuan army. Liu Xiang, as the total commander of Sichuan, was still only able to command his Second Army, while the governor only had control over the Chongqing area. Feeling wronged. It is indeed quite unfair, but what can you say? Xiong Kewu has stepped down and let you be the governor. What more do you want? After years of ups and downs, Xiong Kewu had long since transformed from an impassioned revolutionary into a cold-blooded political master. Every move he made left Liu Xiang and Lu Tsuanho, who were preparing to take over Liu Bai's mantle, stunned. Liu Xiang, as governor, had to go to the provincial capital Qingdu to take office, and Xiong Kewu also sent an invitation for Liu Xiang to attend. Now Qingdu was within Xiong Kewu's sphere of influence. Whether to go or not, Liu Xiang was uncertain and gathered some advisors for a discussion. Some said that Chongqing was the old Sichuan Army's base of operations, and if he went to Qingdu, he would be far from the base and subject to control. Others bluntly stated, Don't be fooled by Xiong Kewu's apparent retirement. If you live in Qingdu with him, he will definitely use his seniority to interfere with everything. If you don't listen, the old Sichuan Army is far away in Chongqing. When the time comes, you will only find that no one answers your calls. Liu Xiang gasped upon hearing this, nodding repeatedly. Xiong Kewu is too formidable. I can't compete with him. In your opinion, I won't go to Qingdu. I will take office in Chongqing. Such a governor is almost the same as having none. At that time, there were still some defenses in the hands of the First Army around Chongqing. Liu Xiang's subordinates suggested, My lord, you are too honest. Why not just make a demand to the First Army that we will not hand over all the defenses of Chongqing, and if they don't agree, you won't take this governor position. Whoever wants it can have it. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiang thought it made sense and sought Dan Maoxin, who was really consulting with Xiong Kewu. In the end, the defenses were reluctantly handed over, and Liu Xiang finally took office as governor in Chongqing. The advisors were right. If Governor Lu Xiong went to Chengdu, he would be powerless, but remaining in Chongqing proved equally ineffective. Any county chief appointed by Lu Xiong could only operate within his second army's defense zone, with no hopes for other regions. Lu Xiong once appointed a person named Xiang as the governor of the Western Sichuan Road equivalent to deputy governor. Xiang, filled with excitement, rushed to Chengdu with his appointment letter, but couldn't find his predecessor. Without his predecessor, he couldn't take office as both parties needed to exchange seals. Xiang waited in the administrative office, but could not find anyone. Upon inquiring, he learned that the predecessor had already hidden away under the pretext of a tour. Encountering such a situation would be futile even if he waited until the end of time. Xiang understood he was unwelcome and reluctantly left, writing a public notice published in Chengdu's newspapers. The notice stated that this official referring to the predecessor was about to relinquish his duty, yet still went on a tour, indicating such diligent and tireless behavior is rarely seen. Since there are such rare talents in Sichuan, the public should request Governor Lu Xiong to retract the order and retain him. Those in the know understood the true situation, so the notice became a laughingstock. In addition to Chengdu and Chongqing effectively splitting into two military and political centers, Xiong Kewu also controlled the Chengdu arsenal and the salt tax revenues from Zhegung under the title of military administrative supervisor, responsible for managing weapons and supplies. While having a half-baked governor was one thing, what Lu Xiong couldn't let go of was the arsenal in Chengdu, which was crucial for his future ambitions to seize the world. Even if he couldn't control it, he had to manage it. Riding alone was ineffective, so Lu Xiong stationed a brigade in Chengdu specifically to oversee the arsenal. The factory worked day and night producing bullets and immediately transporting them to Chongqing. In a rush, Chengdu even resorted to using force to stop the shipments. The atmosphere was thick with gunpowder, and it seemed that a single match could ignite an explosion, forcing Lu Xiong to order the brigade to withdraw. Due to the tense relations, Xiong Kewu's agreement to aid Hubei was likely to facilitate the external expansion of the Sichuan Army and also provide a buffer for internal conflicts in Sichuan. Xiong Kewu needed aid to Hubei, and relying solely on his first army was insufficient. He had to leverage Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong believed that the only person he could compete with for Sichuan in the future was Xiong Kewu. If Xiong Kewu borrowed troops and established a foothold in Hubei, returning to attack him later would be a massive loss. Thus, while agreeing to deploy troops, Lu Xiong proposed a condition: he must also serve as the commander-in-chief of the aid to Hubei. This condition posed a significant dilemma for Xiong Kewu, leading to hesitation and a late decision. One important reason for the delayed deployment of the Sichuan army is this. If the relief of Hubei campaign had succeeded, there would be no need to elaborate. After all, benefits would have been gained, and only the distribution would need to be discussed. Yet they were defeated. Although they later secured a clause to transport Sichuan salt to Hubei, it was merely a small gain compared to their original objectives. Now there was ample opportunity for mutual blame. The first army blamed the second for incompetence, while the second ridiculed the first for being weak, leading to the collapse of their already fragile trust. During the retreat, they avoided the originally safe routes, opting instead for desolate areas lest they fall victim to treachery. Caution was imperative, for Lu Xiong truly intended to scheme against his opponents. As Wu Peifu departed, he appointed Sun Chuanfang as the commander of the upper Yangtze River stationed in Yichang. Lu Xiong dispatched representatives to negotiate with Sun Chuanfang, and the two parties signed a mutual defense agreement stipulating that if Sun were attacked, Lu would assist, and vice versa. If Lu were besieged in Sichuan, Sun could not stand idly by. Given the strength of the second army, who among them would provoke Lu Xiong without reason? Ultimately, he still aimed to target others, specifically directing his ambitions towards the first army. There was no way around it, or what was supposed to be a distraction only led to greater conflict. When would they fight if not now? To ensure a decisive victory, Lu Xiong's strategist advised him to issue an order in his capacity as commander of Sichuan to relocate one of the mixed brigades of the First Army under the pretext of aiding Shaanxi, thereby dispersing their forces. Lu Xiong followed the plan, unaware that this so-called brilliant strategy would backfire. Xiong Kewu realized the enemy was about to act. At this moment, he heard rumors of Lu Xiong secretly contacting Sun Chuanfang and possibly forming an alliance. The First Army, already inferior to the Second in strength, could not afford to lose a main brigade, and with Sun Chuanfang getting involved, they stood no chance in a confrontation. Anyone else in this situation might have felt their legs weaken, yet the seemingly difficult Xiong Kewu remained composed, having calculated every move. You have your Zhongliang's plan, and I have my ladder over the wall. Lu Xiong, I must make you aware of what it means that ginger grows. When Xiong Kewu first expelled Lu Tsuanho and assumed command of Sichuan, he faced difficulties due to the local Yunnan Guizhou armies monopolizing the defense zone and controlling tax revenues, leaving him with little money despite the need to pay troops. Thus, he could only establish a defense zone system allotting military pay based on local tax revenues, so that wherever your army was stationed, a portion of that area's tax would be allocated for military salaries. Initially, it was based on local taxation, gradually evolving into a system of local military fundraising, with various Sichuan armies, each claiming their own territories, effectively becoming warlords, with Xiong Kewu and Lu Xiong as merely the two largest among them. When Xiong Kewu was in charge, he found the small local warlords to be a significant headache. Now that he was no longer in charge, he suddenly developed a fondness for them, because they could serve as pawns. As usual, Xiong Kewu himself could not appear. It was Dan Maoxin who took the stage. Dan Maoxin questioned Lu Xiong about the need for aiding Shaanxi, demanding to know the basis for it, while secretly informing the various warlords that Lu Xiong aimed to eliminate the First Army. If the warlords were indifferent to this, he would continue, if even the First Army, such a large establishment, is forced to close down, do you think your small enterprises can survive? This last remark unsettled everyone. Rumors of Liu's ambition to unify Sichuan were suddenly credible. The warlords inundated Lu Xiong with telegrams of inquiry, leaving him overwhelmed and flustered. Knowing all this was the result of Xiong Kewu and Dan Meixin's covert machinations, Lu Xiong had no choice but to invite Dan Maoxin to Chongqing for a discussion. Lu Xiong initially thought Dan Maoxin might use various excuses to avoid coming, and even if he did come, he would likely put on airs to embarrass him. To his surprise, Dan Maoxin came willingly and spoke only words of consideration for him. Dan Maoxin said to Lu Xiong, "Do not listen to the dog-headed military advisors around you thinking that by destroying my First Army, everything will be resolved. You must understand that as the governor of a province, if you strike the First Army without cause, it will lead to mutual concern among all armies, and they will sympathize with the attacked. In that case, you will find it unbearable." Lu Xiong could hardly bear it anymore. He had initially thought the First Army was his greatest obstacle to unifying Sichuan, unaware that there were so many other obstacles behind it, not merely one or two. Now he must put on a smiling face and plead with Dan Maoxin to pacify the warlords. Lu Xiong smiled, "But Dan, whether you believe me or not, I must speak a truth. These warlords are a disaster for Sichuan." This statement shocked Lu Xiong. What did he mean? Dan Maoxin seriously asked Lu Xiong, "Why has Sichuan never been stable?" Without waiting for Lu Xiong to respond, he answered his own question. "There is no other reason. The only reason is that there are too many warlords, both big and small. These guys have military funding due to their territories, and with military funding they constantly expand their armies. Once the armies grow, they begin to disregard the provincial government. How can Sichuan possibly be stable?" Of course, when Dan Maoxin referred to these guys, he did not include himself or Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong was left dumbfounded. He not only agreed with Dan Meixin's statement, but also firmly believed that this reflected the true thoughts of both Xiong Kewu and Dan Maoxin. Lu Xiong was eager to eliminate the First Army. He truly regarded Xiong Kewu as his rival, the only one who could compete. It was akin to when Cao Cao spoke to Liu Bei during their wine discussion about heroes. In today's world, the only heroes are you, my lord, and myself. If Lu Xiong were not the one to unify Sichuan, it would be Xiong Kewu striving for it instead. Naturally, whatever obstacles Lu Xiong imagined, Xiong Kewu would too. Whatever Lu Xiong perceived as an impediment, Xiong Kewu would consider as such. Lu Xiong clapped in agreement with Dan Maoxin. "You are absolutely right, but what means do we have to ensure the stability of Sichuan?" This implied a desire for a way to subdue those troublesome warlords. Dan Maoxin offered two words which caused Lu Xiong's brow to furrow: disarmament. Just two words, yet the difficulty of implementation was immeasurable. Back when Luo Peijin fell from grace, the direct cause was disarmament, and at that time the Sichuan army consisted of only 5 divisions. Now, however, there were 10 divisions, 9 mixed brigades, 1 Sichuan border army, and 1 border defense army, with an organization roughly 4 to 5 times that of the original. How would disarmament even work? Dan Maoxin, however, was confident the difficulty is considerable. Whether it is the First or the Second Army, if we wish to resolve this individually, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Yet if we can sincerely cooperate, it is not an impossible task. Lu Xiong perked up. Dan Maoxin proposed that the First and Second Armies set an example and first disarm their own units, then encourage other armies to follow suit. At that time, which warlord would dare to resist? If they did resist, it would provide us with an excuse to unite and rectify the situation. As the saying goes, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Disarmament would not be difficult to implement. Hearing that the first cut would require self-sacrifice, Lu Xiong hesitated. Dan Maoxin caught on to Lu Xiong's thoughts. "Don't say you are reluctant." "Oh, I am reluctant too. But upon further reflection, if you do not disarm and try to unify, by force the number of troops will only grow larger, exacerbating the problem." The more Lu Xiong listened, the more reasonable it seemed, especially with Dan Maoxin's concluding remark that struck a chord. "If we collaborate, I believe Sichuan can become self-sufficient after unification. At that time, if the situation permits, we might even contend for supremacy in the Central Plains." Isn't that precisely Lu Xiong's aspiration? Of course, if there were indeed a day to contend for supremacy in the Central Plains, Xiong Kewu and Dan Maoxin might have been eradicated by him long ago. What was there to negotiate? However, before that, to deal with the numerous warlords resembling a swarm of ants across various defense zones, it was essential to prioritize the larger picture and form a strong alliance. Without further ado, Lu Xiong immediately sat down with Dan Maoxin to discuss the specifics of disarmament. After reaching an agreement, the two promised absolute confidentiality, forbidding any leaks to the outside. Lu and Dan discussed everything in a secret chamber. When Lu Xiong emerged from the chamber, those dog-headed military advisors waiting outside gathered around. In unison, they insisted that Dan Maoxin be detained in Chongqing, and that seizing the moment when the First Army was leaderless, they should immediately strike to eliminate the First Army. Lu Xiong would not agree. Until he left Chongqing, Dan Maoxin had not lost a single hair, while Lu Xiong's aides were stamping their feet in frustration, believing they had missed a golden opportunity to capture the leader first. While they lamented this and sighed over that they were unaware of the underlying details, and Lu Xiong found it rather amusing. In his secret agreement with Dan Maoxin, the first step in disarmament was for the First and Second Armies to each disband a brigade, setting an example for the warlords. Furthermore, Dan Maoxin took a high stance, proactively proposing to first disband the First Army's independent brigade. With such sincerity from the other side, and being known as a benevolent ruler, how could he possibly engage in unjust acts? Following the established procedure, Lu Xiong first issued the order to relocate the independent brigade that Dan Maoxin had agreed to, and then he eagerly awaited Dan Maoxin to personally lead the troops to execute the disarmament task. The independent brigade received the order and moved out, but Dan Maoxin remained inactive for a long time. Lu Xiong thought he had merely forgotten, and even sent a telegram urging him to get moving. To his surprise, Dan Maoxin seemed vague and hesitant, as if he had completely forgotten about the secret agreement, continually delaying any action. Lu Xiong grew perplexed, and sent another telegram inquiring why he had not moved. Dan Maoxin replied, placing the blame on Lu Xiong, claiming that Lu had intentionally leaked the secret agreement, intending to incorporate the disbanded independent brigade into the Second Army. It seems you are still intent on resolving the First Army issue. I cannot accompany you any longer, I cannot play along with you anymore. Lu Xiong was baffled. Since Dan Maoxin's departure, Lu Xiong had kept his mouth shut, even his aides were kept in the dark, so how could any leaks? While Lu Xiong was still confused, Dan Maoxin did something that left him feeling dizzy. He thoroughly reported the content of their discussion in the secret chamber to the various warlords. Note that it was thorough but not verbatim, as Dan Maoxin rearranged the content of their conversation. Following this rearrangement, Lu Xiong became the proponent and leader of the disarmament plan, while Dan Maoxin became the fully passive party and the first victim. Dan Maoxin even had material evidence, namely Lu Xiong's orders and correspondence. If this were not the case, why would he suddenly mobilize the First Army's independent brigade, and why was he so insistent on prompting Dan Maoxin to take action? This report from Dan Maoxin ignited the warlords' fury. Previously they had only been suspicious, now they realized there was indeed something amiss. One after another, the warlords sent telegrams to Lu Xiong signaling that if he intended to use disarmament as a pretext for unification, he should first consider whether they would permit it. Staring at the flurry of incoming telegrams, Lu Xiong was dumbfounded. Even if he were to challenge the First Army individually, he had no 100% assurance of victory. With so many erratic fists surrounding him, the situation would only worsen. It must be understood that while these warlords may seem small, they were often shameless and occasionally reckless. When would they become reckless? It was when they sensed that their lifeblood, their territories, were at risk of being taken away. There were no recordings or footage of the secret chamber discussions. Lu Xiong found himself unable to refute the accusations, realizing he had fallen into a trap and inadvertently slipped into a quagmire. All this talk of sincere cooperation and joint disarmament turned out to be mere bait to ensnare him. Xiong Kewu was indeed formidable, not just a little, but exceedingly so. What he had employed was unmistakably the pulling the ladder from under you strategy from the 36 stratagems, first luring you to the rooftop, then snatching away the ladder, leaving you gazing into the abyss, awaiting your own demise. At this point, Lu Xiong felt like crying, but had no tears. The seat beneath him was not a chair, but a furnace. On May 14, 1922, Lu Xiong sent a telegram resigning. Having truly been pushed to this extent, Dan Maoxin and others hypocritically sent telegrams to retain him, while Lu Xiong feigned high-mindedness and decisiveness, proclaiming sentiments like to cut firewood and fish, fulfilling my original intention, resolutely refusing to return. During the initial period following his resignation, perhaps due to the transition, a troop displayed unrest over delayed pay, prompting Lu Xiong to go soothe them under the guise of being removed from office. The soldiers asked him why he had resigned. Lu Xiong deliberately replied, "Because you are unwilling to fight, I must resign." The soldiers pondered, then responded, "It's not that we do not want to fight, it's just that the higher-ups have been withholding our military pay. If our pay were not withheld, we would be willing to fight. Your military pay will be dispersed on time. As long as you are willing to fight, I can return to office at any time." Lu Xiong certainly wished to make a comeback, thus he sought to test the loyalty of the army, but he was equally aware of the importance of patience and discretion. Most of Lu Bai's life was spent as a subordinate to others. It has been noted that he had as many as 7 masters, including Lu Bu Chao Chao and Yuan Shao. Could Lu Bai truly be content to serve these individuals as his superiors? Not at all. It was merely that the timing was not yet right. A true man can bend and stretch, but before stretching, he must first yield. Like Xiong Kewu, Lu Xiong's resignation was merely a strategic retreat. He arranged for a proxy to take the front stage while he maneuvered behind the scenes. Lu Xiong repeatedly warned his subordinates, "The reason I was forced to resign is that if we were to meet in battle now, we would have no chance of victory." So when can we have a chance of victory? Lu Xiong replied that it would rely on support from the Beiyang army, but with just a mutual defense agreement with Sun Chuanfang, it wasn't reliable, so they had to wait. For now, the only thing they could do was to prepare diligently. After all, no matter how one phrase it, they could not rashly engage the First Army in battle. Lu Xiong rambled on while one person simply could not absorb any of it. That individual was Yang's son, the front stage proxy set up by Lu Xiong. In Chinese folklore, there is a tendency to rank military generals, and regarding the 3 kingdoms, a popular ranking is first Lu, second Zhao, third Jianwei with 4 gates 5 horses, and 6 Zhang, Fei 7 Huang 8 Su, and 9 Jiangwei. Starting with Zhao Yun, fans of the 3 kingdoms each have their preferences. Some say this ranking elevates Zhao Yun and Guan Yu while belittling Zhang Fei, whose spear is unmatched and can claim the heads of superior enemies amidst a million soldiers. Why should he only be ranked 6th? There is no disagreement about the one named Lu. The saying goes, among men Lu Bu, among horses the red hair. In the romance of the 3 kingdoms, there is no one who can surpass Lu Bu in single combat. Even if Guan Yu and Zhang Fei teamed up relying on their numbers to confront him, they still could not overcome him. Later they shamelessly involved Liu Bei, and in the three heroes battle against Lu Bu was so busy dodging left and right that he was indeed overwhelmed, allowing them to gain a slight advantage. If the three kingdoms ranking were to be moved to Bashu, Yongsan would be the living embodiment of Lu Fengxian. When Sichuan people mention the Sichuan Army generals, they often say that this person always suffers defeats, while that person has faced defeats, but also claimed victories. Their only comment on Yongsan is Yongsan knows how to win battles. Yongsan is a person from Sichuan, but he originally rose to prominence in the Yunnan army. This story is lengthy. Like Lu Xiang, Yongsan was a rapid success. After graduating, he moved around and eventually joined under Xiong Kewu, who at that time was just a minor figure. Guo Chou's campaign against Yuan ended in disaster for Xiong Kewu, and Chongqing was captured by the Yunnan army, with Yongsan falling into captivity. During the inspection of prisoners, a Yunnan general said, "Officers, step forward 5 paces." This sentence frightened the Sichuan officers among the captives. At that moment, they feared being recognized as officers, because if the enemy were to execute prisoners, the first to be killed would be the officers, while soldiers often received leniency. What does stepping forward 5 paces mean? To stand out and be bound for execution. Everyone was frozen. Only Yongsan stepped forward, declaring, "I am the major battalion commander." The Yunnan general, seeing his calm demeanor and lack of fear, was secretly amazed. Subsequently, not only did he not kill him, but he also took him back to Yunnan. From then on, Yongsan changed sides, joining the Yunnan army, and served under the renowned general Zhao Yoxin. Yongsan's rise as a formidable warrior was all due to one word: ruthlessness. Flipping through modern Chinese history, the first chapter is the Opium War. After that battle, what happened to opium seems to have... The fact is, the court initiated a policy of opening up and revitalizing. Since it could not be banned or blocked, rather than letting foreign opium earn a fortune with our silver, it was better to produce and sell it ourselves. Indeed, after the emergence of the domestic opium industry, a new opium war was won without a fight, as imported opium severely struggled to sell, with addicts turning to domestic products. Every province in the southwest grew opium. In Yunnan, it was called Yin Tu, in Sichuan Chuan Tu, in Guizhou Gei Tu, with Yin Tu being the best akin to the top brand of domestic opium at the time. Ironically, the packaging of Yin Tu featured the portrait of Lin Zexu, endorsed by Lin, quality guaranteed. Amid this environment, Yongsan developed a habit of consuming opium naturally in secret, as many Yunnan officers, including Zhao Yoxin himself, indulged in opium, yet everyone had to maintain an appearance of righteousness. Bullying the weak seems to be a common phenomenon. Being a person from Sichuan, some colleagues took a disliking to Yongsan. One day, while he was indulging at home, they staged a caught in the act scenario, sending troops into Yang's home, capturing him, and then forcing him to display his smoking apparatus in public for humiliation. After seeking help through letters, Yongsan finally escaped disaster. Following this turmoil, Yongsan resolved to quit opium. Only those who have been addicted can truly understand how difficult it is to quit. Zhang Shuoyang recalled in his later years that the experience felt like flesh without skin, akin to being in hell. Yet Yongsan quit without hesitation. His ruthlessness was consistent, harsh on himself, harsh on others. During the National Protection War, as a staff officer, Yongsan observed the stalemate in the battle and led 4 soldiers to charge forward, killing anyone in their path, ultimately breaking into the vicinity of the Beiyang Army's command post, causing the enemy commander to flee in panic. Cai E deeply appreciated his bravery and personally awarded Yongsan a certificate. By the end of the Jingwa campaign, Yongsan had gained a reputation as a capable warrior within the Yunnan army, earning Zhao Yoxin's great appreciation and trust, granting him the position of regiment commander. Zhuda, also a Sichuan native at that time, was in Zhao Yoxin's army. Regardless of education or experience, he was far more substantial than Yongsan, yet he was merely a regiment commander. Due to his exceptional brilliance and stubborn personality, apart from Zhao Yoxin, the senior ranks of the Yunnan army generally harbored reservations about Yongsan. Zhao Yoxin's chief of staff had a particularly strained relationship with Yongsan, as he was the mastermind behind the caught in the act scheme. Facing Zhao Yoxin, he not only advocated for Yongsan's removal, but even insisted on eliminating him. Later, this chief of staff was reassigned, and before leaving, he urged Zhao Yoxin not to reuse Yongsan, claiming he bore a rebellious nature that would inevitably lead to betrayal. Zhao Yoxin dismissed this. "You and I are both old comrades, having participated in the Xinhai Revolution. What era is this, still engaging in superstitious activities? Yongsan is diligent and persistent. I heard that he quit opium after being caught by you. How can I punish a man who has corrected his ways without reason?" The chief of staff, seeing they were not on the same page, left with a remark: "If you do not heed the wise words, significant matters will surely be defeated by this Yongsan in the future. We are all a new generation of soldiers. Oh, I do not understand such superstitions." Zhao Yoxin, after being promoted to army commander, directly appointed Yongsan as the chief of staff. The second person who disapproved of Yongsan was Luo Peijin. He sent word to Zhao Yoxin urging him not to reuse Yongsan, let alone let Yongsan lead troops. Zhao Yoxin similarly did not take Luo Peijin's words to heart. "Is there no one with my keen eye for talent?" Zhao Yoxin's superior Tang Jiao said something that almost made Zhao Yoxin feel he had encountered a kindred spirit. The previous chief of staff shouts about rebellious nature might have been due to watching too many Three Kingdoms stories casually uttered. However, Tang Jiao truly understood a bit of physiognomy. When he inspected Sichuan, all officers above the rank of regimental commander in the Yunnan army were summoned. After the meeting, he asked Zhao Yoxin, "Have you re-employed that person named Yang San?" Zhao Yoxin was delighted, thinking Tang Jiao also recognized Yang San, and he quickly replied, "Of course I have. Yang San is particularly capable in battle. Whenever the situation is critical, I rely on him to turn the tide. How could I not rely on him?" However, what Tang Jiao meant was something entirely different. In Tang Jiao's eyes, Yang San was a man with a face full of flesh, fierce eyes, and prominent front teeth resembling a rat's mouth. Those who knew thought he was describing Yang San, while those who didn't might have thought he was describing some bandit or fugitive. Was Yang San truly that ugly and vile? It was physiognomy, a strange art that could transform a person like a funhouse mirror. Tang Jiao's evaluation of Yang San was venomous, treacherous, and ruthless. Moreover, there was a more critical point. He had a rebellious nature. Tang Jiao told Zhao Yoxin that even if you were to rely on him, if you do not, you must kill him to prevent future troubles. After hearing this, Zhao Yoxin was speechless and could only say he had already re-employed Yang San, which should be fine. After returning to Yunnan, Tang Jiao thought about it and still felt uneasy. He sent another secret telegram to Zhao Yoxin urging him not to focus on whether to re-employ or not, but to directly kill Yang San to eliminate future troubles. Zhao Yoxin was loyal to Tang Jiao, but by this point he felt his superior was quite ignorant. How could you believe in such? Not only did he not kill Yang San, but he also showed Tang Jiao's secret telegram to Yang San as a sign of absolute trust. Sometimes it is indeed better to be a bit superstitious, such as in Yang San's case. Because later events indicated that from the previous chief of staff to Luo Peijin to Tang Jiao, they did not say anything wrong. Yang San truly rebelled. Zhao Yoxin showed the secret telegram to Yang San, which was certainly a display of trust, but for Yang San it held a different feeling in his heart. Could Zhao Yoxin replace Tang Jiao? It seemed impossible. This signified that his future in the Yunnan army was quite bleak. It was hard to say if he could even keep his life, let alone get promoted. Within Zhao Yuxin's command, although he had Zhao Yuxin's protection, many Yunnan officers were extremely displeased with Yang San's position as a Sichuanese in a high role, moving from jealousy to hatred. During banquets to watch performances, these officers often chose plays like Zhang Song presents the map, and taking Chengdu right in front of Yang San, clearly intending to embarrass him. Yang San, with his stubborn personality, often left in anger before the performances even ended. Zhao Yuxin's defensive area bordered Lu Xiang's. Because Yang San held the position of chief of staff in the army, and was a rapid success classmate of Lu Xiang, Zhao Yoxin sent him as a representative to liaise with Lu Xiang. At that time, Lu Xiang was already a Sichuan Army commander with ambitions to seize the world. He knew well that Yang San was an exceptional general, and thus sought to poach him. When Lu Bu betrayed Ding Yuan, he gained a red hair. Yang San abandoned Zhao Yoxin and was promoted to a higher rank, a mixed brigade commander. After joining Lu Xiang, he immediately turned against and besieged a small group of Yunnan army. The Yunnan army was defeated and surrendered, but there was a certain Yunnan brigade commander who was oblivious to the situation, cursing Yang San for his treachery, saying he shouldn't have betrayed the army commander, referring to Zhao Yoxin. When Yang San defected to another lord, although his actions were swift and decisive, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Hearing the brigade commander's accusations, he became enraged and shot him dead on the spot. Zhao Yoxin displayed a considerable magnanimity, knowing Yang San had betrayed him, but remained gracious. He received a letter from Yang San in which Yang San wrote, "I am a person from Sichuan. Now the slogans outside are all about Sichuan people governing Sichuan, which is why I left you, Zhao Yoxin. In the future, if the Sichuan and Yunnan armies go to war and I encounter you, I, Yang San, will avoid engagement with you to After reading the letter, Zhao Yoxin felt deeply moved. He shared this letter with his subordinates, stating that Yang San's actions from his perspective were not wrong. If I were from Sichuan, I would also do the same. Everyone thought Zhao Yoxin was just putting on an act, but seeing his calm demeanor, it was clear he held no resentment towards Yang San. Zhao Yoxin might truly be a gentleman, but Yang San was not necessarily the same. He soon contradicted himself. Before the war to drive out Yunnan, Lu Xiang promoted Yang San from brigade commander to division commander. Could he avoid it? If he avoided it, how could he explain to the new lord, and how could he continue to get promoted? Yang San not only did not avoid it, but also attacked Zhao Yoxin fiercely. After Lu Xiang used mountain artillery to break open the Yunnan army's defense line, he immediately ran to the forefront to command, relentlessly pursuing the Yunnan army. Having spent a long time in the Yunnan army, Yang San understood their combat capabilities best. He knew that once Zhao Yoxin regained his senses, the counterattack would be hard to contain. Thus he pressed on without stopping, covering over 500 miles in 2 days, leaving the retreating forces of the Yunnan army far behind, and directly entered the city of Luzhou, where Zhao Yoxin was stationed. Zhao Yoxin was still in bed smoking opium. He did not expect the Sichuan army to arrive so quickly and hurriedly asked who was leading them. His subordinates replied that it was Yang San. Zhao Yoxin still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. As long as it's Yang San, that's good. I have appreciated and promoted him, thus I have a debt of gratitude towards him. He believed he would not be harmed. At most, if captured, he would merely be treated as a prisoner and would not face any life. With Yang San leading, it would be bad. He is the one who attacks us the hardest. The gratitude for recognizing my ability is from years ago. Didn't he say he would avoid the army commander on the battlefield? Did he avoid it? Zhao Yoxin thought about it and realized it was indeed true, feeling regretful and overwhelmed. Regretful words were too late to say. Zhao Yoxin opened the back door and climbed onto the city wall, using a board to lower himself down. He was of heavy build and had difficulty moving, so the process of lowering himself took time. Yang Sun was very familiar with the location of Zhao Yuxin's headquarters. After bursting in, he noticed the opium lamp was still lit, realizing Zhao Yuxin had left not long ago. He climbed the city wall to look out, and just caught a glimpse of Zhao Yuxin fleeing. He asked the few Yunnan soldiers still lowering themselves what was below. The questioned soldiers dared not refuse to answer, saying it was General Zhao. Yang Sun muttered, "Today's matter is a public affair, I cannot let personal feelings interfere," and immediately ordered to open fire. Later Yang Sun claimed it was the militia's doing, but in reality, he had given no such order. A small militia would not dare to act recklessly. Zhao Yuxin was hit several times, but when he was carried back to the headquarters, he still had breath left. This put the parties involved in a rather awkward position. Facing his former benefactor, Yang Sun felt a twinge of shame and shouted at Zhao Yuxin, "Commander, I am Zihui, Yang Sun's courtesy name." Zhao Yuxin opened his eyes. Yang Sun continued, "Commander, I am sorry for you. Please rest assured, Commander." Zhao Yuxin looked at Yang Sun, said nothing, and tears slowly rolled down the corners of his eyes before he closed them and passed away. In that moment of bidding farewell to the world, this person experienced the most brutal scene in the world, truly rendered. When faced with fame and fortune, Yang Sun would charge forward without hesitation, yet his heart was also tender. In this situation, he could not help but feel sadness and broke into tears. Yang Sun personally prepared the coffin for Zhao Yuxin and arranged for his return to Yunnan for burial. He also wrote a couplet that read, "Deep in memory, a heartfelt bond, unable to bear the general's severed head." Regardless, there was still a bit of reluctance. It was much better than when Lu Bu took Ding Yuan's head and fled. Yang Sun worked so hard certainly to show his new lord Lu Xiang, who was indeed quite satisfied with Yang Sun. Someone told Lu Xiang, "Yang Sun has a big appetite, and I worry he may be hard to satisfy." Lu Xiang replied, "A fierce general is rare, I intend to fill him well." After Lu Xiang became the commander of Sichuan, he promoted Yang Sun to the position of army commander. In a short time, Yang Sun had leaped from a defector general to the second in command of the Rapid Success faction, second only to Lu Xiang. Just as Yang Sun was enjoying his rise, most of his former colleagues were struggling significantly, among whom Zhu De, his Sichuan compatriot in the Yunnan army, was particularly noteworthy. After the war to drive out Yunnan, Zhu De followed Gu Pingjin back to Yunnan and overthrew Tang Jiao. Jiao was not so easily dealt with. He quickly returned and thoroughly disrupted Gu Pingjin's group. After Gu Pingjin was killed, Zhu De and the others had no choice but to flee, and when they passed through Chongqing by boat, they decided to visit Yang Sun along the way. This was the time when one feels most proud of life. Yang Sun arranged a grand reception and even invited Lu Xiang to join the discussion. Yang Sun invited Zhu De to stay in his second army, but Zhu De politely declined, saying, "I want to study abroad in Europe," and Lu Xiang laughed, "Why waste money? Just rest at Mount Amei, and that will be sufficient." In matters like this, Lu Xiang was quite a mundane person, so there was no need to take him seriously. Yang Sun patted his chest towards Zhu De, saying, "When you return to the country, I will certainly have a place reserved for you here." Yang Sun hosted Zhu De for a week in Chongqing, and upon his departure, he held a banquet and gifted each person 10,000 yuan for travel expenses. Quite generous. In terms of personality, Yang Sun was never a generous person. His willingness to spend so freely was truly a sign of how fortunate and smooth his life had been, to the point where he feared that his heart might burst forth if not held down. Such glory needs to be seen and shared with others, otherwise it would lack excitement. Because he felt so good about himself, Yang Sun's assessment of the situation was completely different from Lu Xiang's. Lu Xiang advised caution, stating that without absolute certainty, one must not mobilize troops. Yang Sun, however, dismissed this, believing that since the Dian army had already been defeated by him, there was nothing to fear. Thus he insisted on launching an attack in front of Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang's strategist advised him, "History shows that overconfident troops will surely fail. Yang Sun's arrogance and underestimation of the enemy mean that if he lightly engages, the first army defeat is inevitable." Though the words were spoken, Lu Xiang saw the enthusiasm of the ordinary soldiers and Yang Sun alike, feeling that if they were to fight, as long as the soldiers fought with determination, victory was not impossible. Just as he was struggling to decide, one of his subordinates said to him, "What are you afraid of? Yang Sun is fighting for you. If he wins, the credit will naturally be yours. If he loses, he will take the responsibility, so why make a fuss?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang's eyes lit up. Indeed, why should he be afraid? After all, he was already out of power, and regardless of the outcome, Yang Sun would help him bear the burden. Thus he called for Yang Sun and instructed him directly, "Xiong Kewu and Dan Maoxin are deceitful in battle. You must not underestimate them. Remember to focus solely on the first army and do not engage other troops to avoid creating too many enemies." Yang Sun received the order and immediately began to take action. On July 9, 1922, Yang Sun issued a combat order to attack the first army, while announcing that he would only engage the first army. To this end, Yang Sun specifically instructed his staff to write a letter to the troops. He referred to Xiong Kewu and Dan Maoxin with the same titles he had previously given to the Shiyetuan soldiers, calling the two long-shirted soldiers who merely carried guns and were not at all professional. Back in the day, Tianheng had only 500 brave men, yet was able to hold an island. With so many troops in the second army, how could they not eliminate these two in long shirts? Yang Sun set out, truly exuding an imposing aura, looking just like Lu Bu reborn, wielding a Fangtian Huaji and riding a red rabbit horse. No one could stand in his way. When he disembarked from the boat and entered the First Army's defense area, he found the camp completely empty. The enemy had fled at the first hint of danger, retreating in entire divisions. Moving forward, he encountered yet another empty city. He continued to chase after 5 cities, all of which were the same, with not a trace of the First Army to be found, merely picking up a few discarded, useless broken guns along the way. This situation could not help but make Yang's son feel proud, realizing the First Army was even more formidable than he had expected. Lu Bu once said, "The lords beyond the pass are like grass and weeds to me." Yang's son nearly regarded the spineless First Army as mere weeds, thinking that he didn't even need to exert himself, a mere step could crush them all. Lu Bu also famously said, "With my horse I can traverse the world without fear of Cao Cao. Once they camp I will capture them myself." Yang's son faced not Cao Cao, but only Xiong Kewu and Dan Maoxin. Initially he thought these two were formidable, but now they appeared to be nothing more than 2 useless fools, unworthy of comparison to the historical Cao Cao, and he felt it would be effortless for him to capture them. When Lu Xiang agreed to Yang's son's deployment of troops, he repeatedly cautioned him not to underestimate the enemy. Yang's son initially did take care, but with the actual battle progressing so smoothly, it became impossible for him not to become arrogant, especially since he was naturally a very proud person. Yang's son commanded the troops. Since Dan Maoxin had already collapsed, everyone should boldly pursue, just like when they chased Zhao Yoxin in the past. This was not a battle, it was an outdoor rally, except there were no cars available. Yang's son nearly dislocated his legs while trying to catch up with the rear guard of the First Army. Just as he was about to attack, the rear guard fled once more, disappearing faster than a rabbit, and Yang's son was left gasping for breath while picking up broken guns. Unbeknownst to him, he had already stepped into a trap, and the one who arranged and set all of this up was precisely the person he regarded as a useless fool, Dan Maoxin. Lu Xiang was indeed astute and had sensed that something was off, so he sent a secret telegram to Yang's son and the others. "I hear you have captured 5 cities and seized many guns. If this is the case, Dan Maoxin's unit should be in complete disarray. How can they still be arrayed for battle?" He reminded Yang's son, "Dan Maoxin is not an easy opponent. You must not underestimate him just because he is a long-shirt soldier. Be wary of falling into his trap." At this moment, Zhang Lan, who had once assisted Lu Tsuanho, was merely a spectator. He remarked to others, "Dan Maoxin's retreat without a fight is clearly a strategy. Yang's son is likely to suffer a loss here." These words were quite insightful, yet at this moment Yang's son resembled the arrogant Pang, one dismissing all advice. He was completely confused by Dan Maoxin's smokescreen. With each city Dan Maoxin abandoned, he issued a telegram. Abandoning 5 cities meant sending 5 telegrams. These telegrams were meant to be seen by the observing lords, intended to stir them to unite against Yang's son. Despite sending 5 telegrams, not a single lord moved. These lords were all shrewd. Discussing survival strategies with them would be a futile effort. Yang's son declared he would only strike at Dan Maoxin and not involve others. In a situation where the outcome was uncertain, no one dared to easily get involved. Entering the fray even a minute earlier could mean death a minute sooner. Dan Maoxin was well aware of the lord's thoughts. He wasn't counting on sending a telegram to draw reinforcements. Ultimately, one's fate must be in one's own hands. Specifically, one must at least convey to others that there is hope and possibility of victory. To prove this point, mere words were not enough. Action was necessary, which meant finding the current location of Maling Dao. Yang's son pursued Dan Maoxin for half a month. For half a month, the First Army did not engage in a single decent battle, continuously being pursued, leading to widespread indignation among the officers and soldiers. The soldiers shouted, "How far back do we have to retreat? With the enemy pressing so hard, can't we at least give them a few slaps in return?" The speaker may have been careless, but the listener heard with intent. This talk reached Dan Maoxin's ears. Rather than staying in the command center, as before, Dan Maoxin intentionally dressed in soldier's clothing and walked among the troops. As the commander, most of the small soldiers had never seen him, and with the disguise no one recognized him. Dan Maoxin's disguise was not for the sake of escaping, but to, like Lu Xiang, grasp the true morale of the troops in order to determine the most suitable moment for a decisive battle. Upon hearing talk of giving a few slaps, Dan Maoxin knew there was a chance. An ancient saying goes, "A sorrowful soldier will surely win." The soldiers, without any mobilization, were all eager for a fight. This battle already had a 50% chance of success. Upon further inquiry, the troops had retreated to Dajian. It is said that this place was once an ancient battlefield where the White Lotus sect fought fiercely against the Qing army. Such a location would certainly stir the hearts of Dan Maoxin and his First Army, who had historical ties to antiquing sentiments. As an ancient battlefield, it must have its unique characteristics. Dan Maoxin surveyed the terrain and saw that Dajian was high and overlooking the surroundings. If a decisive battle were to take place here, it would be most suitable. This is it. Just as the ancient Ma Ling Dao existed today, we have Dajian. I will ensure Yang's son experiences what it feels like to be the modern Pangwan. Dan Maoxin stationed his troops at Dajian, but just as he had finished arranging the positions, Yang's son arrived, tailing him, and set up a battle line opposite Dajian with both sides separated by a distance of 2 miles. There are no fixed tactics in war, they must adapt to the battlefield situation. If one continues to copy the ambush tactics of Sun Bin, one would be a fool. Dan Maoxin intended to engage in a defensive battle, believing he could defeat Yang's son because he still held a trump card. General Zhu has left, but Lu is still here. He lost his right eye during the Guardian of the Nation campaign, and people in Sichuan called him Lu the Blind. Whenever Lu the Blind appeared on the battlefield, the enemy trembled in fear. Lu Buqing later recounted that when he was walking on the road, he happened to hear a child crying, and the adult there scared the child by saying, "If you keep crying, Lu the blind will take you away." Immediately the child stopped crying. Lu Buqing was originally responsible for constructing a floating bridge on the river to facilitate troop withdrawal, but the river water rose rapidly, and the floating bridge was frequently destroyed, making it impossible to build. Just as he was anxiously jumping up and down, Dan Meixin's call to arms arrived. Upon reaching the Dejian front, Lu Buqing's first words to the officers and soldiers were, "We are now at a point of no return, we must fight to the death. If we retreat any further, we won't be able to drink this river water." The troops gathered at Dejian consisted of Dan Meixin's 1st Army comprising 2 divisions and 1 brigade, while Yang San's 2nd Army consisted of 2 divisions and 2 brigades. In terms of numbers, Yang Sun outnumbered Dan Meixin, but in terms of morale, Dan Meixin exceeded Yang Sun. Especially in the past half-month, the 2nd Army had been unable to fight and had been relentlessly pursued, showing signs of fatigue. For tired soldiers to attack, while looking up, is the most dangerous thing. Yang Sun not only failed to capture Dejian, but was also pushed back, losing 2 strongholds in the process. He had to shift from offense to defense, holding his position with a shallow river against Lu Buqing. In his youth, Lu Buqing fought with a fierce spirit, though otherwise he wouldn't have become Dan Meixin's most capable general. He adopted a central breakthrough tactic, charging fiercely at the enemy's front position. Unfortunately, Yang Sun was not without merit. His forces were extremely strong, and repeated assaults yielded no results. The 1st Army's strength was waning, with ammunition nearly exhausted, and the scales of victory once again tilted in Yang San's favor. Dan Meixin's subordinates were losing their composure. Some hurried to transport supplies in preparation for a retreat. However, they all received Dan Meixin's strict order: no one is allowed to retreat. At that moment, a reserve force was rushing to support Dejian, and Dan Meixin immediately allocated them to Lu Buqing for a final effort. Lu Buqing intended to use this fresh force to implement a central breakthrough. Central breakthroughs are dangerous, as everyone knows. If you want to penetrate, others will block you. All firepower is concentrated there, and since the brigade had marched overnight, they were already exhausted, causing the leading officers to show signs of reluctance. Lu Buqing said, "We have reserves, and so do they. It all depends on who uses them effectively first. If we abandon the central breakthrough, there are no other options. We must make this final attempt." The reserve troops broke through Yang San's defenses during lunchtime, tearing open a gap, and as follow-up forces continuously poured in, Yang San fled in disarray. The Battle of Dejian was a battle of confidence, not only boosting Dan Meixin's confidence, but also solidifying the resolve of the observing lords, showing them where to place their bets. The lords quickly formed a coalition army, joining Dan Meixin's side. Yang San's defeat was as swift as a landslide, resulting in the absurdity of thousands of officers and soldiers being disarmed by merely a couple of hundred. When Yang San fled by boat to Yichang, he was left with nothing except for a seal labeled Yang San in his pocket. Yang San's defeat equated to Lu Xiang's defeat. Claims that Yang San was responsible were mere nonsense. They were all wandering the world together, having mixed for so long, who did not know that Lu Xiang was Yang San's backer. How could he escape responsibility? This was not just a defeat, it was the most painful defeat of Lu Xiang's life. Because the rash and reckless Yang Lu Bu could not be made into a boss, let alone unify Sichuan, not even Chongqing could he keep. Everything turned into a futile effort. Lu Xiang returned to his hometown in Dai County, Chengdu, feeling utterly defeated, and this time, he truly had to chop wood and fish, returning to my original intentions. Lu Qingshuan, courtesy name Yu Jiao, was born in Dai County, Chengdu, Sichuan Province. He graduated from the Sichuan Military Academy and served as the chief of staff for Lu Tsunho, accompanying Yin Changheng on a military expedition to Tibet. The troops under his command wore insignias on their left arms known as the Sun Character Battalion. After Xiong Kewu expelled the Jinshan Army, he appointed Lu Qingshuan as the commander of the 3rd Army. Known for his astuteness, he was adept at seizing opportunities and earned the nickname Water Whirl. Deng Shiho, courtesy name Jinkong, was born in Yingshan County, Nanchung City, Sichuan Province. He studied at the Sichuan Army Primary School and excelled academically, earning a recommendation to attend the Nanjing 4th Army Secondary School affiliated with the Baoding Army Officer School, but did not graduate as he joined the Xinhai Revolution. Deng Shiho was originally subordinate to Lu Tsunho and participated in the National Protection War and the Battle of Yunnan. Though he often faced defeats, his cunning nature earned him the nickname Crystal Monkey, making him the 2nd most prominent figure of the Baoding faction within the Sichuan Army. Chun Guodong, courtesy name Yiting, was born in Pixian County, Chengdu, Sichuan Province. He graduated from the Baoding Army Officer School and served as the commander of the 7th Division of the 3rd Army. Lai Xinhui, courtesy name Xiang, was born in Santai County, Mianyang City, Sichuan Province. He graduated from the Yunnan Military Academy and served as the artillery commander under Lu Tsunho, earning the nickname Lai Cannon for his artillery expertise. Lai Xinhui possessed a degree of military command talent, having faced defeats, but also victories. In the Sichuan Army, there was a tradition of holding memorial services for fallen soldiers after major battles. People from Sichuan enjoy lively discussions, and many prefer lighter fare. Someone once wrote a couplet: "Govern with kindness, mourn for the dead. The sage speaks for himself. Oh, serve officials to the north, seek wealth to the south. Where shall the gentleman go?" The couplet is humorous, yet encapsulates the complexities of the world of fame and fortune, exemplified by Lu Qingsun's adeptness in navigating these waters. During the duel between the First and Second Armies, although the battle at Dejian was crucial, the final outcome still depended on the alliances among the warlords, with the Third Army ranking among the strongest. Lu Qingxuan, who came from the military academy initially, served under Lu Tsuanho as the commander of a mixed brigade. When Xiong Kewu initiated the Jingwa campaign, Lu Tsuanho fled to southern Shaanxi, while Lu Qingxuan chose to remain in Sichuan. Of course, there were those who followed their boss to the end, like Zhong Tadao. In comparison, Lu Qingxuan seemed neither loyal nor righteous, yet his actions proved beneficial. Lu Qingxuan was promoted to commander by Xiong Kewu, while Zhong Tadao was cast aside by Lu Tsuanho. There is a term in Zen Buddhism called sudden enlightenment, and Lu Qingxuan experienced this. He embodied what the couplet described: serve officials to the north, seek wealth to the south, shifting his allegiance based on who was in power. As the Turn the Bear campaign commenced, witnessing the might of the anti-bear alliance, he secretly showed goodwill while remaining inactive, ultimately observing both sides' movements. Realizing Xiong Kewu was in the stronger position, he promptly decided to align himself with Xiong Kewu without hesitation. From commander to general. When Xiong Kewu and Lu Tsuanho clashed for the second time, the disparity in strength was evident. Lu Qingxuan unhesitatingly sided with Xiong Kewu, yet even then, he merely feigned strength, shouting loudly, while remaining motionless, allowing others to fight fiercely. When it came to merit and rewards, could he be overlooked? Because he had not actively engaged, his strength remained intact, giving him leverage to act at any moment. Wouldn't it be interesting to see if he was denied benefits? At the very start of the Dejian battle, Lu Qingxuan took over from Lu Xiang, being promoted to commander-in-chief of the Sichuan Army, and also acting as the governor of Sichuan province, effectively becoming the temporary leader of the warlord alliance, even garnering the favor of Dan Maoxing. As a result, Lu Qingxuan acquired a moniker of his own, Lu Shuishuan, symbolizing his character's smoothness, like water, adept at maneuvering through any situation. Indeed, Lu Qingxuan was quite slick, but in this realm of strategy there is never a best, only better. There are always masters beyond masters. Upon becoming the acting governor, Lu Qingxuan immediately felt equal to Lu Xiang of the past and Dan Maoxing of the present. He was no longer merely a warlord, he had become a king. When Lu Qingxuan was a warlord, he regarded other warlords as akin to brothers. Now, viewing them from a distance, he found them particularly detestable, wishing he could eliminate all these factions overnight. It was customary to hold a memorial service followed by a post-war meeting. At the meeting, Lu Qingxuan proposed the abolition of the general command system in his capacity as the commander-in-chief of Sichuan and acting governor, stipulating that the Sichuan Army would henceforth consider divisions as the highest unit and the title of commander would be abolished. Others were fine, but the proposal left Deng Xiho in a panic. In the evaluation by the Sichuan people regarding the capabilities of the Sichuan army generals, the phrase "always suffers defeats" referred to Deng Xiho. Remarkably, however, he managed to ascend through all his losses, making him a significant anomaly in military circles. If there were any secret to this, it would be to follow Lu Qingxun's model: first align with Lu Tsuanho, then shift to Xiong Kewu when the former seemed inadequate. Such patterns made it seem like Deng Xiho was Lu Qingxun's disciple. Because Deng Zai's name contains Ho, which sounds like monkey, he earned the nickname Crystal Monkey, likening his cunning nature to the monkeys of Mount Amei in Sichuan. This time, Crystal Monkey followed his master Lu Shuixian into the door, but unexpectedly Shuixian surged in first, slamming the door shut behind him, leaving the monkey stuck outside. The post-war meeting, of course, involved more than one proposal. There were many, including the drafting of a provincial constitution. Deng Xiho showed no interest in any of these matters, believing they had nothing to do with him. He only knew he was originally a commander and should be promoted to general based on merit. The abolition of the general command system proposal effectively cut off his ladder for advancement. This is excessive indeed. You enjoy the good life, but you ought to leave something for your brothers. This was Deng Zai's inner thought, but he would never voice it. Instead, he declared this proposal is inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Deng Xiho spoke not of his own situation, but of Lu Qingxun's. Although Yang Sun has withdrawn from Sichuan, and Lu Xiang has also stepped down, both still have the potential for a comeback. I'm not saying the abolition of the general command system is bad, it's just not the right time. If it is abolished now, wouldn't the armies feel a sense of treachery? Might there be those who refuse to comply and assist Yang Sun and Lu Xiang in returning? In that case, the commander-in-chief, referring to Lu Qingxuan, might face adverse circumstances. Although Lu Qingxuan proposed the bill aimed precisely at reducing Deng Xiho and his faction, fearing they might surpass him, Deng Zai's words could not be immediately dismissed, as he still framed them from Lu Qingxun's perspective, considering his interests. The proposal was delayed, forcing the meeting to adjourn temporarily, and it was a lengthy recess of several days. A few days later, the meeting reconvened to vote on the abolition of the general command system proposal, resulting in only Deng Xiho and one other person voting against it, while the rest passed it. During the recess, Lu Qingxuan and Dan Maoxing had already made internal arrangements, and with more representatives from the First and Third Armies attending the meeting, it was clear how the votes would turn out. Lu Qingxuan and Dan Maoxing cut off others' financial pathways, yet it did not hinder their ascent. Lu Qingxuan found the word acting and acting governor offensive, and used bribery and coercion to have himself elected as the official governor. After the meeting concluded, Dan Maoxing was the first to respond to the proposal, resigning from his position as the commander of the First Army to assume the role of East Defense Supervisor, a position that turned out to be more powerful than that of a general. Thus, the behind-the-scenes manipulator Xiong Kewu alongside the front-stage figures Lu Qingxuan and Dan Maoxin became the three driving forces in controlling Sichuan's political landscape. Their comedy, without a doubt, was Deng Zaihe's tragedy. Deng Shiho felt utterly disillusioned and heartbroken. This could not be the end he needed to reclaim the ladder to promotion that had been severed. Regarding the abolition of the General Command System proposal, most warlords followed the trend and adopted an indifferent attitude, believing that as long as there was no unification, they could preserve their territories, leading to only two dissenters, Deng Shiho and another commander named Chen Guodong. Unlike Deng Zaihe's relentless desire to rise, Chen Guodong feared being forced down. According to the proposal, after the abolition of the General Command divisions would be reorganized based on actual troop strength and weaponry. If your division was insufficient to qualify as one, it would be downgraded to a brigade or even a regiment. Chen Guodong's division was such a case, so after the meeting concluded, while Deng Shiho was merely disheartened, Chen Guodong felt as if struck by lightning. With no solutions in sight, he thought of the strategy seeking food to supplement. When Yang Sun retreated, he left behind some old troops, one of which was nearby. Chen Guodong immediately planned to integrate this regiment to expand it into a full division. The problem was that this regiment had already been taken by Lu Qingxuan. Furious upon hearing the news, Lu Qingxuan ordered Chen Guodong's removal and deployed troops to disarm Chen's division. Deng Shiho was invigorated. This was his chance. He wanted to assist Chen Guodong in fighting Lu Qingxuan, but his method was quite peculiar: mediation. Oh, please stop fighting if it will destroy the environment. What if someone gets hurt? Deng Shiho mediated not just with words, but also quickly joined forces with Chen Guodong to launch an assault. It turned out he wasn't just advising against fighting, he was also fighting. By the time Lu Qingxuan realized what was happening, it was already too late. Deng and Chen had taken advantage of Chengdu's vulnerabilities to surround him in the city. Lu Qingxuan quickly sent a telegram to one of his allies, Wenhui, requesting him to lead troops for rescue. Meanwhile, Deng and Chen, having failed to take the city, learned of the imminent reinforcements and became immediately flustered. Chen Guodong, being the instigator, felt the most pressure and immediately requested to speak to Lu Qingxuan on the phone. When the call was connected, he immediately kneels with a thud, almost in tears. I never dared betray the commander-in-chief. It was all for survival. I'll return to my original defense area, okay? Please do not send troops to attack me. Lu Qingxuan, surrounded in the city, was naturally anxious, hoping for an early withdrawal. However, hearing the tone from below made it clear that Chen was afraid of the reinforcements, which emboldened Lu Qingxuan. I would love to agree with you, but given the circumstances, I cannot make a decision alone. I need to consult with Dan Maoxin and the others. After hearing this, Chen Guodong indeed became nervous, remaining at the city gates, expecting Lu Qingxuan and his allies to discuss a way to let them off. A few days later, he was met with a flood of reinforcements as Lai Xinhui arrived with border defense troops. Among the Sichuan generals, Lai Xinhui's reputation was not smaller than that of Dan Maoxin. Lai Xinhui had served as an artillery commander under Lu Tsunho, and the two cannons that frightened Luo Peijin during the Lu-Luo battle were his doing. While it was somewhat a result of fortunate mishap, Lai Xinhui's fame skyrocketed, earning him the nickname Lai Cannon. Upon his appearance, Deng and Chen knew things had gone awry and fled in panic. Chen Guodong, due to his hefty build, was slow in movement and nearly captured by Lai Xinhui, finding himself in a dire situation. In haste, he could only keep bowing to plead for mercy, while Deng Shiho understood he had to save himself. As a crystal monkey, he had to keep moving and maneuvering without pause. Prior to this, Deng Shiho had already put his skills in maneuvering to good use, desperately fanning the flames of conflict among the other warlords, rallying support under the banner of Baoding. At the outset, Baoding did not possess a factional consciousness. For instance, many officers in Xiong Kewu's Shu army originated from Baoding. Deng Shiho himself was merely a student at the Baoding military school and not a pure Baoding native. However, that mattered little. With his nimble tactics and eloquence, he managed to rally people around him. Deng Zaihe's logic was that since they were all Baoding natives, their fates were intertwined. If he suffered today, tomorrow it could. Seeing Lai Xinhui relentlessly pursuing Deng Shiho, those within the Baoding faction could no longer sit idle. Some brave souls were the first to join Deng Zaihe's Baoding alliance, allowing his forces to swell from 2 divisions to 3, while Lai Cannon's side totaled 3 armies, leading the Sichuan people to depict the battle as 3 armies versus 3 divisions. The 3 divisions were merely the frontline troops. Several other divisions had also joined the Baoding alliance. Nevertheless, Lai Xinhui's forces still outnumbered Deng Zaihe's, so Lai continued the offense, while Deng remained on the defensive. It wasn't until Lai Xinhui learned that Yang Sun had begun counterattacking in Sichuan, fearing a cutoff in his rear, that he decided to contract his lines and retreat, shifting the situation to Deng Shiho pursuing Lai Xinhui. Lai Xinhui not only excelled at artillery, but also demonstrated considerable skill in commanding operations. The commentary has faced defeats, but also victories refers to him. Even in retreat, he executed it with great strategy. It was difficult for Ho to achieve victory at the moment. Although Deng Shiho had rarely won battles in the past, it didn't matter, as long as the principles remained true and the direction was clear. This time, however, it was different. It completely depended on skills, and losing would mean losing everything with no one to promote you. The crystal monkey was burning with anxiety, and the other 2 leaders were equally restless, but the 3 of them were of similar abilities. Neither side could come up with a clever strategy to defeat the enemy. It was useless to stay cooped up in the command post. It was better to go out and relax. The 3 of them went out for a walk and unknowingly entered a temple called the Panggong Shrine. Pang Gong refers to the famous figure Pang Tong from the Three Kingdoms period. In his time, he was renowned for his intelligence rivaling Kongming. Under the corridor of the Pang Gong shrine, there were inscriptions. Since they were just wandering, they gathered around to read one character at a time. It turned out to be a biography of Pang Tong, and when they reached a certain passage, all three were suddenly struck with shock. The background of this passage spoke of Liu Bei wanting to take control of the region of Shu, but he was unsure how to do it. Pang Tong then offered 3 strategies for Liu Bei to choose from. At that time, Liu Bei chose the middle strategy, but was unable to take full control of Shu immediately, and Pang Tong also perished from an arrow during the battle at Luofeng Slope, which confirmed the saying of the fall of the Phoenix Chick. If everyone could make decisions in Liu Bai's place, they would undoubtedly choose the upper strategy, and perhaps Pang Tong would not have died. So what was Pang Tong's upper strategy? Pang Tong suggested selecting elite troops to march day and night, taking small paths to launch a surprise attack on Chengdu. The defender of Chengdu, Liu Xiong, was not adept at military affairs and was unprepared. A sudden arrival of the army could easily determine the outcome. When reading these words, the 3 leaders nearly cried out. They almost felt as if they had crossed over in time, as if Pang Xuan himself was knocking on their foreheads, saying, "Foolish boys, let me teach you how to fight." Pang Tong suggested selecting elite troops to march day and night, taking small paths to launch a surprise attack on Chengdu. The defender of Chengdu, Liu Xiong, was not adept at military affairs, and this person did not rise through military prowess, but purely through opportunism. Over time, it had formed a personal habit. Once on the battlefield, he appeared indecisive. While others charged forward, he was still pondering, should I fight well or not? Should I fight well or not? This person did not rise through military prowess, but purely through opportunism. Over time, it had formed a personal habit. Once on the battlefield, he appeared indecisive, while others charged forward. The plan was set, and the 3 immediately divided their tasks. Deng Shiho personally led the main force, taking the small road directly to Chengdu. The other 2 leaders would launch a feigned attack on Lai Xinhui to disrupt his perception. Deng Shiho executed a forced march covering 280 miles in one day and night, arriving directly at Chengdu. Liu Qingxuan did not expect Deng Shiho to arrive again at the city gates, and the coalition forces besieging the city were continually expanding, consisting of 8 main factions known at the time as the Eight-Nation Alliance. Under the day and night assaults of the Eight-Nation Alliance, Liu Qingxuan lost his composure and urgently sent a telegram to Lai Xinhui for reinforcements, but Lai Xinhui was firmly occupied and could not come. He called out to Dan Maoxin for help, but to no avail. Liu Qingxuan truly became the version of Liu Xiong from the Republic of China, trapped in a city of despair with no way out. Finally, under the mediation of a middleman, he announced his resignation via telegram, just like Liu Xiong retreating to. Thus the disciple completely overthrew the master. The crystal monkey maneuvered skillfully, surpassing the master, appearing even more formidable than Liu Shuixian. Someone composed a humorous poem to tease Deng Shiho. Lord, you truly deserve the title of crystal. Half of it is mediation, half of it is military. Hitting tofu only shines on both sides. Losing means eating sugar, let alone winning. When Deng Shiho and others were besieging Chengdu, Dan Maoxin, stationed in Chongqing, did not want to assist, but truly could not do anything, because he himself was also in a tight spot. The Hu Han-san from the old films was back. The saying goes, you don't know a person until you fight. During the battle for Hubei, Yang Sun witnessed Wu Peifu's capabilities and thought he was a good new master. In this regard, he was somewhat aligned with Liu Bu's philosophy, disregarding everything else, simply following whoever was favorable. After being expelled from Sichuan, Yang Sun directly headed north to Luoyang to pay his respects to Wu Peifu. Wu Peifu had long heard of Yang Sun as a fierce general from Sichuan. Since the other party came to offer allegiance, he naturally had no reason to refuse, immediately giving him a commission as a Beiyang general along with military pay and supplies, allowing Yang Sun to reorganize the Second Army in Yichang. At this time, there was a conflict between the Yunnan and Guizhou armies, with some of the Guizhou troops being expelled by the Yunnan forces and fleeing to Hubei, and there was also Liu Hulian from southern Shaanxi, who dreamed of returning to Sichuan. Wu Peifu allocated more troops from the Beiyang army and various provincial armies, mixing them together to form the Yuan-Chuan army to help Yang Sun fight back to his hometown. Yang Sun regained his vitality and, taking advantage of the 3 armies attacking 3 divisions, swiftly entered Sichuan and headed straight for Chongqing. Dan Maoxin could not withstand the pressure and had to retreat to Suining. The once-strong king of one word, Liu Qingxuan, returned home to wait, but Dan Maoxin and Lai Xinhui still remained on stage, yet their situation was already precarious. Xiong Kewu, who had been hidden behind the scenes, could no longer sit still, and at that moment he received an opportunity for a comeback. This opportunity was given by Sun Yat-sen, who had just been appointed as the Grand Marshal in Guangdong, becoming the leader of the southern government once again. Wu Peifu wanted to unify Sichuan, and Sun Yat-sen could not allow Sichuan to falter, so both sides needed to find reliable armed forces in Sichuan that could represent their respective positions and interests. There was already a ready-made option, Xiong Kewu, and the First Army, which was originally the fruit of the party's endeavors. Indeed, Sun Yat-sen had a complicated relationship with Xiong Kewu and the 9-person group, and he himself was a behind-the-scenes supporter of supporting Yang against Xiong, but time proved that a powerhouse like Xiong Kewu was hard to oppose, and neither Tang Jiao nor those long-shirted guests from the industrial group could achieve anything. Previously, Sun Yat-sen had faced the artillery attack on the presidential palace led by Chun Jiongming, which gave him a new understanding of all the generals under his command, including his attitude and views towards Xiong Kewu. He no longer mentioned opposing Xiong, and even when others occasionally spoke of past events, he would vehemently deny it, saying, "I never asked you to oppose Xiong Kewu." Not only that, but he also sent special envoys into Sichuan, lowering his stance to actively seek reconciliation. A famous foreign dictator once said the victors are not to be blamed. It is a general principle that victors cannot be blamed. The current owner of this principle was Xiong Kewu, who did not appear himself, but sent Dan Maoxin to represent him in negotiations with Sun Yat-sen's special envoy. The special envoy conveyed two main points. First, all past grievances were to be wiped clean, and no one was allowed to mention them again. Second, from now on, Xiong Kewu must obey the master, referring to Sun Yat-sen, and support him to the end. If Xiong Kewu obeys and supports, it would naturally bring benefits, meaning he could once again return to the southern faction with. Before the negotiations, Xiong Kewu had already discreetly informed Dan Maoxin of his bottom line and bargaining chips. Militarily, he did not require others to worry, but he lacked a title. Simply put, he needed someone willing to take him in. Xiong Kewu rambled on, but he actually did not want to engage in any ambiguous Sichuan autonomy. In such negotiations, I value your banner, and you value my strength. There is nothing we cannot agree on. The negotiations concluded successfully, and Dan Maoxin was elated, saying, "As long as the master Sun Yat-sen is willing to give us a horizontal banner referring to the title, we will hang whatever is given to us." Sun Yat-sen then announced the establishment of the Sichuan Anti-Thief Army, appointing Xiong Kewu as the commander of the Anti-Thief Army and Dan Maoxin as the commander of the First Army. All of the party's armed forces in Sichuan were to follow Sun Yat-sen's instructions and join the Anti-Thief Army, coming under the command of Xiong Kewu. Among them, besides the industrial group that previously opposed Xiong, there were also the Eastern Sichuan Border Defense Army, which included a commander who later became famous, Xiang the Revolutionary, with 2 kitchen knives. The thief in anti-thief not only included Yang Sun and the coalition forces, but also referred to Wu Peifu and the northern government, making it essentially a north-south civil war. Since the Xinhai Revolution, the north and south had clashed multiple times in Sichuan, and this was the largest scale yet. The Sichuan Anti-Thief Army thus regained its morale, with Commander Xiong Kewu stationed at the forefront, gathering various generals to discuss battle strategies. Including Dan Maoxin, everyone sighed in despair, feeling helpless. Before we struggled to fight one front, now we have to fight 2 fronts, which is too difficult. Suining was located between Chongqing and Chengdu, with Chengdu besieged by the Eight-Nation Alliance and Chongqing having Yongsan's Second Army and the Yuan-Chuan Army. The strength was vastly greater than during the duel with the First Army, and Suining was at risk of being attacked from both sides. Everyone in the conference room was extremely pessimistic except for Xiong Kewu. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are mistaken. What we are actually fighting is still just one front, and that front is very weak, so it is not difficult." Everyone was astonished. Xiong Kewu calmly covered up Chongqing on the map. Yang Sun has just arrived in Chongqing. There must be a process of organizing and deploying, and in the short term, he is unable to shift his focus westward. We do not need to worry about Yang Sun at all. We should head to Chengdu and strive to defeat the Eight-Nation Alliance first. The weak front that Xiong Kewu referred to was the Eight-Nation Alliance in Chengdu. The Eight-Nation Alliance is a hastily formed ragtag group, with each of the 8 lords having their own agenda and lacking cohesion. Defeating them is as easy as pie. Xiong Kewu pointed to Chongqing. Taking Chengdu is equivalent to controlling the arsenal. We can then pivot and face Yang Sun, thus gaining the resources to engage him in a protracted battle. What is there to fear? The generals were enlightened and couldn't help but applaud in approval. Time can sometimes be a butcher's knife, and at other times, Xiong Kewu, whether in political strategy or military operations, showed remarkable acuity, especially after his retirement. Being an outsider allowed him to observe with a cold eye, broadening and deepening his perspective and thinking. After making the decision, Xiong Kewu immediately contacted Wenhui to arrange for the 2 armies to jointly attack. Upon hearing that the Anti-Thief Army was approaching, the lords panicked and elected Deng Shiho as the commander of the Eight-Nation Alliance to intercept Xiong Kewu near Chengdu. Deng Shiho was both the Crystal Monkey and the perpetually defeated general. His surprise attack on Chengdu was merely an occasional stroke of brilliance, a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, and appointing him as the commander was truly a selection from among the short. However, Deng Shiho himself did not think so. After putting on the crown, he genuinely considered himself important. Every time he convened a military meeting, the monkey would sit high in a tiger-skin chair, exuding arrogance, as if he were a victor. The Crystal Monkey was far from the beautiful monkey Cai E. After entering the battlefield, without much engagement, Xiong Kewu swiftly split the Eight-Nation Alliance into 2. As Xiong Kewu had anticipated, the coalition was indeed a bunch of soft-shelled crabs who, upon encountering a slight setback, they scattered in panic and retreated in disarray. By the time Yang Sun arrived, Xiong Kewu had already easily taken Chengdu. The Battle of Chengdu not only eliminated the threat behind Xiong Kewu, but also established his authority among allies. Even the formidable Lai Depeo began to yield to Xiong Kewu, becoming a general he could command at will. Yang Sun was unlike Deng Shiho. He was the first hero among the generals of Sichuan. Especially after his return, he had advanced thousands of miles, gaining victory after victory. It was a common thought for most people to have Lai Xinhui and Dan Maoxin join forces against Yang Sun, but Xiong Kewu took a different path and deliberately did not do so. Even the double heroes battling Lu Bu might not win. He still let Lai Xinhui face Yang Sun in an unknown duel. Yang Sun knows how to win battles, while Lai Xinhui has victories and defeats. If they were to engage directly, Lai Xinhui would clearly not be Yang Sun's match. But Lai Xinhui did not engage in direct confrontation with Yang Sun, merely holding his ground cautiously regardless of how Yang Sun provoked or insulted him. He only hung a sign declaring a ceasefire outside the camp. As a result, even though Yang Sun had great martial skills, he could do nothing to Lai Xinhui. Unable to find a battle, Yang Sun thought of a clever plan to sneak attack at night, but Lai Xinhui was already prepared. Do you know what Lai Depeo is famous for? His artillery. A fierce barrage immediately blasted the raiders into chaos, and Yang Sun's vanguard was shot dead on the spot, causing his troops to retreat in panic. Taking advantage of the situation, Lai Xinhui rushed out of the camp and pursued closely. Just then Dan Maoxin also suddenly appeared. It turned out that while Lai Xinhui and Yang Sun were locked in a standoff, he had received orders to take a detour and had reached Yang Sun's rear. Yang Sun was now attacked from both sides, caught in a tight spot, and had no choice but to withdraw to eastern Sichuan. The eastern Sichuan region was guarded by the Yunnan army. While Xiong Kewu fought on the battlefield, he also employed his political skills, inviting Tang Jiao from Yunnan for assistance. In the battles of driving out Xiong and driving out Yunnan, Xiong Kewu and Tang Jiao once had an irreconcilable feud, but in politics there are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies. Tang Jiao was ousted by his subordinate Gu Pingjin for a time, but after his return, he killed Gu Pingjin and drove away the Guizhou troops who did not obey him, making a significant comeback. Mountains and rivers once again showcasing the posture of the king of Southwest. From a political faction perspective, Xiong Kewu is a member of the party, and so is Tang Jiao. They originate from the same lineage and are nominally both called upon by Sun Yat-sen. Now Yang Sun has openly aligned himself with Wu Peifu, acting as a vanguard for the northern government's military unification. Imagine if Sichuan were unified under the north. Not to mention Xiong Kewu, even Tang Jiao would no longer be able to meddle in Bashu as he once did, hence the need to assist Xiong in dealing with the bandits. Once again surrounded on all sides, Yang Sun was forced to abandon Upper Sichuan and retreat to Chongqing. The mountain city itself is perilous in terrain, and with Yang Sun firmly entrenched, it is not easy to conquer. However, it seems there is nothing that can stop Xiong Kewu now. He first sent Lai Xinhui from Jiangnan to attack Chongqing, drawing Yang Sun's main force, then dispatched Dan Maoxin to coordinate with the Dian army, launching a fierce assault on the northern positions, which were held by the exiled Qin army. With a heavy blow, they could not withstand it, and immediately abandoned their posts and fled. Once the northern positions fell, there was no defense left in Chongqing, and Yang Sun had no choice but to escape. Under the might of Xiong Kewu, the enemy camp was in a state of chaos, with everyone scrambling for their lives, including Yang Sun, the exiled Qian army, the Crystal Monkeys, the Eight-Nation Alliance, as well as Lu Huoyan, the Beiyang army, the Yu army, the Shaanxi army, and the Gansu army. Among them, the Gansu army suffered the most, encircled and disarmed within a single day, fleeing back to Gansu empty-handed. At the end of the Qing Dynasty, Xiang Yu achieved his first major victory against the Qin army in the Battle of Julu, earning fame across the land. The records of the Grand Historian describes the demeanor and mindset of the lords. All the lords' armies were filled with dread. When Xiang Yu summoned the lords entering the tent, none dared to look up. These lords crawled forward on their knees when entering Xiang Yu's tent, not daring to raise their heads to meet his gaze. This is the prestige of the Western Chu overlord, a reputation not built on media hype or the support of water armies, but entirely forged on the battlefield. Xiong Kewu achieved 3 victories in 3 battles, swiftly capturing the 2 major strongholds of Chengdu and Chongqing, while the seemingly numerous coalition of lords and the once mighty Yang Sun were no match for him. His military prowess and cunning tactics were unmatched in Sichuan, leaving even military experts like Wu Peifu astonished. The Western Chu overlord of Sichuan was born. In the first phase of the war, everyone initially saw Yang Sun as the Lu Bu of Sichuan, believing that with his Fangdianhua halberd, he could be invincible. Little did they know, as Yang Sun weakened, he fell into an uncontrollable decline. Now the impression of Yang Sun had completely changed. His once brave and skilled in battle reputation had become synonymous with brave, yet foolish and reckless. Yang Sun is far from capable of achieving great things. At this point, people began to reminisce about Lu Xiang, who was truly a man of both courage and strategy. Yang Sun had directly submitted to Wu Peifu, unwilling for Lu Xiang to make a comeback. However, the calls from around him to welcome Lu Xiang back into action were too loud to ignore, so he had to feign a joint nomination for Lu Xiang. Seeing the aide's Sichuan army in disarray after its defeat, Wu Peifu recognized that Yang Sun struggled to command the various factions and needed someone to manage the situation, so he smoothly appointed Lu Xiang as Sichuan aftermath supervisor, directing him to coordinate the 3 armies and organize a counterattack against Xiong Kewu. Among the Sichuan army, the reputation of the rapid response faction far surpassed that of the Baoding faction. Once Lu Xiang appeared, just his title as leader of the rapid response faction attracted more hesitant lords. As the main force among the coalition of lords, Yang Sun, Deng Shiho, Lu Tsuanho, and others each harbored selfish thoughts before their defeat, preoccupied with how to divide the spoils, which naturally diminished their combat effectiveness. Once pushed to the corners, they realized there was no way out and began to unite against a common enemy. In contrast, the anti-bandit army camp, after their great victory, presented a different scene. After a series of victories, Xiong Kewu had long since dismissed the coalition of lords, believing that a light push from his subordinates would be enough to crush the opposition. There was no need for him to intervene personally, so he appointed Lai Xinhui as the overall commander, entrusting all matters of attack and defense to him, while he himself remained at home fishing. However, after being appointed overall commander, Lai Xinhui was not at ease. He aspired to be the provincial governor and had even suggested it to Xiong Kewu. Xiong Kewu was willing to let him take on the role of governor, but the problem was that Lu Qingxuan had already resumed his position and was leading the remnants of the Third Army back into the alliance. He had not mentioned resigning, so how could the position be given to Lai Xinhui? Xiong Kewu found himself in a dilemma and could only placate Lai Xinhui by saying he had submitted the nomination to Sun Yat-sen. Lai Xinhui kept his head up waiting and waiting, but the appointment never came, feeling as if he had been deceived by Xiong Kewu. Lai Xinhui simply did nothing, indulging in pleasure and heavily using opium. Meanwhile, Dan Maoxin also clamored to resign from Xiong Kewu. Of course, he did not genuinely want to resign, amidst the pretense it was clear he was also aiming for the governorship. With Lu Qingxuan unwilling to resign as governor, and Lai Xinhui and Dan Maoxin wanting to become governor, Xiong Kewu was already occupied with mediating their disputes and had no time to attend to other matters. During this time, Lu Xiang was able to organize his troops. In November 1923, under his command, Yang San set out from Wanxian, charging forward towards the Liangshan, now Liangping County, where the anti-bandit army was stationed. Liangshan was in distress, yet Lai Xinhui remained unfazed, taking the opportunity to request leave from Xiong Kewu and delegating the role of overall commander to Dan Maoxin. As Xiong Kewu's trusted general, Dan Maoxin immediately retracted his resignation and rallied his spirits to command the defense at Liangshan. The anti-bandit army appeared to have numerous troops, but in reality the decisive force was still the First Army. Dan Maoxin commanded the First Army with ease. He thought he could achieve victory just as before, but as soon as he engaged, his head struck the wall with a bang, stars appearing everywhere. Only then did he realize that the First Army was also not effective. Most of the soldiers in the First Army were young, around 20 years. On one hand, they were full of energy, eager to fight, and able to fight. On the other hand, their life experiences consisted solely of transitioning directly from school to the army, lacking in social experience and survival skills. For them, having an army meant having a future. To protect themselves, they first needed to protect the army. If the army collapsed, so would they, which is why they fought fiercely in every battle, giving rise to renowned generals like Lu Buqing. But humans are not machines. After capturing Chongqing, he thought the matter was settled, and that mindset of complacency and underestimation spread to the lower-level officers and soldiers, causing them to dwell not on how to win in battle, but rather on various trivial matters directly related to their personal interests. This generally manifested as soldiers demanding increases in pay and officers seeking promotions. However, Xiong Kewu found himself stuck on both fronts. Sichuan originally had ample finances, but after so many years of relentless warfare, even the original funds had been exhausted, leaving no means to satisfy their demands. The food and pay for Lu Xiang and Yang San primarily relied on supplies from the northern government. What Xiong Kewu received from Sun Yat-sen, aside from a signboard, was quite limited. Thus, he could only provide some allowances for food with very little pay. During battle, soldiers were too preoccupied to care about these issues, but once stability returned, it inevitably affected the morale of the troops, leading to various grievances. The channel for officer promotions was also not smooth. The strongest core unit of the First Army was the mixed 2nd Brigade, which was quite renowned in Sichuan at that time, said to be invincible in attack and undefeated in battle. Within the mixed 2nd Brigade, there were two key figures, one of whom was Lu Buqing. General Lu was an exceptionally brave figure. However, after all these years, he was still just a regiment commander. Even though he had determined the fate of the 1st and 2nd Armies in the Battle of Dejian, he remained merely a regiment commander. To command an entire brigade as a regiment commander relied solely on personal prestige, which upon reflection must have been quite stifling. Before capturing Chongqing, Lu Buqing was injured again, and after recovering, he no longer returned to the squad under the pretext of recuperating. At this time, Xiong Kewu or Dan Maoxin should have stepped in to persuade him to stay. Even if they didn't promote him, they should at least say some good words. No one inquired. Truly, it was a case of using someone when needed and discarding them when not. How could treating outstanding talents this way not dishearten the ambitious? After Lu Buqing left, another young general with the surname Lu, equally straightforward and brave, could be said to be on par with General Lu, but like him, he was forever stuck as a regiment commander. The root problem should be traced back to the brigade commander. Xiong Kewu had long wanted to promote this person to commander, but he adamantly refused to take office. Xiong Kewu thought this brigade commander was decent, not greedy for fame and fortune. In fact, he feared that once he became commander, the military power would be dispersed, making it difficult to control the troops. Under normal circumstances, the army is similar to an organization. Not wanting a promotion is sometimes not a good thing unless you have no ulterior motives or are truly pure, which is rare. Otherwise, it indicates a lack of ambition and even the motivation to move forward. If the brigade commander refuses to be promoted to commander, the two Lius cannot ascend to brigade commander, no matter. Regiment commander Lu once pointedly remarked to others, "I am below the brigade commander and above the regiment commander. I suppose I am a quasi-brigadier general." At that time, there was no such rank as quasi-brigadier general in the military structure, indicating the youth's frustration. Lu Buqing went into recuperation, and regiment commander Lu also lost his motivation. Before entering Chongqing, regardless of what the brigade commander said, he remained silent, and afterward claimed illness and did not come out. The brigade commander was quite decisive. "Since you all don't want to work, I will do it myself," thus declaring that the 2nd Mixed Brigade would be directly under his command. However, no matter how high one's moral character, it cannot replace capability. The mixed 2nd Brigade, lacking the two Lius, was no longer the formidable fighting force it once was.
The lethargy of the First Army stood in stark contrast to Yang San's ferocity, making Dan Meixin's defeat unsurprising. After Dan Meixin's loss, Lai Xinhui could no longer remain passive. Following Liangshan, he personally went to oversee the troops at Zhongguan Iron Mountain. Zhongguan Iron Mountain with its high slopes was an excellent defensive terrain, not requiring many troops to defend, yet Lai Xinhui took almost the entire anti-bandit army with him. Due to the terrain constraints at Zhongguan Iron Mountain, having too many people actually hindered the formation. Lai Xinhui, like Liu Bei during the Battle of Yiling, arranged for a front and rear encampment. When studying military history, we must learn from successful examples. Lai Dapao may have overindulged in opium, neglecting to study the successful strategies. It seemed that the anti-bandit army had encamped for hundreds of miles, yet their mobilization was clumsy, and the various armies were isolated from each other. A slight stir would cause mutual panic akin to the reasons for Liu Bai's defeat back, then all manifesting in Lai Dapao's case. As soon as gunfire sounded from the front before Yang Sun even launched a full attack, the reserves first wavered, and this retreat caused confusion among the other allied troops who thought they had lost, and chaotically followed suit. The scene was reminiscent of the tale of the Eight Gong Mountain, where every rustle of grass and every flutter of wings was met with alarm. Though the passage from the mountain down was not particularly narrow, it could not accommodate so many people squeezing together. Instantly the troops trampled each other, leaving countless supplies and provisions abandoned along the way, and even Lai Xinhui himself was nearly captured. The battle at Zhongguan Iron Mountain was crucial in determining victory or defeat for both armies. After Yang Sun broke through the defenses, he did not let up, relentlessly pursuing. The fierce god of the battlefield descended once more, and upon seeing Yang San's ruthless demeanor, all divisions of the anti-bandit army were filled with dread, completely losing their courage to hold Chongqing, thus retreating westward. The sudden change in circumstances on the front line astonished Xiong Kewu. Chengdu could not be lost, however. In the absence of troops to support, being cornered in Chengdu was not a wise strategy. Xiong Kewu decided to leave Liu Qingxuan to defend Chengdu, while he would personally rush to the northeast of Chengdu to Santai to supervise, hoping to be able to contain Yang Sun there. If we categorize battle generals, Yang Sun belongs to the typical brave combat faction, relying on an overwhelming momentum. One could say that when his momentum truly built up, few could withstand it. Xiong Kewu was not an ordinary person. Furthermore, from the battles of the First and Second Armies to the opening of the anti-bandit campaign, Yang Sun had indirectly or directly become one of his defeated subordinates. What reason did he have to fear the opponent? Xiong Kewu chose to establish a defensive position on a high ground 30 miles from Santai and dispatched a guard brigade to garrison it, while the main force gathered in Santai City. Compared to Lai Xinhui's 100-mile encampment at Zhongguan Iron Mountain, Xiong Kewu's deployment was undoubtedly much. The guard brigade he dispatched was not a weak force. It had been formed for 2 years, making it an established unit within the First Army. Moreover, the brigade commander came from the 2nd Mixed Brigade. Although he could not compare to the two Lius, he was still a loyal and brave general. Xiong Kewu anticipated that once Yang Sun arrived, the guard brigade would be capable of fighting back, using the terrain to drain his vigor. At that time, he could maneuver the main force to encircle and attack, ensuring that Yang Sun would face misfortune. Initially, both the guard brigade and Xiong Kewu were tense. The guard brigade naturally kept their eyes fixed on the front, and Xiong Kewu requested reconnaissance reports at any moment. The first report arrived stating that several hundred people had appeared near the high ground, but upon closer inspection, they were not part of Yang San's forces. They were merely a band of bandits passing through this place. Soon after, gunshots were heard from outside the city. Likely the guards were driving away these bandits. Xiong Kewu let out a breath, finding it amusing himself. He claimed not to be afraid, yet he was indeed fearful. Judging by the normal marching speed, Yang Sun was still far from Santai and Chengdu. How could he possibly arrive in such a short time? Was he a deity? After a while, the guard brigade commander sent someone to report that the battle was fierce and those hundreds of bandits were quite difficult to deal with. He requested Xiong Kewu to send troops for reinforcement. After a while, the guard brigade commander sent someone to report that the battle was fierce and those hundreds of bandits were quite difficult to deal with. My main force is reserved for encircling Yang Sun. It must be put to great use. How could I divert them to fight bandits? Just then, a division commander approached Xiong Kewu to discuss military matters, so he did not take the brigade commander's request for reinforcement seriously. What he did not know was that Yang Sun had already arrived, his speed unimaginable to everyone, as if he truly rode a galloping steed from ancient times. This was largely due to Liu Xiang's overall planning. He implemented the strategy of stretching the three sides, while securing the 8 and 9. The three sides referred to the combined forces of Liu Qingxun's 3rd Army and Lai Xinhui's Border Defense Army, while 8 and 9 referred to the 8th and 9th Divisions, with the 9th Division directly commanded by Liu Xiang. The idea was to divert Liu Qingxuan and Lai Xinhui's forces, ensuring Yang Sun could advance unimpeded. The so-called hundreds of bandits were merely Yang San's disguised assault troops attacking from both sides to lure the guard brigade and disperse their forces. Unaware of the scheme, the brigade commander indeed split his forces, leaving a gap in the middle. Yang Sun led his main force closely behind and rushed through the gap, quickly reaching the foot of Santai City. The city defenders, unable to comprehend Yang San's rapid advance, mistook those approaching as their own comrades, and even opened the gates only to have Yang Sun completely disarm them. At this moment, Xiong Kewu remained oblivious. Initially hearing gunshots within the city, he thought it was his own soldiers fighting and waved his hand, sending the guards to suppress it.
After sending the guards, the gunfire not only did not cease, but increased in frequency. Xiong Kewu then sent another officer to investigate and instructed him to tell the guards, just stop the fighting, do not fire indiscriminately. When the officer went out to check, it was clear there was no soldier fighting. Yang's son had invaded the city and was heading straight for Xiong Kewu's command center. Xiong Kewu was greatly startled upon hearing this. He hurriedly led his men to rush out the back door, descending the city wall, barely escaping. The defeat at the Santai battle resulted in severe losses for the First Army, and Xiong Kewu lost a chance to turn the tide. However, as long as Qingdu remained, he still had another opportunity. In January 1924, Xiong Kewu summoned the heads of various armies for a meeting, deciding to hold a decisive battle in Qingdu. At this time, Lu Xiang had also taken command of Yang Sen's forces, arranging formations outside the city. Both sides mounted their horses and readied their bows, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Observers believed this would be another life-and-death showdown. Given Yang Sen's character, such a large battle suited him perfectly, fighting and killing what was there to fear. However, Lu Xiang, as the commander, had his own calculations. Xiong Kewu once had the might of the king of Western Chu, but now he felt like Xiang Yu surrounded at Gaixia, still able to fight back somewhat, yet his morale had drastically plummeted. Faced with the disadvantaged Xiang Yu, Liu Bang from that year would easily consider launching a strong attack. However, the risk of acting rashly was indeed very high. One must understand that human potential is limitless, especially when faced with extreme adversity. The will to survive and fighting spirit often surge dramatically, making victory difficult to achieve. Thus, Liu Bang employed a more insidious and lethal tactic, the Song of Chu, on all sides, encircling Gaixia, while singing songs from Xiang Ye's hometown, causing Xiang Yu and his soldiers to feel horrified and bewildered, until even Yu Ji understood that the king's spirit has waned, indicating Xiang Ye's resolve and confidence in battle had vanished, foreshadowing the inevitable defeat. What was this called? This was called psychological warfare. Lu Xiang's idol Lu Huanshu was actually of the same type as Liu Bang. He certainly knew what to do. The officers and soldiers of the First Army in Qingdu, after a brief rest, were indeed eager to redeem themselves in the upcoming decisive battle. Unexpectedly, on the day of the scheduled battle, Xiong Kewu suddenly issued an order stating that there would be no battle today. All units were to hold their positions and remain on standby. Additionally, he sent a secret order to officers above the division level of the First Army, insisting that if the battle commenced, they must ensure tight control over their troops to avoid any losses. The officers were quite puzzled. The first half of the sentence was understandable, but the latter half, how could there be a battle without any losses? Upon inquiring, they realized there was more to the matter. Just before the battle, Lu Xiang announced a slogan stating he would specifically attack the thief army, not Lu Qingxuan and Lai Xinhui. It was rumored that Lu Xiang had secretly contacted the two. After the defeat at Santai, Xiong Kewu's heart was no longer strong. Such news startled and worried him, making him feel that Lu Qingxuan and Lai Xinhui might betray him at any moment. A few days later, the so-called contact was proven to be nonsense. Lu Qingxuan and Lai Xinhui showed no signs of betrayal, yet the three factions could no longer unite. They were wary of each other, treating each other as enemies, and had already adopted the principle of not incurring losses before the battle. The decisive battle began, and within just 2 or 3 hours the Qingdu defenders completely collapsed, leading to an uncontrollable situation. Although referred to as a great battle, it could at most be considered a minor skirmish. Because everyone had hidden their own schemes after the battle, they all essentially sustained no losses, yet in reality, the loss. Xiong Kewu not only lost Qingdu, his last stronghold, but on the retreat his long-trained elite troops crumbled one after another, including the once renowned 2nd Composite Brigade. Lu Xiang's psychological warfare succeeded. He put Xiong Kewu in a different form of Song of Chu on all sides. Xiong Kewu could no longer find refuge in Sichuan, and had to, like Lu Tsuanho of the past, wander in distant lands. Just like Sichuan, other places also had people with guns watching over, never allowing anyone to easily take control. Therefore, it was very difficult for Xiong Kewu to find a stable refuge. In that era, strength equated to power. Those with strength and territory were termed warlords or revolutionary armies, while those without strength or territory were looked down upon as beggars or vagrants. At critical moments, someone must provide protection. Sun Yat-sen was negotiating with Duan Shirui and Zhang Zuolin in Beijing. All three sought to dominate, and the so-called negotiations were merely tests of strength. Thus, while negotiating, Sun Yat-sen also prepared for the northern expedition, incorporating Xiong Kewu's troops into it. With Sun Yat-sen's words, Xiong Kewu was able to swagger into Hunan, reorganizing the National Construction Army, also known as National Construction Sichuan Army, in western Hunan. Zhao Hongdi, the governor of Hunan, was quite displeased about this. In the past, he had collaborated with Xiong Kewu in promoting provincial autonomy, which had been very close and friendly. However, this time was different, as Xiong Kewu had suddenly become so poor that he had lost even his residence and had to squeeze into Zhao's room. How could this still be considered friendly? Yet he did not dare to drive Xiong Kewu away, for failing to show Xiong Kewu respect would be tantamount to failing to show respect. After receiving support from the Soviet Union, the power of the southern government greatly increased. Otherwise, Duan Shirui and Zhang Zuolin would not have invited Sun Yat-sen to Beijing for negotiations. Such individuals could not be easily offended. Xiong Kewu had regained hope for resurgence. His National Construction Sichuan Army expanded to over 40,000, and Sun Yat-sen had written a confidential letter instructing him to head for Wuhan at any time. However, fate did not favor him. Sun Yat-sen suddenly passed away in the capital, and the northern expedition plan fell through. After Sun Yat-sen's death, Zhao Hongdi could no longer hold back,
and issued an eviction order to Xiong Kewu, giving him 2 weeks to leave Hunan or else he would launch an attack. Xiong Kewu had no confidence in defeating the Hunan army and after much thought decided to return home, heading towards Guangzhou, the southern revolutionary base. Some were willing to go while others were not. Ultimately, over 30,000 followed Xiong Kewu to Guangzhou. Xiong Kewu considered it a return home, but Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei did not see it that way. At that time, Chiang Kai-shek was leading the Huangpu Students' Army in battle against Chun Jiongming in the Dongjiang region, and Guangzhou was short on troops. This sudden appearance of 30,000 soldiers was undoubtedly a threat. At this point, Wang Jingwei, who remained in Guangzhou, received news that Xiong Kewu had contacted Tang Jiao with intentions of opposing the Guangzhou government, which made him extremely anxious. While Xiong Kewu was passing through Guangxi, Wang sent a letter to him hoping the National Construction Sichuan Army would halt in Guangxi and not proceed to Guangzhou, but Xiong Kewu did not stop. Then Wang Jingwei contacted Li Zongren and by Chengxi in Guangxi, seeking to utilize the Guangxi army's strength to block the Sichuan army's advance. Li and Bei's only concern was that Xiong Kewu would stop in Guangxi and not move forward. As long as he had no such intention, they would not easily offend him. The National Construction Sichuan Army marched without facing any local military obstruction. However, the route from western Hunan to northern Guangdong was mostly mountainous and sparsely populated. In the absence of rations and supplies, even without fighting, they would suffer massive attrition, leading to only over 20,000 remaining by the time they reached northern Guangdong. It was 20,000, not 30,000, but should hostilities arise, it would still be significant. Just then, Wang and Chang received secret reports that Xiong Kewu had not only sent envoys to contact Chun Jiongming, but had also exchanged letters with him. However, Xiong Kewu claimed that he contacted Chun Jiongming to persuade him to surrender, relying on their past relationship during the Huanghuaging uprising. Whether it was sincere or not could not be determined solely by words. Wang and Chang intentionally allowed Xiong Kewu to deploy troops to reinforce the Dongjiang front. Xiong Kewu agreed, but the Sichuan army did not head to the designated combat zone. Instead, they settled in several relatively prosperous areas and remained inactive. After this round of probing, Wang Chang and the key figures in the Guangzhou government felt a chill in their hearts. Even if Xiong Kewu was not in cahoots with Chun Jiongming, he was still a potential threat. He was not returning home. He was clearly trying to take advantage of our distraction during the war to seize power. To fight or not to fight. The main force, the Huangpu Students' Army, was entangled with Chun Jiongming's troops, making it difficult to withdraw. But not fighting also raised fears that Xiong Kewu might strike first. Everyone was in a panic, with the scholarly politician, Wang Jingwei, appearing especially helpless. Only one person had the solution: Chiang Kai-shek, who returned from the Dongjiang front. Aside from not participating in the Huanghuaging uprising, Chiang Kai-shek's experiences were remarkably similar to Xiong Kewu's. A longtime member of the alliance, he had endured various trials of war and intrigue domestically and had been tempered into a steel-like figure. The only difference was that Chiang Kai-shek's skills were more refined than Xiong Kewu's. When there was no need for battle, there was no need to fight. Chiang Kai-shek said to Xiong Kewu, "In a few days, I will be commanding on the front lines. I would like to see when Mr. Xiong is free for a discussion." A few words dispelled all of Xiong Kewu's suspicions. Following this, Chiang Kai-shek invited Xiong Kewu to a banquet, and while he was drunkenly celebrating, he detained all his entourage, including Wang Ziqian, and secretly imprisoned them at the human fortress. The Hongmen banquet proved to be quite powerful. Although the National Construction Sichuan Army had 20,000 men, their actual combat effectiveness was very weak, and soon, without leadership, they disintegrated. This army, once known as the Shu Army, New and Old 5th Division, and the 1st Army, which had once been prominent in Sichuan's military history, thus disappeared forever. A year and a half later, Xiong Kewu was finally released. This was because Chun Jiongming had collapsed, Tang Jiao had died, and the Northern Expedition Army had captured Nanjing. Meanwhile, Xiong Kewu's former subordinates had scattered without a trace, rendering his detention meaningless. The human fortress was a lowlying and damp place. Xiong Kewu had been imprisoned there for a long time and developed severe rheumatism upon his release, resulting in numbness in his hands and feet. He no longer possessed the heroic demeanor that once commanded the world. Some had even singled out Xiong Kewu as a specimen of the era. He had once been a passionate youth willing to sacrifice his life to overthrow the Qing Dynasty, but gradually he transformed into a warlord obsessed with battle. Later, we could only search for his shadow among the politicians lingering in the political arena. How sad it is, not only for Xiong Kewu, but also for Bu Maoxin, Wang Ziqian, and countless others. It is still the same saying: when desire is freed from constraints, it becomes a poison that will slowly draw you in until you become a complete addict. When Xiong Kewu fought against Lu Tsuanho, Lu Xiang, and Yang Sun, even becoming Sichuan's version of the king of Western Chu, what he could probably feel was only the thrill of victory. Imagine if Xiong Kewu had not been defeated. If he had not fallen for Chiang Kai-shek's scheme, he would undoubtedly have continued to fight, as this addiction was something he could not quit by himself. Our confusion lies here. Xiong Kewu lived a life of simplicity and humility, unlike Tang Jiao, whom he should be considered a righteous figure among the party members. Yet in terms of intellectual standards, how did he surpass his opponents Lu Tsuanho, Lu Xiang, and Yang Sun? Huang Yuqing courtesy named Feizhong, from Yunnan, a member of the alliance. He graduated from the 6th class of the Chinese team at the Imperial Japanese Army Academy and returned to China to serve as an instructor at the Yunnan Military Academy, where he was a mentor to Zhu De. Huang Yuqing once served alongside Gu Pingjin and Zhao Yoxin as commanders of the Dian Army, demonstrating great tactical prowess in battle. After Tang Jiao's return, Huang Yuqing fled to Sichuan. Due to his past kindness towards Yang San revered him as a master and appointed him as the chief of staff of the supervisory office. Huang Yuqing assisted Yang San in launching the War of Unification, and people referred to him as Chun Gong by Yang San's Yuan Zooming courtesy named Dingqing from Guizhou. He was once appointed by the Beiyang government as the governor of Guizhou. Following the command of the three provincial coalition forces led by Tang Jiao, he escorted Lu Xianshi back to Guizhou to take office, and expelled Yuan Zooming, who was forced to lead the Qian army into exile in Sichuan, becoming a force that various factions in Sichuan needed to rely on. Wang Zuangsu courtesy named Zi, born in Xicheng County, Nanchong City, Sichuan Province. He graduated from the Accelerated Academy, and was an important member of the Accelerated faction. Wang Zuangsu initially served under Lu Xiang, but later Lu Xiang, in an effort to encourage Yang San to break away from the Dian army, reassigned him to Yang San's command. Yang San had great trust in Wang Zuangsu, and appointed him as a division commander, keeping him in the rear during the War of Unification. After Xiong Kewu was defeated and fled Sichuan, Yang San laughed the loudest. At that time, most people believed Lu Xiang and Lu Tsunho were the most likely to manage the aftermath. One was the leader of the Accelerated faction, while the other was a core member of the Military Preparations faction, and both had served as Yang San's superiors. Even before advancing towards Chengdu, someone asked Yang San who he would favor between the two Lu once they achieved victory. Yang San smiled without answering. That person, reading between the lines, suddenly blurted out, "So you will act independently," implying he wanted to be the leader himself. This thought could only be kept to oneself, as revealing it would be unseemly. Yang San flushed with anger and jumped up. "I will be the third party. I will be the third party." The third party does not refer to a meddler disrupting a family. What Yang San meant was that he did not need to rely on either of the two Lu and could entirely be a third force outside of them. "You people with no insight, how could you only know about the two Lu and not about me, Yang?" No matter how angry Yang San was, public opinion remained unchanged. After occupying Chengdu, even Wu Peifu sent a telegram to Yang San asking who he thought among the two Lu was more qualified to be the foremost in Sichuan. Yang San stammered and could not articulate a clear reason, while he sent his representative stationed in Luoyang to express loyalty to Wu Peifu and voice his ambitions. Wu Peifu understood that Yang San wanted to take that position. In Wu Peifu's view, Lu Tsunho was already past his prime, and the Military Preparations faction had long lost their former glory. Although Lu Xiang had the support of the masses, it was precisely such a talent that made him unpredictable, and one could not even be sure of whether he would be an enemy or a friend in the future. If Wu Peifu were to support someone, he would only back Yang San. He had many concerns, as he was fully aware that Yang San was brave, but lacked strategy. If he hastily placed him in a prominent position, it could put him in a dangerous situation. In other words, he was still protecting Yang San. In May 1924, Wu Peifu, in the name of the Beiyang government, appointed Yang San as the director of post-disaster affairs, while Lu Xiang and Lu Tsunho were designated as border supervisors, and Deng Shiho became the governor of Sichuan. It seemed that neither Yang San nor the two Lu had managed to seize the top position. Instead, the crystal monkey emerged as a dark horse. In fact, this was a layout full of hidden mysteries. The director of post-disaster affairs had the authority to command all Sichuan troops, essentially restoring the powers of the former military governors. After supporting Yang and suppressing Lu, Wu Peifu used the nominal position of governor to bind Deng Shiho and restrain Lu Xiang. With Wu Peifu's support, Yang San took office in Chengdu. Lu Xiang was certainly unhappy about Wu Peifu's arrangement. After all, if it weren't for Lu Xiang's return to command the troops, it would have been impossible to defeat and drive away Xiong Kewu. Now, having achieved merit but receiving no reward, it was truly disheartening and humiliating for him to be surpassed by his former subordinate. However, Lu Xiang was also a person who could endure since the appointment had been made, he had no grounds to oppose it. He immediately took the appointment letter and moved to Chongqing, preferring to be out of sight. He was not relocating out of dissatisfaction, but rather because he understood Yang San's character. Yang San was someone who did not tolerate others sleeping by his side, and working together in the same city would not be pleasant, so it was better to move away cleanly. Thus, Deng Shiho also established a governor's office in Chongqing, just like Lu Xiang did in the past, and remained stationed in Chongqing. Everyone kept their distance, and Yang San certainly knew the reason. Simply put, it was envy and jealousy. Deng Shiho was fortunate to become governor, and he should be burning incense at the ancestral temple. This monkey was secretly delighted and would not cause trouble, and he probably would not allow others to cause trouble either. The only concern was Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang was deeply inscrutable and had the ability to rally supporters with a single call. If he became psychologically imbalanced and rallied others to attack you, it would not be good. Outsiders said Yang San was brave but lacked strategy, which did not mean he was without intelligence. At least he knew how to win over and please others. In front of Lu Xiang, Yang San patted his chest, declaring that while Lu Xiang was in eastern Sichuan, he was in western Sichuan, and the two would cooperate to unify Sichuan. Yang San was in a prime position, possessing both the arms factory and the mint. From then on, he would allocate half of the products manufactured by the arms factory to Lu Xiang to prove he was a man of his word, ensuring mutual benefits. Having become the director and seized military power, this Lu Bu of Sichuan was no longer content with just being Lu Bu. He wanted to taste the feeling of being Liu Bei. Yang San proposed the slogan "Building a New Sichuan" and actively recruited overseas students returning home, all of whom were given the title of secretary to advise him. Due to the excessive number of secretaries surpassing normal scale, people referred to them as the Secretary Corps. This Secretary Corps was not idle. They proposed various new policies such as road construction. The streets of Chengdu had always been bustling, yet the concept of roads had never been introduced. The general public's mindset was quite conservative. Yang Sun issued a decree for merchants to saw off eaves and shrink their storefronts to widen the streets into roads. However, after the order was issued, no one complied. Yang Sun was furious. After trying to communicate with them to no avail, he dispatched troops to forcefully demolish. The merchants, sensing trouble, quickly elected the 5 elders and 7 worthies to go to the supervisory office requesting Yang Sun to delay the demolition. The 5 elders and 7 worthies were influential figures in Chengdu, and when Lu Luo and Lu Dai were at an impasse, they also sought their mediation. Previous military governors and provincial governors, as long as they did not want to clash with public opinion, would always give them. The old men spoke one after another, and Yang Sun felt his head was about to explode. He interrupted them. I am merely demolishing a few corners of the buildings, and you all are making such a fuss saying the common people are unwilling. If I had set Chengdu ablaze upon entering, I would have saved myself a lot of trouble. He then shouted, please do not interfere with my... Yang Sun suddenly flew into a rage, startling the self-important 5 elders and 7 worthies who trembled as they streamed out one by one. No one dared to approach and advise him anymore. After being dubbed Lu Bu of Sichuan, Yang Sun earned another nickname, the General of Recklessness. A scholar published a couplet in a newspaper mocking this general of recklessness. The people's houses are torn down. When will the general roll away? The road has been flattened. Oh, when will the director drive through? In Sichuan slang, to drive is similar to roll away. However, the merits and demerits of such matters are difficult to judge casually. It was precisely due to the recklessness of this general of recklessness that Chengdu opened up and had its first road in history. This road intersected with a garden in the middle, which was considered innovative and unique at the time. After the road was completed, Yang Sun specifically invited a former Qing Dynasty scholar to name it, which is the origin of the now most prosperous street in Chengdu, Chuanchi Road. Yang Sun had a natural affinity for trendy things. His new policies encompassed a variety of reforms that were about breaking old norms and establishing new ones. Yang Sun had these ideas written on wooden boards and nailed them to telegraph poles, trees, and walls where people could see them. Yang Sun's slogans were quite distinctive, as they all began with Yang Sun says. Yang Sun says women must not bind their feet. Yang Sun says no long nails. Long nails are unhygienic and show laziness. Yang Sun says playing cards every day will kill strong men, but playing ball every day can make the weak strong. Yang Sun says it is uncivilized to go shirtless in public during summer. These slogans were not merely for show or amusement. Yang Sun had a patrol team responsible for monitoring the streets. Anyone who violated the slogans would be pulled aside for a reprimand. Chengdu was an enclosed old city, and those who were older or more conservative could not help but criticize Yang Sun behind his back, claiming he was just stirring trouble because he had nothing better to do. However, many young people idolized Yang Sun, believing he was bold and daring in his actions. Especially when Yang Sun was implementing the new policies, he truly did not recognize kinship, disregarding anyone, including the 5 elders and 7 worthies, even if they were high officials or his relatives. Yang Sun was very energetic, but there were too few places available for him to enact drastic changes. Apart from Chengdu, there were only a handful of counties, essentially his military garrisons, which left him quite displeased. No, I want to unify Sichuan and become the true king of Shu. Unification is the most sensitive issue for the lords, and in the end a great battle is unavoidable. Yang Sun ordered the arms factory to work overtime to produce weapons. Originally capable of producing 100 rifles a day, he artificially increased that number to 150. In addition, he had the mint produce lower quality silver and copper coins, also to gather more military funds. The silver and copper coins were manageable since they were used to deceive the common people and could be passed off for a while. However, the poor quality of the weapons would lead to criticism. Due to overproduction, many rifle components were rough, making the grassroots troops feel as if they had received rolling pins. The important thing was that he could recruit soldiers. Within just 6 months, Yang Sun's forces expanded rapidly to 150,000. The more people there were, the tighter the food supplies became. The rolling pins could not be used as food. Yang Sun's limited defense area gradually became unsustainable, forcing him to implement a hunger soldier policy, tightening his belt to conduct a revolution, which was referred to as the officials lead the charge and the soldiers eat rice. Although you won't starve to death, your wages have been cut to the bone. If we don't unify soon, we will have to beg. Yang Sun himself was also impatient. When feedback about the poor quality of the rifles came in, he said, once I unify Sichuan, I will produce better rifles to replace these for you. As for how to deal with various lords, Yang Sun had his own calculations, which were nothing more than the natural law of survival. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, starting with those who appeared the weakest. Before this, big fish like Lu Xiang were naturally untouchable. Moreover, due to his influence in the accelerated faction, it was best to maintain good relations with him. In the autumn of 1924, Lu Xiang passed through Chengdu to pay respects at his ancestral tomb, and Yang Sun thus negotiated with him, proposing cooperation to unify Sichuan. Yang Sun's proposal had already been set up. The half of the guns he offered were not free gifts, and Lu Xiang readily agreed. The strategy they eventually settled on was that Lu Xiang would be responsible for monitoring and containing the lords around Chongqing, while Yang Sun would strike at the small lords within the Baoding faction. The first victim was Lu Bin, the smallest and weakest among them. Lu Bin's territory was very close to Yongsan's, making Yongsan appear as a super alligator with sharp teeth to him, always a threat that could swallow him whole. Just the sight of it was enough to make him tremble. To this end, he went to great lengths to please Yongsan, even personally going to Qingdu to exchange letters and become sworn brothers, and voluntarily ceding some of his territory to Yongsan in hopes of securing peace. However, these actions did not genuinely move Yongsan, as he wanted everything, not just a part. Yongsan first found an excuse to relieve Lu Bin of his command, then launched an attack against him. Lu Bin was no match for Yongsan, and soon fled like a lost dog. The worst part was that no one dared to take in this dog along the way, not even Deng Shiho, who did not intervene directly, but sent his subordinates, merely brushing Lu Bin off with connections from Baoding. Lu Bin was left with no option but to resign. The subsequent small lords were also no match for Yongsan. Some who knew they could not win simply promised their territories to the larger lords, figuring they could not defend their homes anyway, opting instead to watch from afar. The larger lords initially were very pleased, rushing over with great enthusiasm, their flags planted atop the city. However, upon seeing Yongsan's troops approaching, they immediately rolled up their banners and fled, not daring to contend with Yongsan. Only one person still had the means to contend with Yongsan. Power Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong once agreed to a cooperative unification with Yongsan, but now their relationship has soured. Yongsan not only resembles Lu Bu in martial prowess, but also shares similar personality traits, such as an affinity for beauty and a petty nature. Yongsan pursues modernity in his ideology, being quite pro-Western, believing that everything foreign is superior. He has an English secretary, prefers wearing suits, dining on Western cuisine, and has an English signature. Even when it comes to his children learning Chinese musical instruments, he opposes it. What's the point? Instruments like the huqin are just for blind beggars. Yongsan insists that if they are to learn, it must be foreign instruments such as the piano, violin, clarinet, and trumpet, as though the only thing Yongsan seems to cherish from his ancestors is marrying wives, and in this regard, he shares a common language. In Sichuan, Yongsan is famously known for having many wives and children. He often loses count of how many there are, but it is said that wives are lined up and children are in rows. Back in the day, there was a beauty named Hulanqi, the daughter of a fellow brother, who was both talented and beautiful, naturally attracting many suitors, including the famous General Qin E. Hulanqi's personality resembles that of the writer Ding Ling, who, despite being a refined woman, she aspired to be a general. Yongsan, with his thorough pro-Western attitude, gained the admiration of many young people, including Hulanqi. Yongsan utilized this female fan to gather military intelligence and promised that once he captured Qingdu, he would send Hulanqi abroad for further studies as a reward. When Qingdu was finally taken, Yongsan did not mention the reward at all, instead using his wife to propose, making Hulanqi a concubine. Hulanqi, both embarrassed and angry, retorted, "What would I be doing at your home? My father is a great brother, and the daughters of great brothers do not become concubines." Greedy for both beauty and profit, Yongsan has always been this way. Initially, he agreed to share half the guns from the arms factory with Lu Xiong out of necessity, as if it were like cutting off. Unwilling to accept this, Yongsan tampered with the finished products, marking quality guns with an A to reserve them for his own use, while the inferior ones were given to Lu Xiong. This can still be understood, but eventually, he simply broke his promise for personal gain, becoming increasingly stingy. Lu Xiong was puzzled when he did not receive the guns, and sent a chief of staff to Qingdu to demand them, to which Yongsan replied curtly, "Doesn't Lu Xiong have his own defense zone? Why are you asking me for them?" The chief of staff, being rather stubborn, insisted that they had a verbal agreement, and that Yongsan could not go back on his word. Yongsan, enraged by this, slapped him twice and pushed him to the ground in his office, ready to beat him. It was only after staff members intervened that the chief of staff managed to escape in a panic. Initially, Lu Xiong agreed to Yongsan's cooperative unification, not only to have Yongsan act as a frontline clearing force, but also because Yongsan's willingness to share guns was an important factor to consider. Yongsan's betrayal led to a gradual deterioration of their relationship, resulting in escalating hostilities. Yongsan had a powerful background, and Lu Xiong also found his own support, Duan Shirui. Although Duan Shirui appeared to be living in retirement in Tianjin, Lu Xiong was well aware of the old man's potential and sent a special envoy to pay him a visit. Upon meeting, Duan Shirui first asked the envoy who was the most talented person from Sichuan. The envoy naturally praised his master, responding, "There are indeed many talented individuals in Sichuan, but one is magnanimous and tolerant, as Lu Xiong is rare." What the envoy intended to convey was that while there are many warlords in Sichuan, the most prominent one is not Lu Xiong. However, Lu Xiong can accommodate these individuals, which is why he could emerge as the final victor. Duan Shirui pondered for a moment and replied, "To be accommodating is one thing, but to be indecisive is a major flaw. Everyone serves as a mirror to one another." Duan Shirui, known for his stubbornness, is skilled in decisiveness, which happens to be Lu Xiong's weakness. Like Liu Bei, Lu Xiong sometimes overacts and lacks the necessary decisiveness, often missing pivotal opportunities. Duan Shirui fears that Lu Xiong might repeat the indecisiveness of his uncle when taking Shu. Back then, Duan Shirui placed his bets solely on Lu Tsunho, but Lu Tsunho, like Lu Edo, was never able to rise, wasting Duan Kirwa's efforts. He now must be more cautious. Duan Kirwa's willingness to accept Lu Xiong as a general stems from his intention to regain power. In October 1924, after the Second Jilifengtian War concluded, Wu Peifu fled south, and Duan Shirui began. Duan Kirwa's willingness to accept Lu Xiong as a general stems from his intention to regain power.
In October 1924, after the Second Jilifengtian War concluded, Wu Peifu fled south, and Duan Shui began presiding over national affairs as a temporary leader. With a new ruler comes a new cabinet. Adjustments were made regarding personnel in Sichuan, with Yang San appointed as military supervisor of Sichuan and Lu Xiang as military supervisor of Sichuan and Kanxi. Deng Shiho was removed from the governorship and made a division commander. Upon the appointment, Yang San remained indifferent, believing that being a supervisor was no different from being an administrator. Whether it was supervising or administering, he still had to seize territory himself, so he took on his new position in Chengdu without a second thought. Deng Shiho felt he had endured for nothing. Previously, Yang San had made a big fuss, but Deng had restrained himself and even refused to accommodate the smaller factions of the Baoding clique, ultimately reluctant to part with his governorship. Now that the monkey's hat has been taken away, he is bound to revert to his original form. They were unaware that this adjustment plan was crafted by Lu Xiang. Yang San believed there was no distinction, but in reality the difference was significant. In terms of authority, the roles of these two supervisors were difficult to differentiate, effectively elevating Lu Xiang to a status at least comparable to that of Yang San, allowing him to stand on equal footing. As for removing Deng Shiho from the governorship, it was undoubtedly to liberate the monkey's mindset, shedding his burdens, so he could confront Yang San without hesitation. If one were to speak of cunning, Lu Xiang would be the most insidious. The people of Sichuan have a saying: Deng Shiho is treacherous, yet lacks gallantry. Yang San is gallant, but not treacherous, while Lu Xiang is both treacherous and gallant. Despite Yang San expanding and extending his territory by eliminating some minor warlords, once war breaks out the required rations and expenses multiply, leading to severe financial issues. Even if the mint could churn out inferior coins, one still needs to provide the silver and copper materials for production. Money must be sought. Yang San's eyes turned red as he set his sights on the salt tax from Ziliujing. The Ziliujing salt tax was the largest source of revenue in Sichuan during the Republic, amounting to tens of millions annually, far surpassing all other taxes originally controlled by Lu Xiang's uncle Lu Wenhui. To seize Ziliujing, Yang San would inevitably become Lu Xiang's enemy, which was certain, but he could no longer afford to. After he dispatched troops to capture Ziliujing, Lu Xiang was indeed greatly shaken and sent a telegram to question him. Yang San casually replied, "The starving army needs food. There are no other intentions." Desperate, "I just want some food." Oh, what's so surprising about that? Lu Xiang naturally found it shocking, because this food was. He immediately sent a secret telegram to Duan Shui, who subsequently ordered Yang San to hand over the arms factory and salt tax, summoning him to Beijing, and tasked Lu Xiang with fairly investigating and strictly prohibiting the matter. Yang San paid no heed. Confident in his wealth and weaponry, he planned to sweep everything in Sichuan regardless of the size of the warlords. He intended to annihilate them all. Initially, Yang San had no clear blueprint for unifying Sichuan. He was merely feeling his way forward, but now he had acquired an excellent strategist. This person is Huang Yuqing, a renowned general of the Dian Army, a classmate of Yin Changheng, Luo Peijin, and Lu Tsunho from the 6th phase of the Army Academy, who had once served as an instructor at the Yunnan Military Academy and taught Judo. In the early days of the Dian Army, there was a saying of 4 spirits: Cai E, spirit of integrity; Tang Jiao, spirit of fortune; Luo Peijin's second spirit, meaning foolishness, akin to today's second, and Huang Yuqing's was spirit of courage. Before deciding whether to oppose Yuan, Tang Jiao hesitated, and many others were also on the fence. Huang Yuqing boldly declared, "Either oppose Yuan or execute me. There's no other way." Inspired by Huang Yuqing's courageous stance, Tang Jiao finally resolved to echo Cai E and join the National Protection Movement, thus establishing the name of the Dian Army. For Yang San, Huang Yuqing was a benefactor. It was he who pulled Yang San from the midst of captives, cared for him, and promoted him. Without Huang Yuqing's strong recommendation, Yang San would not have been valued by Zhao Yoxin. Huang Yuqing, aligned with Gu Pingjin and others, came to Sichuan to seek Yang San after Tang Jiao's return. Since Yang San had previously killed Zhao Yoxin, outsiders viewed him as ungrateful. Huang Yuqing approached Sichuan with a trial-and-error mindset, hoping Yang San would remember their past and assist him, otherwise he would seek help elsewhere. At that time, Yang San was troubled, as his secretary brigade was composed entirely of overseas students skilled in road construction and new governance, but none understood warfare, leaving him lacking experienced personnel. Upon Huang Yuqing's arrival, Yang San was immediately impressed, treating him as an esteemed guest, addressing him as Fei Gong, Huang Yuqing's courtesy name, and repeatedly promoting him to a top position. Huang Yuqing, well aware of Yang San's character, recognized that Yang San had never shown respect to others before, as such treatment deeply moved him, leading him to decide to stay on and assist Yang San in unifying Sichuan before organizing the Dian Army to retake Yunnan. With unexpected support from a skilled individual, Yang San was overjoyed and appointed Huang Yuqing as the chief of staff of the supervisory office. Yang San had plenty of martial prowess, but lacked strategy. Now someone was finally there to fill this gap. On April 12, 1925, Yang San launched the famous battle for unification in Sichuan. In the first phase of the conflict, Yang San, following Huang Yuqing's strategy, adopted a method of distant alliances and near attacks, while simultaneously dividing and consolidating, decisively defeating Lu Qingxuan, Lai Xinhui, Lu Wenhui, and others within 2 months, occupying 72 counties, and further expanding his forces, reaching the peak of victory. During this phase, Huang Yuqing's tactics were remarkably pragmatic and effective. When Yang San launched his attacks, the various warlords failed to support one another, merely watching each other's misfortunes. Xiang was infuriated and scolded when sending a plea for help. You esteemed gentlemen, with your great talents, why am I the only one left to fend for myself? If I collapse, how will you fare? Yang Sen's targets were not small fry like Lu Bin, but rather big fish. Soon the focus shifted directly to Lu Xiang. Faced with Yang Sen's relentless advance, Lu Xiang hurriedly sent someone to negotiate, but Yang Sen ignored him. Having become the master, Lu Xiang could no longer fight as he did during the Lu Mengzi era. His strengths had shifted from brute force to intricate schemes. Unable to beg for mercy, he resorted to a strategy of infiltration and extraction, using the influence of the rapid development faction to incite Yang Sen's subordinates and divide his internal ranks. This tactic proved highly effective. When Yang Sen invited his generals to discuss the next battle plan, Huang Yuqing suggested that they continue employing tactics of division and disintegration, focusing on eliminating Lu Xiang while winning over Deng Xiho and Yuan Zuming. Yuan Zuming was the leader of the exiled Qian army. Huang Yuqing believed that even if Deng and Yuan chose to remain neutral, as long as they did not side with Lu Xiang, there would be no issue in targeting Lu Xiang. Of course, to win people over there must be a cost. At this critical moment, the price would be significant. They would not be swayed by mere trifling benefits. Huang Yuqing proposed that they share the arms and munitions of the arms factory, as well as the salt tax with Deng and Yuan, and after defeating Lu Xiang, they would also share the territory's troops and military expenses obtained. In other words, they would be granted shares. With such significant stakes, Huang Yuqing believed Deng and Yuan would surely be. Those previously won over by Lu Xiang, feeling guilty, dared not oppose Lu Xiang openly, but they argued, why share so many benefits with Deng and Yuan? We can fight Lu Xiang with our own strength. If they are wise, they should remain neutral. If they ally with Lu Xiang, then we can deal with them both at once, eliminating them in one fell swoop. Yang Sen indeed found it difficult to part with his resources. Although he agreed to Huang Yuqing's plan to persuade Deng and Yuan, he offered nothing but empty promises. While attempting to convince Yang Sen to part with his resources, the insiders also took the opportunity to express that the troops had been engaged in continuous combat and needed time to rest before fighting Lu Xiang. Yang Sen deemed this reasonable, believing that the situation was already in his favor and that eliminating Lu Xiang was merely a matter of time. There was no need to rush, so he decided to rest for a while. Huang Yuqing earnestly counseled him, but Yang Sen continued to evade the topic. Yang Sen crossed his legs, believing he had the upper hand, while Lu Xiang took this opportunity to make moves on all fronts. He first approached Deng Xiho for a conversation, making a grand offer. If Yang Sen was overthrown, all troops outside the rapid training system would be under Deng Xi's command, and Chengdu would also fall under his control. Deng Xiho, being a shrewd individual, began to weigh his options. Just as he was still hesitant, Lu Xiang rapidly reached. At that time, Huang Yuqing also sent a special envoy to Yuan Zuming, who was gradually swayed, but his demand for a share of the salt tax from Ziliujing received no direct response. Subsequently, Yang Sen sent troops to advance, pushing the Qian army out of part of their defensive zone, which undoubtedly pushed Yuan Zuming closer to Lu Xiang. Unlike Yang Sen, Lu Xiang was responsive to Yuan Zuming's requests. Yuan Zuming expressed his hope for a monthly military salary of 400,000, to which Lu Xiang readily agreed. Moreover, he proactively promised that after Yang was overthrown, the Chengdu armory would quickly manufacture 20,000 rifles and a large quantity of ammunition to assist Yuan Zuming in reclaiming Guizhou, expelling the Dian army, and eventually attacking Yunnan. Yuan Zuming immediately wrote a personal letter to Huang Yuqing stating, Zihue Yang Sen lacks the vision of a united commander Lu Xiang, and you Huang Yuqing are also akin to the brilliant pearl thrown into the hands of a Chun Gong. In Yuan Zuming's eyes, Huang Yuqing was like the resourceful Chun Gong from the Three Kingdoms, but unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong master. How could one ally with Lu Bu? Lu Bu, while brave, was nothing more than a mindless brute. One should ally with the emperor's uncle. Without hesitation, Yuan Zuming allied himself with Lu Xiang. After securing Yuan Zuming's support, Lu Xiang promptly informed Deng the monkey. Upon hearing this, Deng Xiho also decided to assist Lu in overthrowing Yang. With Yuan and Deng now enemies, Yang Sen grew anxious. He sent word to Deng Xiho offering a batch of money and ammunition, but it was already too late. In July 1925, Lu Xiang, Deng Xiho, and Yuan Zuming formed a coalition against Yang Sen and launched a counteroffensive. Yang Sen was furious and prepared to mobilize his troops to attack Chongqing. Huang Yuqing exclaimed that this was unacceptable. If I act hastily, the enemy will unite. If I take my time, the enemy will divide. We should adopt a strategy of endurance. If the coalition drags on without resolution, internal divisions will inevitably arise, allowing us to defeat them one by one. Yang Sen could not bear to wait. He thought, what am I waiting for? Watch me knock them all down with a single punch. However, after a brief intermission, the coalition forces had gathered their strength, and when Yang Sen threw a punch, he nearly threw out his back. Yang Sen could no longer sit still. He donned his armor and decided to personally oversee the front lines. On the day he departed from Chengdu, one of the traitors left behind raised the banner of rebellion. This traitor was named Wang Zuangsu, a capable commander under Yang Sen. Lu Xiang offered him the position of Salt Transport Commissioner as a bargaining chip, but Wang Zuangsu stated that he was not merely switching sides for this lucrative position. The main reason was that he found Yang Sen, his master, to be unreasonable. One of the accusations was favoritism. Wang Zuangsu once remarked, Yang Hanyu, Yang Sen's nephew, is merely a cavalry regiment commander, yet the regiment has 40,000 bullets, a level we can't match. It seems I as a commander am inferior even to a regiment commander.
Yang San's approach to recruitment was eclectic. Some younger officers who were originally less qualified than Wang Xuanxu quickly rose to the same rank. Wang Xuanxu was filled with grievances, and even composed a poem lamenting that although he had no achievements like Wei and Hua, he was still a worthy general. However, Yang Sun treated people like firewood later should be above, showing little regard for this old veteran. One of the accusations was somewhat humorous. One day while they were chatting privately, Wang Xuanxu asked Yang Sun's supervisor, "You have so many wives, aren't you afraid they will fight among themselves?" Yang Sun chuckled with pride, saying keeping wives is like raising horses. If you want to ride one, lead it over, if not, just tie it to the trough. If they start fighting, I'll just whip them with a riding crop. Wang Xuanxu later remarked that if Yang Sun treated his own wives with such harshness, how could he be good to his subordinates? Wang Xuanxu's dissatisfaction with Yang Sun had indeed been brewing for a long time, but Yang Sun remained oblivious, thinking Wang Xuanxu was a loyal minister. Wang Xuanxu was skilled at disguising his true feelings. He tattooed himself, but instead of a dragon or tiger, he tattooed the character Sun on his left arm with blue dye to make it seep into his skin. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanxu ordered every officer and soldier to also tattoo the character Sun. The needlework was certainly painful, but it was a form of self-inflicted punishment to demonstrate his and his troops' loyalty to Yang Sun. If Yang Sun did not trust Wang Xuanxu completely, he would not have entrusted him with critical responsibilities before. Upon hearing the news of Wang Xuanxu's defection, Yang Sun felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, momentarily losing his composure and exclaiming, Wang Xuanxu's courtesy name has turned, what am I fighting for? I don't want to fight anymore. Seeing Yang Sun in disarray, Lu Xiang seized the opportunity to command the coalition forces to launch a full-scale. Yang Sun issued a proclamation stating that he was not incapable of fighting, but simply unwilling to fight, leaving all his disorganized troops to Huang Yuqing to sort out while he fled in a panic. Huang Yuqing led tens of thousands of main forces surrounded by the coalition at Jiaoding, present-day Leshan, and he advocated for a forced breakout. However, the various commanders had secretly established connections with the coalition and were unwilling to continue fighting. With no way to turn the situation around, Huang Yuqing could only hide in a temple on a Mei mountain, allowing each division to act independently. This marked the Jiaoding disarmament incident during the War of Unification. Although Huang Yuqing was a general from Dian, he had past connections with Deng Shiho and Lu Wenhui during the National Protection War. These individuals not only did not make things difficult for him, but even sent someone to invite him down from the mountain. Thinking of how all his efforts had gone to waste, this old Qin Gong could not help but weep bitterly, crying out, Zihue Yang Sun is an unteachable child. In front of the visitors, Huang Yuqing took out a jade stamp he had carried for decades, smashed it, and vowed never to be a soldier again, wishing instead to live out his days in Shanghai as a mere tenant. Yang Sun also removed his military uniform and changed into civilian clothes, leaving Sichuan in disgrace for Hangcat. It was here that he encountered Huang Yuqing, who was preparing to head to Shanghai. Yang Sun felt both shame and guilt, constantly referring to him as Lord Fei, and had his subordinates arrange for Huang Yuqing to stay in a luxury hotel. Regardless, his dream of unifying Sichuan was utterly shattered, and he could no longer claim kingship in the region. At that time, a popular poem lamented Yang San's plight. Looking back at Wushan, tears flow in two streams. After the War of Unification, a post-war meeting had to be convened as per custom. The people of Sichuan were already accustomed to this and referred to it as the loot-sharing conference. Speaking of loot-sharing, Lu Xiang was the first to fulfill his promise, that is to honor his previous commitments to Deng Shiho and Yuan Zuming. The situation with the crystal monkey was manageable, but Yuan Zuming posed a problem. The Sichuan Assembly, due to the ongoing conflict in Sichuan and the warlords' fragmentation, unanimously proposed a bill to convert the armory into an industrial factory, immediately halting the production of guns and ammunition and prohibiting the military from freely raising funds. This was not aimed solely at Yuan Zuming, but he suffered the most because it meant that Lu Xiang's promised military salary and ammunition would be rendered void. One could say that Lu Xiang had not anticipated such a change, but Yuan Zuming did not care. He believed Lu Xiang was acting deliberately, trying to backtrack on his commitments. Lu Xiang was under covert surveillance by Yuan Zuming in Chengdu, and it was only with the protection of Lu Wenhui's troops that he managed to slip away home under the guise of visiting graves. Upon Lu Xiang's departure, Yuan Zuming angrily returned to Chongqing. As soon as he arrived, he seized Lu Xiang's official residence and confiscated all military weapons in Yuchuan, which was termed the Yuchuan Incident. Lu Xiang found himself unable to return home. If he were to resort to military action, his direct troops were mostly isolated in eastern Sichuan, and the temporarily recruited Yang San's troops were not fully under his control, while Deng Shiho and his cunning associates had ambiguous attitudes, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Just as he was at a loss, the fleeing Yang Sun unexpectedly sent someone to offer an alliance, stating that the people of Sichuan should unite against external threats, and that he was willing to command his old troops to cooperate with Lu Xiang to drive out Yuan. Lu Xiang was well aware of the type of person Yang Sun was and what intentions he harbored. He had once thought of appeasing Yang Sun, but practice proved that Yang Sun was a modern-day Lu Bu whose appetite could never be satisfied unless one willingly stepped aside. Clearly, the impending collaboration would merely be a case of drinking poison to quench thirst or inviting a wolf into the house. Lu Xiang thought long-term, but most of his generals could not see this, believing that this moment was different from the last. From a military standpoint, an alliance between Lu and Yang against Yuan Zuming would indeed be advantageous. Duan Shrue pointed out that Lu Xiang could tolerate but not sever ties, which was truly spot on. He clearly did not want Yang Sun to enter Sichuan, but seeing so many people in agreement, he feared being labeled as narrow-minded. The situation was dire, yet he still held on to previous grudges. Thus he opted for collaboration. Lu Xiang announced that all the troops belonging to Yang Sun after the War of Unification would be returned to him, and that after cooperating to reclaim Chongqing, they would jointly station in Chongqing, with the eastern Sichuan region completely assigned to Yang Sun's defense. It was said that Lu Xiang was magnanimous and tolerant, and it was truly not an empty reputation. Yang Sun was. After the failure of the War of Unification, he did not resent Lu Xiang. After all, Lu was the one who launched the attack. His true resentment was towards Yuan Zuming. If that fellow had not suddenly defected to Lu Xiang, he could have achieved great success. In March 1926, Yang Sun arrived in Wanxian and immediately sent a telegram to the former Sichuan Army. The message was simple, just one sentence: I am back. Upon receiving the telegram, Yang Hanyu Fan Shaoxing and 6 other troops quickly agreed on a date and made their way to Wanxian, marking the famous 6 troops advance. When the 6 troops advance took place, Yuan Zuming did not attempt to stop them at all. Not only did he refrain from blocking them, but he also ordered the counties along the way to provide provisions, almost rolling out the red carpet for their arrival. The reason was that Yuan Zuming had been kept in the dark. He was unaware of the secret alliance between Lu and Yang, and naively believed that the 6 troops advance was Yang Sun attempting to undermine Lu Xiang, thinking that the two would soon be at odds again. Since Yuan Zuming had already fallen out with Lu Xiang, he was naturally optimistic about this development, hoping to assist the 6 troops in reaching Wanxian sooner to witness the spectacle unfold. And indeed the spectacle unfolded, but it was not a battle between Yang Sun and Lu Xiang, rather it was Yang Sun and Lu Xiang teaming up to thoroughly thrash Yuan Zuming. Yuan Zuming left Sichuan with a bruised face, a tragic figure. The situation was indeed dramatic. He initially had the moral high ground, but unfortunately this individual was overly pretentious and unforgiving, ultimately leading himself to a state of utter disgrace. Lu Xiang arrived in Chongqing first, and many generals suggested going to Wanxian to bring Yang Sun back. These military leaders were rather thick-headed, only seeing one side of the issue, while the strategists urged Lu Xiang to consider the implications. Throughout history, 2 heroes cannot coexist. If Yang Sun truly comes, how will his authority be dealt with? Is it greater or lesser than yours? There was a statement they hesitated to voice: before marriage an angel, after marriage a devil. Haven't you always been like this? Lu Xiang was troubled by this matter, feeling that words once spoken were like water poured out, and he could not go back on his word. Of course, in the chaotic world of spring and autumn, who really upholds the virtue of trust? But Lu Xiang was different. Like Liu Bei, he prided himself on the ideals of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, and he could not tarnish his own reputation. In the past, Liu Bei had been intent on seizing someone else's territory, but had to maintain the facade of a righteous gentleman, lingering at the threshold of Sichuan, caught in a conflict of conscience. Now Lu Xiang found himself in a similar predicament, hesitating even after listening to the strategist's counsel. Yang Sun was waiting for Lu Xiang to send someone to welcome him in Chongqing, but many days passed with no sign, causing him to lose patience and declare that he would lead 6 regiments himself to Chongqing without needing anyone to greet him. The civil and military officials in Chongqing approached Lu Xiang again, saying, Look, we advised you to go greet him earlier. Do we need to force him into a corner before you take action? Lu Xiang was still indecisive. It was bad not to welcome him, but welcoming him was also problematic. He kept asking the strategists around him, this is urgent, what should we do? The strategists held a meeting again, analyzing the pros and cons for Lu Xiang, who finally resolved to keep Yang Sun at bay, yet he still felt that such words could not come from the mouth of a benevolent gentleman. According to prior arrangements, a strategist spoke at the military meeting, stating that Lu and Yang's cooperation was a natural matter. If that were the case, then the troops in Chongqing were Lu Xiang's troops, and by extension Yang Sun's troops as well. What was the point of bringing 6 regiments to Chongqing? As the words fell, the generals voiced their discontent, believing the strategist was talking nonsense. Everyone is leading troops into battle. Who among them does not require military protection upon taking office? Especially someone like Yang Sun, a pure martial general, not a scholar. This is entirely understandable. At the meeting, Lu Xiang pretended to be indifferent and unconcerned, but inside he felt as if countless claws were scratching at him, secretly anxious. The strategist pulled Lu Xiang aside and said, there is no other way. If you do not act to stop this, Yang Sun will truly. Lu Xiang knew he could no longer hide in the shadows, so he took off his mask, and in the name of all the generals of the directly governed troops, issued a telegram to block Yang Sun's route to Chongqing. Yang Sun was certainly unhappy about not being able to come to Chongqing. However, despite his obstinate and overbearing nature, he was not the type to feign gentility like Lu Xiang. In other words, if he truly wanted to act like a villain, he would do so immediately and would never disguise himself as a gentleman. Yang Sun's intention to go to Chongqing was undoubtedly to drive Lu Xiang away. There could be no doubt about that. However, even though he had gathered his old subordinates again, upon reflection, if a real fight broke out, he might not be able to match Lu Xiang. It would be better to flow with the current, remain in Wanzhou, and become the king of Wanzhou, before slowly settling scores later. Thus Yang Sun stationed himself in Wanzhou, while Lu Xiang remained in Chongqing, cohabiting with various warlords in eastern Sichuan. The area around Chengdu was occupied by warlords from the Baoding faction, such as Deng Shiho and Lu Wenhui, with everyone in a standoff, marking a new era of spring and autumn states in Sichuan. Wanzhou was a riverside town frequently visited by foreign vessels. On one occasion, a brigade commander under Yang Sun was waiting for a boat on the riverbank when he encountered a British merchant ship and boarded it with several guards. To his surprise, once aboard, the guards' weapons were confiscated by the escorting British soldiers. The brigade commander was thus humiliated and returned to report the incident to Yang Sun. Yang Sun was furious upon hearing this and slammed the table, shouting, "This is too much. It is a great humiliation." In those years, no matter how powerful the warlords were, even the Southern Revolutionary Army, no matter how fierce they were cautious when dealing with foreign issues. It was not that they were truly afraid of the few foreign soldiers in China, but rather that they had to consider the internal conflicts that required appeasing Japan in the South and the Soviet Union, while the North had to cater to the British and Americans. As long as the foreign powers behind them were firmly supportive, they would almost certainly win at home. How could they afford to be disrespectful? It is not that one cannot offend, it is that one must not offend the wrong people. For example, Zhang Zuolin never showed courtesy to the Soviet Union, and the Southern Revolutionary Army's long-standing slogan was to overthrow the foreign powers, which only included Britain and America. However, if one were to review modern history, the Soviet Union occupied a significant amount of Chinese territory. The support from Britain and America towards Wu Peifu and the Beiyang government was hardly substantial, at least not like the financial and military aid provided by Japan and Russia. Nevertheless, in international relations, they leaned towards Beiyang, which represented a form of international public opinion that should not be easily touched. This is something everyone can understand, akin to the protector's token in Dream of the Red Chamber, which every warlord possesses, and Yang Sun was no exception. But why is Yang Sun said to be brave yet foolish? When he got angry, he completely disregarded this principle. Foreign ships navigating our internal rivers still require Chinese people to disarm. What logic is this? I do not care about the British, Americans, Japanese, or Russians. Just remember not to cross me, or you will see what happens. On August 29, 1926, Yang Sun's gendarmes were escorting salt funds preparing to board a British ship to Guangzhou. They hired 3 small wooden boats to transport the gendarmes and dozens of boxes of silver dollars onto the British vessel. The British ship, named Wenhui, either intentionally or unintentionally, did not wait for the small boats to approach after the passengers disembarked, nor did it signal, but instead accelerated and left, resulting in all the wooden boats being sunk with more than 40 soldiers drowning and over 80,000 yuan in public funds lost. The river surface in Sichuan is narrow with rapid currents and numerous shoals, yet the British vessel showed no regard for the safety of Chinese people and recklessly increased its speed, having previously sunk many wooden boats. Even after such a significant incident, the Wenhui still remained unconcerned, leaving behind the sunken wooden boats and the people who fell into the water, heading straight for Guangzhou. Yang Sun received the news both shocked and furious, and quickly dispatched an inspection team to board the ship to investigate the incident. The British were not to be trifled with and immediately notified the British naval warships stationed in Guangzhou. Upon boarding the Wenhui, the British soldiers forcibly disarmed the inspection team and even opened fire, wounding 2 Chinese soldiers severely. The British soldiers, full of arrogance, waved their hands and ordered the offending Wenhui to leave Guangzhou, continuing their business. The naval warships then removed their gun covers, aiming their cannons at the riverbank, simulating an attack. Although the Wenhui left Guangzhou, the monk may run, but the temple remains. Yang Sun detained 2 British vessels named Wantong and Wanshuan, prohibiting them from moving. At the same time, he initiated negotiations with the British consul stationed in Chongqing, demanding compensation for the losses. In the China-British negotiations, Yang Sun personally discussed matters with the British consul, but after days of talks, no agreement was reached, as the British were always unwilling to pay. At that moment, Yang Sun received intelligence from the Brotherhood that a British ship named Jaha had its paint changed and was equipped with machine guns and cannons, seemingly intending to hijack the detained vessels. Yang Sun did not believe it, repeatedly saying, "He dares. He dares." While he voiced such skepticism, he still ordered enhanced surveillance along the riverbanks. On the night of September 3, 1926, the armed ship, Jia, indeed sailed towards Guangzhou, and its sneaky appearance perfectly matched the intelligence received from the Brotherhood. Yang Sun quickly dispatched guards to the detained ships and began constructing fortifications along the riverbank to prepare for defense. The British, unable to gain an advantage at the negotiation table, publicly claimed they wanted a peaceful resolution while secretly mobilizing troops. On September 5, 1926, with the cooperation of 2 British warships, the Jaha suddenly charged at the Wantong, and the hijacking operation began. The timing of the Marine Corps attack was meticulously planned. The Chinese guards on the ship were having lunch, and by the time they realized it, the Jaha was already closing in. British Marines fiercely cut the mooring ropes, then used iron hooks to capture the 2 detained ships, attempting to pull them away while firing warning shots to force the Chinese guards to retreat. The Chinese side adamantly refused to withdraw. The British opened fire with machine guns, killing 2 soldiers on the spot. The guards inside the ship could no longer endure and immediately returned fire. Seeing this, the guards on the bank rushed onto the Wantong, merging with the guards on the ship to charge at the British. For the British, this was supposed to be a surprise attack, but due to the Chinese side's prior preparedness, the surprise failed, leading to an actual battle. To their surprise, they found themselves at a disadvantage. 1 British lieutenant was killed, and several Marines were also shot dead. What were they waiting for? They should flee. However, since the plan did not include an escape strategy, the British were not adequately prepared. The Jaha needed to pick someone up, and the 2 British warships had no time to engage in combat, quickly moving to provide cover. Yang Sun received the report and had already personally arrived at the riverbank to command the battle. He organized a waterborne death squad, each equipped with a 20-shot revolver with 2 men rowing a small boat darting back and forth between the gaps of the British ships, while continuously shooting. The British vessels were large and cumbersome, making it difficult to turn around. Moreover, due to their close proximity, it was challenging for them to counterattack, leaving them in a passive position. Lacking proper cover, the Jiahe was unable to get close to the Wantong. One British soldier misstepped and fell into the river instead of boarding the ship. The river was swift, and with bullets flying, some British soldiers drowned in this manner. The scene beside the Jiahe was even more entertaining than in a movie, as the spectators on both banks cheered and applauded. Despite Britain's significantly diminished status among the great powers, the image of the sun never setting on the British Empire remained, especially in Asia, where they still carried themselves with superiority, having never experienced such humiliation. In a fit of anger and humiliation, the 2 British warships guarding the Jiahe retreated to the river's center and brazenly used internationally banned incendiary bombs to bombard Wanzhou. The Sichuan Army also had artillery, but compared to the new-style foreign cannons, they were far too outdated, so they rarely hit their targets, with only the Jiahe taking 2 hits. The British ships, engrossed in their bombardment, inadvertently fired a shell that hit a French church, destroying its bell tower. It was truly a case of the flood disrupting the Dragon King's temple, and the French were not to be trifled with. French warships stationed nearby quickly removed their gun covers and opened fire on the British ship, accurately hitting its. The French artillery was not to be compared with Yang Sen's shabby equipment. Smoke billowed from the British ship, which gave a long whistle and slipped away downstream at dusk. In the gunfight that day, the British Army lost 13 corpses, not including those who drowned or were killed on the deck of the British. The Chinese Army also suffered over 30 casualties, with one officer sustaining an injury to his calf, and his tall boots were riddled with bullet holes. The losses among the citizens of Wanzhou were significant. Under the bombardment of the British artillery, many innocent civilians were killed or injured, and over 400 homes were burned down, leading to the Wanzhou tragedy in modern history. On September 10, 1926, Yang Sun issued a telegram regarding the Wanzhou tragedy, igniting a wave of protests against the British throughout Sichuan and even the entire country. Yang Sun consulted with the Beiyang government regarding strategies, and their stance was to continue negotiations. At the negotiation table, the British side remained unyielding, threatening to send 5 more warships to Xiang. Yang Sun decided to respond in kind, immediately ordering artillery positions to be established along both banks of the Yangtze River and planning to deploy underwater mines in the 3 gorges, intending to showcase his artillery and mines to show that he was not defenseless. After the arrangements were made, Yang Sun publicly stated, "The British are barbaric to the core, capable of committing such heinous acts as bombarding Wanzhou. Fortunately, I was able to repulse them. If they dare to come back for revenge, I Yang swear not to leave a single one behind, and to wipe them out completely, to avenge the national humiliation and punish the oppressors." Some timid local gentry in Wanzhou, fearing that another attack by the British military would yield even greater losses than the Wanzhou tragedy, secretly came to request that Yang Sun soften his stance towards the British. Yang Sun glared, saying, "After I die, you can negotiate for peace." The British side's threats to send more warships were merely bargaining tactics at the negotiation table. Upon seeing Yang Sun's seriousness and even sensing a willingness to fight to the death, they could not hold out any longer and had to seek help from the Beiyang government to resume negotiations. On September 16, 1926, the Beiyang government sent representatives to negotiate with the British side on a warship, reaching agreements on compensation for losses and assurances from the British side to restrain their warships. Once the agreement was in place, the British wanted to retrieve the detained ships and the bodies of British soldiers. However, Yang Sun delayed, insisting that the British first compensate him for his losses, specifically concerning the sunk ships, before proceeding. Yang Sun, meticulous despite his rough exterior, understood that the compensation mentioned in the agreement referred to mutual compensation, meaning the British must compensate the Chinese for the losses incurred in the Wanzhou tragedy. But conversely, because 2 British ships were detained, the Chinese also had to compensate the British for the impact on their business. It was not that he feared the British would later go back on their word, but rather that this was a detailed account that would take a long time to calculate. However, the political situation was changing so rapidly that no one could predict who would be in power tomorrow. How could they afford to wait? Moreover, the temperament of the Chinese people is such that they can become agitated quickly, but forget just as fast. Although there are protests and marches now with everyone red-faced and heated, a few days later they might not even remember this incident. Yang Sun was well aware that if he did not secure some compensation now, over time, the mutual compensation would inevitably fizzle out, as later events would prove to be the case. By the end of the year, the British could no longer delay and had to secretly pay Yang Sun the compensation before reclaiming the ships and the bodies. The British should have been filled with hatred towards Yang Sun, but on the contrary, they regarded him as a brave Eastern soldier, treating him with both respect and fear. The British naval commander of the Yangtze River Fleet, Rear Admiral Yang, insisted on meeting the legendary General Yang Sun. To arrange a meeting, he specifically asked a foreign pastor in Wanzhou to facilitate the introduction. It is said that there was even a British senior officer who admired Yang Sun so much that he named one of his dogs Yang Sun. Do not misunderstand, the cultural differences between East and West mean that naming a dog after a person in Western culture is a sign of respect, not mockery. Yang Sun wrote 10 military songs for his troops, one of which went, "A man rides the wind and breaks through 10,000 miles. It is best to die on the battlefield. Until the national humiliation is avenged, how can one achieve fame? A treasured sword is taken to battle. The Lubu of Sichuan indeed has many lovable traits. Although he did not know at the time about the earth-shattering anti-oppression campaign that would follow when the time of national humiliation came, he still unsheathed his treasured sword, without hesitation. How magnificent! Liu Hangchen was born in Luzhou, Sichuan province. His grandfather founded the famous liquor store Iron Hall and the liquor brand by Luzhou, making it a family of winemakers. Liu Hangchen graduated from the Department of Economics at Beiping University, specializing in finance and fiscal matters. He was invited by Liu Xiang to oversee finance, and helped Liu Xiang resolve economic difficulties, becoming akin to the trusted advisor Xiao He. Liu Hangchen was also a renowned industrialist in the Republic of China, known as the carpenter of the Sichuan business community. Liu Zongyun born in Weiyuan County, Neijiang City, Sichuan province. In his early years, he made a living through fortune-telling and divination, later becoming the leader of the Confucian way, also known as the Supreme Tao of Pre-Heaven, promoting the belief that great calamities are about to come. The world is about to change drastically, attracting many followers. At its peak, his followers numbered over 10,000. Later, the Confucian way gradually expanded into military and political circles, and Liu Zongyun was revered by Liu Xiang as a military strategist, beginning Liu Xiang's unique approach of governing the army through divine guidance. Fan Shaoxing, also known as Hating, he was born in Dazhou County, Dazhou City, Sichuan province. He had little interest in studying as a child, and spent his days wandering outside. At 13, he joined the Brotherhood, later becoming a member of the Tongminghui, constantly experiencing being incorporated by regular troops, only to be marginalized, and then take to the mountains as a bandit. After being reformed by Yang's son, his military career became stable, and Yang's son once trusted him greatly. Fan Shaoxing was not well educated, and had a naive demeanor, earning him the nickname Fan Hair. However, he was shrewd, and knew how to deal with people in addition to valuing loyalty among his peers. He Guoguang from Hubei graduated from the Sichuan Accelerated School, and was a classmate of Liu Xiang, serving as an aide to Chiang Kai-shek. Li Jieyu, also known as Qixiang, born in Pujiang County, Chengdu City, Sichuan province. He graduated from the Sichuan Army Officer School. He was not particularly remarkable in appearance, known as Li Aizi, but fought valiantly, ranking first among the second-tier generals of Sichuan. After being appointed as the commander of the Sichuan Frontier Army, he became the youngest leader of the officer faction in the Sichuan Army. Li Jieyu was nominally under the command of Deng Shiho, but actually maintained his own military strength, in Suaning, establishing his own power, and earning the title King of Suaning. While Yang's son danced with a knife in Wanzhou, Liu Xiang in Chongqing was at his wit's end. Being an idol is not easy. Liu Xiang successfully crafted an image of generosity and tolerance, but having promised too many benefits to others, the portions left for himself became thinner and thinner. To deal with Yuan Zuming, Liu Xiang divided his original territory into 3 parts, granting the eastern part of Chongqing to Yang's son, and giving a large portion to Liu Wenhui, leaving him with only Bashu ambition, and Chongqing, nearly reducing him from a major lord to a minor one. Because Liu Xiang's courtesy name was Fuqing, which phonetically resembled tiger, people playfully called him Bobby Tiger, or King of the Bozi. Liu Xiang's subordinates had 11 divisions, but with limited territory and an excessive number of troops, Liu Xiang could not afford to support his soldiers, and had to consider downsizing. When an order was given, no one paid it any mind. Moreover, those military generals gradually began to disregard their pitiful lord, each division making decisions independently, without consulting Liu Xiang, and when they needed money they withdrew funds directly from the tax authorities, treating Liu Xiang as a puppet or a mud Buddha. Everyone has their own personality. Liu Xiang, no matter how affable, could not endure such treatment, angrily throwing up his hands, and declaring, "I quit. Do as you please." Liu Xiang's gentle temperament led the generals to perceive him as inconsequential, much like the air. However, once he left, his absence highlighted his importance, as no one among the remaining men could hold the situation together. The generals hurriedly promised that they would listen to him from now on. Whatever he said would go. The entire army will be handed over to you for restructuring, and all The generals hurriedly promised that they would listen to him from now on. Whatever he said would go. The entire army will be handed over to you for restructuring, and all personnel and finances will be completely under your command. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiang finally broke into a smile and emerged from the silk factory. Liu Xiang restructured the 11 divisions into 4, demoting those who could not serve as division leaders to brigade leaders or other positions, which alleviated the crisis. However, his journey remained long and arduous. Liu Bai's struggles in founding his enterprise were indeed difficult, yet it was not merely starting from scratch that posed the greatest challenge, but rather the time when he took refuge in Jingzhou, lamenting over his unfulfilled ambitions, to Liu Biao even shedding tears. At that time he could already see the peaks and wanted to climb them, but felt powerless, and the sorrow and pain within him were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Liu Bei often wept, and his tears were rich in meaning, but I believe that the tears shed in Jingzhou were undoubtedly genuine, with little pretense. Think about it, if Liu Xiang were just a lowly soldier or an ordinary officer, all he would need to do is obey orders. Even if faced with an impenetrable enemy position, he could simply charge forward with his eyes closed. What's there to fear as a mere soldier? The difficulty lies in the fact that he became lord and developed an ambition to rise up and unify the world, or to speak bluntly, a wild ambition. One must understand how many people share the same dream only to end up in ruin, their names tarnished and bodies shattered. Liu Kunhe's success was almost within reach, with strategists even presenting him with the Longzhong plan, yet he failed at the last moment, resulting in the Sichuan people mocking him as Liu thick-faced, his situation truly dire. Lu Xiong was more qualified than Lu Tsunho to approach the historical figure of the imperial uncle, but who could say whether he would succeed? At the moment he hid in the silk factory, perhaps even Lu Xiong himself felt the uncertainty of his future. The story of the Three Kingdoms later took a new turn, but the expectations for the protagonists in the book did not become more lenient, rather they became even more stringent. Lu Biao listened to his wife and did not allow Liu Bei to stay in Jingzhou, instead sending him to Xinya. Xinya was merely an inconsequential small county, closely bordering Cao Cao's territory. The enemy could reach it with a blink of an eye, and it could almost be considered Lu Biao's scheme to eliminate Liu Bei. The king of Batzi certainly had a larger territory than Xinya, but it was still limited. Surrounded by powerful neighbors, he was at risk of being swallowed at any moment. This was not merely difficult, but virtually a dead end. However, Liu Bai's career took off from Xinya, and Lu Xiong also had to start from Bobby. Others called him Bobby Hu, but he did not see it as an insult. Instead, he secretly aspired to be a dragon and tiger determined to strive for greatness. After gaining the submission of the generals, Lu Xiong began to rotate among the divisions to supervise training, both to enhance the military's combat effectiveness and ensure that he could firmly control the troops, preventing himself from becoming a puppet again. At the same time, he focused on reforming the administration, and like Liu Bei in the past, posted a recruitment notice for talented individuals. Downsizing the army was due to a lack of funds, but ultimately, it was only a temporary measure. In the future, not only would he have to compete for the world, but he would also need to expand the army and engage in battles which would inevitably require him to spend money again. Thus, ensuring the treasury was full was paramount. He needed to find a financial expert, but the very thing that troubled Lu Xiong was precisely this. Even after changing the financial officer twice, they still could not manage. It was not that these two were incompetent. One had managed finances alongside Lu Xiong for many years, and the other was recommended by Zhang Lan, known for his financial acumen. The reason for their failure was simply the poor economic conditions in the area. Within the Batzi kingdom, only Chongqing fared somewhat better. However, due to the impact of war, this only major trading hub in Sichuan was also not thriving and struggled to collect taxes. Clearly, anyone who could improve the economy of the Batzi kingdom would need to possess some exceptional talent. Just when Lu Xiong was unsure where to find such a person, that individual appeared at his door. Saying he appeared at the door is not entirely accurate. It was still due to Lu Xiong's recruitment policy. Earlier, Lu Xiong had sent Wang Lingji, the commander of the Chongqing garrison and the director of the Copper Currency Bureau, to Beiping to recruit some Sichuan students from among the Beiping students. Wang Lingji came from a military background and was not a financial expert, so appointing him as the director of the Copper Currency Bureau was indeed a stretch. Since taking office, he had almost lost money every month. Upon checking the accounts, he had already lost 450,000 taels of silver, and it was evident that he was about to lose so much that he wouldn't even recognize his own home. Wang Lingji wore a constant frown, sighing. They say the Copper Currency Bureau is a lucrative position. Anyone who becomes the director can make money. Yet I, as the director, am losing money. I really don't know what kind of misfortune has befallen me. A Beiping student returning to Sichuan could no longer stand it, and recommended a classmate to Wang Lingji, stating that he was studying economics, and was currently the principal of a county middle school. Could he be invited to give it a try? A young scholar, how much ability could he have? At that time, Wang Lingji was also running a newspaper in Chongqing, which was also losing money each month, and had incurred debts of 45,000 yuan, so he let the recommended middle school principal take over the newspaper to see how it goes. Upon arriving, this person asked Wang Lingji, "If I take over the newspaper, what are your expectations of me?" Wang Lingji waved his hand. "There's only one requirement, don't ask me for money again." A few days later, this person handed Wang Lingji a banknote of 45,000 yuan, saying the debt the newspaper owes you is hereby cleared, and I won't ask you for money again. After that, the newspaper indeed entered a profitable trajectory and did not ask Wang Lingji for a single cent again. Wang Lingji was utterly surprised upon investigation, including that banknote. All the income was generated through normal operations by the newspaper, something the previous director had never considered. Since the young man was so capable, Wang Lingji, thinking of it as a last-ditch effort, appointed him as the director of the Copper Currency Bureau to reorganize it. The young man was named Lu Hongqian, and this was just a small demonstration of his capabilities. Lu Hongqian was clever and studious from a young age. Otherwise, how could he have been admitted to Peking University? During his time in the economics department at Peking University, the May 4th movement was on the rise, and most of his classmates rushed to participate in street protests, while Lu Hongqian remained in class doing what he was supposed to do. When urged by others, he would reply, "Why create unnecessary trouble?" and return to his studies. Lu Hongqian's personality made it hard for him to be a commanding presence, but it was precisely such individuals who had the potential to become practical talents in specialized fields. As graduation approached, Lu Hongqian submitted a thesis filled with diverse references to the extent that even the department head grading it was unsure where the arguments originated from, leading to much praise for Lu Hongqian. Back then, university professors were genuine and substantial, especially the head of the economics department at Peking University, not someone to be taken lightly. Even he broke into a sweat, which attests to the academic level Lu Hongqian had achieved at that time. Lu Hongqian is from Luzhou, Sichuan. Luzhou is famous for producing Daqo liquor, and Lu Hongqian's grandfather founded the renowned liquor store Iron Hall, but he had a family rule prohibiting his descendants from holding official positions. In the eyes of this elder, officials are subservient, living unfulfilled lives, and it is far better to have wealth in hand so one can enjoy a comfortable life without becoming an official. Lu Hangxun adhered to his grandfather's teachings, choosing to return home to teach after graduation, and he turned down numerous invitations from local military leaders to join their ranks. Soon after, an incident deeply impacted Lu Hangxun. While managing the local liquor business, Lu Hangxun's grandfather discovered that the rose liquor produced in Tianjin was selling well. He purchased a distillation apparatus, mastered the distillation technique, and created Baiwa Lujio, which was of higher quality than the Tianjin version. He uniquely opted to use glass bottles for his liquor. At that time, most Sichuan liquor was stored in earthen jars. This bold innovation made Baiwa Lujio instantly famous, with its sales and reputation second only to the first liquor brand Wenhui, which boasts a history of 300 years. Both tobacco and liquor required taxation, and the head of the Chongqing Tobacco and Liquor Tax Bureau was incompetent, categorizing all glass-bottled liquor as foreign liquor, subjecting it to heavy taxes, including rose liquor. For this reason, Lu Hangxun specifically went to Chongqing to lodge an appeal. In the appeal letter he submitted to the bureau chief, he wrote, "Your Honor, referring to the chief, the regulations you prescribed do not distinguish between foreign and domestic liquor, only whether the bottle is glass or not. If your Honor wears a suit and leather shoes, would that make you a foreigner?" The bumbling bureau chief flew into a rage after reading this, immediately sealing the Chongqing branch of Iron Hall and ordering Lu Hangxun's arrest. Lu Hangxun had no choice but to seek help and offer bribes, which finally quelled the uproar. This incident had a profound impact on Lu Hangxun, making him realize that in such a society in China, teaching without entering politics could lead to a life of obscurity. Reforming the Copper Currency Bureau provided Lu Hangxun with an opportunity to enter politics and finally allowed him to showcase his talents. During the late Qing and early Republic, the common currency was either silver or copper coins. Due to years of warfare, the minting volume of Sichuan copper coins reached an astonishing level, reportedly exceeding 100 million coins annually. Even with ample copper mines in Sichuan, such consumption was unsustainable. One important reason the Chongqing Copper Currency Bureau was in dire straits was that there were no materials to mint copper coins. Even when materials were available, the meager profits made it hardly worth minting. With no copper available in Sichuan, Lu Hangxun went to Shanghai to buy some. At that time, the 200 yuan denomination big copper coins were popular, so he decided to mint one big copper coin into 5 small ones, maintaining the face value of 200 yuan, naming it New 200 yuan. The funds to purchase copper did not require the Copper Currency Bureau to spend a cent. All were covered by Lu Hangxun through a well-known money house. After minting the New 200 yuan, the Copper Currency Bureau did not directly manage it, but entrusted the well-known money house with its sale. The New 200 yuan quickly opened up the market. Currency has its own value law, initially due to the lighter weight of the New 200 when the old 200 yuan became relatively more valuable. People needed to cut it with steel knives into 2 or 4 pieces for use, but this made the coins both unattractive and inconvenient to carry. Over time, the New 200 yuan became mainstream, favored not only by Sichuan people, but also popular in various provinces in the southwest. Lu Hangxun brought revolutionary changes to the Copper Currency Bureau. In his first year in office, the Copper Currency Bureau turned a profit, not only covering all losses, but also netting more than 90,000 taels of silver, which left Wang Lingji so delighted he could hardly close his mouth. Wang Lingji was greatly impressed and promptly recommended Lu Hangxun to Lu Xiang. At that time, Lu Xiang was deeply in debt, amounting to about 8 or 9 million yuan, utterly strapped to the point of being unable to carry out any affairs. He was in an exceedingly frantic state when he heard of such a financial genius, feeling as though a god of wealth had descended from the heavens. When Lu Xiang met Lu Hangxun, he got straight to the point. "I asked you to come not to be an official, but to work with me on a cause." Lu Hangxun also responded directly, "What kind of cause?" Lu Xiang unabashedly told him, "Unifying Sichuan." Once the topic was broached, Lu Hangxun posed a question: "Do you want me to assist or to co-manage?" Lu Xiang became interested and asked what's the difference between assisting and co-managing. Lu Hangxun explained that if it was assisting, he would be entirely at Lu Xiang's disposal. He would do as instructed. But if it was co-managing, then he would handle matters as he saw fit. Lu Xiang did not hesitate. "It must be co-managing. Many people can stamp for me, so why should I come to you?" Lu Xiang smiled and replied, "I would like to ask in return, if I let you handle finance, what powers do I have, and what powers?" Lu Hangxun said in one breath, "Fu Gong has 2 powers. First, if I commit fraud, Fu Gong has the power to execute me. Second, if I am incompetent, Fu Gong has the power to dismiss me at any time. Aside from that, all powers in finance belong to me." Lu Xiang thought for a moment and said decisively, "All right." After being appointed to oversee the financial power, Lu Hangxun first targeted the tax collection agency. The kingdom of Batsi is small, yet various tax collection agencies abound, with most heads being connections placed by various army commanders, frequently treating glass bottles of liquor as foreign wine, resulting in huge expenditures alongside exceptionally low efficiency. To address this, Lu Hangxun established the Chongqing Tax and Revenue Bureau and requested a special sword from Lu Xiang, eliminating redundant agencies and personnel, implementing a policy of strict, yet non-intrusive, which not only reduced the hassle for taxpayers, but also saved a considerable amount. More important than saving is generating revenue. After thorough research and comparison, Lu Hangxun decided to emulate the Nanjing government of the time by issuing treasury bonds to implement a system of paying off debts with debts and maintaining debts with debts. Initially, the bond issuance was not smooth. After the opening of the Chongqing Stock Exchange, holders treated the bonds like hot potatoes, scrambling to sell them. This resulted in many selling and few buying, turning the emerging industry that Lu Hangxun had high hopes for into a one-sided business with no buyers. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Lu Hangchen quickly persuaded banks and money shops in the financial sector to subscribe. However, these banks and money shops were not necessarily bolder than the average bondholder. With years of turmoil in Sichuan, no one knew how long Lu Xiang could hold on. If he were accidentally taken down, wouldn't these bonds be akin to waste paper? Even if someone was willing to recognize their value, they would certainly demand a substantial discount. Most were too afraid to act, and those who reluctantly subscribed were merely doing so out of Lu Hangchen's reputation, hoping Lu Xiang would win the next battle. As the bonds languished unsold, even a financial expert like Lu Hangchen became anxious, tugging at his hair, until a sudden inspiration struck him. There is a story about Emperor Qianlong traveling south and passing by the Jinshan Temple in Zhenjiang. He saw ships coming and going on the Yangtze River and asked a high monk how many ships passed in a day. The monk replied, "Only 2 ships. Qianlong was perplexed, surely even if one counted on fingers they wouldn't give me such. The monk, being a true sage, explained, "I only see 2 ships, one for fame and one for profit. Everything that comes and goes on the Yangtze is merely these 2 ships. In truth, fame ultimately serves profit." More than 2,000 years ago, Sima Qian had already summarized for us in the records of the grand historian, all under heaven bustle about for profit, and all are in turmoil for profit. Indeed, everyone is busy and toiling, living and dying, all for the sake of profit, especially those in business who cannot escape this word. Without further adu, Lu Hangchen slashed the bond price to 70%, even 60% at times, while significantly raising the interest rate some as high as 12% monthly. Once the bonds hit the market, Lu Hangchen directed Lu Xiang's own banks and money shops to take the lead in subscribing, creating an impression that if one did not buy immediately, they would soon sell out. Merchants indeed became eager, rushing to purchase. The stock exchange quickly sold out several rounds of bonds, and from then on the road ahead smoothed out. Lu Hangchen issued bonds as an emergency measure, converting long-term debts into liquid cash. Having studied economics, he understood that real industry is fundamental, otherwise it would destroy the foundation of credit. At that time, most military leaders viewed merchants as Tang Sing meat, taking a piece and leaving without caring about their survival. Lu Hangchen was not like that. He did not forcibly extort from merchants, but instead seized opportunities to invest himself. Lu Hangchen's investment scope and fields were incredibly broad, almost to the point of being all-encompassing, as he was busy setting up frameworks and driving wedges, contemporaries likening him to a carpenter in the Sichuan business community. What is remarkable is that despite navigating the business world for 2 to 3 decades, Carpenter Lu always participated in competition as a peer and never relied on the influence of red-top merchants to suppress others. Even more commendable is that Lu Hangchen maintained a clear distinction between public and private. He took his own money and accounted for any that was not his. When procuring for Lu Xiang, Lu Hangchen received a commission of 200,000 yuan and returned it all to Lu Xiang upon returning to Chongqing, resolutely refusing to pocket any. With Lu Hangchen, the god of wealth, assisting him, Lu Xiang could finally sleep soundly at night, embracing the golden doll, and he finally had the courage to reminisce about the song that floated over Xinye more than 1,000 years ago in Xinye Lu Huangshu. Since coming here the people prosper. When we read the 3 kingdoms, we must not forget a key plot during the Xinye chapter. Write the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. If Mr. Kongming does not appear, this book would be unreadable. Lu Xiang also read the 3 kingdoms and felt that what he lacked was a master strategist who could stabilize and unify the nation. After all, Lu Hangchen could only thrive in the economic realm and could not help him much in military or political matters. Where is this sage? A name of a sage had already reached Lu Xiang's ears. This person is Lu Tsongyun. Lu Tsongyun is not only a sage, but also a divine, immortal, renowned far and wide. It is said that he understands astronomy and geography, holds the secrets of the universe, and knows the past and future. He truly is as talented as Zhuge Liang and as wise as Lu Ji. Some even say with great awe that Lu the Immortal is actually a heavenly immortal who has descended to earth, and the reason for his temporary concealment is to wait for the true destined emperor to hire him as a military advisor to assist in unifying the world. To be honest, neither Lu Xiang nor anyone else expected such achievements when they graduated from the Rapid Training Academy. But didn't that fortune teller Wang Yejiang say that he would have a bright future? Look, it really came true. Can a bright future be equated with being the destined emperor? Lu Xiang eagerly hoped to find someone else to predict, since Lu the Immortal was also searching for the destined emperor. Wouldn't that be perfect? Thus Lu Xiang wrote a letter to Lu Tsongyun inviting him to Chongqing. After completing the letter, whether Lu Xiang was prepared for the 3 visits to the thatched cottage we do not know. What we do know is that Lu the Immortal hurried over immediately after receiving the letter. After all, legends are legends and historical records are historical records. In real life, the scene of high officials bowing to higher talented individuals has long since vanished, and even the Immortal knows this. It is better to take the initiative. Upon seeing Lu Xiang, Lu Tsongyun exclaimed, "Today I have met the destined emperor. I want to be a military advisor assisting in governance, pacifying the world, and unifying China." Lu Xiang was both surprised and delighted, but he still had to force himself to remain calm and appear humble. Meanwhile, Lu Tsongyun continued to praise. The supervisor's appearance with phoenix eyes and a majestic demeanor is truly that of an emperor. After commenting on his appearance, he began discussing feng shui, stating how Lu Xiang's ancestral grave was extraordinary and foretold that future generations would produce an emperor. Lu Tsongyun explicitly stated that he had never been to Lu Xiang's hometown of Dai. "How can you know this so clearly if you have never been?" Lu Tsongyun said he has keen insight and can understand everything from afar.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang was extremely excited because he felt Lu Zongyun was too miraculous. After his parents passed away, Lu Xiang sought advice from a geomancer regarding the burial site. The geomancer said that Humming Crane Mountain in Dai is a sacred place where Zhang Daoling and Zhang Sanfeng achieved immortality. If the grave is built there, it will surely bless the descendants. Lu Xiang followed this advice, but soon after one of his children died. Lu Xiang and his wife were extremely grief-stricken. At this time, another geomancer analyzed. Humming Crane Mountain is a Taoist mountain in the territory of Master Zhang. Can you casually disturb the earth there? The death of your son is a punishment from the master. You should move quickly. You don't know how great the disaster will be if you don't. Lu Xiang agreed and had this geomancer find him another auspicious site, ultimately relocating the grave to Xiangtai Mountain. Xiangtai Mountain is indeed not bad. Oh, every evening on a sunny day the gorge resonates with winds from all directions, sounding like celestial music from gongs and drums. If you say this feng shui is not good, it would be hard to find anything better. Lu Xiang greatly admired Lu Zongyun and immediately bowed to him as his master, appointing him as a senior consultant to the supervisory office. Zhuge Liang moved Liu Bei with the need for Longzhong plan, while Lu Zongyun resolved everything merely with his keen insight, becoming Lu Xiang's immortal military advisor. The Zhuge Kongming we are familiar with has two images, one as a devoted politician in historical biographies, and the other as a miraculous figure who calls the wind and summons the rain in folk tales. Lu Kangjian's version of Zhuge Kongming belongs to the latter. In his early years, he was indeed a fortune teller, relying on a fortune-telling booth for a living and knowing quite a bit about the mystical arts, far more professional than the amateur Wang Yejiang. Not long after Lu Zongyun joined Lu Xiang's service, trouble arose. Lu Xiang's brother fell gravely ill and died. Lu Xiang hurriedly summoned the military advisor, and Lu Zongyun calculated a hexagram with his fingers, then confidently said it seems that there might be a problem with the tomb of the old master and old mistress. Just after praising the ancestral tomb, it turned out it was no longer good. Lu Xiang was somewhat skeptical. However, since the military advisor said so, they might as well go home and take a look. Upon arriving at Xiangtai Mountain, Lu Xiang felt compelled to bow down to Lu Zongyun. It wasn't just miraculous, it was too miraculous. The original celestial music was no longer present, and one had to ask if this feng shui could still be good. Inquiring with the local people revealed that in recent years the environment had been destroyed due to soil excavation and brick burning on Xiangtai Mountain. They would need to relocate the grave again, and this time Lu Zongyun personally took charge. Half a year later, he found a so-called treasure site in Jiangyu County. No further movements were needed. This was indeed the final feng shui treasure site. Lu Zongyun seriously told Lu Xiang, with this ancestral tomb, your position, referring to Lu Xiang, will surely reach the pinnacle of power. From then on, Lu Xiang's career and fortune truly skyrocketed, making it impossible to slow down. Historians have verified that Lu Bai's 3 visits to the thatched cottage were not merely for talent. In fact, Zhuge Liang was not the commoner we imagine. He had extensive connections with the gentry and powerful families of Jingzhou. At that time, Liu Bei was still an outsider, desperately needing to penetrate the local circle. Similarly, Lu Xiang's choice of Lu Zongyun as his immortal military advisor was not solely due to Lu Kangjian's ability to predict fortunes. For Lu Zongyun, reading faces and assessing feng shui had become merely a hobby. His main profession was being a man. In his early years, Lu Zongyun indeed operated a fortune-telling booth, but during that time too many were vying for this line of work, and the competition resulted in diminishing business and profits, making even basic sustenance extremely difficult. Fortunately, heaven does not allow the blind sparrow to starve. Amidst misfortune, Mr. Lu discovered another shortcut to wealth, teaching the way. In this regard, Lu Zongyun could be considered a talented individual. His doctrine was called Kongming Dao, also known as the Great Way of the Primal Beginning, originating in the late Qing Dynasty. After Lu Zongyun took charge, the followers of this doctrine spread to many places in Sichuan, although the vast majority were from remote rural areas. The reason is simple: our rural people have limited knowledge and are easier to deceive. Wherever Lu Zongyun, when he spread the word saying a catastrophe is about to arrive, the world will soon change from fields to seas. Such prophecies resembling the end of the world have always stirred panic and easily swayed hearts. Those years coincided with a particularly chaotic and impoverished time in Sichuan, making it seem as if the end was truly near. Do you want to escape the catastrophe? Of course, who wouldn't want it? Well, then believe in Kongming Dao. At its peak, Lu Zongyun had over 10,000 followers. Each of these followers had to present Lu Zongyun with a greeting gift, or what was called transportation fees. There was no strict amount. Those with money gave more while those without gave less, but this practice accumulated wealth quickly, making the master quite rich. With Lu Kangjian's material wealth, he also began to attain a certain spiritual omnipotence. Otherwise how could he be called Lu the Immortal? Lu Xiang valued precisely this spiritual omnipotence. During those few days in the Japanese textile factory, he came to understand that these military leaders were spiritually impoverished. They were essentially a group of chaotic and mindless people caring only about promotions and profits without understanding anything else. When they needed you, they treated you as a rapid success leader. When they didn't, they would cast you aside as if you were nothing. With Lu the Immortal, there was no need to worry. Not only did Lu Xiang join the cult himself, but he also spread the word, ensuring that all officers paid respects to Lu Zongyun as their master and attended his teachings regularly. Of course, some would initially resist, but there were ways to make them comply.
While Lu Xiang was at home having dinner, Lu Zongyun told everyone what dishes were on Lu Xiang's table and what significant things he said during the meal. Some were half convinced and doubted. Upon asking Lu Xiang, it turned out to be absolutely true without any discrepancies. Why could Lu Zongyun predict the future? Of course it was due to his keen insight. Under the pervasive coverage of keen insight, even Lu Xiang had no privacy, and how could others not be cautious? If you still took it lightly, there were even harsher and sharper methods beneath. One day Lu Zongyun demonstrated the 8 trigrams in front of Lu Xiang, and suddenly calculated with his fingers, his expression darkening. Lu Xiang hurriedly asked what was wrong, and Lu Zongyun said there was a platoon that had strayed into Lu Wenhui's defense zone. The warlords are like competing nations. The border of the defense zone is equivalent to their respective national borders. Having strayed into the border of another nation, this platoon was clearly brewing a rebellion. Lu Xiang's expression also darkened, and he immediately dispatched troops to retrieve them, executing the platoon leader. Once the execution order was given, the 3 armies trembled. This immortal military advisor was simply formidable, able to see through everything and predict the future. Even if you were Sun Wukong, you couldn't escape his grasp. Rather than saying Lu Zongyun was using divine techniques, it would be more accurate to say he was performing magic. What is magic, of course, is all fake. Lu Zongyun finding out about Lu Xiang was simply too easy. The two were partners, and Lu Xiang just needed to follow the prearranged plan. Is there anything wrong with starting training right now, while we need to camp outside? Lu Zongyun advised him. You don't need to go deep, just stay at the border and come back after a day. He then patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm here to vouch for you. The squad leader foolishly went along, never realizing that this would cost him his head. This program also requires a filming and editing team, and its concept originates from the era of the 3 Kingdoms and Mengda. At that time, due to insufficient military provisions in Chao's camp, Chao secretly ordered the grain officer to replace large measures with smaller ones, embezzling soldiers' rations, but ultimately executed the grain officer for corruption. This is what we call using a head to buy people's hearts. Lu Zongyun was gaining momentum in Chongqing, and anyone who wanted to become an officer in Lu Xiang's camp had to pay their. Lu Zongyun specifically set up a hall in Chongqing to spread his teachings. The followers in the hall besides Lu Xiang included various military officials such as Wang Lingji and Wang Zuangsu, totaling 108 people known as the 108 generals. This is referred to as governing the army with divine authority. Every beginning is difficult. Historically, Zhuge Liang was just over 20 when he emerged from his thatched cottage, a seemingly inexperienced youth, so it's no wonder that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei found it challenging. In comparison, Lu Kangjian's greatest flaw was also his youth, but not in terms of age, or rather he appeared too inexperienced on the political stage. Some even felt sorry for Lu Xiang, questioning how such a clever person could be played by Lu the Immortal. Someone nearby immediately corrected, it's not the Immortal playing Lu Xiang, it's Lu Xiang playing the Immortal. The third person laughed. You're all wrong, they are playing each other. Lu Xiang plays the Immortal, and the Immortal plays Lu Xiang. Playing is certainly a harsh term. Could we not say that Liu Bei was playing Zhuge Liang, and Zhuge Liang was also playing Liu Bei in the past? Perhaps using borrowing would be more understandable. Liu Bei needed to establish his achievements, so he had to borrow Zhuge Liang's wisdom and social connections. Similarly, if Zhuge Liang did not rely on Liu Bei as the lord, he would have remained in obscurity in Nanyang for a lifetime. How could his aspirations of rivaling Guanzhong and Liu Yi be realized? Lu Kangjian's ambitions were not small. Just as Lu Xiang initially only wanted to be an ordinary officer, Lu Zongyun, when he was setting up his fortune-telling booth, and even when he transitioned to spreading teachings, probably just wanted to make some money. However, an American psychologist named Maslow once said that human needs are hierarchical. Being well-fed and clothed is merely the most basic level. After this need is met, there are many more levels to strive for. Having become wealthy after being wealthy, Lu Zongyun, with many followers reverently worshipping him, felt he was progressing towards the extraordinary. If he had no higher personal needs, it would be quite strange. It should be noted that Lu Kangjian's Confucian Minqian still bore the label of Confucius and Mencius, both of whom advocated active engagement in the world. Before entering the curtain, Lu Zongyun often told his followers, my way is the innate Tao of Confucius, so I must follow Confucius' teachings, first cultivate oneself, then regulate the family, and finally govern the country and bring peace to the world. When Lu Xiang saw Lu Zongyun, his emotional outburst was not entirely pretentious. He truly believed he now had the chance to govern the country and bring peace to the world. Lu Kangjian's close disciples understood his psychology well, and quickly concocted a story, because Liu Bei could not unify the country during the 3 Kingdoms. Regrets were left behind. This time, the Jade Emperor sent teacher Zongyun, referring to Lu Zongyun, down to accomplish great things and protect the. Lu Zongyun himself was also unreserved, saying, at this time of hunting for deer in the Central Plains, when heroes emerge in a chaotic world, I will turn the tide, when it is already falling, and be the pillar in the middle. Who else but me? Everyone thought Lu Zongyun only knew how to act mysterious, yet few realized that what he was truly keen on was not this, but how to display his talents in the political arena. Note that the immortal is merely a disguise. Engaging in politics is my core. Although Lu Zongyun was young on the political stage, he had already become an object of admiration for thousands on the altar. At this time, the immortal disguise played a crucial role. Lu Kangjian's followers, besides most being grassroots farmers, also included local gentry and even secret societies. Lu Zongyun selected some articulate and sociable individuals from these followers, and individually fed them a mixture of flattery and ambition, claiming they had a great foundation as reincarnations of famous figures from history or novels destined for greatness, and to ensure peace and stability. Once they were pumped up, Lu Zongyun used these individuals as the backbone, sending them out to engage in outreach and recruitment among the upper echelons of society. Why did Lu Xiang know Lu Kangjian's name early on? It ultimately boiled down to the impact of publicity. Gradually, the military leaders who joined the Dao were no longer limited to Chongqing. Some were drawn in by Lu Kangjian's designated backbone with a trial-lander mindset, others were introduced by Lu Xiang, hoping to forge a connection for protection, while some simply followed the crowd feeling uneasy about not joining when everyone else did. They were still minor warlords, but at this stage that was already enough. Lu Zongyun also established halls in Chengdu and Wanzhou to accommodate these upper-class figures. Afterward, he told his disciples, from now on heroes have entered the fold. Just as everything was flourishing, Lu Zongyun suddenly left Chongqing for Wuhan. The explanation given to followers and outsiders was that the spiritual roots of the Chongqing and Chengdu halls had not been properly aligned, so Lu Zongyun, as the leader, needed to travel around to adjust them. The real reasons, of course, were far more complex and still closely tied to politics. The year was 1927, and the political landscape outside Sichuan was undergoing drastic changes. First, the northern expedition initiated from the south defeated Wu Peifu in the Yangtze River region, followed by the emergence of the Ning'an split, with Jiang Jieshi in Nanjing and Wang Jingwei in Wuhan. Two national governments born from the same mother were in opposition. The outcome of the north-south conflict was basically determined, at least in the Yangtze River region. Warlords in Sichuan, regardless of size, were all adept at changing sails, though overnight they all proclaimed allegiance to the national government and were incorporated into the National Revolutionary Army. Lu Xiang reacted the fastest, being the first to take office as the commander of the 21st Army after joining the Kuomintang, while other influential warlords followed suit successively, becoming Revolutionary Army commanders. While this part seemed relatively easy to resolve, the following issues were more challenging. Lu Kunhe's strategist Wu Lianjiu had previously proposed a strategy in the Longzhong Dui of external support for the central authority and internal consolidation of strength. The problem lay in who to support as the central authority, Nanjing or Wuhan. The safest approach was to wait and see. In fact, everyone was waiting to see how Nanjing and Wuhan would fare against each other, but sometimes caution meant falling behind. Once a decision was made on the other side, the opportunity for titles and honors would be lost. To accomplish great things, one must take some risks. Like when he was incorporated, Lu Xiang again took the initiative, secretly placing all bets on Jiang Jieshi. Jiang Jieshi was wholeheartedly focused on the northern expedition and was powerless within Sichuan, so having someone like Lu Xiang, a powerhouse from Sichuan, actively ally with him was certainly a reason for joy, as it meant he could at least control Sichuan through Lu Xiang. To facilitate communication, Jiang Jieshi specifically bought a shortwave radio in Shanghai and sent it to Lu Xiang. It was said that at that time there were only 3 such shortwave radios, one for Jiang Jieshi, one for Bai Chengxi, and the third was sent to Lu Xiang. Besides directly communicating with Jiang Jieshi, Lu Xiang also sent representatives to stay in Shanghai, indicating that there were no issues from Nanjing. His concerns lay with Wuhan. The immortal military strategist going to Wuhan was on one hand to observe the situation and on the other to gain an overall grasp of the Sichuan situation from the outside. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, before Zhuge Liang appeared, Liu Bei always faced numerous disasters, making every reader worry for him. Once Kongming arrived, everyone felt at ease and could enjoy their popcorn while reading leisurely. With Kongming around, he won every battle. Even when he wasn't present, didn't he leave behind a strategic pouch? Before leaving, Lu Zongyun also left Lu Xiang a strategic pouch with instructions on what to do when encountering difficulties. Let us diverge and focus on both sides. While Lu Xiang was engaged in his Xingye business in Chongqing, Yang San was also busy in Wanzhou, and both faced the thorny issue of internal unity. Yang San could not exhibit the kind of pitiful demeanor that Lu Xiang did. He would never pretend to be the wrong protagonist in a drama, hiding in a corner to play hide and seek with his subordinate generals. He certainly did not have as many tricks up his sleeve as Lu Xiang to govern the army with divine authority. He simply applied brute force, adopting a so-called strong branch weak root policy. Yang San redeployed heavy artillery from various divisions to form artillery units, and drew a main infantry regiment from each division to form a law enforcement team. These units were all directly under Yang San's control, though anyone he found displeasing could be dealt with immediately. Yang San felt empowered, but the divisions were all left weak and exhausted, with division and brigade commanders complaining endlessly. Some couldn't help but grumble. Concentrating artillery is like shedding a coat. Forming a law enforcement team is like shedding a long shirt. Having shed his coat yesterday, will he also strip us of our trousers the day after tomorrow? How can we face others like this? To quiet the officers, Yang San created a new theory. He said raising wicked people is like raising eagles. When hungry they cling, when full they soar. Yang San treated his subordinates as wicked people, paying them very little, keeping them in a constant state of semi-hunger. If someone complained or expressed dissatisfaction, Yang San would casually replace them, completely disregarding any feeling. For instance, if he felt a division commander was disobedient, he would remove them and promote a brigade commander as a replacement. If he found the brigade commander disobedient, he would demote them and promote a regiment commander instead. This only made everyone complain even more. Yang San's first plan failed, so he devised another, known as killing the chicken to scare the monkey. He arrested a division commander named Yang Chunfang on charges of conspiracy and rebellion, and was set to impose severe. Yang Chunfang was originally from the Green Forest Gang, and many in Yang Sen's army shared similar backgrounds, such as Fan. Seeing that Yang Chunfang might lose his head, they were both sympathetic and driven by a sense of brotherhood, scrambling to plead for him, saying that Yang Chunfang had lived a dangerous life and owed many debts of blood. A death was deserved, but anyone could kill him, and Yang Sen should not. Why? Because he had twice sought refuge with Lord Hui, referring to Yang Sen, constantly calling you uncle, showing no signs of rebellion, and moreover, he had always fought valiantly, often acting as the vanguard. Such a person to kill him would not only be unkind, but also unjust. How could you command the generals afterward? Yang Sen, feeling guilty, was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long silence he replied, "You may go, allow me to consider it further." Thinking they had succeeded, Fan Xiaozing and others left at ease. Little did they know that very night Yang Sen ordered the law enforcement team to execute Yang Chunfang. The next day, when the generals heard the news, they exchanged glances, their faces pale. From then on, everyone felt uneasy. Without a large number of guards following them, they did not dare to leave their barracks freely. Yang Sen thought he had frightened the monkeys, feeling quite pleased. However, because Fan Xiaozing was quite powerful and his defense area was near Wanzhou, he still did not feel at ease, and made an excuse to summon Fan Xiaozing to Wanzhou. At that time, he wanted to test whether Fan Xiaozing harbored rebellious intentions. If he did, he would detain him on the spot, even killing him like Yang Chunfang. If he did not, he would first strip him of military power, then slowly scheme against him. Fan Xiaozing had already reached the door of the office when Yang Sen deliberately did not call him in, and ignored him, leaving him to stand at the door for a full 2 hours. After the wait, Yang Sen suddenly erupted with curses. "Such nonsense! I have decided not to be the commander anymore, and am stepping down." This was of course directed at Fan Xiaozing. Fan Xiaozing, nicknamed Fan Hair, where Ha means foolish in Sichuan dialect, appeared foolish on the surface, but was exceptionally shrewd, rich in street experience. He immediately pretended to get angry and fired back. "People say I oppose the commander," referring to Yang Sen. "How could that be true? The commander is like a father and the division commander is like a son. How could a son rebel against his father?" This kind of response completely caught Yang Sen off guard, yet precisely hit his sweet spot. 2 words: comfortable. Yang Sen then transformed his displeasure into joy, stepping out of the office to tell Fan Xiaozing, "Your gun is too old, I'll replace it with a new one." "When will the replacement be?" Fan Xiaozing calmly asked Yang Sen, fully aware of his intentions. "I can't wait, otherwise I'll return all the guns tomorrow." Yang Sen genuinely believed Fan Xiaozing was a fool, no longer sending anyone to keep watch. The next day, Fan Xiaozing claimed he wanted to leave the city for a hunt, and swiftly returned to his defense area, subsequently contacting other division commanders who were already dissatisfied with Yang Sen, and along with the proactive Lai Xinhui, organized the anti-Yang army, also known as the 4 divisions against Yang. The 4 divisions felt uneasy about their legitimacy, and informed Lu Xiang, asking him to take charge and provide a formal name for the anti-Yang movement. One cannot sleep soundly with someone else snoring beside them. When it comes to that point, everyone will think this way. Lu Xiang's desire to overthrow Yang was even more urgent and thorough than that of the 4 divisions. However, his style was always extremely cautious. He would not consider anything with a success probability below 50%, much less rush into military action. Now that the 4 divisions had stirred the hornet's nest, it was much easier for him. All he needed to do was pin a charge on Yang. He quickly thought of a charge. Yang Sen's political line had issues. At a time when victory in the northern expedition was in sight, he was still sheltering and harboring the remnants of the Beiyang old master Wu Peifu. Yang Sen had always changed masters frequently, otherwise how could he be called Lu Bu of Sichuan? Yet this time he had changed with some reluctance. The reason was that Wu Peifu had appointed him as the governor of Sichuan before being defeated by the northern expedition. He was unwilling to give up this position, and had developed the fantasy that perhaps Wu Peifu could make a comeback someday, making it hard to leave him behind. How could one achieve both fish and bear's paw? Yang Sen's method was to sit on 2 boats. On one hand, he changed his banner, and thus acquired the position of commander of the 20th Army, while on the other hand, he secretly communicated with Wu Peifu, even inviting him into Sichuan. Those without courage and wisdom who play petty tricks usually fail miserably, and Yang Sen's little schemes were akin to those in a silly idle drama. How could others not see through them? Lu Xiang seized upon Yang Sen's flaw, embellishing and exaggerating the truth. He filed a stern complaint against Jiang Jieshi. In the eyes of a strong man, there is no tolerance for sand. Jiang Jieshi immediately gave the order to dismiss Yang Sen and appoint someone else. Yang Sen was reluctant to give up the title of commander of the Revolutionary Army. After all, he continued to hold onto his position despite the withdrawal. The new commander of the 20th Army was already eager with Jiang Jiexi's appointment letter in hand, and without hesitation he took, with one side unwilling to relinquish their title, and the other eager to don it. Sichuan witnessed a rare phenomenon reminiscent of the dual commanders Lu Tsuanho and Xiong Kewu from years past, as 2 commanders of the 20th Army emerged. After Lu Xiang successfully undermined Yang Sen, he assumed the role of the decision-maker, promoting Fan Xiaozing and others, encouraging them to take the imperial edict, and swiftly marched to Wanqing. Having lost his position and facing attacks from the 4 departments, Yang Sen was naturally furious and anxious. Lu Xiang did not forget to add insult to injury, having the internal traitor Wang Xuangsu publicly issue a statement urging Yang Sen to step down. Wang Xuangsu's words in the statement were sharp and caustic. He mocked Yang Sen, saying, "Aren't you the one who claims to be brave and valiant, insisting on using strength to subdue others?" Look at you now, repeatedly being thwarted, reduced to a state of despair on the brink of becoming a strong bow with its string broken. Wang Xuanxu further stated that if Yang Sun were willing to step down, put down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha, he would willingly serve Yang Sun as a monk for all his future lives. Upon reading the statement, Yang Sun was filled with rage. Lu Xiong and Wang Xuanxu's intention was to wage a psychological battle, humiliating and provoking Yang Sun while boosting the morale of the four departments attacking Wanqing. However, the outcome was counterproductive. Yang Sun was genuinely provoked, but instead of putting down the butcher's knife, he charged forward, brandishing his weapon. As mentioned, Yang Sun belonged to the faction of brave warriors, and once he unleashed his courage, he was unmatched by any army. The seemingly grand anti-Yang army quickly found themselves unable to coordinate, ultimately leading to their disintegration. Lai Xinhui had a commanding officer from the rapid training class who had previously been captured by Yang Sun. This time, he was once again playing the role of returning to the palace. Yang Sun joked with him, "Old classmate, why are you back again?" The officer unashamed replied, "Because your hospitality last time was so generous that I can't forget it, so I'm here to disturb you again." "Old classmate, aren't we like the brothers of Liangshan, growing closer with every fight?" Yang Sun, having achieved a great victory, held himself with an air of superiority, embodying a demeanor of charm and invincibility. Even Lu Xiong feared him, worried that he would take advantage of his victory to advance into Chongqing. He hastily began mobilizing troops for defense, while sending representatives to negotiate cooperation with Yang Sun. Although Lu and Yang had attempted cooperation multiple times, none were successful. This was because there was fundamentally no basis for cooperation between them. Lu Xiong wanted to be the leader, making Yang Sun the general, but Yang Sun was unwilling. He would prefer to have Lu Xiong as a subordinate. The so-called cooperation was entirely a case of diverging paths, with no common ground to discuss. However, having just experienced a major battle, Yang Sun was eager to catch his breath and did not wish to fight. Thus, although their cooperation failed, they managed to maintain a peaceful coexistence. Seizing the opportunity of a temporary peace, Lu Xiong considered retrieving a batch of arms that had been held back. Chongqing had no military factory. Lu Xiong established a weapon repair shop, but its function was limited to fixing broken guns. Weapons still had to be purchased from abroad. With Lu Hangshan managing finances, Lu Xiong was not worried about lacking money, but rather about finding someone willing to sell. Due to years of internal conflict in China, the international community had issued a ban prohibiting arms sales to China, with rifles and machine guns strictly forbidden from entering, monitored by the British Navy. However, no matter how strict the foreigners' rules were or how tightly the barriers were erected, they could not withstand the cleverness of the Chinese. "Aren't you saying that you can't sell arms? How about selling me police supplies instead? That works, doesn't it? Police supplies are also guns, just shorter ones." When the British Navy boarded the ship to inspect the cargo, they determined whether or not it was arms simply by looking at the length of the gun. Long ones were military equipment, while short ones were for police self-defense. The handheld machine gun, which was essentially an early submachine gun, had a short barrel, and the Chinese labeled it as police supplies, allowing the British to pass it without issue. There were countless similar instances. Even when buying police supplies, an import passport was still necessary. Long before Lu Tsongyun left Sichuan, Lu Xiong had obtained a passport through his relationship with Jiang Jieshi. With a channel to order arms, Lu Tsongyun came in with a splash of cold water. Lu Tsongyun did not say not to buy arms, but rather that the timing was not right. Arms were something everyone was keeping a close watch on. Lu Xiong depended on Jiang Jieshi to buy arms, but in Lu Kangjian's view, Jiang Jieshi's position was not stable enough to guarantee the safety of the arms. At that time, the relationship between Lu Xiong and Lu Tsongyun was still at a preliminary stage. If it were about divination or fortune-telling, Lu Tsongyun was certainly the expert, but in politics, it was not necessarily the case. The political situation at that time was transitioning from the Ninghan split to Ninghan merging, as the Wuhan national government relocated to Nanjing, merging into a single Nanjing government. In Lu Xiong's eyes, Jiang Jieshi had taken the reins. The arms he guaranteed could not possibly encounter issues. "I've been struggling in this circle for so many years. Can my eyesight be worse than yours, a newcomer?" Disregarding Lu Kangjian's advice, Lu Xiong placed an order for 100,000 units, instructing the representative stationed in Shanghai to proceed without fail. However, this time, he truly miscalculated. The 100,000 units of arms were indeed transported to Shanghai, but were forcibly detained by the Shanghai Suzhou Garrison Command. Spending money was trivial, but the key was waiting for use. Lu Xiong's brow furrowed in worry and suddenly thought of the golden bag left by Lu Tsongyun. The golden bag did not need to be opened, as Lu Tsongyun had said that if difficulties arose, and it was inconvenient to send a telegram or write a letter, he should send a trusted person to Wuhan to find him. It was undoubtedly a time of difficulty, and Lu Xiong wondered if Lu Tsongyun could come up with a solution, but this matter could not be communicated through telegrams or letters lest it leak. With a mindset of giving it a try, Lu Xiong sent someone to Wuhan to find Lu Tsongyun. After hearing the purpose, Lu Tsongyun sighed. "I already told you not to buy, it's just that Yuxian, the Dao named Lu Tsongyun, gave Lu Xiong, wouldn't listen. The firearms are hopeless." However, he added, "While the firearms may not be reclaimable, perhaps some ammunition can be retrieved." The envoy sensed that Lu the Immortal had no good solutions either, and the mention of retrieving ammunition was likely. In that case, the envoy was not in a hurry to return to Sichuan and planned to stay in Wuhan for a couple of days. Unexpectedly, Lu Tsongyun told him, "You must set off immediately and go back to inform Yuxian that a great battle is about to break out in Chongqing. He must prepare at once." Seeing Lu Kangjian's serious expression, which did not seem like a joke, the envoy became nervous. Lu Zongyun had already prepared a golden bag for the envoy to deliver to Lu Xiang. In this golden bag, he instructed Lu Xiang to concentrate all military forces in Chongqing and required Lu Xiang to take personal action, even detailing who would guard and who would attack. Although no signs of the great battle Lu Zongyun mentioned had yet appeared in Chongqing, Lu Xiang, upon receiving the golden bag, dared not be negligent. He had already suffered losses for not listening to Lu Zongyun, and now he had to be extra cautious. Lu Xiang hurriedly followed the prescription and took action according to Lu Kangjian's plan. Just as he finished deploying his forces, the great battle indeed broke out. This made Lu Xiang break out in a cold sweat, while also greatly admiring Lu Kangjian's divine calculation. In the old version of the TV series Romance of the Three Kingdoms, when depicting the Battle of Chibi and borrowing the east wind, a scene was specially added where Kong Ming observes changes in the weather outdoors. Anyone with modern knowledge understands that this indicates that the so-called brilliant calculations in the world are not heaven-sent, but rather human strategies. In Wuhan's upper echelons, Lu Zongyun also preached leveraging Lu Xiang's influence and his own silver tongue, gathering a group of key military and political figures from the national government, among whom one was particularly important, named He Guoguang. He Guoguang was from Hubei, but had studied at the Sichuan Rapid Training School, where he was a classmate of Lu Xiang. He had previously been a subordinate of Wu Peifu, and after Wu Peifu stepped down, devoted himself entirely to Jiang Jieshi, becoming an important advisor in his ranks. It was precisely because he had always been by Jiang's side that He Guoguang grasped many high-level power struggles unknown to Ao. After the Ninghan merging Jiang Jiexi's situation was not easy, many sought to undermine him, and he could slip at any. When Lu Zongyun learned this information from He Guoguang, he understood that Lu Xiang's batch of arms was in jeopardy. Sure enough, not long after Jiang Jieshi was pushed out of power by his political enemies due to the failure of the northern expedition. When the arms were detained in Shanghai, he had already gone to Japan, and even if he wanted to help Lu Xiang, he could not. Among the 100,000 arms, in addition to over 1,000 German-made handheld machine guns, there were also gun barrels purchased from Belgium, showcasing the warlord's skill in drilling through the fence that would baffle any foreigner. These gun barrels were labeled steel pipes upon import, and with the right stocks, they could assemble over 2,000 light machine guns. Lu Zongyun could predict that a great battle was imminent in Chongqing, which was based on the same principle as Kongming borrowing the east wind. It was certainly not a simple wave of a feather fan that could summon the wind. Lu Zongyun could predict that a great battle was imminent in Chongqing, which was based on the same principle as Kongming borrowing the east wind. It was certainly not a simple wave of a feather fan that could summon the wind, but relied entirely on his usual weather forecasting skills. Although Lu Zongyun was in Wuhan, his followers were spread throughout Bashu, having ears and eyes in every level, and all he needed to do was gather and analyze the intelligence from various sources to draw conclusions. If the warlords of Sichuan were actors performing a Sichuan opera on stage, Lu Zongyun was like the director sitting in before him on the large screen, small screen, front camera, and side camera. No detail escaped his eyes, so writing a specific battle plan was not a difficult task. On the large screen, Yang Sen's face turned red, but the small screen displayed a monkey jumping around in the background. The only monkey in Sichuan was Deng Shiho, who had come out to stir up trouble due to his extreme dissatisfaction with Lu. After Yang Sun stumbled on the political line, Lu Xiang gained Jiang Jiexi's favor due to political correctness and was specifically appointed as the aftercare supervisor, allowing him to preside over the provincial generals' meeting and allocate seats for Deng Shiho and other warlords who had yet to establish their titles. Lu Xiang was known for his generosity. As long as you were willing to follow him, he would do his best to ensure you were well fed. He arranged for Deng Shiho to have the position of provincial committee member and director of the finance department. Everyone knew that the director of the finance department was a lucrative position which pleased the monkey. However, Lu Xiang's appointment was merely a proposal and ultimately required confirmation from the Nanjing government. Uncertain if it was due to Jiang Jiexi's resignation when the Nanjing government formally announced it did not follow Lu Xiang's proposal, and Deng Xi's title of director of the finance department was removed, infuriating Deng Shiho, who felt he had been played by Lu Xiang. Such incidents were not unprecedented. Yuan Zuming had previously become furious and nearly fought Lu Xiang over. However, Deng Shiho was not Yuan Zuming, and in his eyes Yuan Zuming was utterly foolish. He could not even comprehend how such a dimwit had survived. Deng Shiho was not one to confront someone directly. He preferred to take a circuitous route. In terms of stirring up trouble and fanning the flames, the crystal monkey was truly overflowing with energy and creativity. Under his clandestine organization, the Allied army targeting Lu Xiang was quickly formed. The members of the Allied army brought to the forefront were mainly from the officer class, a new faction formed among Sichuan's military personnel after the military preparatory school Baoding and rapid training. While Yin Changheng was in power, he established the Sichuan Army Officer School. When the second batch of students from this military school graduated and went to the army for internship, a large number of first batch students from Baoding were flooding into Sichuan. The Baoding diploma was equivalent to that of Peking University and Tsinghua University in the military world at that time, naturally outshining the officer school. For example, Baoding students could become platoon leaders after just 3 months of internship, while officer school students had to endure for 6 months. The officer students naturally began to band together to gain an advantage in competing with Baoding students. This was certainly not an easy task. It wasn't until the first graduate Li Jiayu took command of the Sichuan Border Defense Army
and reached a position similar to Li Xinhui that the officer faction began to make its presence felt. The formation of each faction follows this pattern: one person rises to prominence, and then others attach themselves, gradually growing larger. As long as you were a graduate of the officer school, even if unemployed, you could seek a position under Li Jiayu, and gradually Li Jiayu became the leader of the officer faction. Being the boss came with prestige, but also numerous troubles. Li Jiayu's worry was that his defensive area was too small, and that too many classmates came to seek his support. If he did not actively expand his territory, he would struggle to manage the overwhelming expenses. On the other hand, due to Lu Xiang controlling the waterway traffic in Chongqing, resulting in difficulties in transporting supplies, these emerging warlords were also being choked, making it challenging for them to grow strong. Li Jiayu had once been Deng Zai his superior, and Deng Shiho in his capacity as an old leader came to point the way for Li Jiayu go all out against Lu Xiang. Don't worry, it's not just you fighting him. There's also Yang San, that invincible general. After raising the banner of the allied army, Deng Shiho slipped away, leaving Li Jiayu as the frontman's host. After securing Li Jiayu, Deng, the monkey, hurried over to Yang San. Yang San was never a generous person. He was the type who would hold grudges, feeling particularly stifled if he had to wait a night to take revenge. In fact, Yang San clearly remembered how Lu Xiang had accused him in front of Jiang Jieshi, how he encouraged and supported the anti-Yang army, and how he had used Wang Zuangsu to humiliate him. He remembered every detail without forgetting a single word. The reason he could sit down with Lu Xiang to discuss cooperation was simply that he had suffered too many losses before. As the saying goes, a fall in the pit teaches you to be cautious. He had learned some ways to manage his impulsive emotions when the situation was uncertain. But this was not the real Yang San. The real Yang San was not like this. Upon hearing Deng Shiho say that Li Jiayu and the officer faction were willing to assist him in the battle against Lu Xiang, Yang San's heart blossomed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. Finally, he didn't have to keep a low profile anymore. With friends comes strength. He was already invincible, and with so many people joining him, how could he worry about eliminating the big-eared thief? Lu Xiang, listen up. From now on, in a brawl it's us ganging up on you. In a duel it's you against the whole group of us. Wang Lingji, courtesy name Fangzhou, was born in Leshan, Sichuan province. He graduated from the Sichuan Military Academy and later taught at the Accelerated Learning Academy. After aligning with Lu Xiang, he was given significant responsibilities. Due to his longer qualifications, Wang Lingji served as a mentor to Lu Xiang, Yang San, and others from the Accelerated Learning faction. He once called for unity among them, mediating between Lu Xiang and Yang San to persuade Yang San to return to Sichuan, compelling both Lu and Yang to force Yuan zooming out of the province. Wang Lingji excelled in military affairs with achievements comparable to Yang San in the frontline Sichuan Army. Luo Zizhou, courtesy name Pingzhong, was born in Pujiang County, Chengdu, Sichuan province. He graduated from the Sichuan Army Officer Academy, and like Li Jiayu was nominally under the command of Deng Shiho, but actually held his own forces in Shunqing, now Nancheng City, establishing an independent faction known as the King of Shunqing. Luo Zizhou was relatively capable in battle, but lacked wisdom, and was the second most prominent figure in the officer faction after Li Jiayu. Lu Wenhui, courtesy name Ziqian, was born in Dei County, Chengdu. Belonging to the same clan as Lu Xiang, he held a higher seniority and was Lu Xiang's cousin. Lu Wenhui was exceptionally intelligent from a young age, achieving outstanding results. At 13, he falsely reported his age to gain admission to the Sichuan Army Primary School, where he was accepted despite the irregularity. He was then continuously recommended to Xian Army Middle School, Beiping First Army School, and finally the Baoding Army Officer School. Lu Wenhui exhibited great talent and charisma early on, resembling a regional version of Cao Cao. He was the leader of the Baoding faction and, backed by formidable strength, became Lu Xiang's main competitor in the quest for unification of Sichuan. Lu Wencai, courtesy name Xingtin, was the elder brother of Lu Wenhui. After the liberation, his image as a bullying landlord became deeply ingrained in public perception. Yang San's sudden change of heart was no different than Lu Kanjian's calculating nature. Despite Lu Xiang's military preparations, he felt anxious seeing Yang San lead a massive force approaching. Ideally, he wanted to avoid conflict. Thus, he sought Wang Lingji as a mediator and urgently headed to Wanzhou. Among the Sichuan military, Wang Lingji was notable for his long-standing qualifications. He graduated from the military academy and later, influenced by the trend of studying in Japan, he went to Japan for a while. Some claimed he was a military scholar, but in reality he was not. Upon returning to the country, Wang Lingji taught at the Accelerated Learning Academy, where both Lu Xiang and Yang San had been his students. It is important to note that calling Wang Lingji the most qualified does come with a prerequisite which confines it to those still active on the stage. Otherwise, there are many who precede him, such as Hu Jingyi, Yin Changheng, and Xiong Kewu. Therefore, the key is to remain in the game. Once one exits, it is all over. After Lu Xiang rose to prominence, Wang Lingji became his subordinate. However, Lu Xiang, possessing a commendable virtue of respecting his teachers, continued to call him Teacher Wang incessantly. Some officers under Lu Xiang also began to refer to Wang Lingji as Teacher Wang. This led Wang Lingji to feel a sense of superiority, with acquaintances calling him Old Fang as a nickname. To those unfamiliar with him, seeing him hold his head high all day long resembled a spirit official from a Taoist temple. Additionally, since Ling and Ling sound the same, he was dubbed Wang Lingguan. Those who held status had to engage in dignified matters, and most of the ceremonial activities for Lu Xiang were handled by Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji was also confident in persuading Yang San and took a German warship to visit.
Upon meeting Yang Sun, Wang Lingji engaged in a lengthy conversation saying, "You and Lu Xiang are both my students from the accelerated learning faction. Why have you mingled with those from the officer faction? Students should unite and not fight among themselves." Yang Sun was not swayed by this. He was intent on battle. Wang Lingji, speaking earnestly, said, "Don't think the allied troops are reliable. They are not. Even if they take Chongqing, they may not follow your commands. You would be better off reconciling with Lu Xiang and mending past grievances." Wang Lingji even promised that as long as Lu and Yang reconciled, he as a teacher from the accelerated learning faction would guarantee with his life that Lu Xiang would not act against him. Yang Sun shook his head and replied, "It's too late. The arrow is on the string and must be released. I must defeat Lu Xiang." Wang Lingji lost face and had no choice but to leave reluctantly. During their farewell, Yang Sun, out of consideration for their teacher-student relationship, escorted Wang Lingji to the riverbank. Until then, Wang Lingji kept talking while Yang Sun waved goodbye, saying, "See you in Chongqing." During their farewell, Yang Sun, out of consideration for their teacher-student relationship, escorted Wang Lingji to the riverbank. Until then, Wang Lingji, Yang Sun smiled, "At my own doorstep, it's as easy as stepping in." In December 1928, Yang Sun was appointed chairman of the Allied armies and commander-in-chief at the front, coming with great momentum to attack Lu Xiang. Yang Sun believed he had the upper hand in numbers and did not realize that Lu Xiang had long been prepared. Li Jiayu was difficult to sway, but he had made other arrangements to allocate resources to Lu Wenhui, thereby gaining his support. Lu Wenhui's defense zone was adjacent to Li Jiayu's, which gave Li Jiayu reasons to be cautious and reluctant to commit significant forces to battle. There were 8 units participating in the Allied forces known as the 8 Allies. However, aside from Li Jiayu, only Luo Zizhou and Yang Sun, both from the officer faction, had the most robust combat strength and were the most resolute in attacking Lu Xiang. The rest were mostly insignificant figures watching the storm unfold. Leading the charge was Luo Zizhou. Wang Lingji was ordered to persuade Yang Sun and also had another mission, which was to scout the movements of Yang Sun's troops. Upon returning to Chongqing, he informed Lu Xiang that Yang Sun would need at least 2 more days to rendezvous with Luo Zizhou at the front. If Luo and Yang did meet, it would naturally be more difficult to deal with. Luo Zizhou's chief of staff also suggested waiting for Yang Sun to arrive before taking joint action. However, Luo Zizhou told his chief of staff, "You don't understand. My early deployment is political. Yang Sun's momentum is formidable. If he reaches Chongqing first, what will happen to me, Luo Zizhou?" He was afraid that Yang Sun would come to claim the spoils and couldn't afford to wait even a minute. As soon as Luo Zizhou issued the order for early deployment, he impatiently called the front lines, urging the forward commander, "Hurry up and advance. Fire the first shot for me." The forward commander, overwhelmed by the pressure, could only respond hastily, reporting to the commander, "We will be ready to fire shortly." Under Luo Zizhou's relentless urging, his division had not yet fully deployed when the vanguard troops hastily opened. Luo Zizhou had several capable officers, and he had previously seized a batch of fine weapons from Wu Pifa's guard, which significantly enhanced their combat strength. Wang Lingji first deployed Wang Xuanx's division, then sent his own division forward, ultimately concentrating nearly all of Lu Xiang's forces. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, they managed to defeat Luo Zizhou. By the time Yang Sun arrived, Luo Zizhou's turtle shell was already on the verge of collapse. In terms of bravery, without strategy, Yang Sun and Luo Zizhou were indeed like twins. Due to his hasty retreat, Yang Sun could only concentrate 2 divisions at the front while the rest of his forces were still on the march. Some suggested that they should consolidate their strength before launching an attack. Yang Sun confidently declared, "With just these 2 divisions, I can defeat Lu Xiang. There's no need for more troops." Yang Sun advanced along the river and indeed faced no obstacles, reaching the southern bank of Chongqing. However, Wang Lingji's earlier warning proved true. Yang Sun was blocked by the Yangtze River. Lu Xiang had moved all the boats to the northern bank, making it impossible for him to cross. He could only fire a few shots across the river to show his presence. Yang Sun then advanced toward Zhongguan Tieshan, where he had previously opened a breach during the expedition against the bandits and successfully captured Chongqing. Now he was simply trying to replicate that scenario. However, while tactics may be easy to replicate, the circumstances were not, as Lu Xiang had once again appointed Wang Lingji as the overall commander. Before Yang Sun's arrival, Zhongguan Tieshan was firmly under Wang Lingji's control, making it impossible for him to pass. Yang Sun then advanced toward Zhongguan Tieshan, where he had previously opened a breach during the expedition against the bandits and successfully captured Chongqing. Now he was simply trying to replicate. There were not just 1 or 2 teachers from the Accelerated Learning Academy. Wang Lingji commanded respect from Lu Xiang and others, not only due to his seniority, but also because he held considerable influence on the battlefield. He earned the name Lingguan, which is believed to derive from the most ferocious deity in the Southwest's witchcraft. In other fields, Wang Lingji might be completely ignorant and merely an amateur, but in military affairs one could not expect him to make the same mistakes as Lai Xinhui. This battle was crucial for Lu Xiang's survival and also for Wang Lingji's future status. He could not afford to be careless. "Unless I make you vomit blood, I will be drenched in blood myself." Wang Lingji was determined to stake his life at Zhongguan Tieshan. Most of the courageous fighters share a common trait: if they strike a winning streak, no one can stop them, even divine troops. However, if one can dampen their spirit, perhaps without needing to intervene directly, they will be pushed to their limits. For instance, the courageous representative Xiong Kewu was a case in point. During the siege at Gaishiao, the overlord of Chu was almost left without allies, yet he could still act freely, taking the heads of whoever he desired. The problem was that the besieging Han army was layered upon layers. They had plenty of heads to take if you could go ahead. But Xiong Kewu ultimately could not endure and chose to take his own life. This is quite understandable. Humans are not machines. Even machines have moments when their batteries or fuel run out. After a day of bloody battles, Yang's son, worn out and starving, looked at the enemy positions on the hill, which seemed as solid as iron. In an instant, the momentum he had built up dissipated completely. He could only give up on taking Zhongwan Taizhan. Yang's son grew up on the battlefield and knew that entering Chongqing was no longer possible. Since he could not win, he wanted to return to the starting point and negotiate peace with Lu Xiang. He then called Wang Lingji, hoping he could mediate once again, but before he could finish the response came, "Please come in through the main door to speak." Yang's son had previously claimed in front of Wang Lingji that capturing Chongqing would be as easy as pie saying at my own doorstep, just step in. Now Wang Lingji finally found an opportunity for revenge. On the battlefield, winning is always the ultimate truth. Anyone in that position would become aggressive. Yang's son felt as if he had been slapped in the face, and in his humiliation and anger, he smashed the telephone. Yang's son was unwilling to accept defeat, reorganized his remaining troops, and wanted to take another bold action. However, Wang Lingji would not give him that chance. He employed more clever tactics, secretly transporting troops by ship down the Yangtze River, abruptly cutting off Yangtzen's retreat. The timing was perfect as Yangtzen's troops were low in morale and courage. Yang Hanyu, Yangtzen's rear general, was captured and disarmed by Wang Lingji, while Yang's son himself hid in a dilapidated cupboard of a farmer to escape. Yangtzen's army was on the brink of collapse, and Wang Lingji pursued closely. This time it was Yang's son who was in a state of panic, fearing every rustle in the grass. As soon as he escaped, Yang's son threw off his coat, tossing it onto the bed repeatedly, saying, "What a joke, what a joke." He had not even fully grasped how he had lost, and felt dizzy. In this battle between teacher and student, the student ultimately could not outmatch the teacher. Aside from Yang's son, the other former allies had either been defeated or fled, scattered like sand. At that time, a popular folk song went, "Luo is in a panic, Li is not in a hurry," forcing Yang's son to hurry to the market. Luo referred to Luo Zizhou, while Li naturally referred to Li Jiyu, who had both become difficult brothers. However, the most difficult was Yang's son, who was forced to hurry to the market. Lu Xiang had occupied all of his Wanzhou territory, making it impossible for him to return home, so he had to flee to the defense area of his ally Luo Zizhou. As he ran, he did not see Luo Zizhou, and found himself increasingly close to the territory of another warlord. To his surprise, it was Lu Tsunho. Lu Tsunho was also a member of the 8 allies, and Yang's son hurriedly sought his help, only to be refused. Lu Tsunho was no longer the successor of Lu Huangshu. He had even been weakened by the situation, and the military preparatory faction was in a dire state. Most of the time, this brother was merely hiding in a corner, struggling to survive. Otherwise, he would not have found himself among the 8 allies, mingling with the younger generation, like Li Jiayu. Lu Tsunho dared not provoke anyone, and saw that the allied forces were already in ruins, so he did not want to draw fire to himself. Yang's son, in frustration, said, "If you don't send troops to support me, I will retreat my entire army to your headquarters." For Lu Tsunho, at that time, the outside world was full of wolves, and Yang's son was one of them, a reedied, starving wolf. Letting him in would mean certain death for himself. However, if he sent troops, he feared Lu Xiang's retaliation. With no other options, he had to choose a middle path, allowing Yang's son to pass through his defenses, but forbidding him to linger. Lu Tsunho opened a passage, and Yang's son ran for his life, finally catching his breath under Luo Zizhou's eaves. Looking at the troops following him, only a little over 10,000 remained. After losing his original territory, Yang's son could only rely on Li Jiayu and Luo Zizhou for support. Due to severe supply difficulties, soldiers could only have 2 meals of thin porridge each day. Year after year, wearing the same military uniform, it was almost worn to tatters. If they went out even with a bamboo stick and a broken bowl, they would look like beggars. Soldiers fled one after another, and despite Yang's son issuing kill orders, he could not stop them. What to do? In desperation, he thought of a trick, and indeed people stopped fleeing. Outsiders were puzzled and wondered what clever method Yang's son had. Upon investigation, it turned out to be the pants removal technique. He ordered the soldiers to remove their pants each night and hand them in to be returned the next morning. When Yang's son mentioned this, he was quite proud. Without pants, they have nothing to hold on to. Just try and run. Everyone laughed and joked, but someone teased him, prompting Yang's son to become serious again. The hungry army policy requires these methods. Oh, what's so funny about it? In truth, Yang's son did this not only to prevent soldiers from fleeing, but also to protect the military uniforms, which were now in tatters. He could not provide a second set. If they wore them out, they couldn't go into battle without pants. As winter approached, Yangtzen's troops had no winter coats and were shivering from the cold. Sichuan's military saw his plight and initiated a collective fundraising activity where everyone contributed a little to send him funds for winter coats, allowing them to survive that winter. In the world of warfare, one cannot afford to lose face. Yang's son was utterly weakened, and there was no face left to speak of. This former war god had seen his status plummet, with contemporary discussions placing him alongside Li Jiayu and Luo Zizhou, referred to as the 3 generals of Li, Luo, and Yang. In the campaign known as the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, although Lu Tsungyun did not directly participate in command, he undoubtedly contributed greatly, earning immense admiration from Lu Xiang and his generals. Lu Xiang was known for his cautious planning, and through the ups and downs of this campaign, he realized that he had overlooked many vulnerabilities. Before the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, he had not listened to Lu Kangjian's advice, insisting on purchasing arms, which fell through. Then he only remembered to reclaim the arms, not realizing that mobilizing troops for battle would nearly lead to disaster. Even during the campaign's conclusion, Lu Xiang inadvertently made a blunder. Lu Zongyun had specifically instructed Lu Xiang to be moderate when dealing with Yang's son, advising him not to stretch the front too long nor to attack Wansheng. This was because Wansheng housed Lu Kangjian's doctrine center, which could leverage the power of the believers to force the exhausted Yang's son to yield, while also demonstrating the great power of the Confucian way. However, Lu Xiang became too enthusiastic in the fight, losing control and seizing Wansheng as well. While he relished the victory, his ammunition was running low and his face turned pale. Wansheng was Yangtzen's stronghold. With it captured, he had no retreat. A desperate counterattack would lead to catastrophic. Fortunately, Yang's son was already terrified and had no thoughts of launching a counterattack. Yet Lu Xiang's situation in the Lower Chuan East remained perilous once the warlords discovered his true weakness and that he was out of ammunition. Even the smallest warlord could seize Chongqing. Another remark from Lu Zongyun provided a solution. Before the battle, Lu Zongyun had told the messenger, by next year we might be able to recover some ammunition. This statement indeed came true. By the next year, Lu Zongyun mentioned, which was March 1928, Chiang Kai-shek made his comeback in Nanjing. This time was different. He fully controlled the party government and military, becoming the top figure within the Nanjing government. With Chiang's return, the arms detained from Lu Xiang were also returned. However, as Lu Zongyun had predicted, all the firearms had been taken away, leaving not even a machine gun or barrel behind. As compensation, Chiang Kai-shek still took 6 million rifle bullets from the Jinling arsenal in Nanjing and sent them to Lu Xiang. As the Battle of Lower Chuan East approached its conclusion, these 6 million bullets arrived in Chongqing, just in time, like a timely rain, alleviating Lu Xiang's urgent need, leading him to exclaim, they were life-saving bullets. Reflecting on past events, Lu Xiang realized he had never truly succeeded, similar to Liu Bei, who had struggled for over a decade fighting north and south, winning territories only to lose them swiftly, never able to hold on or launch an offensive. Why? For a while he only blamed heaven and others, but now he understood that he himself was not good enough, either able to tolerate, but not decisive, or considering the past without looking to the future. Just think about it, with so many vulnerabilities, how could one avoid defeat? Lu Kangjian's involvement was indeed crucial. In the past, people referred to Lu Zongyun as the celestial military strategist, emphasizing the celestial aspect. Few believed Lu Zongyun genuinely understood military tactics or strategies, but after this battle, all doubts vanished. Using fire attacks at Boang, commanding with ease, just imagine how impressive Zhuge Liang was when he set fire to Baoan Slope. Lu Zongyun decisively winning in Lower Chuan East was equally impressive. In the Lower Chuan East battle, Lu Xiang consolidated his position as the leader of the expeditious faction by defeating Yang's son and the officer faction, while simultaneously capturing all 29 counties below Chongqing, indicating that he had re-established himself at the forefront of the Sichuan warlords in both military and economic terms. Li Luoyang was no longer a concern. Deng Shiho was also swiftly surpassed. Who else in Sichuan could rival him? There was one more: Lu Xiang's younger uncle Lu Wenhui. The Lu family from Dai became particularly famous after the liberation due to a tyrant landlord named Lu Wenhui, whose rent collection office and water prison became prime material for the remembering hardships and thinking of sweetness activities in the mid-20th century, bringing many to tears and deep hatred for the tyrant landlord Lu Wenhui. Unfortunately, the true history is often absurd. In fact, there was no water prison for detaining farmers, it was merely a basement used for storing opium. Lu the landlord indeed owned a considerable amount of land, nearly 10,000 acres, but he was not as vicious as the propaganda suggested. On the contrary, he was generous and treated the tenant farmers fairly. The rent was about half of the harvest, and in years of disaster or poor harvest, farmers could negotiate with Lu Wenhui for deferred or reduced payments. When farmers paid rent, Lu Wenhui always required them to eat first before leaving. Lu Wenhui was at most a traditional rural gentleman, and he probably never imagined he would become so famous due to certain needs. Lu Wenhui was Lu Wenkei's younger brother, who did not become a landlord but went to military school to serve. During that time, the Dai Lu family was a source of pride. From a small county, they produced 3 army commanders, 4 division commanders, and 9 brigade commanders, 2 of which were Lu Xiang, and Lu Wenhui, the other commander, referred to Lu Qingshuan. With so many talents emerging at once, some attributed it to the Temple of Zilong. The Dai Temple of Zilong is said to be built in honor of Zhao Yun, and with this war god's blessing, it seemed like 3 army commanders were still few. Idols are always in demand. It is said that all 3 army commanders presented gold plaques to the Temple of Zilong, with Lu Qingshuan being the first to hang his plaque above Zhao Zilong's statue. Lu Xiang came second, and not hesitating moved Lu Qingsun's plaque to the back of the statue, replacing it with his own plaque. Although Lu Qingshuan was furious, Shuixian had already seen better days, and his once smooth position had been replaced by his disciple Deng Shiho, leaving him to stare in silence. Lu Wenhui arrived last, but still targeted that prime location, sending someone to Lu Xiang to ask him to. Lu Xiang refused, and Lu Wenhui scolded him fiercely, then hung his gold plaque across the main hall of the temple, directly opposing Lu Xiang's plaque. The story of the 3 plaques vividly symbolizes reality. However, Lu Xiang and Lu Wenhui originally did not intend to reach this point. In terms of seniority, Lu Xiang should call Lu Wenhui younger uncle, but in fact Lu Xiang was several years older than Lu Wenhui. Thus Lu Wenhui debuted later, and his initial fame in the Sichuan Army was not great. However, Lu Xiang soon discovered that this younger uncle was exceptional, a hidden dragon ready to soar. When Lu Xiang served as a brigade commander in the Sichuan Army and Deng Shiho as a regiment commander, Lu Wenhui was merely a small aide, yet a few years later he managed to stand alongside Lu Xiang and Deng Shiho as a Revolutionary Army commander. Lu Wenhui's momentum was fierce, and some said it was due to his younger uncle's influence relying on the Lu Xiang faction, also known as the Second Army faction, while others claimed he benefited from the Dai faction in the Sichuan Army having fellow townsfolk providing support. Some also suggested that without the Baoding faction, Lu Wenhui could not have risen to such heights. These remarks are somewhat accurate, but not entirely. Of course, the nephew initially needed to care for his uncle, but as time went on, Lu Xiang also faced setbacks. Many times it was not Lu Xiang pulling Lu Wenhui up, but rather Lu Wenhui protecting Lu Xiang after his defeat in the First and Second Army battle, escorting him home. Until Yuan Zuming suddenly turned against him. Without Lu Wenhui, Lu Xiang might not have made it out of Chengdu. Both of Lu Wenhui's superiors were from Dai, one of whom was Lu Qingshuan. During this period he rose steadily from battalion commander to division commander. However, many from Dai were in the Sichuan Army who wouldn't want to be promoted. Would they not rely on hometown connections? Among so many, very few could stand out relying solely on the Dai faction. As for the Baoding faction, the one who first carried the banner and led the Baoding faction allied army was actually Deng Xiao. However, after Lu Wenhui entered this circle with his Baoding Phase 2 qualifications, Deng Xiao quickly retreated to a secondary position, yielding the leader's position. Lu Wenhui was quite diligent and hardworking during his student years. Someone once found a textbook he used while studying at Baoding Military Academy, which was Karl von Clausewitz's On War, the earliest Chinese translation of On War, filled from cover to cover with various annotations. Lu Wenhui's ability to study to such an extent is quite remarkable, and his political and strategic vision can be glimpsed. Many high-ranking figures in Sichuan had a habit of opium smoking, and Lu Wenhui later also took up opium. But he could quit whenever he wanted without hesitation, saying he would stop, and then doing so immediately. Such a person, whether placed in the Lu Xiang faction, Dai faction, or Baoding faction, was bound to stand out. Not long after, even Lu Xiang sensed a crisis. In the political arena of Bashu, Lu Xiang was always seen as a benevolent and broad-minded righteous ruler. One summer, while presiding over an education conference in Chongqing, he spoke of his vision, stating that after unifying Sichuan, he would first develop local specialties, such as the clay gold teapots from Rongchong and the white pigs from Longchong. Both were local specialties at that time. These words were not wrong. The problem was that he followed up with, as long as local specialties develop, we can prosper, so we don't need to rely on science, and even closing off can allow us to defend ourselves. What Lu Xiang referred to as science was not just scientific technology, but a general term for external matters. His basic idea was that Sichuan, being a land of abundance, should be able to thrive without foreign aid, achieving self-sufficiency, which is what he meant by closing off and defending oneself. Among the audience were many figures from the education sector, including the president and deans of Chongqing University. One of the deans from the College of Science immediately interrupted Lu Xiang's speech, standing up to speak. I believe that a strong nation must rely on science. If not on science, then why does the governor wear a suit today? Lu Xiang, dressed in a suit, instantly felt embarrassed and hurriedly left the stage. Although Lu Xiang's remarks were indeed inappropriate, the dean was also overly sharp and rude. One can only say that professors and intellectuals at that time had a spirit of independence, and many took pride in firing shots. Of course, on the other hand, Lu Xiang deserves some fair words. As the actual local emperor of Chongqing, although he was coaxed off the stage midway, losing face, he neither got angry nor sought revenge afterward, marking him as someone not of ordinary character, particularly compared to those warlords who thought themselves supreme just because they held a gun. Imagine if it were Yang Sun, the reckless general, would likely erupt, banging the table and shouting, "Please do not interrupt my speech, or get out." Lu Xiang had been quite pleased with his image, believing that to win the world one must first win people's hearts. This was certainly a winning strategy of the past. However, after Lu Wenhui's rise, he could no longer feel proud. Even Lu Xiang faced ridicule, indicating the standard of speeches among the warlords, but Lu Wenhui was an exception, almost a genius orator. Lu Wenhui never relied on secretaries to write his speeches. All the layouts, paragraphs, and content were conceived by him alone, with secretaries merely organizing them. He also had a habit of not repeating content. Even on the same theme, every time he spoke he would revise it, incorporating other materials and viewpoints. There was one theme he reportedly spoke on 18 times, and each of those 18 speeches was completely different. Do not underestimate the importance of speech. Which Western politician is not an orator? Without the ability to speak, one cannot even step through the door of politics. When Lu Wenhui spoke, it was akin to an impromptu address by a politician, often citing various references and speaking fluently. Even if his speeches were lengthy, the audience never felt bored, forming a stark contrast with Lu Xiang and others. This relates not only to eloquence, but also to a person's insight. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei is described as being not very good at reading, and it is unclear whether the royal uncle inherited this trait from his family, but in this regard, he bears a striking resemblance to his ancestor Liu Bang, whose cultural background was also thin. There was a time when he could not even reach grapes and complained they were sour, and he once shockingly used a Confucian scholar's hat as a night pot. Liu Bai's rival Cao Cao was quite different. Although the Romance of the Three Kingdoms describes Cao Cao's entrance as loving hunting and enjoying songs and dances, he certainly was well read, or how could he have written the timeless masterpiece short song line? Is there a difference between reading and not reading? Yes, and it is significant. Liu Bai's early life was always adrift and unsupported. Although he had fierce generals like Guan Yu Zhang and Zhao Yun under his command, he still faced frequent defeats partly due to his limited education failing to grasp strategic directions like the Longzhong plan. In contrast, Cao Cao could become a cunning hero in chaotic times, and a capable minister in peaceful times largely due to his passion for reading and his adeptness in it. Liu Xiang seems to have been carved from Liu Bai's mold, appearing equally disconnected from reading. He had not even graduated from elementary school, and the crash courses aimed at training lower-level officers could not be compared to Baoding Military Academy. Although there were those so-called myths of studying late into the night, one only had to look at his mediocre report cards to know how credible they were. At the very least, it cannot be denied that after joining the army, no one ever saw him unable to part with a book. Liu Wenhui, however, was different. He loved reading, especially valuing books by military and political authorities like on war. Whenever he had a little spare time, he would read incessantly, even insisting on having secretaries select and read important articles and news from magazines while walking in the courtyard. Although there were numerous warlords in Sichuan, few like Liu Wenhui stood out in both military and political talents. Including Liu Xiang, most people established authority relying on military power, while Liu Wenhui claimed to prioritize the military and supplement with politics, meaning he issued orders not only through brute strength, but also with irresistible personal charisma. To put it another way, if Liu Xiang was the Sichuan version of Liu Bei, then Liu Wenhui was the Sichuan version of Cao Cao in terms of insight and demeanor. Liu Xiang's closing off can also allow us to defend ourselves was not a slip of the tongue, but more likely a reflection of his. By then, the Second Northern Expedition had already concluded, and after the final session of the Beiyang government presided over by Zhang Zuolin was overthrown, Chiang Kai-shek had seemingly completed the monumental task of unifying China, evidently ready to command the world. Even if Liu Xiang had had dreams of becoming emperor more than once at this stage, he also felt a sense of powerlessness. Honestly, he was already fortunate enough to be able to hold 1/3 of the world like Liu Huanshu. Liu Xiang's highest goal had been curtailed to the warlords, of course referring to those after unifying Sichuan, which is why he expressed the notion of closing off and defending oneself. Some believed Liu Xiang's superstitions about feng shui constantly relocating his parents' ancestral tombs indicated that he still wished to become emperor. There were even people who outlined Liu Xiang's specific steps to proclaim himself emperor and the dynasty name, but that was indeed a wild conjecture as it did not align with Liu Xiang's relatively pragmatic and conservative personality, nor did it fit the situation at that time. While Liu Xiang was entangled in how to defend himself, his younger uncle, a few years his junior, had already set his sights on seizing the Central Plains. Liu Wenhui was not unaware of the situation. He asserted that Sichuan could not just be defended. This place was inherently not one for sitting idly. Historically, who has ever successfully defended Sichuan? Therefore, one should compete for the world through Sichuan with the strength to be a king and secondarily, to be a hegemony. Liu Wenhui, well-versed in history, summarized that successful uprisings in Chinese history were few among commoners, while many warlords succeeded. Since the chances of success were so high, why settle for closing off and defending oneself, and set the goal so low, leading China towards modernization? At that time, countless people harbored ambitions to become an emperor, become a president, or seize the world, yet everyone kept these thoughts to themselves, presenting the world only with a myriad of beautiful slogans. Thus, some advised Liu Wenhui to be more discreet and not attract unnecessary attention. Liu Wenhui replied, "The changes of heaven are nothing to fear. Ancestral teachings are not a law, and public opinion is not a concern." In his words, the bold spirit of Meng Degong, who dared to speak and act, was unmistakable. Liu Wenhui indeed had sufficient strength to support his ambitions. The warlords in Sichuan once numbered like a swarm of locusts, mutually attacking each other. According to Zhonglan statistics, since Xiong Kewu established the defensive zone, Sichuan had experienced over 400 wars, large and small. The warlords fought from the spring and autumn period to the warring states, ultimately merging from dozens into 8 major warlords: Liu Xiang, Liu Wenhui, Deng Shiho Tian, Song Yao, Li Jiu, Luo Zizhou, Yang Sun, and Lu Tsunho. Li Jieyu and Luo Zizhou were often regarded as one family, hence called the 7 heroes of the warring states. In such a brutal survival competition, nearly every warlord was precarious. Even Liu Xiang faced numerous ups and downs, often falling into the depths. Only Liu Wenhui maintained a vigorous upward momentum, coupled with the fact that his defensive zone was mostly in southern Sichuan, a land of wealth akin to the stronghold of Chao Wei in the Central Plains. It was hard not to achieve greatness. While many warlords were struggling to make ends meet and found it difficult to survive the winter, Liu Wenhui's troops were still able to pay salaries monthly, thus stepping into a moderately prosperous society ahead of time. Unbeknownst to others, Liu Wenhui surpassed Liu Xiang, securing the top position, followed by Liu Xiang, Deng Shiho, and Tian Song Yao, who resembled the states of Qin Shi Chu and Zhao from the warring states era. Hence, some good-natured individuals referred to them as the 7 heroes and 4 strongmen. The distance continued to widen. Cao Cao was able to dominate the world, as political strategy was his forte. In this regard, Liu Wenhui spared no effort to match his predecessor, employing tactics that dazzled the eyes. He used relationships from the Baoding Military Academy to cover Deng Shiho and Tian Song Yao. Since Deng and Tian were among the 4 strongmen, they were no easy opponents, but Liu Wenhui cleverly leveraged his family ties with Liu Xiang. Whenever there was a hint of trouble, he would suggest a cooperation between the 2 Lius to intimidate and restrain Deng and Tian. If Qin and Shi join forces, then Chu and Zhao will surely perish. Deng and Tian were acutely aware of this, which is why they mostly behaved obediently within the Baoding faction following Lu Wenhui's lead. Even regarding Li Jiayu's military faction, Lu Wenhui had ways to connect. The predecessor of the Sichuan Army Officers Academy was the Sichuan Army Primary School, which Lu Wenhui had attended. By leveraging the Baoding faction on the left and the military faction on the right, Lu Wenhui brought 2/3 of the power from the 7 heroes and 4 strongmen into his camp, gaining significant advantages in the bargaining process with Lu Xiang. Before Lu Wenhui, Lu Xiang appeared to be at a disadvantage, finding solace only in his slightly superior military prowess. However, even this small comfort seemed something Lu Wenhui was not inclined to leave for his nephew. The alliances were merely a means to restrain the major warlords. For the smaller warlords, Lu Wenhui was always ready to act decisively, defeating those poor warlords without any chance to defend themselves. Lu Qingxuan was Lu Wenhui's old superior who had shown him kindness, and both were part of the Dai faction. However, Lu Qingxuan was now on his last legs, aging, and his defensive zone was adjacent to Lu Wenhui's. Lu Wenhui found a reason to openly eliminate him. That life principle of I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me was remarkably similar to Cao Cao's. By eliminating Lu Qingxuan, Lu Wenhui gained 3 divisions and vast territories, expanding his defenses to the entirety of Xikang. Next, he allied with Lu Xiang to launch a fatal strike against the once glorious but now fallen Lai Xinhui, ultimately driving him out of Sichuan and into Guizhou. After eliminating Lai Xinhui, Lu Wenhui's defensive zone began to closely connect with Lu Xiang's, becoming neighbors. The small fry dwindled, yet Lu Wenhui's appetite grew larger. In the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, Lu Wenhui seized resources and 2 counties from Lu Xiang without lifting a finger. These 2 counties were not easy to capture, as Lu Wenhui had previously maintained good relations with the military faction. Taking these 2 counties meant aligning with Lu Xiang and turning against Li Jiayu and others. It should be noted that Lu Wenhui was not one to be petty or forgetful at the sight of a little bait. His willingness to extend his hand indicated that even Li Luo and Yang, the 7 heroes, were on his agenda. Li Jiayu had hardly participated in the battles, so he preserved his defensive zone and military strength intact. However, the other 2 suffered greatly. Yang's son lost his entire defensive zone, and Luo Zizhou, while being beaten into a retreat, lost 2 counties. Yang and Luo could not swallow their anger, advocating for military retaliation against Lu Wenhui, while seizing defensive zones to compensate for their losses. Only after replenishing their strength could they seek revenge against Lu Xiang. Li Jiayu, however, was not enthusiastic. As the leader of the military faction, he had risen from being a subordinate of Deng Shiho to standing equal with him, and others indicating he was no ordinary figure. He had a nickname, Li the Short, with some saying he was short but shrewd. Unlike Luo and Yang, he was not rash and handled matters with greater caution. In his view, Lu Wenhui was currently strong, and the military faction had just suffered defeat, making it an unwise moment to actively strike against the opponent. Of victory was far from guaranteed. Moreover, even if he won, what of it? Struggling to reclaim a few counties would only suffice to satiate Luo and Yang, leaving him with little tangible benefit. Naturally, if he lost, he would be the primary culprit. Therefore, whatever angle you looked at it from, it seemed unwise. Li Jiayu believed he could emulate Lu Wenhui, balancing among the 4 strongmen to sustain his survival without taking sides. Li Jiayu's hesitation left Yang and Luo feeling quite uneasy. While Luo is anxious and Li is unhurried, it forces Yang's son to rush back to the village. You leisurely stroll, while we feel like the days stretch on endlessly. Yang and Luo rushed to Li Jiayu's headquarters in Suaning, crying and begging him to take on the role of Allied Forces commander. Upon hearing the news, military personnel in Sichuan, both active and idle, flocked to Suaning, all willing to recognize Li Jiayu as their leader. We are not graduates from Shaman University or afraid of anything. Now all you need to do is say a word, and we will go wherever you command. Once the ropes loosen, we will rush forward with our teeth bared. What more could a leader want? The past treatment of Chenxiao mutiny, the yellow robe donned, must have been no different. Li Jiayu found it hard to refuse, and reluctantly accepted the position of commander when he could not turn it down. Before he even officially issued orders, and while the ropes were still not loosened, Luo Zizhou and Yang's son rushed out, eagerly baring their teeth. Seeing this situation, Li Jiayu had no way to retreat. He had to truly participate. In April 1929, following the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, the Battle of Upper Sichuan East erupted. The military faction only sought to make a name for themselves, but the ruckus had already caught Lu Wenhui's attention. Knowing they intended to stir up trouble when he was off guard, he could not help but act. Even if Li Luo and Yang were to sit quietly at home, Lu Wenhui would still have the intention to put them on the table, let alone they climbed up themselves. Was that not perfect? Before Li Jiayu's allied forces launched their attack, Lu Wenhui had already assembled a powerful military force and made ample preparations. Li Jiayu's attack was thwarted, and he received extremely unfavorable intelligence. Deng Shiho and Tian Songyao had also joined in the fray, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Li Jiayu and Luo Zizhou had originally been subordinates of Deng Shiho, and though they later broke away, they were still nominally under his command. Lu Wenhui declared Li Luo and Yang are the root of chaos in Sichuan. After politically placing Li Luo and Yang at a disadvantage, he presented Deng Shiho with 2 options. One was to punish his troublesome subordinates and reap benefits after the chaos was quelled. The other was to sever ties with him, leading Lu Wenhui to consider a cooperation between the 2 Lius to find an opportunity to deal with him. The same 2 options were also presented to Tian Songyao. Both Deng and Tian understood that although Lu Wenhui's proposition appeared to offer multiple choices, there was but one answer. Deng Shiho quickly sent telegrams to Li Jiayu and Luo Zizhou, demanding the cessation of hostilities and a return to their original defenses, or else the three families of Lu Deng and Tian would unite to quell the chaos. From the moment Li Jiayu received the telegram, his heart sank. The three strongmen among the four strongmen joined forces. Even Lu Xiang would have to retreat. The Battle of Upper Sichuan East lasted only 4 or 5 days, yielding no results, and ended with Li Jiayu announcing a withdrawal. Although the war concluded, the matter was far from over. Lu Wenhui seized this opportunity, unwilling to let it slip away, and pressured Deng and Tian's forces, forcing Li Jiayu to retreat from Suining to Shunqing. Lu Wenhui pursued to Xuanqing, but he realized that Li Jiayu still retained significant strength. A direct assault would likely cost him dearly, so he opted to surround Li Jiayu in the city. He was aware of Lu Wenhui's ruthlessness, but did not expect it to be so intense. After all, Lu Xiang had been pressured into an unbearable situation during the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, yet he did not seek to annihilate. Li Jiayu's forces numbered around 60 to 70,000, cramming Shunqing tightly. Shunqing was a medium-sized county, so initially life was manageable. However, as time passed, conditions worsened day by day. 3 months later, not only were the officials and soldiers without pay, even managing 3 meals a day became difficult. At this moment, Lu Wenhui took advantage of the situation, using Deng Shiho and Luo Zizhou to internally divide Li Jiayu and Luo Zez's troops, enticing their subordinates to defect. As a result, Luo Zez's troops collapsed first. Li Jiayu's forces had always been united, preventing Lu Wenhui from succeeding this time. When one plan failed, Lu Wenhui tried another. He personally went to Chongqing to incite Lu Xiang to mobilize. Lu Xiang, considering various factors, did not agree and maintained a cold attitude. However, Lu Wenhui fabricated rumors about the two Lius plotting against Shunqing. 3 armies besieging Shunqing escalated to the two Lius plotting against Xuanqing, causing the 4 strongmen to turn their offensive focus toward him, making Li Jiayu in the besieged city increasingly anxious. Coincidentally, Wang Mijian, known for his prophetic skills, resided in Shunqing. Li Jiayu invited his chief of staff to visit him for divination. Without much preamble, Wang Mijian stated 4 words: 2 people squeezed together. 2 people squeezed together was a metaphor for Li Jiayu's current predicament. When asked what to do if squeezed out, the master replied, "If there's no place to sit, just leave." Li Jiayu believed Wang Mijian's words, as he charged no fee and had no reason to flatter him. Surely, he couldn't be deceiving him. Li Jiayu decided to retreat once more, and this time Wang Mijian truly saved his life. Although Lu Wenhui was unwilling to spare Li Jiayu after capturing Xuanqing, seeking to eliminate him entirely, Deng Shiho, remembering their past subordinate relationship, felt compassion and opposed the relentless pursuit, allowing Li Jiayu to escape. After escaping, Li Jiayu found himself at a loss and could only take refuge with Yang Sun. Yang Sun, with fewer troops, was swift to charge and quick to flee. Initially, he had no roof over his head or land to stand upon, but seizing the opportunity, while Luo Zizhou had collapsed, he took over part of Luo Zez's defensive zone, finally gaining a foothold. Seeing that Li Jiayu had come to him, Yang Sun, out of consideration for their past, vacated a camp, allowing Li Jiayu to temporarily squeeze into one cabin with him. Before the Battle of Upper Sichuan East, Li Jiayu had commanded around 30 regiments with defensive zones and military strength comparable to Tian Songyao, having the potential to become the 5th strongman. After Lu Wenhui's wall-pulling tactics, he was left with only 14 regiments and over 30,000 troops, not even half of what he had before. Worse still, losing his defensive zone meant losing any chance for a comeback. Li Jiayu cried, bitterly developing a deep-seated hatred for Lu Wenhui. Even after Lu Wenhui retreated to Xikang, Li Jiayu's hatred remained unquenched. If someone was going to Xikang, he would say to them, "If you see Lu Wenhui in Xikang, just tell him this: the one who digs walls is crushed by the wall." One can only wonder how Lu Wenhui would feel upon hearing this, but at least at that moment he had no regrets about his actions. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Keeping you all alive would only mean a future contest for power. It is better to crush you all to dust. With each battle fought, Lu Wenhui expanded his defenses through successive mergers. He came to occupy nearly 90 counties in Sichuan and Xikang, surpassing the total of the remaining 6 strongmen, essentially claiming half of Sichuan. These territories were mostly affluent, including the Zhigung salt field and others, making Lu Wenhui unparalleled in terms of territory and tax revenue. Warfare not only allowed for territorial acquisition, but also for the recruitment of troops. At one point, Lu Wenhui's forces, through wall pulling and military mergers, exceeded his original troops. At his peak, he commanded over 100 regiments with more than 200,000 men, with commanding officers of his 4 main divisions, all being his classmates from Baoding, while others were either classmates from Lu Shao's Sichuan Army Primary School or equally competent officers, both skilled in battle and obedient to orders. Lu Wenhui held the positions of chairman of the Sichuan Provincial Government, general commander of the Sichuan-Kong Border Defense, and commander of the 24th Army, consolidating military and political power in his hands, entering his personal peak period. Since childhood, Lu Wenhui had grasped the profound saying, "Governance lies in the people," from bound volumes, and from the moment he emerged, he became known for his talent in promoting capable individuals. It is said that for a period he frequently strolled through Chengdu Park and happened upon a youth deeply engrossed in reading by the lotus pond, and each time he visited, the youth was always there. After encountering him multiple times, Lu Wenhui inquired about his occupation. He initially thought the youth was a student, only to find out he was an unemployed soldier. An unemployed soldier who could still be so diligent and focused was highly appreciated by Lu Wenhui, who immediately brought him to the military headquarters and directly appointed him as a company commander. Once in power, Lu Wenhui actively recruited talented individuals akin to Zhou Gong, spitting out food, gathering capable and renowned figures into his inner circle. Visitors to his residence were either high-ranking military talents of Lu Shi level or top graduates from Beiping University or prominent figures from the cultural sector. The Lu family placed great emphasis on local education. Lu Wenhui was merely a landlord, yet he generously invested in building middle schools in his hometown, hiring the best teachers and waiving tuition fees for impoverished students. As the provincial governor, Lu Wenhui was even more grand in his endeavors. He founded a private middle school serving as the chairman, with funding far exceeding that of ordinary private schools. The school offered full scholarships to outstanding students, allowing them to study abroad after graduation. Additionally, Lu Wenhui merged several universities in Chengdu into Sichuan University, with the provincial government issuing formal regulations to allocate collected meat taxes as special funds for the school, while also establishing the Wenhui Scholarship to benefit teachers and students. As written in short song, "The mountains do not disdain the high, nor do the waters disdain the deep." Zhou Gong spat out food, and the world returned to him. Lu Wenhui felt invigorated, as if he had already stood atop the peak witnessing the boundless beauty below. Bells of the Clock Tower. Zi Junyo, born in Chengdu, Sichuan Province. Graduated from Sichuan Military Academy and the Japanese Army Officer School, 5th class of the Chinese team. Lu Xiang's important aide, advocating for cooperation between the two Lius. Tian Songyao, born in Jianyang, Sichuan Province. His educational background is similar to that of Deng Shiho, and he has joined the Tongminghui. During the defense zone era, he ranked 4th among the 4 strongest in the Sichuan Army, and was 3rd among the Baoding faction following Lu Wenhui and Deng Shiho. His military talent is average, and he is a man of few words, nicknamed Wintermelon, primarily relying on Deputy Commander Sun Jin in command. Pan Wenhua, courtesy name Zhongshan, born in Rinshou, County Maishan City, Sichuan Province. Graduated from the rapid training school known as Pan Yaozi, he was brave and resourceful in early battles, serving as Lu Xiang's capable general. Tang Shizuan, courtesy named Zijin, born in Rinshou, County Maishan City, Sichuan Province. Graduated from the rapid training school, he is one of Lu Xiang's most trusted generals, but due to a lack of masculine charm, he is nicknamed Tang Erwin. Xiong Kewu, courtesy name Yun Kewu, born in the Banan district of Chongqing. Graduated successively from Wusong Maritime College and Nanyuan Aviation School in Beiping. He studied in England and America, and after returning primarily served in the Air Force of the Baiyang government. After the fall of the Baiyang government, he joined Lu Xiang and served as the commander of the Sichuan River Public Security Fleet. Zhang Ck, originally named Zhang Zai Ck, is his courtesy name, born in Zhejiang County, Zhejiang City, Sichuan Province. Graduated from the rapid training school. Lu Xiang's important aide and representative abroad. Quick-witted and eloquent, he is nicknamed Sleeping Zhuge. Chen Guangzhou, courtesy name Hongwen, born in Chengdu, Sichuan. Graduated from the Sichuan Army Officer School and studied at the Baoding Army Officer School. He was a general under Lu Wenhui, serving as the commander of the 2nd Division of the Sichuan-Kong Border Defense Army. Lung Yindong, born in Dai County, Chengdu, Sichuan Province. He studied at the Sichuan Army Officer School. He was a general under Lu Wenhui, serving as the deputy commander and commander of the 1st Division of the Sichuan-Kong Border Defense Army. This political figure is no longer satisfied with performing tricks on a May mountain. He wants to step out of Sichuan and control the southwest. In the past, Tang Jiao relied on the strength of the Yunnan army to advocate for Great Yunnanism. The ambitions and aspirations of the Western overlord are indeed too narrow. Lu Wenhui's proposal of Great Southwestism follows a path similar to that of Cai E in earlier times. Taking advantage of the internal strife among the Yunnan and Guizhou armies, he supported 2 military leaders from different regions, one being Yunnan army leader Hu Ryu and the other Guizhou army leader Wang Jiaye, encouraging them to return to their respective homelands. Among them, Wang Jiaye successfully took control of Guizhou, while Hu Ryu, despite his failure, handed over the entire Yunnan army to Lu Wenhui, making it a worthwhile deal. With the southwest settled, the next step was to contend for the world. However, before Lu Wenhui could establish dominance in the southwest, someone had already declared the world his, and that person was Chiang Kai-shek. A critical mistake, since Chiang Kai-shek took office as the president of the Whampoa Military Academy. He has considered himself the sole successor of Sun Yat-sen, which has been his capital, to politically defeat his rivals and command the world. To this end, after his second comeback, Chiang Kai-shek specially printed a book on fine rice paper, which contained a dozen handwritten letters from Sun Zhongshan to him. Of course, the contents of these letters were carefully selected in advance to demonstrate that he was already the only designated successor by Sun Zhongshan. The so-called "you handle matters, I am at ease" was indeed the case. Chiang Kai-shek sent Zeng Quoqing on a mission to Sichuan, not only to present the book to various warlords in Sichuan, but also to test their attitudes. Lu Xiang expressed his support for Chiang. He not only willingly served under him, but also treated Zeng Quoqing as an envoy of the emperor with concrete actions. When the new Guangxi faction revolted against Chiang in Wuhan, Lu Xiang immediately sent a division downstream in response to Chiang's campaign against Guangxi at Zeng Quoqing's request. Seeing Lu Xiang so submissive, other warlords naturally followed suit, but Lu Wenhui was the only one who did not believe in this evil. The world originally had no master. To speak of warlords before you have the final say, everyone is a warlord. To speak of warlords before you have seized power, everyone is also a warlord. In the years when Yin Changheng and Xiong Kewu were making waves, how many people heard of Chiang Kai-shek's name? It can be seen that he is no different from you and me, merely a newly risen warlord or chancellor. Why should the world be handed over to him? Lu Wenhui is not rash. He will not suddenly jump out to challenge when Chiang Kai-shek is thriving, especially after the victory of the Northern Expedition declaring unifying China. He challenges when a nationwide anti-Chiang wave arises, and the new Guangxi faction Feng Yuxiang and others are taking turns to compete with Chiang Kai-shek. In December 1929, after the Jianggui War and the Jiangfeng War, Tang Xingji raised the anti-Chiang banner again in Wuhan. After so many wars of attrition, Lu Wenhui believes that Chiang Kai-shek is on the verge of collapse, and perhaps just a nudge from Tang Xingji would make him topple. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for me, Lu Wenhui, to shine and hunt in the Central Plains? Lu Wenhui immediately joined in. Although he was far away in Sichuan and could not dispatch troops, he still co-signed the anti-Chiang East and Winter telegrams, with Tang Xingji ranking second among the signatories right after Tang Xingji. Chiang Kai-shek once valued Lu Wenhui highly, even assessing him to be superior to Lu Xiang. The two beautiful halos above Lu Wenhui's head, chairman of the Sichuan provincial government and commander of the Sichuan-Kong border defense, were all titles bestowed upon him by Chiang. However, because of this telegram, their relationship began to deteriorate. Issuing such a telegram is akin to gambling, and unfortunately the bet was not right. Lu Wenhui underestimated Chiang Kai-shek's capabilities while overestimating Tang Xingji's level. The outcome of the Jiang-Tang War was that Chiang won and Tang lost. This was the first serious mistake Lu Wenhui made in the political arena. If he had stopped there and remained low-key like Lu Xiang, perhaps everything could still be salvaged, but how many people who have entered the gambling table are not blinded by greed? Lu Wenhui impatiently placed another bet. In March 1930, Yin Shishan Feng Yuxiang and Li Zongren organized an anti-Chiang coalition and collaborated with Wang Jingwei to form a new government in Beiping. At this point, all of Chiang Kai-shek's heavyweight opponents in military and political spheres banded together to initiate the Grand Central Plains War. Friends who have seen the Hollywood blockbuster The Avengers will know that those heroes like the Hulk, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America are all absolute main characters. With such an alliance together, who can rival them in the world? Having learned from the lessons of the previous anti-Chiang failure, this time Lu Wenhui could not afford to be careless. He deliberately held back, not getting involved early, but patiently waiting until it seemed Chiang Kai-shek had no chance of revival before sending out telegrams in response to Wang Yin and Feng publicly opposing Chiang, which was the fish telegram. However, his luck was truly terrible. The situation unexpectedly reversed in a way that seemed impossible to turn back. Chiang Kai-shek not only revived, but also achieved a great victory, defeating the Avengers thoroughly. Once again, he miscalculated. Two consecutive critical mistakes not only meant that Lu Wenhui's dream of hunting in the Central Plains was shattered, but also the subsequent dream of controlling the Southwest became a bubble. Even Wang Jiaye from Guizhou dared not disregard Chiang Kai-shek. When Lu Wenhui had to refocus his attention back to his hometown in Sichuan, he suddenly discovered that Lu Xiang was launching a strong challenge against him. Logically, Lu Xiang should have the upper hand over Lu Wenhui in terms of both age and experience. However, for a long time what people saw was merely the uncle's aggressive demeanor, while the nephew continuously retreated. Lu Xiang's concession was not only because Lu Wenhui held the top position in the power rankings, but also because his uncle's maneuvering skills were indeed formidable. Although Lu Wenhui had enmity with the officer faction, he relied on the Baoding faction for support, occupying 3 of the 4 strong positions solely with the power of the Baoding faction. Before the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, Lu Xiang sent Wang Lingji to persuade Yang's son, aiming to promote Luyang cooperation. At that time there was indeed some sincerity, one of the purposes being to consolidate the rapid training faction to counter the Baoding faction. However, Yang's son, a mere rough man, refused to accept Wang Lingji's overtures no matter how he tried, and he fundamentally did not understand the principle of brothers quarrel within the wall, but unite against external insults, only knowing to compete for dominance within the rapid training faction, causing Lu Xiang's plan to fall through. Conversely, even if the rapid training faction itself had no fractures and Luyang cooperation could be established, the rapid training faction might not necessarily be a match for the Baoding faction. In addition to having the Baoding faction within the province, Lu Wenhui also maintained close relationships with some military figures and armed forces outside the province, such as Wang Jiaye and Hu Ryu. Lu Xiang believed that as long as they united both internally and externally, he would have trouble not only unifying Sichuan, but even holding his ground in Sichuan. Those who understand the times are the true heroes. If you can yield, then yield a little. Moreover, after all, there is still family ties, the blood bond of uncle and nephew. Lu Xiang's call to yield would not merely be a slight concession. Of course, he did not spare the territory which was coveted by other warlords, nor did he withhold the official hats. Lu Wenhui's appointment as chairman of the Sichuan provincial government was a result of Lu Xiang's recommendation to Chiang Kai-shek. The problem lies in Lu Wenhui's extraordinary aspirations. If you yield a step, he will take 2 steps forward. If you yield 2 steps, he will take 3 steps forward, and there is almost no moment of satisfaction. Before the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, Lu Xiang handed over the Zhejiang and Neijiang counties to Lu Wenhui, with a signed agreement stating that the territory belonged to Lu Wenhui, while the income would be shared equally. However, Lu Wenhui took it all, but refused to share any profits with Lu Xiang. Jiangjin, located upstream of Chongqing, was originally under the defense of Lai Xinhui. After the two Lius worked together to drive Lai Xinhui away, Wenhui unreservedly claimed Jiangjin for himself, while Lu Xiang's troops were blocked outside the city. To add insult to injury, Wenhui gained the lands of Li Jieyu and Luo Zizhou in the Battle of Upper Sichuan East, along with Jiangjin forming a semi-encirclement around Chongqing. Lu Xiang felt as though someone had grabbed him by the throat, making it hard to breathe. He had repeatedly requested Wenhui to relinquish Jiangjin, but the latter appeared indifferent and had no intention of complying. Even the most generous person has their limits and boundaries. Lu Xiang gradually realized that Wenhui had become the greatest obstacle to his career development and even survival. If he did not rise up to pursue him, even after achieving a great victory at Boang, he was still very likely to follow in the footsteps of Lu Qingxuan and Lai Xinhui, being kicked out by this uncle. Thus, as Wenhui advanced vigorously, fully expanding outward, Lu Xiang chose to restrain himself and focus on strengthening his inner cultivation. At this time, the first person Lu Xiang thought of was Celestial Military Advisor. In the summer of 1929, Lu Xiang sent envoys to Wuhan to welcome Lu Tsongyun back to Sichuan on behalf of all Taoist disciples in Sichuan, and he also purchased a grand mansion in Chongqing, decorated luxuriously, naming it Celestial Residence, as a place for Lu the Celestial to stay. When Lu Tsongyun landed in Chongqing, Lu Xiang personally led the disciples to greet him at the Kaoshimen Wharf. Since Lu Tsongyun left Sichuan, it was their first reunion, and both felt deeply emotional. Lu Xiang praised Lu Tsongyun highly, commending his foresight and strategic planning during the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, formally respecting him as a military advisor. Within Chongqing, Lu Xiang was equivalent to Liu Bei, while Lu Tsongyun regarded himself as coming naturally. There were still Guan and Xiang. Lu Tsongyun encouraged Lu Xiang to emulate the Peach Garden story, forming a Peach Garden Brotherhood with his trusted generals Pan Wenhui and Tang Shizhuan. Making a brotherhood with Lu Xiang would inevitably provoke jealousy among those around them. People commented behind their backs that Pan Wenhui, known as Pan Yaozi, was brave and resourceful in battle and had a bit of a resemblance to the handsome warrior, making it somewhat acceptable. However, Tang Shizhuan, nicknamed Erwin, with his dreary personality, could never be compared to the fierce Zhang Fei. Including him in the Guan and Xiang was truly a mismatched pairing. However, onlookers cannot replace Lu Xiang's own thoughts. What he needed from the Peach Garden brothers was not only ferocity, but most importantly loyalty to himself. In this regard, the mild-mannered, white-faced Zhang Fei Tang Shizhuan was undoubtedly qualified. The Peach Garden brothers consisted of three, leaving aside Zhao Yun. Originally, the most suitable person to play this role should have been Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji performed outstandingly during the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, and afterwards Lu Xiang sent him to independently defend Wanxian. Given his qualifications and military achievements, even if he could not rise to Zhao Yun, he should be able to at least play the role of Huang Zhong. The problem is that old Wang took himself too seriously. All the generals under Lu Xiang worshipped Lu Tsongyun as their master, and Wang Lingji nominally entered the sect, receiving the honorary title Jade Leopard from Lu Tsongyun, but he arrogantly refused to bow to Lu Tsongyun. As a result, rumors spread that Wang Lingji behaved this way because he believed he was also Lu Xiang's teacher and should be on equal footing with Lu the Celestial. In fact, Wang Lingji was not competing with Lu Tsongyun out of jealousy. If before the Battle of Lower Sichuan East Lu Xiang and his subordinates had some doubts about Lu Kangjian's role in the military, the feelings after that battle could only be summarized with the words of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms: Kong Ming is indeed a hero. When Lu Tsongyun returned to Chongqing, he had to pass through Wanxian, and Lu Xiang instructed Wang Lingji to treat him well. Wang Lingji exceeded expectations, giving Lu Tsongyun special treatment, and even asked him to perform divination, treating him as a living god. Divination is also a form of fortune-telling. If there is no relevant information for the diviner to reference, it largely depends on coincidence and probability. When Lu Tsongyun divined for Lu Xiang, it concerned military and political affairs, so of course, they had to be cautious, and sometimes they had to discuss together just to deceive others. In contrast, he was naturally not so attentive towards a subordinate like Wang Lingji. As a result, after a while, Wang Lingji discovered that Lu Kangjian's divination seemed to lack efficacy. What kind of god is this? Wang Lingji started to doubt, questioning whether Lu the Celestial was divine enough. Coincidentally, a wandering performer named Wang came to Wanxian claiming to be a celestial being. Wang the Celestial boasted even more, claiming not only that he could refine pills and had some alchemy skills, but also that he practiced extraordinary swordsmanship capable of taking someone's head from 100 paces away. It is unclear whether Wang Lingji was fond of reading martial arts novels from the Republican era, but this legendary identity of a celestial being and swordsman fascinated him greatly. Thereafter, he worshipped Wang the Celestial with 3 bows in the morning and evening, offering incense daily, treating him as a living deity in his residence. Since Wang Lingji worshipped Wang the Celestial, he would no longer pay homage to Lu the Celestial. After Lu Tsongyun learned of this situation, he was quite dissatisfied. He often expressed to Lu Xiang that Wang Lingji had rebellious thoughts, which is why he disrespected his superior. Implicitly, he suggested that Wang Lingji was not a Zhao Yun or Huang Zhong, but very likely to be a second Wei Yin. Although Lu Xiang, a mere mortal, could not discern which bone on the spirit officer's body was rebellious, he had another perspective. Since Wang Lingji took charge of Wanxian, he had indeed changed somewhat from the past, even secretly expanding his army, which had led some to give him titles such as King of Wanxian or King of Eastern Sichuan. For the master, these acts were undoubtedly taboo. Lu Xiang had already formed ideas, though he had not revealed them, and the mention of Wei Yin was quite aligned with his thoughts.
The teacher Wang, who walked out of the military academy classroom, took things too seriously. He failed to understand that the arrival of the divine path in the world was merely a technique for people to deal with each other. The fate of being obsessed with homegrown celestial beings led him to completely lose favor in front of Lu Xiang. Since Wang Lingji was no longer considered, Lu Zongyun assigned the position of Zhao Yun to Wang Xuanxu. The secret meetings held in celestial residence were attended not only by Lu Zongyun and the Peach Garden brothers, but occasionally Wang Xuanxu was also allowed to join, forming the core team of Lu Xiang's faction. The popular topic among the team naturally revolved around how to deal with Lu Wenhui. Among the 4.5 team members, counting Wang Xuanxu as half, Lu Zongyun focused on cunning tactics, while Pan Tang and Wang merely acted according to orders, ultimately requiring Lu Xiang to make the final decision. Lu Wenhui is both wise and brave, excelling in both military and political affairs, seemingly flawless, but in this world there has never been a truly invulnerable person. Even Achilles, revered as the god of war in ancient Greek mythology, also had his vulnerabilities. Is it the weak Achilles' heel? Lu Xiang has been observing Lu Wenhui, and he concludes that Lu Wenhui is indeed too outstanding, but that very excellence is the fatal Achilles' heel. This is not a new discovery, but an age-old piece of wisdom. The Western proverb states the more one knows, the sooner one ages, while the Eastern saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is surely uprooted by the wind. The talisman that Lu Xiang can wield to defeat Lu Wenhui remains his thickness. The specific strategy is to act in the opposite manner, that is, when Lu Wenhui advances, he retreats. When Lu Wenhui is strong, he becomes soft. For instance, when Lu Wenhui claims to control the southwest and hunt in the central plains, Lu Xiang retreats to unify Sichuan and maintain a defensive stance. When Lu Wenhui aims to defeat them one by one and assert his supremacy, Lu Xiang adheres to let the heroes coexist and the virtuous shall rule. What exactly is being murmured in the immortals' residence is of great interest to the surrounding lords, especially those with weaker powers. Their representatives in Chongqing are also subtly gathering information through Lu Zongyun. Lu Zongyun does not conceal, "We are discussing your matters." This remark sends chills down people's spines. What are they discussing, and how do they plan to strike against us? Lu Zongyun speaks earnestly. What nonsense. We are talking about how to help and support you all. According to Lu Zongyun, he and Lu Xiang have agreed to practice tolerance towards the lords of Sichuan, ensuring political alignment and economic support in the future. The lords, as if hearing the gospel, feel a heavy burden lift. Lu Wenhui's frenzied, iron-fisted annexation has left these weaker states afflicted with paranoia. Although it is still unknown who the next target of annexation will be, it seems inevitable that it will be their turn sooner or later. The fleeting tranquility filled with apprehension is in fact even more terrifying, as they are plagued by nightmares. Lu Xiang also aims for unification, but compared to Lu Wenhui, he still leaves everyone a meal to eat, which is quite unexpected and gratifying. Fearing that Lu Xiang might say one thing while doing another, the lords, once they encounter difficulties in supplies, or if resources along the Yangtze River are seized in Wanzhou, will tentatively approach Lu Zongyun, asking him to plead for them before Lu Xiang. Indeed, the immortal is effective. Unless one does not seek or speak out, most wishes can be fulfilled. As a result, Lu Zongyun becomes even more revered, almost becoming a living bodhisattva who answers every prayer, and the general lords take pride in being able to seek refuge under Lu the Immortal, becoming his disciples. This, of course, is yet another successful partnership performance, with Lu Zongyun shining as the actor in the spotlight, while Lu Xiang, as the producer, reaps substantial rewards behind the scenes. Ever since he adopted the motto, "Let the heroes coexist, and the virtuous shall rule," even new school leaders like Li Jieyu have come to seek his favor. Though Li Jieyu was allowed by Yang San to station troops in Yingshan, his forces exceeded 30,000, and Yingshan is merely a poor county unable to sustain such a large number of guests. In a desperate situation, Li Jieyu had no choice but to send a representative to Lu Xiang, expressing his willingness to come under his command. Li Jieyu was one of the initiators of the Battle of Lower Sichuan East, and now having fallen to poverty, Lu Xiang could easily take advantage of him, either humiliating him or denying him entry, or even disbanding his troops, while implementing a policy of non-annexation of annexation. But he was mistaken. Lu Xiang was exceedingly magnanimous. Seeing Li Jieyu come in desperation, he immediately accepted him and generously promised to provide monthly military supplies. Li Jiayu's urgent needs were thus resolved, and he could be said to have escaped from a dire situation. His gratitude towards Lu Xiang was beyond words, and from then on he would tell everyone, "My army's survival is entirely dependent on the virtue of Fu Gong," a respectful title for Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang, of course, found this to be quite a good deal. Li Jieyu is a seasoned commander in battle, reminiscent of the legendary Ma Chao. With his joining and assistance, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger, and the price Lu Xiang has to pay is merely military supplies. What could be deemed unworthy? Li Jiayu's allegiance played a significant role in the collective shift of the lords in Sichuan. Lu Xiang's influence grew increasingly formidable, and with the enhancement of his own power, he began to be able to speak against Lu Wenhui. During the Jiangtang War, Lu Wenhui issued 2 telegrams against Xiang. At that time, Lu Xiang had taken a different path, but had not uttered a word from beginning to end. In the Central Plains War, Lu Wenhui once again, without informing Lu Xiang, allied with Deng Shiho and Tian Sanyao to issue a fish telegram. This time, Lu Xiang could no longer contain his anger. He slammed the table and overturned the stool, scolding Lu Wenhui for creating disaster for Sichuan and betraying him. This was intolerable.
Lu Xiang's indignation and suspicion are entirely understandable. He believed Lu Wenhui was not expanding outward, but colluding internally and externally. Just imagine if Feng and Yin were to win, would he not be caught in Lower Sichuan East? At that time Lu Wenhui and Feng and Yin could resolve matters however they pleased, and both his place of existence and political life would come to an end. Fortunately, before the fish telegram was sent, Chiang Kai-shek had already persuaded Zhang Xueliang to mobilize troops to enter the pass, thus ensuring the failure of Feng and Yin was a foregone conclusion, although Lu Wenhui remained oblivious. Simultaneously, these two misjudgments had brought his relationship with Chiang Kai-shek to an irreparable edge. In contrast, Lu Xiang, having assisted Chiang during the Jiangui War and having shown no signs of dissent on 2 occasions, gained further trust and favor from Chiang Kai-shek. When Zheng Kewu returned to Sichuan, although he avoided discussing the fish telegram in any scenario and expressed condolences and expectations in front of Lu Wenhui, this was merely to prevent pushing Lu Wenhui to extremes. Privately, one of his missions was to support Lu Xiang, making him the focal point of stabilizing Sichuan to prevent any recurrence of incidents similar to that of the fish telegram. With external support from Chiang and internal loyalty from the lords, Lu Xiang resolved to confront Lu Wenhui, but before doing so he needed to consult Lu Tsongyun, eager to hear what the heavens had to say. After divining, Lu Tsongyun concluded one forest cannot harbor 2 tigers, one river cannot accommodate 2 currents. The river refers to Sichuan, and Lu are homophones. Superstition has its own set of theories and is not purely nonsensical. The Sichuan Army has a theory of the 5 elements. Deng Zai's she character derives from metal Yongsen's sun, from wood Lu Xiang from water. Lu Wenhui's hui can be borrowed as fire, and Tian Sanjiu's Yao derives from earth, thus encompassing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lu Tsongyun told Lu Xiang that water can overcome fire, and it is destined that you will defeat Lu Wenhui. This is an unbreakable decree of heaven. One significant function of superstition is to provide psychological support. Even the illiterate peasants understand this. Thus, before preparing for rebellion, they always perform some small tricks like a stone man with one eye, both to bolster others' courage and to boost their own morale. After hearing the 5-element theory, Lu Xiang immediately felt invigorated, further pushing his no stance to not budging an inch. Lu Xiang's sudden outburst and Zheng Kewu's pretense both created a sense of crisis and pressure for Lu Wenhui. He personally came to Chongqing to explain to Lu Xiang about issuing the fish telegram without prior notice, intending to maintain the cooperation between the two Lius. Lu Xiang found an excuse to avoid him. Lu Wenhui was still manageable. He had seen many political surprises, but his family members were unwilling to accept this and believed Lu Wenhui had lost face. Therefore, they insisted on making Lu Xiang pay. Around Lu Xiang's mansion in Chongqing, the grounds were spacious and lush. One day something suddenly fell from a tree, initially thought to be a monkey, but upon closer inspection it was a person. Unbeknownst to him, this individual was actually an assassin. He had climbed up to the top of the tree from the periphery, hiding among the leaves, waiting for the chance to strike. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiang's defenses were extremely tight, and the assassin was unable to make a move for 3 days. 3 days and nights without being able to descend from the tree equated to 3 days and nights without food or drink. An assassin is still human, not a machine. Under the dual affliction of hunger and thirst, he became dizzy and weak, ultimately falling from the tree with a thud. The assassin claimed to have come from Yibin. Yibin is Lu Wenhui's old stronghold, currently maintained by Lu Wenhui's brother, the bully landlord Lu Wencai. After some time, Lu Xiang suffered a headache and fever, falling ill in bed. Someone rushed over to report, saying, "Fu Gong, your illness is not without cause, but rather has its reasons. The reason lies in Yibin." Those engaged in great enterprises outside are akin to today's wealthy entrepreneurs. They may eloquently use modern management terminology at corporate meetings or during guest receptions, but upon returning home, they are still superstitious. Although Lu Wenhui has read numerous books, he is not exempt from such customs. Lu Xiang has Lu the Immortal, while he has the 10,000 Immortals. The 10,000 Immortals may not have as great a reputation as Lu the Immortal, but they still possess the basic skills of being immortals. According to the reporting person, the 10,000 Immortals set up a platform in Yibin and created a straw man writing Lu Xiang's name and birth date on it. Then the 10,000 Immortals inserted a knife into the straw man's head and belly, chanting incantations incessantly. Even without witnessing it firsthand, we should be somewhat familiar with this kind of trick. For example, in Dream of the Red Chamber, Aunt Zhao bribed Ma Daopo to use paper-cut dolls and puppets to deal with her detested Fengjia and Jia Beiyu, resulting in severe consequences. Jia Beiyu jumped 3 to 4 feet off the ground, shouting wildly and speaking incoherently, while Fengjia held a gleaming steel knife, charging into the garden, killing chickens when she saw chickens, dogs when she saw dogs, and attacking anyone she saw. Aunt Zhao and Ma Daopo merely sought to drive someone insane, while the 10,000 Immortals meant to end Lu Xiang's. Upon learning this, Lu Xiang was furious. "Fortunately, I have Lu the Immortal protecting me, otherwise I might not have recovered from this illness." After revealing these 2 incidents within his family, it immediately caused a tremendous uproar. Faced with the accusations from relatives and friends, Lu Wenhui vehemently denied any involvement, repeatedly insisting he would never resort to such despicable acts, but others cannot guarantee the same. The implication is that this matter was instigated by Lu Wencai, and he himself was unaware. Meanwhile, he promised Lu Xiang to investigate and prohibit such behaviors, guaranteeing that similar actions would not occur again. Can Lu Wenhui's words be trusted? Yes, they can. One of the key strategies of defeating them one by one is to first pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. Lu Wenhui is a person with great strategy. His order of annexing the 7 heroes proceeds from the smaller to the larger, with Li Luo Yang being a prime example. While the other few heroes still exist, Lu Wenhui would not be foolish enough to exhaust all his strength on the strongest enemy in advance. However, Lu Xiang is different. He must take the initiative, otherwise he may not even be able to become a Bobby Lizard. The reason for focusing on the assassination and straw man incidents and sensationalizing them is to follow the old tactics of the previous master, that is, before tearing apart the facade, to first place the opponent in a disadvantageous position through morality and public opinion. Public opinion is merely a flag. The most important thing is still the competition of strength. The two Lius engage in an arms race centered around this and grasp each other by the throat. Since the first arms procurement, Lu Xiang has made 2 additional purchases of firearms and ammunition from abroad, including German light machine guns, British heavy machine guns, and over 10 million rounds of ammunition. What leaves a deep impression is the German-made rifle ammunition. Chinese rifle ammunition is generally filled with only 70% gunpowder, leaving a segment in the front empty. The Germans, known for their seriousness and meticulousness, produce bullets with full weight, thus achieving a far shooting range. Furthermore, the domestic Hanyang-made rifles can also be compatible. Seeing this, Lu Wenhui became anxious and hurriedly used his own channels to purchase high-quality steel from Shanghai, preparing to transport it back to his munitions factory to manufacture weapons. However, all of it was detained by Lu Xiang while passing through Wanzhou. One of Lu Xiang's greatest gains in the Battle of Lower Sichuan East was occupying Wanzhou, thereby gaining control over the Yangtze River route from Chongqing to Yichang. Lords procuring materials from downstream must pass through Wanzhou. Lu Xiang acts like a customs officer inspecting the goods there. Generally, materials need to be taxed before they can be shipped, but for important military supplies, even if taxes are paid, it is useless. A complete embargo is enforced. One should say that this rule is not only aimed at Lu Wenhui's family, but he is undoubtedly the most affected. This means that in the future he can no longer compete with Lu Xiang in terms of military supplies. In China, rules are rules and personal relationships are personal relationships. Lu Wenhui, bracing himself again, came to Chongqing, hoping Lu Xiang would show some leniency. This time Lu Xiang did not find an excuse to become invisible, but he stated that Wanzhou is currently guarded by Wang Lingji, and everything there is under the responsibility of Ling Guan, so he cannot intervene. After hearing this, Lu Wenhui could only let out a laugh through his nose. No matter how unruly Wang Lingguan is, do you think he would not listen to you when you said to return my steel? Not only was he unwilling to return the steel, but he also pretended he would be struck by lightning for acting. Making a trip to Chongqing is not easy. Since the steel was out of the question, Lu Wenhui decided to bring the matter to a head and clarify things with Lu Xiang. Everyone is a smart person, there is no way to not clarify things. In the end, it all boils down to who is the boss and who. Facing Lu Xiang, Lu Wenhui no longer skirted the issues. Although I am your junior, do not forget I am older than you, developed earlier than you, and have more seniority than you. You grew up under my wings, so you should follow my orders. Lu Wenhui turned red all over. Since you still consider me your elder, and my strength surpasses yours, then I should command and coordinate everything. The matter was indeed made clear, yet the problem became even more impossible to resolve. Lu Wenhui left Chongqing in anger and immediately sought revenge upon returning. All the rice and grain required by Chongqing are transported down from Jiangjin. Lu Wenhui incited his Jiangjin garrison general to block the grain ships from passing. When Chongqing sent people to inquire, he retorted with Lu Xiang's words, Jiangjin is currently guarded by someone out. Everything there is under their responsibility, and I cannot intervene. You do not want to return my steel. Fine, then I will not give you food. Let us see who can outlast whom. Remember, I am not a person to be trifled with, but when I am casual, I am not human at all. Once Jiangjin was shut down, Chongqing immediately plunged into a grain shortage. In a state of emergency, Lu Xiang had no choice but to purchase rice from other provinces using Hunan Xiang rice to supplement the deficiency. Lu Xiang's anger can be imagined. I regarded you as an elder and even called you Yao Ba. Have you taken the wrong medicine this time, pulling this on me as if I am easy to bully? According to the secret telegram sent by Lu Xiang, Wang Lingji is to seize any suspected materials from Lu Wenhui passing through. From now on, regardless of the situation, everything will be detained without negotiation. Armaments detained, steel detained, communication equipment detained, even the pilots Lu Wenhui hired to form an air force were also detained in Wanzhou. That is not all. Lu Xiang also worked through Chiang Kai-shek to impose an embargo on Lu Wenhui, with the airplanes and artillery Lu Wenhui purchased for a fortune all being detained intact in Shanghai. Seeing the two Lius truly turning against each other, not only was cooperation hopeless, but peace talks were also about to close. Some individuals with neutral stances hurriedly stepped forward to salvage the situation. On Lu Xiang's side, mainly represented by Lu Tsongyun and Guanzhong Zhao, there has been a consistent opposition to the cooperation between the two Lius. In contrast, a few individuals, including Wang Lingji, held opposing views, among them Lu Xiang's chief of staff Zhong Tiqian, who was a staunch supporter of the two Lius cooperation theory. Zhong Tiqian stated that if the two Lius could indeed collaborate, their combined strength would exceed 2/3 of the Sichuan Army, akin to an aircraft carrier, and who would dare disobey their commands. But when it comes to infighting with no one willing to yield to the other, what should be done? Zhong Tiqian suggested resolving it through external expansion, such as Lu Xiang moving towards Hunan and Lu Wenhui towards Yunnan, with Deng and Tian heading towards Shaanxi. Zhong Tiqian had once served as an instructor at the Army Officer Academy and shared a teacher-student friendship with Lu Wenhui,
but his suggestion was not made with the intent to protect his student. In his view, if Lu Xiong could adopt his strategy, not only could he attain power in the Central Plains, but it would also alleviate the calamities in Sichuan, achieving multiple objectives at once. This is indeed the best strategy. However, Xiong Kewu made the same mistake as his student. The current world is far different from the time of Cai E, and Tang Jiao, and Chiang Kai-shek's ability to control the overall situation is far superior to that of Duan Shui Wu Peifu, or even Yuan Shikai during the Beiyang government. This is evidenced by Lu Wenhui's 2 failed attempts to exert power. It's not that Chiang Kai-shek's personal abilities necessarily surpass those of Yuan Duan and Wu, but rather that with the changing times one cannot judge the warring states by the standards of the spring and autumn period. In this regard, Lu Xiong saw clearly and profoundly he certainly would not heed Xiong Kewu's words. Xiong Kewu, both senior and strong-willed, was infuriated when he saw the Lord ignoring his loyal advice, and left without a word, retreating to Chengdu to idle away. Meanwhile, the Lu family made a final effort, with the clan leader personally rushing to Chongqing to mediate. This clan leader was not only highly respected within the family, but was also Lu Xiong's uncle. However, Lu Xiong, unusually determined, decided to settle matters with Lu Wenhui, ignoring any voices urging reconciliation, resulting in a failed family mediation. The two Liu's confrontation officially began, with both sides exchanging accusations through telegrams and deploying troops, creating a stormy atmosphere. In a classic segment reflecting Cao Cao's character in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it is said that he failed to assassinate Dong Zhuo and was sheltered by an old friend Lu Bosha during his escape. When Lu went out to buy wine, his sons plotted to kill pigs for a feast, but Cao Cao mistakenly thought they were conspiring against him, so he acted first and eliminated Lu Bosha and his entire family. Only after his hands were stained with blood did he realize he had made a grave mistake. Yet Cao Cao did not repent. Rather, he continued down the wrong path, sending Lu Bosha to the underworld as well, which became the origin of the famous saying, "Better I betray others than be betrayed by others." From Lu Wenhui's perspective, Lu Xiong had already betrayed him, so there was no need for courtesy anymore. All previous assurances were now void. As Lu Xiong concluded the military parade in Chongqing and rode back to the mansion in a car, the crowd gathered along the road. Suddenly, a volley of bullets flew in from the roadside, striking the first car Lu Xiong was in, and he fell at once. The bystanders scattered in panic, shouting, "Incredible! General Lu has been ambushed." The assassins were captured on the spot, 5 in total, and were tied up and brought into Lu Xiong's military headquarters. When they looked up, they were stunned. Lu Xiong sat majestically above, not a single hair harmed. Military strategist Lu Shenxian sat beside Lu Xiong, arrogantly stating, "Do you find this strange? Our general is a celestial star descended to earth. How could a few of you harm him?" Just as the assassins were filled with doubt, an officer resembling Lu Xiong walked out from the side door. It turned out that the one who was hit that day was merely Lu Xiong's double, and he only sustained some superficial injuries. Upon interrogation, it was discovered that these assassins were dispatched by Lu Wenhui, but it was undoubtedly Lu Wenhui who was the mastermind. When one assassination attempt failed, they organized another, claiming they would not resort to underhanded means, yet when they did, they escalated their efforts. Facing Lu Wenhui, the true villain, Lu Xiong once again exhibited the demeanor of a hypocrite, not only sparing the assassins, but also bestowing each with $100 silver and sending them away. Of course, it wasn't entirely a free gift, they had to do some work. The assassins were tasked with delivering a letter to Lu Wenhui written by Lu Xiong, in which he expressed gratitude for the long-distance guidance and reminders, making him aware that there was still an elder like him thinking of him daily. Seeing how well he treated the visitors, he reassured them, saying that if they sent more people, he would surely extend the same warm hospitality as today. As for the guns confiscated from the assassins, consider them Lu Wenhui's gifts, and while expressing thanks, I won't forget to tell him we shall meet on the battlefield, and thank you in person then. After reading the letter, Lu Wenhui's face turned pale with anger. Since the assassination failed, he had to resort to his best skills, which were the most criticized and resented by his opponents, digging at the walls. To say Lu Xiong was also an expert in wall digging, he had taken Wang Zhanzu from Yang Sun. But because Lu Xiong always wore a mask of benevolence, no one remembered this, whereas Lu Wenhui became recognized as an expert in this emerging field. Those skilled in wall digging had to be generous in their actions. In this regard, Lu Wenhui was always extravagant. He targeted Fan Shaoxing, who had already been taken in by Lu Xiong, as a subordinate, offering a check for 300,000 yuan. However, this time Lu Wenhui's cunning plan failed. Fan, valuing loyalty, refused to betray his old boss for such a sum. He pretended to agree, took the money, and reported back to Lu Xiong, returning the check to the organization. Lu Xiong praised Fan Shaoxing highly, immediately rewarding him with the entire check, and it is said that Fan used this money to buy himself a new house. Another general who received a bribe from Lu Wenhui was not so fortunate. When he failed to report the information, Lu Xiong dismissed and detained him, and he was not released until after Lu Xiong's death. As the saying goes, if you don't let the child go, you won't catch the wolf. But the problem is, not only did he fail to catch the wolf, but he also lost the child. Lu Wenhui dared not make a scene and could only lament his misfortune. The uncle and nephew fought like angry cocks every day, but as experienced competitors, neither would strike first until the other showed a clear flaw. Lu Wenhui's Baoding faction alliance always made Lu Xiong wary. Consider that 3 out of the 4 strong were from this faction, and with Lu Wenhui's already formidable strength, it was uncertain how much chance there was against him in a 3-10 fight. One of Lu Xiong's mentors suggested that they must first divide the Baoding faction internally,
and form an alliance with Deng Xiho and Tian Sonyao to defeat Lu Wenhui. In fact, Lu Xiang had this intention long ago, hadn't he often staged similar plays to deal with Yang San in the past. However, Lu Xiang and Yang San came from the same school of quick success, and his subordinates were mainly quick success students. Lu Xiang could easily set up schemes due to his influence and charisma within that circle, whereas Deng and Tian along with their subordinates were all from the Baoding faction, complicating the situation. Thus, Lu Xiang initially had little confidence in this strategy from his subordinates. He stated the Baoding students have already become a political force in Sichuan. Although there are contradictions among them, it is not difficult for them to reconcile, so how can they unite with us? Nevertheless, he agreed to the crowd's suggestion to attempt it and see how it went. Just then Tian Sonyao unexpectedly sent someone to visit, which delighted Lu Xiang. The Baoding faction appeared solid, but in reality it was not so. Before Lu Wenhui reached his peak, he often yielded to Deng Xiho and Tian Sonyao. Afterward, he positioned himself as the sole leader of the Baoding faction, becoming increasingly arrogant and dismissive. He united with Deng and Tian to oppose Lu Xiang, while simultaneously keeping them in check, forcing them to remain closely by his side, and treating them like subordinates he could summon and dismiss at will. No matter what, Deng and Tian were members of the Four Heroes, and it was inevitable they would harbor deep grievances. At that time, due to Lu Wenhui's grand demeanor and significant influence, the Sichuan army referred to him as Yao Ba, and Deng and Tian constantly complained Lu Yaobei's arrogance is too much to bear. However, grievances aside, Deng and Tian dared not easily step out of the circle Lu Wenhui had drawn for them because Lu Wenhui would frequently warn them, if you stay within this circle I can protect you, but if you disobey me be careful, for I will join forces with my nephew Lu Xiang to deal with you both. Adding the 3 or 4 together, they could not possibly contend with the first or second. So no matter how bitter or exhausting life was for Deng and Tian, they had to swallow their grievances. Deng Xiho was clever and articulate, having a slightly easier time. Tian Sonyao, nicknamed Winter Melon, was simple-minded and easily bullied, making him a primary target for mistreatment. Lu Wenhui not only seized the Chengdu arsenal from Tian Sonyao, but also transplanted the art of digging walls onto himself, taking away one of Tian Songjiu's regiments. Afterward, Tian Sonyao and his subordinate generals were greatly indignant. They had previously resolved in a meeting to confront Lu Wenhui verbally, but Lu Wenhui's reaction was to not even respond, while Tian Sonyao found himself helpless. Tian Sonyao not only lost, but also lost face, and with no outlet for his pent-up frustration, he saw the conflict between the two Lius as a glimmer of hope to escape the golden hoop. However, Tian Sonyao still dared not act rashly. Despite being called Winter Melon, he managed to stand out in the brutal and intense jungle struggles, earning a spot as the 4th strongest in the Sichuan army, possessing some basic survival and combat wisdom. His concerns were somewhat similar to Lu Xiang's, just with a different perspective. Although there are contradictions between the two Lius, they are after all relatives, and after some disputes, it is not hard to reconcile. How could they unite with me? It would be best if someone could help explore the path and make connections. Such a person indeed existed, hailing from an ancient traditional profession known as the diplomat, like Su Qin and Zhang Yi. In this warring states period, it was impossible to miss the presence of diplomats who traveled frequently among various vassals, seeking opportunities to serve and find sustenance. Lu Wenhui was keen to recruit knowledgeable high-end talent, and was even willing to accept wandering masters from the martial world, yet he looked down upon diplomats who approached him. While diplomats found no favor with him, the naive Tian Sonyao was willing to open his doors wide, receiving them all. With the diplomats acting as intermediaries, Tian Sonyao finally made contact with Lu Xiang. Regarding whether Tian Songjiu's intentions were genuine or feigned, Lu Xiang could not be entirely certain. After having a private discussion in Chongqing with the diplomats sent by Tian Sonyao, he instructed his reconnaissance station to monitor Tian Songjiu's communications. The so-called reconnaissance station was tasked with deploying personnel to listen to others' radio transmissions and then compiling their encrypted messages into various possible combinations. For a time, the once popular TV drama The Hidden Calculation narrated just this. At that time, reconnaissance stations were still quite avant-garde. Sichuan and the southwest did not possess such equipment or personnel. No one was on guard against their encrypted communications being intercepted, so naturally, there was no possibility of forgery. Lu Xiang's reconnaissance station was set up in Shanghai. It was small, but very practical. After receiving orders, the reconnaissance station quickly intercepted the encrypted communications between Tian Sonyao and the representatives in Chongqing and successfully translated the entire content. Upon reading it, Lu Xiang felt relieved knowing that Tian Sonyao was not conspiring with Lu Wenhui to deceive him, and from then on he confidently established direct radio communication with Tian Sonyao with a continuous exchange of encrypted messages. While Lu Xiang's reconnaissance station was unique, Lu Wenhui had other methods. He directly bribed Tian Songjiu's radio. As a result, all of Lu Xiang and Tian Songjiu's encrypted messages ended up on Lu Wenhui's desk. Lu Wenhui was taken aback, thinking that Winter Melon was foolish. Unexpectedly, he was the first to eat crab and had colluded with Lu Xiang. If Lu Wenhui had been alert at this moment and realized he was being too harsh on Tian Sonyao, he might have altered his approach, but he stubbornly chose the opposite direction. You don't submit. They'll make you submit. Another regiment was seized from Tian Sonyao. With left and right regiments, Tian Sonyao had no idea how many regiments he had to spare. Moreover, although they were all regiments, the situations differed. The previous regiment was one where the superior had made mistakes and was detained by Tian Sonyao, leading its troops to Lu Wenhui out of fear of punishment. In contrast, this new regiment was stationed in the heart of Tian Sanjiu's territory and was in the midst of training. In this situation, Lu Wenhui managed to dig it out, causing a great stir within the Tian army. If previously Lu Wenhui had been somewhat reserved in his approach to digging at Tian Songyao, this time, he acted openly, not only sending troops to provide cover, but also granting promotions and monetary rewards to the defected commanders. Unable to endure any longer, Tian Songyao, relying on his secret alliance with Lu Xiang, urgently called back Vice Commander Sun Jun, who was recuperating in Shanghai, to lead the defense in Sichuan, preparing to confront Lu Wenhui. In October 1932, Tian Songyao assembled around 30 regiments in Chengdu and other locations, fortifying the city streets. He also made a secret pact with Lu Xiang, planning simultaneous attacks against Lu Wenhui from Chengdu and East Sichuan. Although Tian Songyao displayed a stance of opposing Lu Wenhui to the death, he was not fully prepared nor determined for a life-and-death battle. Most of his generals, apart from Sun Jun, also held a nonchalant attitude towards the impending conflict. With Tian Songyao hesitating to act, Lu Xiang took the initiative, organizing a coalition of various lords to jointly assault Lu Wenhui under the title of coalition commander. Yang Sun Li Jiayu and Luo Zizhou Yang Li Luo were the vanguards of the coalition, and they opened fire first. Lu Wenhui suddenly became alert, realizing that his primary enemy was still Lu Xiang. While an unknown battle with Lu Xiang might not necessarily lead to defeat, if Tian and Lu united, the situation would become much more challenging. Taking advantage of the fact that he had not completely severed ties with Tian Songyao, Lu Wenhui hurriedly sent subordinates to smooth things over, even resorting to bribing Tian Sanjiu's brother to persuade him. However, Tian Songyao, though foolish, was quite stubborn. No matter who suggested reconciliation with Lu Wenhui, he doused them with cold water, showing no room for compromise. Of course, he did not immediately declare war on Lu Wenhui either. Simple-minded Wintermelon thought that merely intimidating Lu Wenhui would suffice, or that even if a war broke out, it would only require a token show in Chengdu to force Lu Wenhui to make concessions and relieve his anger. Wake up, big brother. Your opponent is the Sichuan version of Cao Cao. Lu Wenhui's tactics were always swift and decisive, devoid of any procrastination or hesitation. Upon realizing that only war could resolve the issue, he immediately mobilized heavy troops to the outskirts of Chengdu. On November 14, 1932, Lu Wenhui took the initiative, igniting the Lutian-Chengdu Street Battle, also known as the Battle of the Provincial Gate, while Tian Songyao was caught in a hasty response, finding himself in a completely passive position. The focus of this battle was the coal hill within the imperial city of Chengdu. It was not a high ground, merely a pile of coal cinders less than 2 zhang high, about 6 meters. However, since it was located in the middle of the battlefield, whoever occupied it could establish a mortar position on the spot, thereby threatening the opposing army's headquarters, making it fiercely contested. Lu Wenhui first captured the coal hill, prompting Tian Songyao to urgently deploy division commander Wang Mingzhang to counterattack. Wang Mingzhang organized a suicide squad with members smearing ashes from burned paper money on their faces or chests, charging in like the faces of deceased evil spirits, and managed to reclaim the coal hill. Seeing this, Lu Wenhui also organized his own suicide squad, but Tian Songyao ultimately still lost the coal hill. After losing the coal hill, Tian Sanjiu's complexion changed dramatically, deciding to have Sun Jun personally lead the front lines. Among Tian Sanjiu's generals, Sun Jun was known for his combat prowess and was the strongest proponent of war. Upon arriving at the front, he ordered the defending troops to resist, relying on the civilian houses within the city. Lu Wenhui's army had a set of tactical skills. They attached steel plates to large carts and equipped them with machine guns, creating makeshift tanks to attack the defensive positions. The defenders were initially dumbfounded when faced with the tanks, which were impervious to knives and guns, but soon realized that the tanks had no roof, and thus took the high ground, using machine guns and grenades to strike down from the houses, managing to repel the tank assault. However, the repulsion was only limited to one corner. Lu Wenhui completed a three-sided encirclement within the city, trapping Tian Songyao in the northwest corner, with the defending troops facing severe shortages of food and ammunition. Originally intending to scare Lu Yaoba, a moment's inattention led to his own dismay. Tian Songyao was utterly despondent, crying in despair with his brother, "Who would have thought my career would end like this?" Beside him, Sun Jun was still reluctant to give in, declaring, "I will never return to Shanghai as a prisoner," but he was merely putting on a brave front, unable to produce any effective means to turn the tide. Lu Wenhui, confident of victory, sent an ultimatum to Tian Songyao, demanding unconditional surrender, after which the troops would be accepted for reorganization. Tian Songyao had already agreed. His subordinates believed that Lu Wenhui was too overbearing and preferred to set fire to Hanshan Cai E, fight fiercely to carve a bloody path rather than bow down and surrender, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. Tian Sanjiu's troops were determined to fight to the end, which Lu Wenhui found troublesome, especially since he learned that Lu Xiang was achieving victory after victory and was making his way toward Chengdu. Initially, Lu Wenhui dared to disregard the coalition forces and strike at Tian Songyao alone, due to the coalition's extremely ineffective start. After Yang Li Luo engaged in battle with Lu Wenhui, it only led to minor skirmishes, and upon encountering him, they retreated in defeat. Even after Lu Wenhui redirected his main forces, his frontline troops still managed to cope with ease, leisurely engaging in battle while playing chess. Lu Xiong worried that Yang Li Luo aimed to conserve their strength and were unwilling to fight fiercely, so he convened a coalition meeting where he stated everyone must take the battle seriously to achieve victory sooner. I will do my utmost, but don't say that my defense is too strong later on. In truth, Yang Li Luo also wished to fight with all their might, especially Li Jieyu and Luo Zizhou, both of whom had suffered significant defeats at Lu Wenhui's hands and harbored deep resentment against him. However, they were no longer as formidable as before. The officers were re-ranked according to their strengths, turning Li Luo Yang into Yang Li Luo. Here Yongtsen's defense area comprised merely 4 counties, while Li and Luo had no designated defense zones. After Lu Wenhui poached Luo Zez's old troops, the combat effectiveness of his newly formed forces was negligible, akin to Lin Daiyu among the Sichuan Army, easily toppled by the slightest breeze. It was precisely because Yang Li Luo was inadequate that Lu Xiong decided to take action himself. This time Lu Xiong came with significant force. While others had only an army, he commanded air and naval forces as well. The Air Force was established first, but due to the inexperience of those in charge and a desire to cut costs, the dozen or so planes procured from Britain, France, and the United States were not only small, but often inferior quality. Many were either discarded by their respective air forces, or of such poor quality, they could not be sold. 2 were damaged on the way to China, and the rest had to be transported by ship to safely reach Chongqing. During test flights in Chongqing, things went awry again. One of Lu Xiong's division commanders, curious about the planes, insisted on crawling into the cockpit to join the excitement. To his misfortune, the plane, having barely taken off, crashed, costing him his life. The planes were ineffective, and the pilots were equally lacking. After much difficulty, they hired a German pilot from Shanghai, who, eager to show off, dropped 2 grenades from the air, landing squarely in a crowd and injuring several people. Luckily, he did not drop bombs, otherwise it would have been an outright disaster. Lu Xiong also considered recruiting local youth for training, but the Air Force is not just any military branch. The requirements for pilots are exceedingly high. Most of those recruited were unqualified and could not be trained in a short time, resulting in only a few who could serve adequately. Simplicity and inadequacy aside, Lu Xiong was ruthless in that the Sichuan Air Force was the only one of its kind, and Lu Wenhui lacked anti-aircraft artillery to prevent aircraft from coming and bombing. Lu Xiong himself was cautious. He dared not let pilots carry mini bombs, fearing that these technically inept young men would miss their targets and drop bombs on civilians instead. The Sichuan Civil War had already become a focal point of domestic and international public opinion, with everyone's eyes on it. Should there be significant civilian casualties as a result, Lu Xiong would find it impossible to escape, for the bombings would not discriminate. He alone would have to take responsibility. Thus, for most of the time, the Air Force could only serve as a means of reconnaissance and deterrence. Those pilots treated their job casually, flying their dilapidated planes lazily over enemy positions and returning as long as they ensured they did not crash. Even if they didn't drop bombs, simply free-falling a few grenades counted as achieving something. Of course, even that was not 100% safe. The Air Force's flight commander, believing his skills superior to others, flew too low and was nearly shot down by ground machine guns, frightening him into quickly pulling the plane up and never daring to show off again. The Air Force was merely a trend. The real glory for Lu Xiong came from the naval forces. The people of Sichuan are humorously witty. Someone composed a humorous poem for Lu Xiong, one line of which read, "Warning to the wooden boats along the river, if the warship sinks, compensation is required." Generally, only warships sink wooden boats. It is absurd to say that wooden boats can sink warships, poking fun at the fact that Lu Xiong's warships were old and dilapidated. Additionally, some said that the so-called warships were merely 2 small boats left behind by Wu Peifu. After Lu Xiong took them over, he merely placed a few dozen infantrymen on them and set up machine guns and mortars to pass them off as naval forces. In truth, they were mistaken. At least within Sichuan, Lu Xiong's navy was not that lacking. The main naval fleet consisted of 3 ships, 2 of which were shallow draft gunboats custom-built in Shanghai, designed by German shipbuilders, taking into account the water flow characteristics of the Sichuan River, tailored for Lu Xiong, who named them Bashu and Yangtze. The 3rd warship, less impressive, was originally a Sichuan merchant ship reconfigured and renamed Quo. Lu Xiong formed the Sichuan River Public Security Fleet with these 3 ships, appointing Xiong Kewu from Chongqing as the fleet commander. There is a saying in Shu, there are no great generals. Liao Hua plays the vanguard. In reality, Sichuan has always had a wealth of talent, depending only on whether you need them. Xiong Kewu is an excellent example. He was a dual graduate of both the Merchant Marine Academy and the Aviation School, having traveled abroad and seen the world. He could command naval vessels and pilot airplanes, making him a rare composite military talent. After Lu Xiong recruited Xiong Kewu, he entrusted him with command over both the naval and air forces. At that time, the 2 Lius each controlled half of the Sichuan River, with Lu Wenhui holding the upper section from Leshan to Luzhou and up to Jiangjin and Chongqing. Lu Xiong advanced in sections along the Sichuan River, ensuring that the Sichuan River fleet, which had no rivals, immediately took center stage upon its emergence. Bashu and Yangtze were designed with cannons at both ends and machine guns on the sides. As Xiong Kewu led the fleet toward Jiangjin, they came under fire from Lu Wenhui's troops on the shore. He ordered the use of machine guns against the defending troops and artillery against the fortifications to retaliate. Before returning to Sichuan, Xiong Kewu had served in both the Beiyang Army and the Northern Expeditionary Army, gaining extensive combat experience. His actions were not aimed at inflicting casualties, but rather to conduct psychological warfare. When the frontline defenders heard the sound of cannons growing closer, it indicated that the fleet was approaching Jiangjin. When the cannon fire receded, it signified that the fleet had already arrived at Jiangjin, making resistance pointless. Since Lu Wenhui's forces had no navy and were unaware of how to intercept on the river, there were no obstacles underwater allowing the fleet to easily pass through the shore's firepower. Indeed, Lu Wenhui's frontline troops panicked. Without much skirmishing on the ground, they began to retreat into the city. Upon nearing Jiangjin, Xiong Kewu ordered the naval artillery to continue firing without pause at the rear of Jiangjin city, while directing the air force to drop bombs into the city even if they were all grenades, focusing on creating terror. Before the Battle of Jiangjin, Lu Wenhui had dispatched heavy troops to Chengdu, resulting in a relatively weak defense at Jiangjin. The defenders were first rattled by the retreating frontline troops, and after Xiong Kewu's intimidation, fearing encirclement from the rear, they soon abandoned the city. If the loss of Jiangjin did not trigger Lu Wenhui's alarm, the loss of Luzhou certainly would, as it was his economic lifeline and could not be lost. Lu Wenhui dared not be negligent. Although he was preparing to launch an offensive against Tian Songyao, he still dispatched 2 elite brigades to guard Luzhou. Simultaneously learning from the lessons of the Jiangjin battle, he concentrated all available artillery at Luzhou, establishing artillery positions along the riverbank, and also symbolically set up some obstacles underwater. However, due to a lack of mines, these did not have much practical effect. There is a popular saying in Sichuan, Chongqing is born to be strong, Luzhou is robust. Luzhou is known as Little Chongqing, and its terrain is similar to Chongqing, both recognized for being difficult to attack due to their strategic geography. In the age of planes and artillery, although natural defenses are no longer reliable, it is still not easy to breach them. Lu Xiang, Lu Songyun, and Xiong Kewu all racked their brains over this. Xiong Kewu established an airfield on a beach not far from Luzhou, with only a few minutes needed to fly from the beach to Luzhou. Aside from the damaged ones, there were a total of 12 aircraft in the Air Force. He calculated that if all 12 planes were concentrated on the beach, large planes could carry 4 bombs each, while smaller ones could carry 2, averaging 3 bombs per flight, totaling 36 bombs per sortie. Even factoring in refueling and loading time, it could still achieve bombing Luzhou once every half hour. Consider how small Luzhou is and how it lacks even basic anti-aircraft defenses. If this continued from morning till night, how long could the defenders resist? The calculations were precise, but the problem was that such a large bombing plan was something a benevolent ruler like Lu Xiang dared not implement, fearing to injure the people's feelings, while Xiong Kewu and the pilots were merely working for their boss, and naturally did not wish to bear this responsibility. After much discussion, Lu Xiang and Lu Songyun decided to have the fleet bring 5 merchant vessels first sailing to Luzhou's opposite shore to transport the army, and then launch a forcible landing operation against Luzhou. The specific timing was set by Lu Songyun for 11 p.m. on November 11, 1932, the 21st year of the Republic. One glance at this number reveals that it was yet another auspicious date conjured by Lu Xiang. Xiong Kewu later said that throughout his life he had experienced many battles, most of which he could not recall the timing of, but that one would never be forgotten. The memorable nature of the date was certainly one factor, much like today's Singles Day, where numerous 11s come together, but the real reason was not merely this. After receiving the mission, Xiong Kewu was puzzled as the battle plan seemed nonsensical. Why transport the army to the opposite shore of Luzhou? Couldn't they load the army right at the departure point and find a location out of reach of artillery to disembark? There was no need for such stealthy and clandestine maneuvers. The Sichuan River is treacherous with rapid currents, and there has never been a custom of sailing at night. Furthermore, Xiong Kewu had conducted aerial reconnaissance and knew that Lu Wenhui had deployed a powerful artillery position along the Luzhou bank with underwater obstacles in place. With 3 main warships and 5 merchant vessels, such a number of ships entering in single file would inevitably attract a fierce barrage from the shore artillery. This mission was undoubtedly dangerous. Despite his doubts, Xiong Kewu had no choice but to comply with military orders. Despite all this caution, the defenders of Luzhou had already prepared ample defensive measures, and the fleet was spotted not far from the artillery position. Despite all this caution, the defenders of Luzhou had already prepared ample defensive measures, and the fleet was spotted not far from the artillery position, immediately coming under gunfire. At this moment, the fleet found itself in a precarious situation. The officers and soldiers around Xiong Kewu had never experienced such peril. Some were petrified, while others trembled with fear, their expressions tense. Xiong Kewu ordered them to speed up, while encouraging his subordinates, the enemy's artillery is nothing to fear. The closer we get, the safer it is, because they cannot lower their guns to aim at the warships. As the various warships raced for their lives, when they finally reached upstream of Luzhou city, escaping the range of the shore artillery, they had sustained minimal damage, yet their chimneys glowed red like burning coals. Though it was said there was nothing to fear, several had already lost their lives. When Xiong Kewu inspected below deck, he found that a bullet had pierced through the door of the commander's cabin, passing right through the bed. Had he been lying there, he would have met a tragic end. Later, Xiong Kewu learned the truth of the situation. Lu Xiang's intention in risking the fleet through such perilous waters was not to transport the army, but to replicate the Jiangjin battle, attempting to scare off the defenders of Luzhou. The so-called transportation was merely a ruse to deceive the fleet's officers and soldiers, including Xiong Kewu himself, to prevent the naval forces from becoming timid and hesitant to carry out their mission. Xiong Kewu felt a chill at this revelation, while finally understanding the other side of Lu Xiang's benevolence. Lu Xiang and Lu Zongyun plotted meticulously, and the naval forces arrived at the upper reaches of Luzhou, as ordered, yet the defenders of Luzhou did not retreat. Lu Zongyun had his own explanation for why the masterful strategy did not succeed. The fleet failed to set sail at the designated time of 11 p.m. due to preparations, and in reality, they departed at 1 a.m. the following day on the 12th. Though there was still a 1, it was distinctly different. The Luzhou defenders were unwilling to retreat, and the functions of the naval and air forces were pushed to their limits, making ground attacks the key to determining victory or defeat. Lu Xiang mobilized up to 4 brigades to surround the city, while the Luzhou defenders only totaled 2 brigades, yet they could not break through. It was not due to insufficient firepower. In fact, no one in the Sichuan army was stronger than Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang had long established a munitions factory in Chongqing, publicly claiming it as a weapons repair shop. Initially, it could only repair weapons, but it continuously expanded to focus on manufacturing. By 1931, this factory had over 300 machine tools, some of which were sourced from military supplies seized from Lu Wenhui. While Lu Wenhui favored recruiting high-caliber intellectuals, Lu Xiang excelled at hiring practical technical talents. At the Chongqing Munitions Factory, there were both senior technicians from the former Chengdu and Hanyang munitions factories, as well as students who had studied mechanical manufacturing abroad, showcasing remarkable research and imitation capabilities. Lu Wenhui's Chengdu Munitions Factory primarily produced rifles and their ammunition, while the Chongqing factory rarely manufactured rifles since they could be bought anywhere. Instead, it produced higher-end weapons, Czech-style light machine guns. The Chongqing factory ultimately produced over 1,000 Czech-style machine guns, distributing them for use by every infantry battalion in the army. Remarkably, all these Sichuan-made Czech guns were of excellent quality. Later, Yu Dawei, the director of the Nanjing Munitions Bureau, inspected the factory and was astonished, saying that our central government had spent over 1 million yuan and could not produce them, yet Lu Xiang's factory managed to do so. It was truly remarkable. In addition to the Czech-style guns, the Chongqing factory also manufactured a large quantity of mortars categorized into small, medium, and heavy types, totaling over 1,000, requiring 6 or 7 large warehouses to store them annually. Beneath Luzhou city, Lu Xiang deployed all his heavy firepower, launching Czech machine guns and mortars, attacking day and night, with a continuous barrage that lasted for several days and nights, yet he still could not deal with the defenders. Yet it was still insufficiently miraculous. Was there anything even more miraculous? Indeed, there was the Divine Army. The naval and air forces require no further explanation, but this Divine Army, without context, would leave no one knowing what it truly was. The Divine Army was created by Lu Xiang, composed entirely of young disciples from various Taoist sects. Even the weaponry was funded by the disciples who raised money in Shanghai, later organized into a division internally referred to as the Divine Soldiers Division and externally numbered as the Model Division. The commander of this division was concurrently Lu Xiang, but the actual command was held by Lu Zongyun. What distinguishes the Divine Army from regular ground forces? The answer is invulnerability to blades and bullets. Before the formation of the army, Lu Zongyun organized a 3-day and 3-night star relocation conference for these disciples, lighting 3,684 lamps, an event that could rival Zhuge Liang's dipper divination. After the disciples relocated the stars and underwent a transformation, Lu Zongyun then closed the doors, burned incense, and lit candles to invite the military generals from the 3 kingdoms down from the celestial realm, imparting divine skills to the disciples, such as Guan Ye's drag knife technique and Huang Zhong's 100 steps to pierce the yang. Lu Xiang boasted of possessing 4 major forces: water, land, air, and divine. The Divine Army being the last resort naturally called upon when water, land, and air had all failed. The divine soldiers were confident of their invulnerability, far bolder than ordinary infantrymen. In their fervor, seemingly completely oblivious to bullets, the Luzhou defenders were initially taken aback, allowing dozens of divine soldiers to breach their lines. However, the outcome was tragic. The guards tried to fire a shot, and the divine soldier immediately fell to the ground dead. The remaining divine soldiers were caught off guard, standing dumbfounded as they were captured by the guards. It was better that they died. They could claim ascension, but capturing them alive was unacceptable. Lu Zongyun turned crimson upon hearing the battle report. Luzhou was slow to fall, and both Lu Xiang and Lu Zongyun were at a loss. Someone mocked them, saying the divine forces of land, sea, and air cannot breach Luzhou, infuriating Lu Xiang and embarrassing Zongyun. Lu Xiang personally went to the front lines to oversee the troops, yet he remained helpless. His forces had suffered heavy casualties, and the bodies piled up floating towards the Chongqing dock. The extent of the losses was unimaginable. Just when Lu Xiang was feeling utterly dejected, a new technology saved his fate. This new technology was a reconnaissance radio station. After the reconnaissance radio station decoded Tian Sanjiu's encrypted telegram, Lu Xiang immediately recognized the importance of watching the wind, and subsequently moved the radio station originally set in Shanghai to Chongqing. The reconnaissance radio station monitored Lu Wenhui's radio signals day and night, intercepting numerous encrypted telegrams sent by the Luzhou garrison to Lu Wenhui. During the intense battle in Luzhou, it coincided with the crucial moment of urban warfare in Chengdu. Lu Wenhui could not withdraw his entire army and agreed to send 3 brigades to support Luzhou after receiving the SOS from there. Lu Xiang followed the clues, sending Pan Wenhui to intercept on the way, defeating each brigade one by one and forcing them back. Neither Lu Wenhui nor the Luzhou garrison realized that the telegram leak had occurred, thinking that Lu Xiang had obtained intelligence through other means. Although the Luzhou garrison defended fiercely after prolonged combat, ammunition was severely depleted, so they had no choice but to send another urgent telegram to Lu Wenhui requesting reinforcements and supplies. Lu Wenhui replied that he would immediately send someone to transport ammunition scheduled to enter the city from Longtu Pass on a certain day, and asked the Luzhou garrison to come out to assist. It was this telegram that greatly aided Lu Xiang. On the day Lu Wenhui had designated, Lu Xiang lay in ambush at Longtu Pass, intercepting not only the ammunition, but also seizing Luzhou city. Lu Xiang turned the tables, and also credited his military strategist, claiming that from the interception to the ambush, it was all due to Lu Kangjian's foresight. On one hand, it was necessary for secrecy, on the other it consolidated Lu Kangjian's authority as a divine military strategist. After Luzhou, Lu Xiang pressed forward, capturing 7 cities including Yibin, and advancing towards Leshan and Qingdu. Lu Wenhui was greatly alarmed. Back when Lu Xiang was on the brink of Luzhou, foreseeing the adverse situation and his difficult position, Lu Wenhui had shed tears in front of his subordinates, expressing regret for having made many enemies. At this point, although the urban warfare in Qingdu was nearing its end, eliminating Tian Songyao should not be a problem. However, considering the fierce determination of Tian Songyao, subordinates' time would inevitably be delayed, and his forces would continue to be tied down in Qingdu. Who was my greatest enemy? Not Tian Songyao, but Lu Xiang. Lu Wenhui urgently needed to reconsider his position, but feared that Tian Songyao might revive and stick to him like glue, making it impossible to shake him off. Just as he was hesitating, Deng Shiho took the initiative to visit, offering to mediate. It was better to arrive opportunely than too early. Lu Wenhui was overjoyed and met with Tian Songyao at Deng Zai's arrangement in the Deng residence in Qingdu to discuss a ceasefire. At such a time, if Lu Wenhui could let him off the hook, it would be something Tian Songyao eagerly desired. The two exchanged apologies and raised their cups in joy, agreeing that Tian Songyao would keep one regiment to symbolically defend Qingdu, while all other troops would withdraw. The Lu-Tian urban warfare has ended, lasting a total of 11 days. However, the damage inflicted on Qingdu was no less than that of the earlier Luluo and Ludai urban wars, truly a battle of divine beings that harmed the common people. The people of Qingdu were left unsettled and furious. Thus, under the initiative of prominent figures, they took up hoes and baskets, spontaneously leveling Coal Mountain. Though it was an act of the sick crow affects the roof, it seemed as if there was a response from the heavens. After that, Qingdu never witnessed similar urban warfare again. Lu Wenhui needed to confront Lu Xiang, but what about the rear in Qingdu? Someone still had to keep an eye on Tian Songyao. Deng Shiho volunteered to personally guard Qingdu, alleviating Lu Wenhui's concerns. Lu Wenhui was still somewhat uneasy and said to Deng Shiho, "If you are insincere, I can send a telegram to Lu Xiang for peace right now." Deng Shiho patted his chest and vowed the two Liu's battle is essentially a fight between the Baoding faction and the Sudden Rise faction. I am a student of Baoding and will at least maintain neutrality. Rest assured, I will not only defend Qingdu, but can also lead my troops to assist you in battling Lu Xiang if necessary. It's a promise. Deng Shiho repeatedly assured Lu Wenhui that until Lu Wenhui returned victorious, he would not allow any other troops to enter Qingdu, let alone Tian Songyao. In friendships, it's not about what is said, but rather about what is done. Only when one truly acts can one be considered. What could Lu Wenhui be worried about? He was immensely grateful to Deng Shiho. Outsiders claimed you were cunning a crystal monkey, but I find you very sincere. At this moment, helping a friend is truly a mark of exceptional character. With Deng Shiho overseeing the troops, Lu Wenhui was able to deploy his elite forces fully focused on dealing with Lu Xiang. Since this battle concentrated on the territories of Rong County and Weiyuan County, which Lu Xiang had already occupied, it was called the Rongwei Great War. The true confrontation between the two Lius began, and even Lu Xiang himself was sweating coldly. Previously, Lu Xiang's naval and aerial forces had played significant roles, but that was in the riverside areas. Once at Rome and Wei, the naval ships faced severe limitations, while the air force could accompany the fighting. However, Lu Xiang lacked the awareness and capability for coordinated land and air combat. He worried not only about aircraft bombs potentially harming civilians, but also about the possibility of friendly fire during close combat. Of course, this issue was not difficult to solve. Xiong Kewu had once compiled signals for land and air coordination for the various armies, but once the fighting broke out, everyone forgot about them, resulting in no one ever using these signals. Now it was ground-to-ground army against army, and there was no way to use tricks. In terms of troop strength, Lu Wenhui had 70,000 soldiers while Lu Xiang had 50,000. Lu Wenhui was on the offensive while Lu Xiang was on the defensive. To bring good luck like Singles Day, Lu Xiang simply let Lu Tsongyun draft all the defensive plans. Lu Tsongyun used divination methods to calculate, and after completing the plan handed it over to Lu Xiang. In warfare, the stakes are high. How could a plan derived from divination be reliable? In reality, most of the so-called combat plans from the Sichuan Army were merely for show. When everyone went into battle, they did not strictly follow the plans, but rather were accustomed to issuing verbal commands. The enemy is across the river. You all go take them down. Are you afraid to go? Those who dare not go are cowards. The Sudden Rise faction centered on Lu Xiang still employed tactics and thinking from the era of the Russo-Japanese War, without any depth in defense, presenting a linear defensive structure. Although Lu Xiang had served in the army for many years and earned the nickname Lu Mangzi, charging through and killing countless times, merely repeated the same attacks and defenses, showing little creativity or variation. The shortcomings of the Sudden Rise faction were precisely the strengths of the Baoding faction. Though Deng Shiho and Tian Songyao were both considered big shots within the Baoding faction, their level of command could only be rated as average. The true representation of the Baoding faction's tactical capability and quality was Lu Wenhui. Lu Wenhui saw through Lu Xiang's flaws in troop deployment. Often after several days of fierce combat, with no clear victor, Lu Wenhui would send out unexpected troops to launch a sudden and fierce attack on Lu Xiang's flank. What the linear defense feared most was this: weaker troops would certainly collapse, and even stronger ones would not dare to hold their ground, as there were no reserve forces behind them. If they did not retreat, they would face encirclement. Lu Xiang was forced to retreat and engage in fierce competition with Lu Wenhui around Laojun Platform. Laojun Platform was a strategic location on the front lines of Rong and Wei, but it was first seized by Lu Wenhui. Lu Xiang, realizing too late, attempted to reclaim it. Neither side was willing to give up, resulting in a small piece of land being contested by 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. Laojun Platform was a strategic location on the front lines of Rong and Wei, but it was first seized by Lu Wenhui. Lu Xiang, realizing too, leading the charge was Pan Wenhui, known as Lu Xiang's bravest general, comparable to Guan Yu. However, outdated tactics caused Pan Wenhui to suffer greatly. The battle at Laojun Platform was a renowned fierce fight in the Rongwei Great War. Pan Wenhui fought fiercely for an entire day, with over 3,000 of his troops dying on the spot and countless others wounded. Lu Xiang's various armies faced defeat, forcing him to retreat and fortify defenses in Rong and Wei. Though they defended, the old issues persisted. Lu Wenhui deployed unexpected troops, sending elite forces through the jungle. Lu Xiang's various armies faced defeat, forcing him to retreat and fortify defenses in Rong and Wei. Though they defended, the old issues persisted. Lu Wenhui deployed unexpected troops, sending elite forces through the jungle to ambush Rong County from behind. The raiding troops successfully occupied Rong County, but due to a lack of contact with the frontal troops, they withdrew on their own. Nevertheless, this had dealt a severe blow to Lu Xiang's morale. Lu Zongyun was the first to jump up, believing that Lu Xiang's defeat was due to not following his battle plan. In fact, Lu Xiang had never been able to fully adhere to Lu Kangjian's divination script during any of his military campaigns, including the fleet's breakthrough in the Luzhou battle, where he had also missed the timing. One could only say that having suffered too many defeats, it became impossible for everyone to remain calm, and mutual blame was inevitable. Additionally, Lu Kangjian's anger was also related to his divine army. Though the divine soldiers had embarrassed themselves in Luzhou, they gradually gained military experience through practical combat. These soldiers of Taoist background had a significant psychological advantage over regular troops. They were bold in battle and capable of killing, gradually becoming indispensable main forces. But before Lu Zongyun could take pride, the divine soldiers suffered heavy casualties. In the battle at Laojun Platform, a main brigade of the divine soldiers was left with only around 1,000 men, barely enough to form a regiment. After Rong County was captured, all military supplies of the divine soldiers were swept clean by Lu Wenhui. Lu Zongyun was heartbroken. He vented his anger at Lu Xiang, saying, "My plan was derived from divination, representing divine will. If you do not fight according to my plan, you are violating divine will. How can one not be defeated when going against divine will?" The divine military strategist took the opportunity to escalate the situation, and as he grew angrier, he finally threw down his sleeves and went home resigning. With the military strategist gone, Lu Xiang's most trusted general Pan Wenhui also fell seriously ill and could not get out of bed. Lu Xiang, who had always been calm and reserved, suddenly acted out of character, issuing orders to Pan Wenhui: "Even if you are seriously ill, you must get up and command. No retreat is allowed." Lu Xiang was truly panicking. Since the beginning of the Rongwei Great War, he had never gained an advantage over Lu Wenhui, which was exceedingly rare in his military career. At the very least, one knew how to defend against him, attack him, and engage with him. But these strategies were utterly ineffective against Lu Wenhui, as he was simply unassailable and unattackable. He was simply exceptionally. At the very least, one knew how to defend against him, attack him, and engage with him. But these strategies were utterly ineffective against Lu Wenhui, as he was simply unassailable and unattackable. What Lu Xiang could do seemed to be just retreating after defeat, then repeating the process incessantly. Just when he was at a loss, the reconnaissance radio station sent another decoded telegram. This was an encrypted telegram sent by Lu Wenhui's frontline commander to Lu Wenhui, proposing two strategies. The first was to launch a full-scale attack on Lu Xiang while having a clear advantage. The specific steps emphasized the surprise element, namely a feigned frontal attack, while sending unexpected troops to bypass the defenses for a pincer assault. Regarding this type of surprise attack that Baoding faction commanders often employed, Lu Xiang was not surprised. What astonished him was the second strategy mentioned in the encrypted message. The second strategy suggested that while Lu Xiang was focused on the front line, 5 brigades should attach to Zigong's rear and strike directly at Chongqing. Lu Xiang himself was supervising troops in Zigong, and attaching to Zigong's rear meant moving through the outskirts of Zigong directly to Chongqing. At that time, Lu Xiang's main forces were concentrated on the Rongwei battlefield, leaving only 1 brigade to guard Chongqing, which was very weak in combat capability. Attacking a weak brigade with 5 strong brigades was essentially as easy as picking up a snail with 10 fingers. It could be expected that if this plan succeeded, Lu Xiang would not even wait for the defense to be breached. A defeat would be inevitable, and he would never recover from it. Thinking of this, Lu Xiang's eyes turned red. He sent an urgent telegram to the Chongqing garrison demanding they urgently construct defensive fortifications to prepare for a stronghold, while considering the possibility of seeking peace with Lu Wenhui. He wrote a personal letter to Lu Wenhui, sending someone to deliver it seeking peace from Uncle Yao. After sending the peace request, Lu Xiang still felt uneasy. No one knows Lu Wenhui better than his nephew. Lu Wenhui is someone who either does not fight, or if he does he fights to the bitter end. Moreover, now that victory was virtually assured, why would he seek peace with you? He had to sound the alarm and find someone to help. At this moment asking for help felt like calling for a lifeline, which was indeed somewhat shameful, but what could he do? If he didn't call for help he might lose his life. The key was who could save his life. Among the 7 heroes, Lu Tsuanho was sidelined. Yang Li Luo had retreated and Tian Songyao had been weakened by Lu Wenhui in the urban warfare. Only Deng Shiho could save Lu Xiang's life. Outsiders might find it strange that Deng Shiho mediated for Lu Wenhui and also guarded the city. Why would he turn around? If you think that way, it shows you don't truly understand Deng Shiho. Tian Songyao had dug at Lu Wenhui's walls a couple of times, feeling deeply aggrieved and wanting to shout for the whole world to come and seek justice for him. People who do such things are nothing but fools. Deng Shiho was no fool, he was a crystal monkey. In terms of grievances, Deng Shiho was actually more wrong than anyone else. Lu Wenhui's wall digging and opium addiction had become habits. Even the grass around his nest was not spared. While digging at Tian Songyao, he was also digging at Deng Shiho, and he did so mercilessly. Tian Songyao had only lost 2 regiments, but Deng Shiho had been taken away by Lu Wenhui's forces, losing an entire division and 2 brigades. If Deng Shiho were to act like Tian Songyao, he would have every reason to go to Lu Wenhui's door, kick it a few times, spit on it, and then post a big notice on the wall. However, Deng Shiho did nothing. He did not even send someone to Lu Xiang to draft a secret agreement like Tian Songyao. He swallowed his grievances and continued to act as if nothing had happened, treating Lu Wenhui with utmost respect, as if he were the absolute leader of the Baoding faction. Until he saw Lu Wenhui off as he led his troops out of Chengdu. Lu Wenhui had previously made an agreement with Deng Shiho that no other troops would enter Chengdu. The moment Lu Wenhui's figure vanished, Deng Shiho immediately opened the city gates wide, allowing surrounding warlords including Tian Songyao, Lu Tsuanho, and even Lu Wenhui's archenemy, Li Jiayu, to enter. The intention was clear: to mix up the situation and even unite more people to confront Lu Wenhui. While Lu Wenhui was vigorously fighting at the front, he was unaware that Lu Xiang was retreating and had already been observing this. There was a significant element of pretense in Lu Xiang's character, which is commonly known as acting. It should be said that in this regard, he had much in common with the Crystal Monkey, and thus his understanding and perception of Deng Shiho were more accurate and astute than those of the true villain Lu Wenhui. The moment Deng Shiho opened the city gates, Lu Xiang understood his true attitude towards Lu Wenhui and the Christ. In other words, although Deng Shiho did not yet have the strength to confront Lu Wenhui unknown, he would never stand by and watch Lu Xiang be destroyed by Lu Wenhui. Because if Lu Xiang fell, Lu Wenhui's actions against him would not merely be wall digging. Instead, it was about swallowing it whole. This was precisely why Lu Xiang desperately wanted to call for help from Deng Shiho at such a critical moment. The remaining question was how to frame the rescue telegram. If the truth were spoken describing the current predicament, would that slippery monkey dare to come? Based on this concern, Lu Xiang wrote in the telegram, "Victory is at hand. Please launch the attack swiftly using all your might. I am almost done here. I just need your assistance." A push from Lu Wenhui could make everything collapse. After writing this, Lu Xiang's heart raced. His heart raced not because he had lied. After years of wandering in the world, falsehood had become a fundamental survival rule. Sometimes everything except the truth could be a lie. Lu Xiang's heartbeat was due to unease. He thought about how dang that monkey was sharper than anyone else. Could the true situation at the front really fool him? Lu Xiang decided to consult a strategist. Chief of Staff Zhong Tiquan had resigned in anger, and strategist Lu Shenxian had also left in a huff, but there remained an extremely capable aide among the staff. This person was named Xiong Kewu, a graduate of an accelerated academy. It is said that during his student days, Xiong Kewu loved to doze off in class. When the teacher noticed, he would punish him by making him stand up to answer questions. Unexpectedly, Xiong Kewu could respond fluently without a flaw. After becoming Lu Xiang's aide, Xiong Kewu continued to maintain this habit. He enjoyed drinking tea using 2 bowls for 2 types of tea. One bowl contained flower tea from Chengdu and the other contained tuo tea from Chongqing. Xiong Kewu would take a sip of flower tea, close his eyes to relax for a while, then drink the tuo tea, leaning back in his chair to doze off afterward. It seemed that Xiong Kewu spent his days doing just these 2 things, drinking tea and sleeping. However, whenever serious matters were discussed, he would immediately become sharp-eyed and speak eloquently, earning him the nickname Sleeping Zhuge. Summoned to review the telegram, Xiong Kewu suddenly asked Lu Xiang, "Do you want Deng Shiho to send troops quickly, or do you prefer to wait a while?" Lu Xiang answered that he certainly wanted it done as quickly as possible. Xiong Kewu smiled. If Deng Shiho reads this telegram, he will only continue to wait and watch. Lu Xiang, hearing this, hurriedly asked why. Xiong Kewu analyzed that Deng Shiho was actually watching the fight from a distance. He would only show up when the big tiger was injured and the little tiger was defeated. If the telegram stated victory is at hand, based on his understanding of the situation, he would conclude that Lu Xiang's side still had strength left or had some hidden trump cards, hence he would not join the battle immediately. Xiong Kewu hit the nail on the head. Deng Shiho can afford to wait, but we cannot. Otherwise we would be playing ourselves into a corner and ruining everything. Lu Xiang suddenly realized it seemed he had indeed underestimated the monkey's intelligence. Then in your opinion, how should the... Xiong Kewu had already thought it through. For Lu Xiang, writing Xiang's intelligence is exhausted, and it is difficult to sustain. Please advance immediately to avoid failure and mutual destruction.
In short, one sentence must convey the truth to Deng Xiho, telling him the little tiger is doomed, the big tiger is injured, this tiger fight is about to end. If you don't show up now, it will be too late. Xiong Kewu asserted as long as Deng Xiho receives this revised telegram, he will immediately send troops. Lu Wenhui is caught in a pincer, and our predicament will be resolved. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiong felt overjoyed. The frown that had been tightened for days finally relaxed. Just as Xiong Kewu predicted, Deng Xiho could no longer sit still after receiving the second revised telegram. Taking advantage of Lu Wenhui's inattention, he suddenly dispatched 3 divisions, unexpectedly attacking Lu Wenhui's rear, throwing his forces into chaos. Unlike Tian Songyao, who shouted for battle, yet did not engage, Deng Xiho would refrain from action unless he aimed directly at your vital points. Moreover, he remained silent throughout. This is what is meant by a dog that bites does not bark. Lu Wenhui was caught off guard and hurriedly redeployed troops from the front to assist the rear. Through the reconnaissance radio, Lu Xiong discovered that Tang Shizhen's enemy forces were preparing to withdraw, so he instructed Tang Shizhen to launch a counterattack. Tang Shizhen had already been stunned. He no longer had the slightest air of white-faced Zhang Fei. After receiving Lu Xiong's order, he still foolishly stood frozen. At this moment, Lu Xiong had already apologized to Lu Tsungyun, sending someone to bring him back from his hometown. Seeing that Tang Shizhen had truly become second plague, Lu Tsungyun picked up the phone and said to Tang Shizhen, "This is what I calculated. Lu Wenhui's troops will retreat by dawn. This is the will of heaven. You must not go against the will of heaven." Through continuous persuasion, the army had developed a kind of superstition towards Lu Tsungyun, believing he was never with. Especially after the ambush battle in Luzhou, Lu Tsungyun had more or less become the embodiment of wise and almost supernatural, and even his explanation for the defeat in the Battle of Wenhui was accepted by many with whispers behind his back, saying that if Lu Xiong had followed the strategist's plan faithfully, how could he have lost so miserably? Lu Kangjian's divination was more effective than Lu Xiong's commands, and the next day Tang Shizhen led his troops into action. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the prediction of the divine was indeed accurate. Lu Wenhui's troops had lost their will to fight, and were all withdrawing. This was exhilarating. Tang Shizhen took the opportunity to pursue, seizing many firearms and ammunition. Although it was a small victory, Lu Xiong was well aware that his troops were exhausted. If Lu Wenhui ignored Deng Xiho and focused wholeheartedly on a general offensive and a surprise attack on Chongqing, he would still be unable to escape disaster. It's better to stop while ahead. Lu Xiong, seizing the opportunity, wrote a second letter of peace to Lu Wenhui, hoping that uncle would spare him out of family loyalty, quoting the famous saying, "We are all of the same root. How can we be too hasty in conflict?" Upon receiving Lu Xiong's letter, Lu Wenhui faced 2 choices: either eliminate the threat completely or agree to Lu Xiong's request. Lu Wenhui had the necessity and capability to eliminate the threat. Deng Xiho might have been called the third strongest, but his strength was relatively weak compared to the 2 Lius. In the long term, the main opponent capable of competing with Lu Wenhui in Sichuan could only be Lu Xiong. The wisest choice was to temporarily spare the nuisance Deng Xiho, concentrate all efforts, and strike Lu Xiong with a single decisive blow. However, Lu Wenhui was furious at the faithless and treacherous Deng Xiho, and his anger overcame his reason. He intended to use Lu Xiong's letter to reach an agreement with Lu Xiong and eliminate Deng Xiho. An opportunity that would determine Lu Wenhui's fate in the latter half of his life slipped by. During the ceasefire negotiations, Lu Xiong worried that Lu Wenhui might seek revenge on Deng Xiho, so he specifically noted in the treaty that Lu Wenhui must not launch an attack on Deng Xiho, otherwise he would send troops to assist Deng Xiho. The provisions addressed immediate concerns. In a month or 2, they would naturally become obsolete. After the peace agreement, Lu Wenhui's real obstacle came from the internal commanders of Baoding. Deng Xiho was slippery, but another benefit of slippery people is their unwillingness to be stubborn. They would never harm others without benefit to themselves. They usually look out for themselves first. If that fails, they are willing to facilitate others. For example, there was a commander named Chen Guangzhou who was originally a division commander under Deng Xiho, but he had actually carved out a separate territory. Later, when his territory was annexed by others, he could no longer survive and ran to Chengdu to seek help from Deng Xiho. Deng Xiho did not have many territories himself, so even if he wanted to accommodate him, he could not provide the other party's rations. Thus, he decided to help Chen Guangzhou by introducing him to Lu Wenhui. Others like Li Jiayu and Luo Zizhou were initially subordinates of Deng Xiho, but as their careers grew, they became more powerful. Deng Xiho either felt he could no longer control them or could not afford to support them, and thus he let them go one by one. Hitting tofu with a knife leaves both sides unscathed. Deng's reputation among the Baoding faction was not just good. The Baoding faction under Lu Wenhui opposed directing their spearheads at Deng Xiho, reasoning that during the street battles in Chengdu engaging Tian Songyao had already caused a split within the Baoding faction. If they became enemies with Deng Xiho, the Baoding faction would surely fall apart, making it difficult to compete with the accelerated faction in the future. Family matters should be resolved within the family. We cannot continue to harm each other within the Baoding faction. This battle cannot be fought. If Deng Xiho has done something wrong, we can resolve it internally. How to resolve it? The subordinates said that it must be some traitor whispering evil around Deng Xiho, leading him astray. Now all that was needed was for Deng Xiho to dismiss the traitor, and everything would be even. Lu Wenhui snorted and did not respond, then rode back to Chengdu with his troops. With such significant internal resistance, it was not impossible for Lu Wenhui to spare Deng Xiho.
However, Deng Xiho, feeling guilty, initially thought the two Lius would resist fiercely. He never expected the war would end so quickly. Feeling afraid, he incited Tian Songyao, Lu Tsunho, and Li Jiayu to block the city gates, preventing Lu Wenhui's troops from entering. Lu Wenhui was furious, saying, "As the chairman of the Sichuan provincial government, I cannot enter the provincial capital. This is simply outrageous." After an urgent consultation, the four families finally agreed to let Lu Wenhui into the city. With a lingering resentment, and unexpectedly encountering the humiliation of not being allowed into the city, coupled with the thought of the Wenhui battle failing to achieve its ends, it was now impossible to recover. Lu Wenhui hated Deng Xiho to the core, and thus resolved to eliminate him. Lu Wenhui's desire to eliminate Deng Xiho was also due to a practical need. In the earlier battles between the two Lius, Lu Xiang had taken vast territories, including Zhigung, causing Lu Wenhui's defensive area to shrink and his income to decrease significantly, while his army remained large, making military expenditures extremely difficult. To solve this hardship, continuing to expand his defensive area was the best method. Deng Xiho's territory was indeed fertile land, perfect for supplementing his own. Shortly after the Spring Festival of 1933, Lu Wenhui convened a military meeting to discuss this topic. The Baoding faction's commanders still opposed taking military action against Deng Xiho. They believed that although Deng Xiho was cunning, he played a significant role in maintaining the Baoding faction. Moreover, Deng Xiho's network within the Sichuan army was complex. If they attacked Deng Xiho, they would not only create an additional enemy, but might also provoke a joint attack from other warlords, which was too dangerous. One of Lu Wenhui's division commanders, named Lung Yindong, was a key figure in the Baoding faction. Relying on his relationship as a classmate and sworn brother of Lu Wenhui, he privately suggested that to solve the supply difficulties they could take a different approach without necessarily resorting to war. For instance, he could persuade Deng Xiho to cede a few counties for defense, or if that failed, they could reduce their troops and cut expenses. For this, he even volunteered to resign. The more Lu Wenhui listened, the angrier he became. "What benefits have you received from Deng? Why are you covering for him? Are you eating Deng's food or mine?" In a fit of rage, Lu Wenhui declared, "This time, I will confront Deng." Jinkong is Deng Xiho's courtesy name. "Even if it takes a poison cup, I will drink it." The protection from his generals only intensified Lu Wenhui's desire to eliminate Deng, for he inadvertently discovered how much support Deng Xiho had within the Baoding faction. How could he not eliminate him? The Baoding faction did not support him, but his trusted inner circle did, such as Lu Wenhui's nephew Lu Yuantang. Most of these were young and strong, and since they came from military backgrounds with shallow experience and low education, they had to follow Lu Wenhui to rise to greatness, so naturally, they would follow whatever the leader said. Thus, Lu Wenhui set aside the Baoding generals and convened a separate meeting with the brigade commanders, who all unanimously supported war. The matter was thus settled. Starting in April 1933, Lu Wenhui began to mobilize his troops near Chengdu. The intention to fight had become quite evident, and Deng Xiho finally sensed that something was amiss. At first, the monkey did not think Lu Wenhui would attack him. He thought it was calm now, and at most they would just push out a traitor to take them. Ultimately, the difference in their personalities was too great. According to Deng Xiho's philosophy, faithlessness and treachery was simply an application of a bit of everyday wisdom. Friends, after all, can both stab you in the back and lend you a hand. Oh, what's so surprising about that? Besides, didn't you also dig into my corner? We are all adults, oh, why must we be so coy? In Deng Xiho's eyes, Lu Wenhui was a super strong man. How could a super strong man have such a fragile emotional world? Deng Xiho was bewildered. All he could understand was that Lu Wenhui's knife was at his throat. Although it was noted in the treaty signed by the two Lius that Lu Wenhui must not attack Deng Xiho, that was still a matter from half a year ago. Now, with the passing of time, Lu Xiang could no longer intervene, and Deng Xiho could only brace himself for the knife. Looking at the strength comparison, Deng Xiho only had 40,000 troops, while Lu Wenhui had over 100 regiments totaling 120,000 men, all of whom were battle-hardened. This realization sent shivers down the monkey's spine. He sent envoys to Lu Wenhui bowing and pleading for mercy, while also contacting Lu Wenhui's Baoding generals, calling for the Baoding faction should not fight the Baoding faction. He even agreed to dismiss the so-called traitor. But whether begging for mercy or calling for peace, Lu Wenhui's determination was firm. Not even 8 horses could pull him back. He planned to invite Deng Xiho to a banquet under the pretext of hospitality, detaining him and capturing the leader to undermine his army without a fight. There were many in Lu Wenhui's camp who were anti-war and sympathetic to Deng Xiho. Some secretly ran out to inform Deng. Upon hearing the news, Deng Xiho was instantly shaken, hurriedly claiming to go hunting, taking only a few attendants, and slipped out of the city in a car to flee to his defensive area. Even after hiding in his own territory, Deng Xiho was still rattled. Just as he was deploying defenses, news came from Lu Wenhui's side stating that a high price had been offered to buy off his senior generals, causing Deng Xiho's heart to chill. Lu Wenhui was known as the king of wall digging. There were few he could not undermine. Now that the strengths were so clear-cut, wasn't this tantamount to defeat before the battle? Deng Xiho gathered all the officers above the level of brigade commander to hold a meeting, saying that since Lu Wenhui was determined not to let him go, there was no other choice but for him to resign. Deng Xiho said this to test his subordinates' attitudes. If they all kept their heads down without speaking up, then he would have no choice but to resign. To his surprise, the generals were all quite supportive, with no one wishing for him to resign. Being under Deng Xiho, the political and tax revenues from the divisions and troops did not need to be paid to the military headquarters. Deng Xiho only required these division commanders to address him as commander in name. As for his own expenditures, the Qingdu Mint was under his control. The mint produced coins which could always earn him some money, and the monkey relied on this to sustain himself. As Deng Xiho ruled passively, his subordinate generals were unwilling to publicly distance themselves from him. Deng Xiho once joked to ease his own embarrassment, others who ride in sedan chairs have to be lifted by the bearers, I, as the one riding, am the one who makes the bearers carry me away. In the meeting, a brigade commander spoke up. Commander, you say you want to resign. That would mean you gained both fame and profit. What? You cannot resign. We all firmly support you in fighting to the end against Lu Laoyao, referring to Lu Wenhui. This statement drew laughter from everyone. In truth, everyone shared this sentiment. They all wanted to continue supporting Deng Xiho. Deng Xiho felt all his doubts dissipate. He slapped the table, saying, all right, since nobody wants me to resign, I will do as everyone says. With no issues at the top, Deng Xiho still feared instability at the grassroots level. Lu Wenhui's wall digging was indeed pervasive. During his time stationed in Chengdu, he even met with a common regiment commander under Deng Xiho in his residence, giving gifts and trying his best to win him over. They are hedgehogs. Should Lu Wenhui swallow one, it would choke him to death. I shall now test the hardness of your hedgehog spines. If they prove sufficiently rigid, perhaps we may even march back to Chengdu. And who will ultimately devour whom remains uncertain. As Deng Xiho spoke, his voice rang with passion and fervor, spittle flying. But inwardly his mind was crystal clear. Even the hardest hedgehog spines could not save him. Confronting Lu Wenhui heathen with his current meager forces would be futile. Tian Songyao's fate stood as a stark warning. Deng Xiho had already devised his strategy. He would rely upon a river, the Kuan River, originally an irrigation canal diverted from the Dujianjian system, narrow in breadth, shallow in depth, and fordable on foot during winter. The waters of Dujianjian originated from the Min River, divided by a diversionary dike into the outer river, used for flood control, and the inner river, dedicated to irrigation. In advance, Deng Xiho redirected water from the outer river into the inner river, thereby raising the Kuan River's water level and accelerating its current, transforming it into a natural defensive barrier. Upon discovering Deng Xiho's retreat, Lu Wenhui immediately pursued with his troops. To cross this barrier, Lu Wenhui requisitioned numerous wooden tubs and bamboo rafts for amphibious assault. Yet Deng Xiho concentrated mountain guns and mortars to unleash devastating barges, foiling every attempt. Beyond geographical impediments, another critical factor undermining Lu Wenhui's campaign was the disunity among his principal general. Chen Guangzhou refused to launch offensive operations, declaring he could not betray Deng Xiho's long-standing loyalty for Lu Wenhui's newly bestowed favor. Likewise, most Bouding-trained officers performed perfunctorily. Even Lu Wenhui's two appointed supreme commanders, including Leng Yindong, remained sluggish and hesitant, showing no resolve to force a crossing of the Kuan River. Left with no choice, Lu Wenhui fell back on a handful of trusted loyalist units under Lu Yuantang, rendering his combat effectiveness severely diminished. For over a month, the two armies faced each other across the river without decisive outcome. Yet Deng Xiho grew increasingly anxious, fearing his troops might falter if the stalemate persisted. He convened his officers to solicit counsel, whereupon a certain Colonel Huang proposed only by urging Lu Fuqing Lu Xiang to dispatch troops can we defeat Lu Wenhui. Appealing to Lu Xiang for salvation was not beyond Deng Xiho's contemplation. But nearly half a year had elapsed since the Wenhui campaign, and the mutual assistance pact forged then had long lapsed. Though estranged, Lu Xiang and Lu Wenhui remained uncle and nephew, a bond proverbially unbroken even when bones were shattered. Moreover, Deng Xiho learned that Lu Xiang, acting on Chiang Kai-shek's orders, was preparing to wage war against the Red Army entering Sichuan. Would such a pivotal commander spare concern for a minor figure like himself? Colonel Huang, a disciple of Lu Tsungyun, fully grasped his master's influence within Lu Xiang's inner circle. Lu Fuqing heeds his strategist's counsel on all matters of military strategy. Deng Xiho never approached matters bluntly. A fool's tactic is practiced by the obtuse Tian Donghua. He preferred circuitous paths, cultivating wisdom through subtlety. Hearing Huang's suggestion, Deng Xiho instantly perceived the insight. Rather than petition Lu Xiang directly, he should seek access through the man most esteemed and trusted at his side. Speak quickly. How precisely shall we proceed? And seeing his superior's mind stir, Colonel Huang unveiled his full proposal. If General Deng reveres Master Lu and formally becomes his disciple, the matter will resolve effortlessly. Merely becoming Lu Tsungyun's disciple. A simple request. Deng Xiho assented without hesitation and urged Huang to depart that very night, sparing not a single second. Arriving in Chongqing, Huang presented the situation to Lu Tsungyun, who accepted with delight. Though Lu Tsungyun had drafted the operational plan for the Wenhui campaign, Lu Xiang alone executed it. Furthermore, Lu Xiang had deviated significantly from that plan, leaving Lu Tsungyun deeply aggrieved. Even after being recalled, he remained restless, ever yearning for an opportunity to reassert his vision. Deng Xiho's overture arrived precisely when Lu Tsungyun's ambitions aligned. Thus he approached Lu Xiang only to find the latter himself hesitating over whether to break with Lu Wenhui. After secretly fleeing Chengdu, Deng Xiho had urgently cabled Zheng Keqing, Chiang Kai-shek's representative stationed in the city, accusing Lu Wenhui of launching an unprovoked invasion of his territory. To the Nanjing government, the Red Army's incursion into Sichuan ranked paramount. Thus, Zheng Keqing naturally opposed further hostilities among regional warlords. He hurried to Lu Wenhui's residence to verify the claim, where Lu Wenhui frankly admitted it is true. My troops outnumber my territory. I must compel Deng Xiho to cede substantial land to sustain them. Before Zheng Keqing could interject, Lu Wenhui interrupted. This is a temporary expedient. Resolution within days of escalation is impossible. Since civil war in Sichuan appeared inevitable, better to eradicate Lu Wenhui, the perennial instigator. Since civil war in Sichuan appeared inevitable, better to eradicate Lu Wenhui, the perennial instigator. He promptly journeyed to Chongqing and warned Lu Xiang, you intend to commit your full strength against the Red Army. But what if your uncle strikes your stronghold from behind? Lu Xiang stood stunned, then realized Zheng Keqing's words implied authorization. Chiang Kai-shek approved and supported his preemptive action against Lu Wenhui. With favorable timing, terrain, and political alignment converging, no better moment existed. Yet Lu Xiang's sole reservation lay in victory's feasibility. Though Lu Xiang's forces had gradually regained strength after 6 months' reorganization, memories of the Wenhui campaign still chilled his court. Lu Wenhui clearly surpassed them in troop numbers, quality, and command talent, rendering triumph uncertain. While weighing options, Lu Tsongyun arrived, prompting Lu Xiang to seek counsel. Shall we fight or refrain? Lu Tsongyun, prepared and resolute, declared without pause, we must fight. On the Kuan River, Lu and Deng's armies locked in bitter struggle. Stalemate prevailed. Our intervention guarantees Lu Wenhui's collapse, enabling Lord Fu to unify Sichuan. Such discourse belonged to politics, not the domain of this divine strategist, whose true mastery lay in arcane. Lu Tsongyun told Lu Xiang, the gate and hall of your headquarters face west. Your destiny aligns with metal auspicious for Western campaigns. Lu Wenhui lies due west. Our prior defeat stemmed solely from ignoring my strategy. This time, strict adherence ensures swift, decisive. Convinced by Lu Tsongyun's blend of rational analysis and mystical assurance, Lu Xiang's confidence soared, and he entrusted him with absolute command from planning to execution. You alone shall direct all. Guided by heaven's will, we shall win a resounding triumph. Eagerly clutching his newly conferred authority, Lu Tsongyun's first destination was Xiang, to meet Deng Xiho. Deng Xiho had awaited him there agitated. Days slipped by while Lu Xiang's stance remained unknown and the Kuan River defense teetered precariously. Upon seeing Lu Tsongyun, Deng Xiho felt as though rescued from doom. Learning of Lu Xiang's commitment filled him with elation. Yet his sole fear lingered that Lu Wenhui might breach the Kuan River before Lu Xiang's arrival, leaving him utterly undone. Lu Tsongyun, adept at reading expressions, instantly discerned Deng Xiho's anxiety and solemnly calculated, fear not. The river god guarantees 40 days of defense. You have ample time. Deng Xiho dropped to his knees, prostrated deeply, and formally pledged discipleship, thereby enrolling as Lu Tsongyun's student. At that moment, Deng Xiho resembled a gravely ill patient on his deathbed, for whom Lu Tsongyun was nothing less than a miraculous physician capable of instant cure, entrusting him with life and fortune, addressing him as master came naturally. Lu Tsongyun's 40-day prophecy held substance. Lu Xiang's forces required mobilization and preparation, and alliances with other warlords demanded coordination to amplify momentum. Frankly, hand-to-hand combat was not this divine strategist's forte. His strength lay in theatrics, dressing as a zombie at dawn to terrify adversaries. In Xiang, Lu Tsongyun convened a summit attended by Deng Xiho Yang's son, Li Ji Luo Zizhou, and others, all pledging allegiance to Lu Xiang's unification of Sichuan and accepting his command. Prior to arriving in Xiang, Lu Tsongyun had secured a 10th Sandiyuan check from Lu Xiang, and after the meeting, he presented it publicly to Deng Xiho. Use this first. Another 10,000 rounds of ammunition follow shortly. Deng Xiho trembled with emotion, nearly weeping, while Yang Li and Luo likewise surged with renewed vigor, convinced Lu Xiang had staked everything on confronting Lu Wenhui. The assembled show of force did not go unnoticed. Upon learning of the Xing conference, Lu Wenhui twice telegraphed Lu Xiang, humbly imploring him to withhold military action. For Lu Wenhui to utter humility was extraordinary. His palpable dread, bordering on pre-battle timidity, stemmed less from the coalition's might than from his own faction's deepening fragmentation. Beoting-trained officers had consistently adopted a passive stance toward the Kuan River campaign, resulting in bizarre scenes on key fronts. Opposing forces gazed across the river, freely mingling, devoid of any wartime tension. Upon hearing of Lu Xiang's imminent intervention and the Xiang conference, they secretly convened with Deng Xiho's Baoding officers, drafting terms of truce. Their proposal redirected hostility toward Lu Xiang. In exchange for returning 3 counties to Deng Xiho, they demanded his strict neutrality and even support for Lu Wenhui during the looming conflict between the two Lius. But what if Lu Wenhui himself rejected reconciliation? And then they would act decisively. All Baoding officers would issue public telegrams severing ties with Lu Wenhui, demanding his withdrawal to Xikang and installing a new Baoding alliance leader. Returning to Chengdu, the attending officers collectively delegated one among them to report to Lu Wenhui. They believed their painstaking efforts served Lu Wenhui's and the Baoding faction's fundamental interests, surely allying with Deng Xiho to defeat Lu Xiang outweighed permitting Lu Xiang to join Deng Xiho in condemning him. Yet the messenger proved reckless, carrying both agreements in one pocket, confusing the truce terms with the mass secession declaration, and worse, presenting the latter first to Lu Wenhui. Lu Wenhui's face paled at mass secession. In sensing alarm, the officer realized his error and hastily produced the conciliation agreement. But Lu Wenhui had lost all interest in the accord. He concluded the Baoding officers harbored treacherous intent, intending to abandon him. Not a single word of the treaty did he deign to read, only shaking his head repeatedly. What more need be said? The next morning Lu Wenhui summoned all officers to his residence, then broke down in tears. After decades of arduous construction, my enterprise has reached its present scale, yet this desolate end pierces my heart. That lament silenced all dissent, leaving no room for either reconciliation or mass defection. While Baoding officers sought alliance with Deng Xiho, Lu Wenhui chose otherwise, preferring renewed cooperation with Lu Xiang to annihilate Deng Xiho completely. Yet Lu Xiang recognized this as his golden opportunity to vanquish Lu Wenhui, too precious to forfeit, and thus ignored both telegrams which amounted to pleas for peace. On July 2, 1933, Lu Xiang issued orders from his general headquarters, Lu Tsungyun commanding the Model Division Divine Troops, and main forces would spearhead the offensive against Lu Wenhui, while Lijiu Luo Zizhou and allied contingents followed. Faced with threats from front and rear, and fractured unity within, Lu Wenhui resolved to abandon the Kuan River, evacuate Chengdu, and fortify positions along the Min River. The day before entering Chengdu, Chiang Kai-shek formally appointed Lu Xiang commander-in-chief for suppression of bandits in Sichuan, authorizing him to command all Sichuanese forces, and urging immediate action against the Red Army entering the province. Lu Wenhui remained Lu Xiang's greatest and last rival in Sichuan. With defeat seemingly imminent, Lu Xiang refused to relent, and telegraphed Chiang Kai-shek requesting pacify Sichuan, first suppress the Reds later. Upon receiving approval, Lu Xiang officially proclaimed his pacification army, issuing commands to subordinate warlords to storm the Min River, historically known as the Min River Campaign. Among countless civil conflicts in Sichuan, this was the largest, mobilizing over 300,000 troops. Its outbreak drew intense domestic and international attention. A Shanghai pictorial magazine published a satirical cartoon tracing the campaign's origins, witty and evocative. The cartoon depicted a courtyard, 4 wooden posts supporting a vine trellis upon which a monkey reclined, while a winter melon hung beneath. Beneath the trellis, 2 oxen locked horns, fiercely charging until the structure collapsed with a crash. The melon smashed to pulp and the monkey shrieked in panic. Any astute observer understood the allegory. The monkey symbolized Deng Xiho, the melon represented Tian Songyao, and the 2 oxen were Lu Xiang and Lu Wenhui. Now the trellis had fallen. Both oxen burst from the courtyard, racing to the riverside for mortal combat. By retreating to the Min River, Lu Wenhui avoided dual-front warfare, potentially transforming retreat into strategic advance. Yet internal discord worsened instead of resolving. Lu Wenhui no longer trusted his Baoding officers. Along the 400-li Min River front, he deployed Baoding units in the forward line, while Lu Yuantang's forces occupied rear positions as reserves, effectively serving as overseers, breeding mutual suspicion and eroding combat morale. Contraction to the Min River further isolated and narrowed Lu Wenhui's domain, exacerbating supply shortages. Having grown accustomed to relative comfort and seldom endured hardship, his troops now sighed in despair, uncertain how to proceed. Lu Wenhui solicited strategies from his generals. The Baoding officers advised dispersing forces, 10, 20, or 30 regiments striking outwards separately. Already suspicious of Baoding officers, Lu Wenhui wished to retain absolute control over every regiment, making such decentralization unthinkable. His loyal kin, mostly nephews and younger relatives, lacked political acumen. One even proposed infiltrating disguised Red Army units to destabilize the region, then accusing Lu Xiang of neglecting the anti-bandit campaign to coerce his withdrawal. Lu Yuantang championed this idea most vigorously. Before Lu Wenhui voiced opinion, he addressed his subordinates. Our commander-in-chief Lu Wenhui faces imminent political eclipse. In my view, titles like commander or provincial chairman mean little. Let them go. Better seize this chance and strike boldly. His zeal mounted. Should conditions deteriorate further, we shall openly declare ourselves the Red Army. I shall become commander-in-chief of the Southern Sichuan Red Army. Regimental commanders promoted to divisional rank, battalion commanders to regimental, each awarded 10,000 silver dollars. Company and platoon leaders receive 3,000 each. To Lu Yuantang, the Red Army meant not just promotion and wealth, but also freedom of action for all ranks, unrestrained feasting, drinking, and living gloriously. His vivid depiction ignited thunderous applause below. Why endure grim hardship here when joining the Red Army promised such exhilaration? Lu Yuantang proudly reported to Lu Wenhui, who recognized the scheme as sheer nonsense, rejecting it outright and delivering a blistering rebuke. Unable to trust Baoding officers, and surrounded only by politically naive, erratic kin, Lu Wenhui, once famed for strategic brilliance, now found himself utterly adrift. Who can show me the path forward? Lu Wenhui was also superstitious, but in a different way. He did not truly believe in the tricks of the supernatural. The so-called myriad deities were merely decorations or puppets he used to fend off the Lu immortal. He never allowed such charlatans to interfere in formal occasions, which was a significant distinction between him and Lu Xiang. To foresee the future, one does not necessarily need to resort to tricks and illusions. For instance, the famous Book of Changes is said to have been a divination tool used by King Wen of Zhou while he was imprisoned, hence the saying when Wang was imprisoned and expounded the Zhou. Now in a desperate situation, Lu Wenhui considered using this method to divine his fate. Accompanied by a few senior aides, Lu Wenhui went to the Guandi temple to pray, seeking a yapai, a type of folk pai gao used for divination, and thereafter began to perform divinations daily in his office. One day he read 2 lines of poetry during his divination, which caused his heart to race.
The first line read, "This time the boat crosses the river ahead, there are 18 shoals." Upon reading this, Lu Wenhui couldn't help but shiver, for the verse vividly depicted the predicament he was currently facing. Continuing to read, the second line stated, "If one encounters a grass-headed man, calamity will arise from within the walls." Not only Lu Wenhui, but also the aides surrounding him nearly exclaimed, for it was clear that there was a grass-headed man who would lead to their calamity from within the walls. The grass-headed man must refer to someone whose name includes the character for grass. Who could it be? Everyone speculated, but no one dared to voice it. After all, the stakes were too high, and a mistake could cost them their heads. Lu Wenhui already had his own suspicions, though he could not be certain. He could only say he had doubts. He suspected that the grass-headed man was Chen Guangzhou. During the Battle of Kunhe, Chen Guangzhou, out of old loyalty, refused to attack Deng Xiao. Lu Wenhui had long harbored deep suspicions and had previously dispatched someone to monitor him. Looking back now, the character for algae in Chen Guangzhou's name indeed has the grass radical, doesn't it? Lu Wenhui immediately increased the surveillance intensity and appointed his godson to specifically carry out this task. On August 14, 1933, Lu Xiang ordered a full-scale assault by the Sichuan Army. The true identity of the grass-headed man was revealed on this day, but he was not Chen Guangzhou. Rather, it was a company commander named Yi Qinglian under Chen Guangzhou. Yi Qinglian had long been bribed by Deng Xiho, and that very early morning the Sichuan Army managed to cross the river through the gap he was guarding. When Chen Guangzhou heard the news, he hurriedly called Lu Wenhui to report it. Lu Wenhui was taken aback. Lian also has the grass radical. It turns out Yi Qinglian is the true grass-headed man. Indeed, calamity has arisen from within the walls. He dejectedly told Chen Guangzhou, "I already knew about this." With Chen Guangzhou cleared of suspicion, Lu Wenhui recited the 2 lines of poetry to him, and only then did Chen Guangzhou understand why Lu Wenhui's godson had been following him so closely. It was because Lu Wenhui had sent him to monitor him. After the calamity appeared, it continuously came true. The Sichuan Army crossed the river in succession through the gap, and their numbers grew increasingly overwhelming. Even Lu Wenhui's most trusted generals called him in distress. "We simply cannot hold them back." Lu Wenhui, realizing that defeat was inevitable, was forced to order a retreat to Yan, but his troops had already lost morale, with only a few obeying the order to follow. At the same time that Lu Wenhui's aide received the retreat order, he also heard gunfire. He hurriedly tore down Lu Wenhui's mosquito net, packed the belongings from his bed, and fled, not even having time to take the seal and battle maps from his desk, revealing his panic-stricken state. Interestingly, Chen Guangzhou, who had previously been suspected of being the grass-headed man, faithfully covered Lu Wenhui's retreat until he was captured alive by the Sichuan Army. After Lu Wenhui retreated to Yan, the troops still stationed along the Min River began to seek their own escape routes. Long Yindong still commanded over 10,000 troops, but lacking supplies they were on the verge of starvation. He then told Lu Wenhui that he wanted to lead his troops to Yan. Lu Wenhui lamented, "At present, even the troops that retreated with me to Yan have no rice to sustain them. How can I support your troops coming here?" In desperation, Lung Yindong had no choice but to send someone to negotiate a surrender with Lu Xiang. Lu Wenhui's chief of security also contemplated surrendering to the Sichuan Army, but was unsure to whom to surrender. An aide suggested, "Why not surrender to Deng Xiao? They're all from the Baoding faction, so someone will take care of you." However, the commander was quite clear-headed. "Forget it. A look at Lu Xiang's current power, it's only a matter of time before he consumes Deng Xiao. It's better for me to surrender to Lu Xiang now than to find myself married to a second family later." Even more absurd, one of Lu Wenhui's divisions didn't wait for Lu Xiang to cross the river. They armed themselves and crossed the river on their own, coming to request Lu Xiang to accept them. This act became a laughingstock among the Sichuan Army, who said the former was rushing to cross and be accepted while you were rushing to cross and be drafted. Truly a strange tale in the history of Sichuan wars. Later, when Lu Wenhui recalled this period, he was still very pained, saying that so many troops surrendered without a shot being fired, reminding him of an ancient female poet from Sichuan. This poet was Lady Horwei, who has a famous line, "The king raises the surrender flag on the city, but I am in the deep palace, how could I know? 14000 men lay down their arms, and not a single one is a man." In truth, Lu Wenhui's cohesion was still quite strong. Many of his troops raised the surrender flag merely out of desperation, akin to Lung Yindong, only hoping to temporarily secure a meal. After Lu Xiang crossed the Min River, he managed to recruit Lu Wenhui's troops amounting to 4,000, while Deng Xiho, Li Jieyu, and Luo Zizhou combined only managed to recruit 1,000. Many rushed to surrender to Lu Xiang, partly because they could see that Lu Xiang would surely ascend the throne, but it must be said that his reputation for being generous also played a significant role. However, what they did not expect was that Lu Xiang no longer needed a reputation at this point. In the unification battle, Lu Xiang defeated Yang Sun, then recruited Yang Sun's former troops, treating them like his own sons, providing for their food and clothing. However, as soon as Yang Sun appeared in Wanxian, these men turned to join their old master, like Guan Yu on his long solo ride. Lu Xiang did not possess the same tolerance as Cao Cao in the Three Kingdoms. He outwardly feigned benevolence, but had long harbored grievances and cared deeply about it. With this great achievement, there was no need for pretense. Lu Xiang's attitude was very straightforward. When recruiting Lu Wenhui's troops, "I will no longer learn from the past and serve as military supplies for others." He instructed the person in charge of recruitment, Pan Wenhui, that this time it must be broken, and then accepted breaking divisions, breaking brigades, breaking regiments to keep them in the camp. As a result, the original officers and generals had no food to eat, and even the division commander who had rushed to be accepted gained no official position. Lu Wenhui's chief of security initially hoped to become a division commander, but in the end Lu Xiang only dismissed him with a nominal position. Lung Yindong, like Chun Guangzhou, remained loyal to Lu Wenhui. His negotiations for surrender were also somewhat in the hope of learning a bit of Guan Yes being in Chao's camp, but having a heart in Han. Upon learning that Lu Xiang intended to dismantle his troops, he was furious and pounded his chest in anger, but had no other way out. The chief of staff comforted him from the side, saying, "Division commander, this is how the history of wars in Sichuan goes. You eat my troops, I eat yours. You attack, I counterattack." Lu Wenhui was famously known in Sichuan for poaching troops and recruiting everywhere. If you are Lu Xiang, you must also be. Seeing no way to salvage the situation, Lung Yindong handed over his troops to Lu Xiang and resigned. While Lu Xiang accepted the troops, he did not forget to relentlessly pursue Lu Wenhui. Pursuing Tian, the Sichuan Army set up artillery on the mountain, bombarding Lu Wenhui's camp fiercely. At that time, Lu Wenhui was lying on his army bed when a shell hit the wall just a few steps away from him, causing him to nearly lose his life. Later, it was rumored that this was Lu Xiang venting his anger over Lu Wenhui's assassination attempt. He could no longer stay in Yan and continued to flee for his life. While passing through a certain place to have lunch, he stepped through the door and immediately saw a plaque in the main hall inscribed with the words "Self-Government Retreat." Lu Wenhui's name was Ziqian, and his friends and subordinates often referred to him as Lu Zigong. Upon seeing Self-Government Retreat, he felt he had committed a taboo and thus did not dare to eat. Not daring to stop for a moment, he mounted his horse and rode away. In the chapter about fleeing through the Hua Rong Dao and Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it is said that Cao Cao felt his heart and liver split. Now Lu Wenhui had reached the point of being terrified at the sound of the wind. There was a poem mocking him. Ziqian's true nature is strong, just like the overlord of Chu in those years. Northward and southward, he conquered, without fail, nearly dying in the Min River. In the spring and autumn period, there were no just wars. The Battle of Min River was no different from any previous Sichuan civil war, with no distinctions of good or bad. The Dadingbao pointedly stated that it transformed from a dance of myriad demons into another dance of myriad demons, as if a bunch of lowly people were just messing around. Public commentary was even more biting. The common people summarized the years of fighting in Sichuan as the 5 dragons disturbing the river. Lu Wenhui was the golden dragon with many defenses and money. Lu Xiang was the sinful dragon who attacked his elder. Deng Shiho was the water dragon whose crystal monkey nature never changed. Tian Sanyao drifted between a Dui and a Guan known as the muffled dragon. Yang Sun, who once lived by begging, squeezed everywhere and was called the rolling dragon. After the Battle of Min River, the golden dragon Lu Wenhui was driven out of the heartland of Sichuan with his military strength reduced by 90%. The sinful dragon Lu Xiang did not diminish, but rather increased his strength, having recruited over 4,000 men, and most importantly, he had defeated the only opponent in Sichuan, leaving no one in the Sichuan army capable of challenging him. There was only one true dragon, and everyone was watching how the sinful dragon would deal with the golden dragon. Early on, when Lu Xiang occupied Chengdu, he visited the recluse Zhong Tiqian, inviting him to come out of retirement. Lu Xiang said, "Mr. Zhong, you left in anger. You do not know that I actually had no choice but to confront Uncle Yao. Now that things have come to this, you should plan for a new way and come out to assist me again." Over time, Zhong Tiqian's anger had mostly subsided. When Lu Xiang visited him again, it was hard to refuse. Zhong Tiqian still advised Lu Xiang, "You should only restrain yourself when dealing with Ziqian and not go too far." Lu Xiang immediately responded, "I have no intention of annihilating Uncle Yao. I only intend to punish him, and Uncle Yao excels in politics while I excel in the military. We must cooperate in the future." At this moment, Lu Xiang feigned humility outwardly, but was actually very pleased with himself. He boldly claimed to be skilled in military affairs, completely forgetting how he had been defeated by Lu Wenhui during the Wenhui campaign. However, during his conversation with Zhong Tiqian, Lu Xiang clearly realized that Lu Wenhui was after all his uncle, his elder. Between relatives, even if you break your skull, you can still patch it up. When necessary, he still had to leave Lu Wenhui a path and some leeway, which would somewhat mitigate the negative impact of the nephew attacking the uncle. After the Battle of Min River, Lu Xiang achieved his goal of dominating all of Sichuan, and thus had even more reason to appear magnanimous, just like Liu Bei would surely feign kindness to spare Lu Zhang once he captured Shishu. Lu Wenhui also tried to lower his profile as much as possible. He personally sent multiple telegrams to Lu Xiang expressing his guilt and willingness to stay in Xikong to consolidate national defense, while his wife bowed to Lu Tsungyun, performing the rites of a disciple. Everyone understood that taking Lu Immortal as a master was indirectly a way of yielding to Lu Xiang while saving face for both parties. To put it more directly, it meant publicly acknowledging the Immortal while secretly bowing to Lu Xiang. Lu Tsungyun made a show of divination in front of everyone, claiming that it was destined that Lu Wenhui should exist for several more years. With this public opinion created, Lu Xiang found it easier to negotiate internally. In Chengdu, when he summoned the retired Lung Yindong, he said, "Our uncle Yao Lu Wenhui cannot be too rigid. If he becomes too rigid, trouble will ensue. I do not want to bring him down, and mainly, I want to weaken his strength. I will allow him to retain some troops, and when Xikong is officially established as a province, he can serve as chairman." Upon hearing this, Lung Yindong immediately understood and quickly requested for Lu Wenhui. Zigong Lu Wenhui currently has a very small defense area, and the region is harsh and cold. His situation is extremely difficult.
Lu Xiang, being magnanimous, nodded readily and ordered the Sichuan Army to withdraw from Yan. By this time, Lu Xiang had already become an authority in the Sichuan Army who would dare defy his orders. On October 24, 1933, Lu Wenhui returned to Yan with his remnants. Remembering the days before the Battle of Kunhe, Lu Wenhui had stubbornly declared that he would definitely fight Deng Xiho, even if it meant drinking poison. Little did he know he was indeed drinking poison. After drinking, though he survived, the world had changed entirely, and he had lost much of his troops and territory. He had completely descended into a destitute status within the Sichuan Army, never to possess the potential and hope of dominating like Mengde again. For Lu Wenhui, who once had lofty aspirations, this must have been a profound pain and bitterness. It is said that he began to indulge in opium from that time onward. One person's dream was shattered while another's dream was realized. With the momentum of his great victory, Lu Xiang convened a military and political conference in Chengdu, with Lu Tsongyan, Zhong Tiqian, and Zhang Ck seated beside him, and Pan Wenhua, Tang Shizun, and Wang Zhangsu standing in the back. It could be said that he had strategists like rain and fierce generals like clouds, and for a moment, he had the air of overlooking all heroes and dominating all of Sichuan. The subordinates, transformed from lords, were not only obedient, but also respectfully accepted Lu immortals while competing to bow before him in search of survival. In front of this true dragon, all the golden dragons, water dragons, muffled dragons, and rolling dragons were merely revealed as small loaches. Rolling Dragon Yang's son was such an arrogant and self-absorbed person, yet even he had to bow to Lu Immortal as his master. When it came to bowing to his master, Yang's son pitifully said, "I didn't bow my head, even when my mother died. Can't I just perform 3 bows to teacher Lu?" On the day of his initiation, Yang's son was still reluctant. Deng Xiho and Li Jiayu forcibly pulled him over. Once teacher Lu sat in the Grand Master's chair, and all the lords knelt together to bow in submission under everyone's gaze, Yang's son could no longer stand, and could only follow suit and bow. After the ceremony, Deng Xiho maliciously asked Yang's son, "What are your thoughts today?" Yang's son, feeling both ashamed and angry, replied, "Today is my greatest humiliation. This head is not bowed for myself, but for my subordinates. I regard it as a blessing for my subordinates." Upon returning to his defense area, Yang's son could not calm his emotions and gathered the officers to speak of this matter, urging everyone to work hard and strive to avenge the humiliation of that day. People like Yang's son who took this seriously were of course very few, and even he, after bowing his head and submitting to the master, had effectively acknowledged Lu Xiang's title as the king of Sichuan. Aside from having to respect Lu Xiang the king, others still maintained cordial and relaxed relationships privately. Sichuan soldiers have a notable characteristic. They can fight fiercely during battles with blades clashing, but once the battle is over they can still be friendly and affectionate. Once Lu Wenhui came to Chengdu for a meeting and Deng Xiho held a banquet to welcome him. The aide in charge of the reception for Deng Xiho was both nervous and curious, unsure how these two mortal enemies from the battlefield would greet each other and whether any awkward or unexpected incidents would occur. When Lu Wenhui arrived, he was dressed in a black robe and horse coat, comporting himself courteously, and smiled and nodded at Deng Xiho, who had been waiting in the living room. Deng Xiho, like seeing a long-lost friend, quickly stepped forward, grasping Lu Wenhui's hand, and repeatedly saying, "Lao Yao, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Lu Wenhui was indifferent, saying, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Deng Xiho quickly replied with a smile, good to say, please." The two exchanged pleasantries before entering the living room for the banquet. In the midst of their laughter and conversation, all past grievances had long since faded. In this world one must endure hardships. As long as one is a man, one must be able to bear and stand firm, and then continue to rise.